Boom rumble rumble. Ah. Ah. In a not big room, 7 or 8 men and women looked embarrassed, sitting or standing, scattered in groups occupying different places of the room. Only in the corner, a curled-up thin girl was alone with no one beside her. This made her frown her beautiful brows, then tremble as she opened her ink-like eyes. The confusion and shock in them were noticed by no one. At this moment, they were staring out the window at the wild wind of the strong typhoon, shocked by the huge billboard torn from the skyscraper in the distance by the wind. After clearly seeing the people and things in front of her, only one word surged in Shui Li's heart, and that was a plant grass. She remembered dying under the random knives of those cannibal demons, dying in the dark and smelly ditch of the B-City shelter. Before death, even though she was beaten and hacked by 4 big men, she still used her last breath to snatch the knife from one of them and stabbed it hard into the heart of the last person. Until the moment of her death, Shui Li had only one thought in her head, that was if she had eaten even one more bite of food earlier, she would have had the strength to kill all these people without dying with them together. Boom rumble rumble. Another thunderclap pulled Shui Li's thoughts back. Looking at the slightly familiar yet strange faces in the room, then looking at the symbolic real estate agent's white shirt and black short skirt on her body, a bold idea formed in Shui Li's heart. Could it be I was reborn? It must be like this. It must be the silver bracelet space left by Grandma that saved her, made her reborn and come back. After the great joy, Shui Li couldn't help but feel some unwillingness. Having read many apocalypse novels, she thought others reborn either a few years or a few months before the apocalypse. The worst case was a few days earlier. Why was she reborn at the time the apocalypse had already started? Yes, the beginning of the apocalypse started from this strong typhoon that should not have appeared in the northern inland area. After 3 months of heavy rain, it stopped only a few days before the temperature suddenly dropped to dozens of degrees below zero overnight. Then came extreme cold, extreme heat, plague, earthquake, insect disaster, tsunami, and endless sandstorms. 8 years in the apocalypse, people had to build underground cities, living like snails in small spaces. Shui Li also died in the 8th year of the apocalypse. It must be said, the harsh living environment was not the scariest. The unpredictable human nature fully taught and let you understand the 8-character true saying, people's hearts are dangerous and human nature is originally evil. After slightly calming her excited mood, Shui Li fumbled out a second-hand domestic phone from the side pocket of her short skirt. She had forgotten the screen lock password, clumsily used her fingerprint to open it, seeing the time showed 20xx July 29, 10:32 in the morning. Recalling carefully, this should be the 3rd day after the start of the apocalypse. In 3 hours, there would be a week-long power and internet outage, then a short half-month recovery of electricity and network that never came back again. Casually opening WeChat, looking at the messages, she had been trapped in this summer job real estate agency for 3 days, yet no one had sent her a message. This was not strange. Since Shui Li was born, her scumbag dad had abandoned her and her mom, went abroad to work with another woman. When she was 5, he came back and finished the divorce with her mom, only gave 20,000 yuan child support, then completely cut ties with them. That year, Shui Li saw her father for the first time. He was a tall and handsome man, but the eyes looking at her were full of disgust. Also from that time on, Shui Li never believed in tall and handsome boys again, which made her miss that person, who later died saving her. Mom also passed away from serious illness the next year. Since then, Shui Li has lived in the countryside with her grandmother, who worked hard to raise her. Because of her presence, the only uncle also ignored the grandmother. So, from childhood to adulthood, Shui Li's life has always been poor and difficult. This situation became even worse before the college entrance exam, as her grandmother passed away that year. The college tuition was earned by her summer job. The only item her grandmother left for Shui Li was a silver bracelet on her wrist. As for the house, after her grandmother's departure, it was taken away by her uncle. When she went to college, she only brought her quilt and clothes in 2 sacks meant for fertilizer. She felt out of place among classmates who carried branded bags and expensive cosmetics. It was inevitable that a pretty but extremely poor country girl would be rejected in the dormitory. In order to afford the tuition and living expenses for the next semester, she came to work at this real estate agency during the summer vacation of her freshman year and was trapped here. Gulu. The growl of her stomach brought Shui Li back to reality. In 3 days, Shui Li recalled clearly that she had only eaten 2 pieces of bread and a pack of instant noodles. Today, she hadn't eaten anything at all. Are you hungry? Brother has food here. At an unknown time, a man wearing glasses, somewhat refined, came to Shui Li's side, whispering in her ear in a voice only they could hear. The glasses could not hide the malicious glint behind his lenses. Shui Li was secretly alarmed. If it weren't for the unsettling feelings after her rebirth, she wouldn't have allowed this man to get so close. Almost instinctively, Shui Li clenched her fist and aimed a punch at the man's face. It was only when she was about to hit his nose that she realized it wasn't the time to kill. Shui Li knew how to hit people and where to strike for maximum pain. She also knew how to kill. After several years in the apocalypse, she had dozens of lives on her hands, all of which belonged to wicked people who meant her harm and died under the disdain for her seemingly weak and alone appearance. As the man in glasses stared in shock, Shui Li lowered her fist but did not relax her guard, stiffly tugging at the corner of her lips. Sorry, supervisor, I just woke up, a bit dazed. You said there's food? Really? Her voice was also very soft, so that a third person could not hear, filled with excitement. The little schemes of this supervisor were nothing but the antics of a newbie compared to the scenes of people eating each other in the apocalypse. The other main reason for not forcefully breaking down the door was that she wanted to monopolize everything. Yes, she wanted to take all the supplies in the boss's office for herself, leaving nothing for these so-called colleagues. She still remembered in her last life, not one person had given her a single bite of food. Until the flood reached the 6th floor, when everyone went to the rooftop, she found a large wooden plank in the water and jumped in to bring it back for everyone. But these people were afraid that the plank could not bear the weight of so many people and used the excuse that she was not a formal employee of the company to snatch the plank away and push her into the water. If it hadn't been for the excellent swimming skills she had mastered since childhood, she would not have survived that moment, using all her strength to grasp the external air conditioning unit of another multi-story office building and successfully breaking in through the window, and even finding some food. She would have definitely died then. So, in this life, she would show no mercy to these men and women who didn't even deserve to have their names remembered by her. This time, she would see how they would cope without her, the swimming champion. The expression on her face pleased the man with glasses very much. He thought, of course, this girl usually worked diligently and appeared stubborn, but when starved, she would certainly be taken down. He pushed his golden-rimmed glasses and smiled even more happily. Of course it's true. I'm your direct boss, would I lie to you? The food is limited, but if it's not given to anyone else, it has to be given to you, since you're the youngest among us. Yes, being young is easy to deceive. Such a young, tender, and beautiful female college student is rare. Usually, they are either taken as mistresses by rich men or kept by wealthy second generation. If it weren't for this strong typhoon, how would it come to him, a poor guy burdened with car loans and housing loans and a yellow-faced wife, to take a chance? The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. But is it really okay to only give it to me? Will everyone have an opinion? Waterpair put on a fragile, delicate look that almost made her sick, but the man with glasses was very pleased and waved his hand, saying, just come with me in a moment, don't mind the others, I have my ways. Sure enough, without waiting for Waterpair to say anything, just like in her last life, the man with glasses stood up and then cleared his throat to loudly say to Waterpair, little Water, come with me to tidy up the boss's office, we shouldn't relax our work attitude just because of the typhoon. Hearing him say this, others had their own thoughts. Haven't eaten or drunk anything yet, and still talking about work attitude, the supervisor really knows how to put on a show. Fortunately, I wasn't called, I have no strength to even sit still, what's the point of doing physical work? Look at how well the supervisor flatters, the boss isn't even at the office, and still going to clean up for him, a real bootlicker. Asterisk so pretentious. Hoof, relying on a pretty face, who knows what the supervisor actually wants to call her for? I must say, this person really got it right. But Waterpair did not have the time to care about what they were thinking, her mind was filled with thoughts about what delicious food was in the boss's office. Yet she had to wear a trembling appearance, carefully following the supervisor out to the boss's office. When the man with glasses opened the door and Waterpair followed him into the boss's room, just as he was about to turn around, Waterpair struck him down with a quick chop. Then, with quick movements, she propped up his arm and slowly laid him down on the floor, shutting the door behind her. Waterpair was very satisfied with her precise technique, thankful for the life-or-death experiences in the apocalypse that had given her such skills. Looking around this office, it must be said that it was quite decent, though not very luxurious. It was spacious enough, about 100 square meters, with a circle of genuine leather sofas at the entrance. On the right-hand side, there was a large office desk, at least 2 meters long. On the table sat an all-in-one computer, behind a wide boss chair hung a painting of high mountains and flowing water, seemingly a work by a modern celebrity. To the left stood a display shelf filled with various porcelain and strange stones. According to gossip Waterpair had overheard in the restroom, this boss affected refinement, and not a single item in the office was genuine. So none of this sparked Waterpair's interest, the thing that fascinated him most was the small fridge beside the desk. He quickly walked over and opened it, a row of milk cartons greeted him. He grabbed one, inserted a straw, and in just a few seconds, finished it. During this time, he also pulled out a Harbin sausage. After quickly devouring the sausage, he finally felt a bit full. Waterpair let out a long breath, nearly on the verge of tears. How long had it been since he had eaten a decent meal? How could it be so delicious? Just as he was savoring this thought, he caught sight of the man lying on the floor like a dead dog, and quickly tucked away his emotions. He still had to deal with this person. Killing was the easiest option, but it wasn't time yet. What if the world was different now? What if, after a few days, the typhoon passed and order was restored? Although that possibility was slim, having another chance was always a good wish. Sigh. He was really getting off easy. But he couldn't let him off too lightly. Next to the display shelf was a door that seemed to lead to the boss's bedroom. He gently pushed it open, it wasn't locked. What came into view was a large bed, nearly 2 meters wide. Beside it was a wardrobe. A quick glance inside revealed not much clothing, 2 suits and 2 casual outfits, all menswear. In the middle drawer were 3 ties, Waterpair couldn't tell the brands. He picked up 2 ties and walked outside, binding the glasses man's hands and feet together. Seeing that he looked like he might wake up, he gave him a hard knock on the back of the head. Now he believed this guy would be out cold for at least half a day, giving him time to carefully search around. First, he returned to the fridge to count the supplies inside. On the upper shelf, there were 5 boxes of milk, 3 500-gram sausages, 4 apples, 3 snow pears, 1 cantaloupe, and a bag of open egg yolk pie. After a careful tally, there were a full 8. There were 2 bars of Dove chocolate, 5 Snickers, 6 cans of beer, 4 cans of Sprite, and 4 cans of cola. Not bad, not bad. On the lower shelf, there were 9 ice creams, including 3 old-fashioned popsicles, 4 milk-flavored ice creams, and 2 chocolate-flavored ones. A box of cooked frozen shrimp, and 5 packaged chicken legs. Although the quantity wasn't large, it was enough to make Waterpair's eyes light up with excitement. Chapter 3, The Space. Just as he wanted to stash these foods into the space, he failed until he saw the plain silver bracelet on his wrist. Waterpair walked to the large desk, took out a paper cutter from the pen holder, returned to the bedroom, closed the door, held his breath, and gently made a small cut on his finger. Blood beads instantly fell. This was discovered in the 3rd year of the apocalypse when she accidentally injured herself and stained the silver bracelet with blood, revealing the space. Quickly, she caught the blood with the silver bracelet. The bracelet slowly diluted the drops of blood, finally emitting a red glow that enveloped Waterpair. Waterpair only felt a gentle breeze, and she found herself in a small room of about 50 square meters. There were no doors or windows, and the ceiling was about 4 meters high. It was empty aside from that. In her previous life, all she had in the space were some clothes, so there was nothing really to lament about the loss. It was the familiar formula, the familiar room. But this space was 10 times smaller than in her previous life, likely affected by her rebirth. In fact, in her previous life, the space had originally started out this size, and it was only through Waterpair's gradual exploration that she discovered how to expand it. Now was not the time to think about that, the most important thing was to collect supplies. Waterpair placed the paper cutter into the space, concentrated her thoughts, and returned to the bedroom. First, she would clear out everything from the fridge. There was no need to worry about food spoiling. This space has time frozen, no matter how long it's been, everything remains as it was when first placed. This is the benefit of the space, but the downside is that Shui Li cannot stay inside for too long, no more than an hour a day. I just checked the time, Shui Li has spent a total of 2 minutes inside. Returning to the large desk, I opened the drawer. The first one was filled with documents, a roll of plastic tape, and a USB drive, which I quickly took. The USB drive can be used to download novels and videos. After a brief thought, I also took the all-in-one computer, the tissue box, the thermos, the wooden pen holder, and even the scissors inside as my salary for the month. In the second drawer, I found a pack of cigarettes and 4.5 boxes of Yushi cigarettes, which I took. Although I don't smoke, in the apocalypse, 1 cigarette can be exchanged for a piece of compressed biscuit. The third drawer contained 3 boxes of tea, including tea guanyin, Xinjiang Maojian, and Zhangyi Yuan jasmine tea. Though not full boxes, they still count as non-renewable items. I was satisfied. In the small door on the left, I found a surprise: 3 bottles of red wine and 5.5 bottles of white wine. 1.5 bottles of Wulianye, 1 bottle of Mutai, and 3 bottles of Haiziliuan. In the small door right next to it, there were 9 packs of tissue paper and a first aid kit. These are good things. The first aid kit contained iodine, gauze, band-aids, medical alcohol, anti-inflammatory medicine, tweezers, medical cotton, and more. The biggest surprise was in the small door on the right, which had 7 buckets of braised beef noodles. Looking at them made Shui Li drool. I took 6 buckets, opened the packaging, and stood in front of the water dispenser watching the half bucket of water. I directly added hot water, carefully holding it as if it were the holy grail and placing it on the coffee table. Then I took out that box of shrimp from the space, put 2 in, covered the lid, and pricked it with a fork. I counted the remaining shrimp, finding 18, and put them back. Based on Shui Li's appetite, she wouldn't feel overly full even if she ate them all, but she didn't dare to eat like that. This was a habit formed during the apocalypse, always being cautious, never daring to eat everything at once. While waiting for the instant noodles to soak, I searched under the coffee table and found a pack of chrysanthemum tea, half a pack of rose tea, half a bottle of honey, and 20 packets of instant coffee. It seemed these were prepared for female clients. In the corner, there was a small bookshelf, and I took all the books and magazines. Returning to the bedroom, I found 4 suits in the wardrobe, a tie in the drawer, and 2 pairs of nearly new leather shoes in the lower cabinet, along with a new pair of size 43 sneakers, all of which I took. Even though they were for men, they could be exchanged for supplies in the future. There was also a suitcase with a combination lock. I couldn't be bothered to deal with it, so I just put it in the space. The bedside lamp looked nice, so I took it. In the small drawer, there was a bottle of cod liver oil, a bottle of vitamin C, a bottle of liver protection and hangover relief medicine, and 2,000 cash, although I might not be able to spend it. Once upon a time, there was a 2-bedroom apartment on the 15th floor that couldn't be sold, located about 500 meters away. The former owner had severe paranoia, resulting in 3 heavy-duty locks on the door and bulletproof glass windows with added security nets. Even such security features didn't bring the owner peace, and they tragically committed suicide in the bathroom. So even though the apartment had a great location and floor, it still couldn't find a buyer. This was truly tailored for a pair, as a person who came back from the dead had little regard for living in a house where someone died. With a resolution in her heart, she surveyed the small office once more. Seeing half a bucket of drinking water, she took it. She picked up a noodle cup and filled it with hot and cold water from the machine, fitting perfectly into a bucket of warm water to store. Below the water dispenser, there was a bag of disposable cups, which she also took. The wooden bookshelf, though just ordinary pine, didn't take up much space and could also be used as a shelf, or chopped up for firewood when not in use, along with the fake antiques and stones on top. Afterward, she collected a power strip and a set of teacups, feeling slightly satisfied. Finally, she turned her gaze to the bespectacled man, pulling a pack of cookies and a brand new phone from his pocket. Using his fingerprint, she decisively unlocked the phone, initialized it, and tossed it into her space, then picked up the keys from the floor. After locking the door behind her, she returned to the small room. She found her backpack and rummaged through it, discovering a coin purse with an ID card, a bus card, and a bank card, a roll of toilet paper, and a key to the school dormitory, nothing else. Ignoring the curious glances of others, she hurriedly walked down 5 floors. Chapter 4, Hoarding. Reaching the 5th floor, she looked around to ensure no one was there before storing her canvas crossbody bag in her space. The ID card couldn't be discarded, as she would need it later for the shelter. There were 4 offices on the 5th floor and 1 restroom. Using the key she took from the bespectacled man, she opened each room. Since these people had already searched, the food was all gone. But she wasn't there for food, she was mainly concerned with the 6 tablet computers in the first office. These were brought up from the 1st floor with her colleagues on the first day of the typhoon. The tablets had no passwords, used to showcase real estate to clients. Glancing at the time, she noted that there were just over 2 hours left before the city experienced a power outage. She decisively sought out videos to download, knowing it would enrich her life while hiding. One download was for agriculture and livestock farming videos, along with offline maps, even if they might not be useful. Another was for variety shows and single-player games, mainly comedies. The apocalypse was tough, so some light entertainment was crucial. She downloaded movies, TV shows, self-defense sports videos like boxing and taekwondo, as well as some novels. The last tablet was for disaster prevention, emergency rescue measures, and survival tips from Bear Grylls. Time was short, the power and internet would go down soon, so she downloaded as much as she could. While downloading, she also charged the tablets. The chargers for these tablets fit perfectly with the bespectacled man's phone, making them handy for future use. After half an hour, she managed all of this. Setting that aside, she first sought the keys for the apartment she had her eyes on and also grabbed a key for a villa halfway up a mountain to store. Next, she took 40 minutes to scour through the 3rd, 4th, and 5th floors completely. Let me quickly mention what she found in the offices. 6.5 packs of sanitary pads, 2 big bundles of toilet paper. There are as many as 100 volumes. These 2 things made Shui Li extremely happy. But knowing how awkward and embarrassed those years without these things were is another story. Even in the apocalypse, these items existed, but only the upper class could use them. Thus, the apocalypse is just like normal life, equally divided into ranks, only more extreme. Other daily necessities include some cosmetics, facial masks, eyebrow pencils, lipsticks, makeup remover, and cotton pads. There were also 4 nail clippers, 9 small scissors, and 3 ear scoops, as well as 3 sewing kits. Edible items included flower tea, oolong tea, ginger sugar tea, coffee, drinks, lotus root powder, and about 2 pounds of brown sugar. The quantity was not large, which was due to Shui Li's timely actions. It was estimated that within 2 days, the people upstairs would be starved enough that these items wouldn't last. Additionally, there was more than half a box of ladies' cigarettes, 2 boxes of soft cloud cigarettes, and 5 safety teas found. 11 boxes of A4 printing paper were taken, which was all that the company had. Later, when exchanging supplies at the shelter, this paper could also be traded. All other remaining paper products were also taken, as they could be used for starting a fire in extreme cold, otherwise, they would be soaked and wasted after 2 days. Among them were a few novels and professional books, placed separately to read when there was time. Tacks, rubber bands, paper clips, and large pins were also collected. Several fountain pens, ink, carbon pens, and pencils were gathered as well. 5 power strips, 2 sets of projectors, and 5 portable chargers were taken. The portable chargers were also charged up. In addition, there were some health products and a mix of pills, capsules, and cold medicine packets. 2 delivery packages were also found, one packed in a phone box. Upon opening, there were 6 glass message bottles. In an instant, Shui Li thought of their use. They could be filled with hot water to keep warm in extreme cold. The foam box was also useful, so she stored it away. In the other package, there was unexpectedly a set of underwear. She checked the size, and it fit perfectly. How could she let that go? There was also a back cushion and 7 seat cushions. A women's windbreaker and 2 pairs of almost new flats were found. Shui Li tried them on, 1 pair fit well, and running would not be a problem. She didn't wear them now, as it would get dirty in water later. She stashed them in her space instead. Another medical kit was discovered, containing not only external injury medications but also heart-saving pills, fever reducers, and herbal medicine, making her very satisfied. 7 large barrels of drinking water were found in the storage room, along with 5 empty water barrels, all of which were taken. 20 meters of soft water pipes, 3 new mops, 4 new plastic buckets, and 2 bottles of super glue were collected, alongside 10 rolls of transparent tape. There were also 2 used plastic buckets, which Shui Li took as well. They could be used to store other things if not food. They could be exchanged for new ones later. 13 bottles of hand sanitizer and 2 large bags of hand towels were gathered. Upon seeing these, Shui Li didn't spare even half a bottle from the washroom, taking all the toilet paper next to each toilet too. From the cleaning lady's break room, she found some cardboard in 6 foam boxes. All these were useful. How could one refuse? As for those computers, it was unnecessary to collect them. In the shelter, hardly anyone wanted them due to the lack of internet. What pleased Shui Li the most was finding 2 fire axes in the stairway fire cabinet. They were definitely essentials for home use or travel in the apocalypse. There were also 6 fire extinguishers. After gathering all this, Shui Li sat down and took a breath. Fortunately, at this time, no one discovered what she was doing. She checked the time. There was less than half an hour before the power would go out, and that was the moment Shui Li was waiting for. If the power didn't go out, Shui Li would not dare to go into the water, risking being electrocuted by an unknown high-voltage short circuit. This power and internet outage was an official action due to the many people getting electrocuted outside during the typhoon. She went straight to the 3rd floor, opened a window, and for a moment, the fierce wind almost blew Shui Li away. Such strong wind and rain would be exhausting to swim across from the water surface. But I still have to breathe. Diving underwater is one way. If I really can't stand it, I can go back to the space to breathe. That's a good idea, but the time I can spend in the space each day is limited. It's better to make a simple breathing device. Thinking of this, Shui Li's eyes lit up. She had an idea. She took a mop out of the space, removed the mop head and the handle, leaving only the galvanized pipe in the middle. Then she took out that 20-meter soft water hose and cut it 1 foot longer than the galvanized pipe. Inserting the galvanized pipe into the soft hose made the soft hose stiff. The extra part of the hose could be placed in the mouth for breathing, while the other end of the hard pipe could still stick out above the water. Later, she would only need to use tape to fix this soft yet hard tube to her head. Perfect. Shui Li couldn't help but want to give herself a thumbs up. Right after she finished, the electricity and internet went out. Shui Li quickly ran upstairs and grabbed her tablet, power bank, and everything else. Her movements startled the people on the 6th floor. As for those people, none of them could swim. What would happen to them next had nothing to do with Shui Li. Chapter 5, Faces. Just as Shui Li was about to jump into the water, which had already risen to the 2nd floor, a shrill female voice stopped her. Shui Li, what are you doing? Shui Li looked back and saw a man and a woman from the upstairs, drawn down by her commotion. Shui Li had known she couldn't hide it from others, and she hadn't meant to. Once the window was open, such a strong wind would definitely alert everyone. She curled her lips slightly and suddenly had a playful thought. She put on that innocent expression again, her voice carrying a hint of sorrow. We're all stuck here. Before long, we'll have no food or water. I want to go out and see if I can find someone to rescue us. Even if I can't find help, it'd be good to bring back some food. As she spoke, the rest of the people upstairs also came down. Of course, not including that manager. When they heard Shui Li's words, all their eyes lit up. Those words were like a ray of hope in the dark. How could people not get excited? When it came to knowing how to control hearts, Shui Li was very skilled. Really? Then go quickly. We believe you can definitely find help. Yes. Right. Their eyes were full of hope and longing as they looked at her. But there wasn't a bit of worry for Shui Li. No one asked where the guy with glasses who was with Shui Li had gone. They didn't even think about how fierce the wind and rain were, how fast the water was flowing. How could such a weak girl like Shui Li reach safety? What if something happened to her? Maybe they had thought of that. But not a single one of them cared. Seeing how they acted, Shui Li wasn't disappointed at all. She already knew whether they were humans or ghosts. But it reminded her of how they looked in the last life, and a wave of anger surged in her heart. This time, she would make them taste real despair. The angrier she felt inside, the calmer she looked outside. The more anxious they were, the more hesitant Shui Li became. But, the water is so fast, the wind and rain are so strong. What if I get swept away and never come back? Doesn't anyone worry about me? Do none of you care if I live or die? Maybe someone else should go instead? The moment she said that, the crowd looked awkward, numb, and a few even showed suppressed anger. The awkwardness flashed by quickly. A woman around 30 stepped forward and warmly grabbed Shui Li's hand. Her voice was full of the gentle love of a caring big sister. But Shui Li remembered very clearly. This woman always nitpicked her at work and never showed her a kind face. Xiao Shui. How could we not worry about you? But you're the only one among us who can swim. If someone else goes out, it's like sending them to their death, don't you think? Exactly. Didn't you ask to go out yourself? No one is forcing you. The one saying this was the angry man. As soon as he finished, Shui Li's face also darkened. Then if that's the case, I won't go out. Let's all wait for rescue together in the company. We can wait for a few days if we have to. Saying this, Shui Li turned to head upstairs. The woman quickly grabbed Shui Li's arm, her grip frighteningly strong, showing how much she feared Shui Li changing her mind, her tone getting more urgent. Xiao Shui, don't be angry. It's all Xiao Wang's fault for not knowing how to speak. You are our hope, please don't stoop to his level. I'll make him apologize to you. After saying this, she hurriedly gestured for Xiao Wang to come over and apologize. Others also joined in. Angry man Xiao Wang, under pressure, slowly walked up to Shui Li and mumbled an apology, his voice as small as a mosquito. Shui Li sneered coldly. In the last life, it was this Xiao Wang and the earlier caring big sister who pushed her into the water. What a good performance of black and white faces. Originally, Shui Li planned to sneak away quietly. Since her enemies had come to her door, why not take the chance to torment them? Shui Li rolled her eyes and crossed her arms. That voice is so small I can't hear it. If you don't want to apologize, that's fine. How about you go seek help instead? You. The angry man, already easily irritated, became even angrier when Shui Li treated him this way. But thinking about going out himself, he turned as red as a liver. Yes, if you're going to apologize, it needs to be sincere. Otherwise, go. Exactly, right. The crowd started a new round of attack, their voices getting louder, with two male colleagues standing on either side of him, threatening to forcibly throw him out if he didn't apologize. The angry man's cold sweat started to flow. Go out? What a joke. That was like sending himself to die. The situation was stronger than the man. Angry man Xiao Wang had no choice but to seriously and formally apologize again to Shui Li. I'm sorry, I didn't have a good attitude just now. I apologize. You will definitely find someone to rescue us. You are the light of the company in our hearts. After the typhoon passes, I will definitely give you a big red envelope. See? When it was about his own safety, how good he was at speaking, even the light of the company came out. Well, if one can't speak well, how can they be a mediator? But Shui Li had no intention of letting him off easily. She let out a small sigh, her voice full of sorrow. As for the red envelope, forget it. Going out to find help is my own decision. It's just... At this point, Shui Li deliberately paused and bit her lip. Just as everyone was about to lose patience, Shui Li finally spoke. It's just that I don't even know when I'll be able to find someone to rescue us. I haven't eaten much these past few days. What if I lose strength swimming and can't make it? It would be minor for me to have an accident, but if it delays everyone's rescue, that would be a loss. This. The crowd exchanged glances. Though reluctant, they quickly each pulled out some food and handed it to Shui Li. Ha ha. When Shui Li saw this, there were bread, little cakes, chocolates, fruit candies, and even a bag of beef jerky. Not bad. They could take out this food was within Shui Li's expectation because besides her, not a single person present believed this was the end of the world. They still firmly believed that after the typhoon, life would return to normal. The difficulties they faced were only temporary, most importantly, they hadn't run out of supplies yet. Looking at this food, Shui Li almost couldn't hold back her saliva, needing to show a moved expression, holding the food tightly like a devout believer, tears welling in her eyes, giving a look of determination as if saying, if I don't go to hell, who will? The devotion was real, but it was only towards the food. Since the older brothers and sisters are so good to me, I will definitely not let everyone down and quickly bring people to rescue you all. After saying that, Shui Li opened a piece of chocolate, ate it in big bites, and then found a plastic bag to tie the rest of her harvest to her waist. Then, under the gaze of everyone, she walked to the window, picked up the homemade diving breathing apparatus, and turned back to glance at these people lightly, leaving behind a line from her previous life, "I will come to save you." Like a fish, she resolutely jumped into the water. Chapter 6: The Building. As soon as she hit the water, Shui Li thought to herself, "This is not good." She had rushed things. She had originally swum towards the house she had chosen, but the current kept pushing her in the opposite direction. Especially the strong current below the water, which almost swept away the food bag tied to her waist. Shui Li quickly put the plastic bag into her space. It seemed that swimming underwater wouldn't work, she had to find a way to swim on the surface. Shui Li immediately dodged back into her space. She quickly took off the breathing apparatus on her head. When she turned around and saw those foam boxes, she had an idea at once. Using transparent tape, she tightly stuck the two largest foam boxes together, 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, so they would have great buoyancy. She also left 2 loops on top with tape to use as handholds, in case the current was too strong and she couldn't hold on. It took Shui Li 5 minutes to get these ready. She took a deep breath and returned to the water. This method really worked, Shui Li safely surfaced, and it wasn't that tiring anymore. Looking back, she found herself just to the left of the real estate company's location, out of sight of those people, and didn't have to worry about them spotting the extra foam boxes in her hands, allowing her to swim with confidence. However, the wind on the water was indeed strong, making it hard to breathe. She had originally planned to swim straight over, but with the current, she would have to take a longer route. Shui Li looked at the distance ahead and replanned her route. She found 3 spots to rest temporarily, although it was a bit farther, it was away from trees to avoid being struck by lightning. After about 15 minutes, Shui Li reached her first resting spot, the building that had once saved her life in her previous life. Standing on the familiar air conditioning unit, Shui Li felt somewhat excited, this was truly fate. Although this time she was on the 3rd floor's air conditioning unit, last time it had been on the 7th floor. She had planned to take a brief break and then leave, but thinking of her past life, Shui Li immediately changed her mind. She still remembered that in her previous life, she had stayed on the air conditioning unit for 2 hours before she fished out a wooden stick to break the glass and enter this 18-story office building. This time, she didn't need to do that at all. Plans really don't keep up with changes. She had originally wanted to find a place to stay before coming here to scavenge, but it seemed this was fate. Shui Li took out a fire axe and broke the window with 3 quick strikes before flipping inside the room. At this moment, Shui Li just wanted to laugh joyfully to the sky. The power and internet outage was really great, she didn't have to worry about being watched at all. In her previous life, Shui Li could only open a few unlocked offices to find some food since she hadn't wandered through the apocalypse before, she didn't know some essential survival skills like unlocking doors. But Shui Li remembered that this building had a rolling door at every stairwell, maybe every few floors or maybe one per floor. It wasn't impossible to open. But forcibly dismantling it without a key was still very labor-intensive and time-consuming. Moreover, at that time, the water had already risen to the 6th floor, and she couldn't find the key anywhere. This time, the water only flooded to the 2nd floor, and usually, the security and monitoring rooms have keys for the floors. And normally, security rooms are on the 1st floor, and this building's security room is right within reach. Don't ask Shui Li how she knows this, because there was a guide sign outside the 1st floor of this building introducing the locations of various companies on each floor. Shui Li happened to pass under this building during work hours. I had seen the guard room on the 1st floor. But this meant I would have to go back into the water again. However, the indoor water flow was much gentler compared to the raging currents outside, practically effortless. I wasn't sure if there was a roller shutter between the 1st and 2nd floors, so I would have to test it out first. I put away the foam box and slowly swam down from the 2nd floor staircase. This time, I didn't use the homemade breathing device, it wouldn't last long enough. After swimming for a short distance, I reached the junction of the staircase between the 1st and 2nd floors. Fortunately, there was no roller shutter. Soon, I made it to the 1st floor. Thankfully, it was daytime, and the water only reached the 2nd floor. Through the dim underwater light, I easily found the guard room. The problem was that the door to the guard room was locked, and opening it would require a handy lockpicking tool, which I didn't have. Fortunately, it was a wooden door. With a fire axe in hand, I hammered away at it. It was hard to put in force underwater, and I had to go back to the space for air once. After some effort, I finally made a hole in the door large enough for me to get through. I swam inside and took a look. There was a wall covered with surveillance screens, all showing black screens. On one side, there was a row of metal cabinets, likely the security guards changing lockers. Afraid of missing something, I quickly reached out and grabbed everything. There were also 2 desks with drawers. After rummaging for a bit, I found a large bunch of keys. I also found a toolbox, along with a folding bed in the corner, which I took with me. After taking another breath in the space, I swam back up. Back on the third floor, I first sat down and took several deep breaths before waving my hand to release the keys, toolbox, and metal cabinets. I opened the toolbox first, finding a hammer, wrench, screwdriver, hex key, and other related tools, along with an extendable crowbar. This made me squint in delight. There was also a roll of wire, another of my favorites. With it, opening some ordinary office doors would be no trouble. Holding the crowbar, I pried open the metal cabinets one by one. Just as I guessed, they were indeed the security guards' changing lockers. An unexpected surprise was that each locker contained a stun baton, 12 in total. I opened them up and saw that they were dual use, for both charging and battery operation. They had been waterlogged, though, and I wasn't sure if they still worked. But it didn't matter, whether they worked or not, I had to keep them for now and repair them later when I had the time. I also found charging cables for the batons, which I gathered up as well before I finally had time to look around the third floor. I first looked at the company logo on the wall. It seemed to be a network game company. I searched through the rooms, and it seemed that the company occupied the entire third to fifth floors, possibly even the second floor, but there was no need to investigate further. True to the IT world, it was almost all men. In terms of everyday items, I found over 20 external hard drives, 19 tablets, and more than 10 razors. There were also new toothbrushes, toothpaste, towels, shampoo, most of which were for hair growth, shower gel, men's lotion, Safeguard soap, and several sulfur soaps. The most fitting items for IT guys were 5 boxes of hair growth solution. There were also several hundred security tags. More than 20 thermos cups. I also grabbed some A4 paper. From the looks of it, there were about 100 packs, and I didn't take any more. After sweeping through the building, if there was still room, I could take more. Various clothes and shoes, no matter if they were new or old, I didn't let any of them go. They could be traded for supplies later, and those that couldn't be traded could be used to start fires in extreme cold. Most of the clothes contained synthetic fibers, perfect for burning. Now, what troubled me was the issue of food and heating. As for the most essential weapons for the apocalypse, I didn't have to worry too much with 2 fire axes and stun batons for now. Although I didn't know if the stun batons worked, I was sure that at least some of the 12 would be usable. Chapter 7, Harvest. The biggest harvest for Waterpair in the game company is that pile of food. No wonder it is the industry that ranks first in overtime work. There are over 100 packs of instant noodles of various flavors. Self-heating hot pot, self-heating rice, spicy sour noodles, snail noodles, and hot dry noodles add up to quite a lot. Then there are various snacks, potato chips, ham sausages, pickled mustard greens, luncheon meat, laugon ma, chocolate, and more. The drinks, beer, and various brands of cigarettes are the most abundant. I even found 2 strong flashlights, both still with batteries, which was a pleasant surprise. There are 15 full barrels of purified water, 8 half barrels, and 12 empty barrels. The disposable chopsticks weigh over 10 pounds altogether. In the cleaner's room, I found 25 barrels of 84 disinfectant, each weighing 10 pounds. 30 pairs of rubber gloves. There are over 100 rolls of toilet paper and a large bag of garbage bags. Of course, the hand sanitizer and toilet testing paper were not overlooked. Waste paper boxes and foam boxes were cleaned up and placed separately with other paper materials to see how it goes later. The boss's office must be paid a visit. Just opening that shiny anti-theft door took Waterpair quite a bit of effort. Fortunately, the hard work paid off. Famous cigarettes, fine liquor, renowned tea, coffee beans, cigars, and red wine could fill 2 boxes. There are 3 men's mechanical watches, all big brands. The exact value Waterpair estimates is not low. What attracts Waterpair the most is the jade ornament on the table and a set of silver wine pots and cups in the wine cabinet. This is the key item that can upgrade Waterpair's space. Yes, in the last life, Waterpair discovered that there are 4 types of items that can upgrade space: jade, silver, antique porcelain, and antique calligraphy and paintings. As for gold, it does not have this function. Whatever you put in, you take out the same. Perhaps it's because Waterpair's space is based on silver bracelets. Besides these 2 items, the game company is entirely modern in style. There is no solid wood furniture to be found, only composite materials. Waterpair put all these things into the space to wait for the upgrade and continued searching. The 6th to 9th floors are occupied by a clothing design company. In the last life, Waterpair was able to hold on until the rescue team arrived thanks to the food acquired from floors 7, 8, and 9 of this company. At that time, she didn't realize how important clothes were. Even if she didn't know space couldn't take them away. This time, Waterpair took away all the clothes from here. The 2 floors are filled with down jackets and down pants, for men, women, and children alike. There are also hats, scarves, gloves, and other matching winter items. Many are thickened. In northern cities, the demand for down jackets is very high, making a company specializing in their design quite reasonable. I found many compression bags to put into the space, planning to compress and pack the down jackets that Waterpair couldn't wear later to save space. The remaining 2 floors are for spring and summer clothing, all women's wear, and not a single piece will be left behind. Other items are just the opposite of those downstairs in the game company, mostly female products. Cosmetics, skincare products, face masks, shampoos, conditioners, sanitary pads, wet wipes, hair ties, hair clips, and more from various brands. Various snacks, drinks, fruits, brown sugar, bird's nest, a jiao, milk powder, soy milk, and some milk tea bags. There are also some instant foods. For large organizing boxes. Seeing that the express deliveries were all opened, I also found 2 sets of lingerie and 5 pairs of panties. I found dozens of safety t-shirts, which is also a commonality between the two companies. The downstairs is filled with single men, while the upstairs is full of single women. I wonder if the bosses of these two companies renting together has any meaning of yin-yang harmony. Naturally, I took all the purified water barrels, as well as various medicines and a first aid kit. I also found a jade bracelet, a jade pendant, and 6 pairs of silver ear studs at the workstations. The biggest harvest in the boss's room is an antique calligraphy work and a pair of pastel porcelain vases. Waterpair can recognize them because when her hand touches these items, a light will shine in her mind about those items in the space. This was discovered by Shui Li in her past life. If she were born in a peaceful era, Shui Li believed that with this ability, she could definitely become a successful antique dealer. The boss of the clothing company should be a woman. You can tell from the large pink bed in her lounge. The latex mattress looked comfortable, and the soft pink bedding made it almost impossible for a young girl to move. Although Shui Li had lived through 2 lifetimes, she couldn't resist that heart of a young girl, and her actual age now was only 19. She decisively took out the large bed she had acquired from the real estate agent boss, replacing the small, soft pink one. Seeing that there was also a bathroom next door, Shui Li walked in. Inside, there was a water heater, and the bathing supplies were sufficient. She tested the water, and because the power outage hadn't lasted long, the water temperature was just right. Shui Li took a refreshing bath, washing her underwear with the water, then putting it into her space. As for the real estate agent's uniform, she didn't throw it away, she would wear it when leaving, to avoid getting other clothes wet. She took out a new towel to dry her body and then retrieved the underwear from the real estate agent's courier package to change into. Normally, she should have washed it first, but clearly, Shui Li didn't have the conditions for that. Then she took out a set of sportswear from the clothes she had just gathered and put it on. Instantly, Shui Li felt light and relaxed. Her hair could only air dry naturally, there was no electricity, so she couldn't do anything about it. However, she didn't forget the electric hairdryer and toiletries in the bathroom. She took out a packet of ginger tea and used a disposable cup to brew a cup with the remaining hot water from a water dispenser. She drank it while it was still hot. The warmth instantly chased away most of the cold she had from soaking in the water earlier. Although it was summer, the storm under the typhoon was still very cool, and catching a cold would be a huge loss. After confirming nothing was missing, Shui Li headed to the 10th floor. When she opened the door, what she saw almost made Shui Li jump in excitement. It turned out that this floor was a large open-plan space, but that wasn't what excited Shui Li. What really made her thrilled was that this floor was actually the employee cafeteria. A cafeteria. Just think about it. A starving ghost from the apocalypse who hadn't eaten a proper meal in years, now faced with a place like this, it was enough to make her mouth water. Without thinking much, Shui Li rushed straight to the kitchen. Looking at the bags of rice, flour, oil, and baskets of vegetables and fruits, though some were a bit stale after 3 days, but she thought, that's nothing, and the layers of eggs, and huge refrigerators and freezers. Shui Li's heart almost leaped out of her body. The corners of Shui Li's mouth almost reached her ears, showing a little white teeth, looking like the silly person watching a 2-person show in the countryside. Seeing all this, she didn't bother to count the supplies, her mind was filled with thoughts of delicious hot meals. The only thing in her mind was to cook as quickly as possible and get the food into her mouth. She quickly walked to the stove, where all kinds of pots, bowls, and utensils were ready. The fuel used was gas tanks. It made sense. This was an office building, not a residential area, so not having gas was normal. There were 4 burners, and the gas tanks used were the large ones typically used in restaurants. They were at least twice as big as the ones used in regular homes. Chapter 8, Inventory. In the nearby storage room, there were 6 full gas tanks like that. If Shui Li were to use them herself, they would last at least 2 years. There were also 2 that seemed empty, but Shui Li wasn't going to leave them behind. People who didn't know would think that when the gas shrinks, it's used up and needs to be replaced. But Shui Li knew how to make the gas tanks work at their maximum value. This was a precious skill she had gained from living in the countryside with her grandmother. Without hesitation, Shui Li began working. She slightly calmed her excited heart, and with trembling hands, still cautious, she locked the rolling shutter door between the 9th and 10th floors and also pulled at the shutter door of the 11th floor to make sure it was sturdy. After checking, he returned to the kitchen to count carefully again. First, he opened the 3-door refrigerator, which was 2 meters high and 3 meters wide. On the upper shelf, there was a large bag of white steamed buns, with about 30 of them. There were at least 10 pounds of tomatoes, 20 pounds of celery, and 5 heads of Chinese cabbage. There were also about 10 pounds of rapeseed greens. There were 10 heads of cauliflower, 10 heads of broccoli, 20 pounds of garlic sprouts, 20 pounds of chives, and a large bag each of green and sharp peppers. There were 10 pounds each of carrots and white radishes. There were 20 eggplants and 30 pounds of green beans. 10 pounds of garlic, 10 pounds of ginger, and 30 pounds of green onions. 20 pounds of cucumbers, 10 pounds of pleurotus mushrooms, 10 pounds of king oyster mushrooms, and 10 pounds of shiitake mushrooms. There were 8 heads of pickled cabbage, 30 heads of baby bok choy, 10 pounds of enoki mushrooms, 10 pounds of garlic chives, 10 pounds of bitter melon, and 5 tender pumpkins. In addition, outside the refrigerator, there was a bag of potatoes and a bag of onions, each weighing 100 pounds. Next to the cutting board, there were 3 heads of Chinese cabbage, a dozen garlic cloves, and 3 pieces of ginger. In the middle section of the refrigerator, about 1 foot wide, there was only one type of food, ground meat. Each was packed in plastic bags, with each bag weighing about 5 pounds. The ground meat was divided into pork and beef, with 10 bags each, totaling around 100 pounds of meat. Under the refrigerator, there were 3 drawers. The first one contained pieces of lean meat, each weighing 2 pounds, with a total of 30 pieces, which is 60 pounds. It was clearly meant for stir-frying. The second drawer had fatty pork, also in pieces, weighing about 50 pounds. The third drawer held braised meat, including pig's head, pig's ears, pig's tongue, pig's liver, pig's stomach, pig's lungs, pig's heart, pig's intestines, pig's trotters, pig's tails, and pig's hocks. There were at least 60 pounds here. Next to it were 2 large freezers. One was filled with frozen seafood. There was a big snakeskin bag of yellow croaker, 8 big boxes of hairtail fish, a big snakeskin bag of mackerel, 6 boxes of shrimp, 2 pounds of dried shrimp, 30 pounds of dried shrimp, 2 boxes of dried cuttlefish, and 15 pounds of small salted fish. In the other freezer, on one side were braised beef, braised donkey meat, and ribs. On the other side were whole chickens, chicken breast, chicken thighs, chicken wings, chicken feet, and chicken frames. Both freezers were full, ensuring plenty of meat for the upcoming years. After counting all this, he also checked the rice, flour, and cooking oil. There were 50-pound bags of rice, with 10.5 bags, and 50-pound bags of flour, totaling 11.5 bags. 200 pounds of corn flour, 150 pounds of corn husks, 100 pounds of sorghum, 200 pounds of millet, and 50 pounds of black rice. 100 pounds each of sweet potatoes, peanuts, yellow beans, green beans, and red beans, and 50 pounds of black beans. There were 9 buckets of peanut oil, each 20 pounds, and 2 large cans of lard totaling 50 pounds, both 80 pounds of rapeseed oil and soybean oil. There could be 1,000 eggs, about 500 preserved eggs, and 200 salted duck eggs. For seasonings, there were 5 boxes of salt, 26 bottles of sesame oil, 1.5 boxes of dark soy sauce with 15 bottles, 19.5 bottles of light soy sauce, 1 box and 8 bottles of aged vinegar, 9 bottles of white vinegar, 8 bottles of cooking wine, 12 bottles of steamed fish soy sauce, and 13.5 bottles of oyster sauce. There were over 40 bags of chicken essence and MSG, a large box of 13 spice mix, 2 big bags of yeast, 16 bags of edible baking soda, and 10 pounds each of white sugar and rock sugar. Cornstarch and sweet potato starch were also stocked up. There were 38 bottles of lao gan ma, 22 bottles of Pixian bean paste, and 15 large bottles of yellow bean sauce, as well as about 20 to 30 packs of hot pot base. There were at least 30 pounds each of Sichuan pepper, star anise, and dried chilies. For seaweed, dried kelp, black fungus, silver fungus, and dried mushrooms, each had over 10 pounds. Rice noodles were also a favorite of Waterpair, with both wide and thin noodles being around 100 pounds each. In the fruit category, there were 10 large watermelons, 2 boxes of grapes, a basket of apples, and 17 trays of bananas, with black spots on the skin. These were all common seasonal fruits from the north. In terms of kitchen utensils, besides the 4-burner gas stove, there was a large steaming pot with 4 layers, mainly used in restaurants to steam buns and mantou. There were also 2 small 2-tiered steamers for home use, 2 pure iron frying pans, 1 large pressure cooker, 1 large electric griddle, and 3 large clay pots. There were 2 wooden cutting boards, each 1 meter by 2 meters, used for making noodle dishes. The vegetable cutting was done on tree stumps, of which there were 4, and it seems that the nickname for the position cutting stump in restaurant kitchens came from this. The knife collection includes 2 boning knives, 2 cleavers, and 5 ordinary kitchen knives. This adds more to the arsenal for Waterpair. There are exactly 10 dumpling covers, 2 manual noodle machines, 1 large electric soy milk maker, 2 microwave ovens, and 3 large rice cookers. 3 large plastic water storage barrels with covers, all filled with water. They should be for dealing with water outages, which benefits Waterpair nicely. There are dozens of stainless steel bowls in various sizes and 10 small plastic buckets with covers. All necessary cooking utensils like spatulas, spoons, and strainers are fully available. There are also a few hundred disposable takeout boxes. Several rolls of plastic wrap and aluminum foil. After finishing the inventory, Waterpair first installs a burner on an empty gas canister, grabs a small household steamer, fills it half full with water from the faucet. Luckily, the water hasn't stopped yet, but it's likely to soon, then lights it and waits for the water to boil. As Water Pear expected, there is still plenty of gas in the canister, so cooking a meal is not a problem. She scoops out 2 pounds of rice to wash and set aside. Yes, Water Pear is planning to make rice. Although the power is out, Water Pear can still use the stove to steam rice. This is all learned from Grandma. The method is simple. Once the water boils, add the rice, stir a few times, and cook it until it is about 80% done before using a strainer to scoop it out. Then, lay a layer of cotton cloth, commonly known as a steamer cloth, on the steamer. Place the scooped rice on top and steam for 10 minutes. During this time, Water Pear takes the opportunity to look around the space, which seems a bit messy. Moreover, the space has absorbed all the silverware, jade, antiques, and paintings, making it now 80 square meters. With a ceiling height of 4 meters, there are over 320 cubic meters now. She finds a spacious area and first takes out all the food, medicine, tablets, and power banks from the space. Then, she takes out 4 organizing boxes she found at the clothing company. She cuts an A4 paper into 4 pieces. She writes snacks, candies, tea powder, self-heating food, tablet power bank, and medicines on them. She uses tape to stick these labels on the organizing boxes. Then, she categorizes and reorganizes them in a corner of the space. Wanting to take out one of the food items is very simple, she just needs to think about it without opening the organizing box. The remaining items are instant noodles. Those that can be packed into boxes are placed into cardboard boxes in the space, while those without boxes are stuffed into a large bag and stored together. She moves the little pink item to another corner and covers it with a curtain. Then, she piles all the new clothes on the bed. There's also a pack of A4 paper, neatly organized into a corner. Some random items are freshly arranged, making the space look organized. Of course, all this organizing is done with her mind outside the space, so Water Pear doesn't need to waste time and space. Once the space is organized, the water is boiling, so she puts in the rice, stirs it a bit, and doesn't need to worry about it for now. She finds a small basin, cracks in 3 eggs, takes out 2 tomatoes, washes them, and chops them into pieces, preparing to make scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Next to the cutting board is a piece of green onion, which she also chops finely. She then takes out a pig trotter from the refrigerator, setting it aside to steam along with the rice once it is ready. Looking at the time, it's already 5 in the afternoon. Water Pear doesn't plan to leave tonight and will rest here for the night. Thinking for a moment, she takes out 40 pounds of pork belly and a white chicken, planning to partially freeze them for later use. Tonight, she plans to make braised pork and chicken soup. Water Pear initially wanted to prepare more dishes, but she is reluctant to use the gas. Even though there is a power and internet outage, and she guesses the water might be shut off soon, the gas in the residential area will not stop for about 10 more days. So, the remaining dishes she wants to make will have to wait until she goes up to the 15th floor to prepare. With this in mind, she quickly takes out all the clean, empty pure water buckets, filling them one by one with water. Then, she leaves some green onions, ginger, garlic, various seasonings, and the necessary kitchen utensils, bowls, and basins, putting all the other items back into the space. The rice is ready to be steamed now. Turn off the heat and take the rice out, then find a bowl with similar capacity to pour the rice soup into for space. Also, leave a bowl aside to cool down. Rice soup is really good, rich in nutrients, don't throw it away, it's a waste. Plus, with space on hand, you can drink it whenever you want while it's still warm. Hee hee. Wash the pot again, add water, and wait for it to boil. During this time, weigh the gas canister that was already on the stove. It looks like there's still about half a can left. If I take this gas can away, it'll waste space, so I might as well stay up and use it all tonight. Let's do it. First, make the dishes with stronger flavors. Based on the size of the 2 frying pans, I take out 20 pounds of yellow flower fish, 20 pounds of ribbon fish, a frozen chicken, a bunch of garlic shoots, and 2 onions. Half of the yellow flower fish will be braised with sauce, and the other half will be marinated and then deep fried in flour. Ribbon fish will be braised, and the fish segments will be stir-fried. Pick, wash, and chop the ingredients, and the food in the steamer is ready. Turn off the heat and quickly stir-fry the tomatoes with eggs. Looking at the table, with the bright red braised pig's feet, the vibrant colored tomato scrambled eggs, the fragrant white rice, and the rice soup with a skin layer. Shui Li couldn't hold back her emotions and cried while laughing at how she could be reborn, crying about how there's no need to relive such a bitter, apocalyptic world. After crying and laughing enough, Shui Li calmed down, taking small bites and chewing slowly. She wanted to taste every grain of rice, to remember the flavor of every dish. This meal took Shui Li a whole hour to finish. After the meal, she continued to fetch water and cook. When it got dark and she couldn't see anymore, she took out 2 tablets and turned on their flashlight functions, barely enough to provide light. During this time, she used up both empty gas canisters and filled up all the pure water barrels. The half-full barrels of water she scavenged were combined into full ones, and with 5 more barrels, they were all filled up. In total, there were nearly 70 barrels of water. She also found over 20 new plastic barrels, and filled those too. Plus, the 3 large water tanks from the restaurant. It would last for a while. In the space, there were also some used empty plastic barrels and empty oil containers. Shui Li thought she might use these to store some gasoline and diesel when the opportunity arises. On one stove, she made braised pork, and in an iron pot, the ribbon fish, then proceeded to make yellow flower fish. 2 other stoves were used to stew chicken soup in clay pots. A busy work session that lasted until midnight. Shui Li had finished cooking all the ingredients she had prepared. 2 large bowls of fragrant braised pork, 2 pots and a big bowl of chicken soup, 1 medium bowl of braised yellow flower fish, 1 medium bowl of deep-fried yellow flower fish, and 1 bowl each of stir-fried fish segments and braised ribbon fish. The room was filled with the delicious aroma. If it weren't for the strong wind and rain outside, even the agents could probably smell it. To say Shui Li's cooking skills aren't exceptional, but she is definitely good at making northern home-cooked meals. She learned how to cook from her grandmother, but her cooking skills truly came from the chef at the mobile banquet catering service for red and white weddings back home. If there's a family that needs to entertain many guests, the chef would need to hire assistants. And usually, rural weddings would take place during holidays. The fat chef from her hometown was named Zoe, and Shui Li called him Uncle Zoe, a really nice person. Seeing how hard Shui Li and her grandmother worked, Zoe, starting from when Shui Li was in junior high, would always ask her to help whenever he needed an assistant, as long as Shui Li had time. Each time he paid her 50 yuan. The dishes from the banquet would always include a lot of leftovers that Zoe would give Shui Li and her grandmother to take home. Once everything was done, there was only a little left in the gas can. Shui Li didn't plan on cooking more, and planned to stew a chicken with the clay pot in the morning to almost use it all up. She took out a chicken to slowly defrost. Then she let herself lie down, got into bed, and fell asleep quickly. Listening to the raging wind and rain outside, Shui Li was asleep in no time. A dreamless night, and when she opened her eyes in the morning, it's almost 8 o'clock when I check my phone. I hurriedly get up to tidy the big bed, wanting to fetch water to wash my face, only to find there's no water supply. I can't help but privately thank myself for being so wise to fill the water storage last night. My face might not need washing, but I still need to brush my teeth under certain conditions. I take out a disposable cup filled with water, and a new toothbrush with toothpaste, carefully brushing my teeth. While using the toilet, I suddenly think about the problem of flushing without water, and I can't help but feel overwhelmed. For a moment, I don't know how to solve this issue. It looks like I need to prioritize this matter too. For breakfast, I have a steamed bun with a bowl of chicken soup, and I spread some lao gan ma on the bun. Although the bun is cold, the hot chicken soup and lao gan ma's spiciness still made me sweat while eating. According to last night's plan, I start simmering the chicken soup. Forgetting about it, I directly go upstairs to continue my search. I find myself getting more and more addicted to searching, wanting to unpack blind boxes, never knowing what surprise awaits me, and never knowing how much I will gain. From the 11th floor to the top floor, there are 2 companies left. One is a mother and baby goods company, whose milk powder is all imported, with no Chinese on the packaging. It seems to be an overseas purchasing company. Diapers, baby bottles, pacifiers, baby clothes, walkers, cribs, cradles, strollers, toys, floral water, talcum powder, small mosquito nets, and other items needed for babies aged 0 to 3 years are basically all here. There are also clothes, nutritional products, folic acid, underwear, books, and milk powder for pregnant women, and so on. Seeing this, I was stunned for a moment. Then I directly took them all away. These things instantly took up 1/3 of the space. At that moment, I made a decision that would absolutely influence my entire life. I want to find that person, be with him, and have 2 chubby babies for him. Even if we are in a doomsday, even if the future is bleak. In this life, I no longer want to be alone, I am tired of the lonely days. Chapter 10, Departure. In the office of the boss of the mother and baby supplies company, there are hardly any antiques, just a set of gold inlaid jade jewelry. However, I found many imported medicines. I have to check online later to find out what they are for. At other workstations, I also found several pairs of silver earrings and a gold necklace. Finally, when I stepped into the last company on the top floor, I almost thought I had time traveled again. The decoration style is ancient and elegant, with entire sets of redwood furniture, giving an exquisite atmosphere everywhere. It feels like a private club of a successful person with a sense of sentiment. I feel a surge of excitement. There must be a lot of antiques in here. I look at the company logo. Some film and television company. Sweat. Regardless of whether there are antiques or not, this trip is not wasted. All this redwood furniture is made of top-quality wood. Just thinking about using such exquisite and expensive furniture as firewood makes me feel a bit of a Versace vibe. Thinking about it, as a scavenger in this doomsday, I, Shui Li, don't seem so bad after all. What am I waiting for? I decide to take all the wooden furniture away. I must say, this company really opened my eyes. Each star actor's workspace is truly varied and fascinating. Some are filled with brand name bags, clothes, and shoes, high-end cosmetics. I picked a few simple and elegant bags that I like. I took away the remaining skincare products and clothes, and only chose flat casual sports shoes and flat leather snow boots. In some rooms, there are many handmade items. The most bizarre thing is that in one room, I found many indescribable items, along with small whips and a box of candles. The problem is, this is the studio of a somewhat famous male actor. I can only silently sigh, the entertainment circle really knows how to have fun. Sighing aside, candles are a great thing. Now that the power is out and the internet is down, they're most needed for night lighting. Nothing more to say, just take it. Other food and drinks are pretty much the same as other companies. What's really different is that there are indeed many pieces of jewelry. It seems that being an actor was really profitable before the apocalypse. I found a pure water barrel with a filtering device in the film boss's office, and I also found a spare filter. This thing is exactly what water pair needs. The water has stopped now, and even if it comes again in the future, it will only be in half a month. After that, having a set of water filtering equipment will be so important. I decisively made the purchase. This boss is indeed wealthy. He really has a few good antiques in his office, but they only account for a quarter of his entire collection. The rest of those fakes were either bought to fill the gaps, or this boss was tricked. I don't even know if he knows himself. If he really was fooled, he must be very angry. Waterpair felt pity for his lost money. Oh, spit. What am I thinking? What time is it? Still thinking about these nonsense. Waterpair suspected that she might have some kind of mental illness, as she loved to indulge in wild fantasies. Indeed, surviving alone in the apocalypse for 8 years, it would be strange if there were no psychological issues. The boss's office is on the top floor, and there's a glass sunroom going up from here. It is beautifully built and solid. Even the strong typhoon couldn't make it leak. Waterpair really wanted to tear down this glass room, but thought better of it. Firstly, the thing is too big to move. Secondly, with Waterpair's own strength, it was impossible to dismantle this sunroom. She had to give up with a heavy heart. However, in the corner, there is a barbecue rack and 3 bags of charcoal, which is just what Waterpair needs. Not bad. Looking at those precious flowers and plants, even though no one had taken care of them for a few days, they still looked pretty good. But Waterpair was not interested in them. Even if she was, it would be useless. Once the extreme cold comes, they would all die. She actually liked their flower pots and soil very much. Pulling out all the flowers and taking away the flower pots. If one day she could plant some vegetables, wouldn't she have soil then? After collecting everything she wanted, she noticed there was still a lot of space left. After another round of gathering, the space expanded by at least 50 square meters. Now it was a good 130 square meters. Following the principle of not wasting any resources, I took all the paper materials from the 2 companies above the 10th floor to use for firewood. Returning to the dining area on the 10th floor, the gas tank was already out of gas. This chicken was still a little tough, but if she wanted to eat it, she could, and it would be better if she could stew it for another 10 minutes. She put away all the things, and there was nothing left on the 10th floor to be nostalgic about. Opening the roller shutter, she walked on while collecting paper products, stock from the cleaning lady, and in the end, brought back the big bed from the agent's company. Looking at the harvest in the space, it was no less than robbing a small supermarket. Waterpair felt a little relieved. She had gathered the essentials for survival in the apocalypse: clothing, food, accommodation, weapons, and medicine, even though it was still far from enough. The most important part, movement, has not been settled yet. Ships, planes, Waterpair didn't consider; they were impossible to obtain. But cars, speedboats, inflatable boats, those could still be thought of. About these 2, Waterpair already had a rough target in mind. And the places that owned these 2 items were not close to Waterpair's current location. Swimming through a typhoon with her current body could only be described as seeking death. Clearing her thoughts, she continued downwards. By the time she reached the bottom, she found that the water had already reached the 3rd floor. If this continued, by tomorrow morning, it would likely flood to the middle of the 3rd floor. In her previous life, it had only flooded to the 8th floor before it stopped rising, and that was after half a month. But at this rate, it would be hard not to exceed that. Could it be that in this life, her rebirth caused a butterfly effect? Making the natural disasters worse? Well, there's nothing to be done about that. I hope the rain will be a little lighter in the future. We can only take it step by step now. Looking at the time, it's already past 10 in the morning, and there are still many things left to collect, some of which are still underwater. It seems I need to hurry while the water level isn't too high. Otherwise, if the water is too deep and the pressure too strong, even with the space enhancement, it would be hard to avoid injuring my body. Quickly changing into the real estate company uniform, the cold, wet clothes made me shiver. After getting used to it for a while, I took out the phone box and leaped into the water, swimming towards the second stop I had planned yesterday. This time it went relatively smoothly, the wind outside seemed lighter than yesterday, and I arrived in just over 20 minutes. The second stop was a tall street lamp. If there hadn't been a power outage, I wouldn't have dared to choose this as a temporary stop. Although it went well, I was still exhausted. It seems that once things stabilize, I need to prioritize exercising my body. I took out a Snickers bar, eating only half to replenish my energy, while putting the other half back into the space. The hearty food I gathered this time is limited, so I need to be economical with my eating. After resting for a bit, I gathered my strength and set off towards the third stopping point. Chapter 11, Softness. It took me another 20 minutes to swim to the third stop. This was a 10-story securities company, and it should have central air conditioning since there were no outdoor units. I could only grab onto the outside drainage pipe for a slight rest. Casually glancing at the windows inside. Wow! There were actually people trapped inside. From my current perspective, I could see about 10 people. I couldn't help but sigh, greedy bosses are everywhere, and this year seems particularly bad. Days before the typhoon, the officials had already issued a notice to stop work and school. I initially thought only the real estate boss was trying to make a quick buck. It turns out financial companies are just as relentless. They really value money over life. After all, the stock market relates to how many wealthy individuals fill their pockets. Today is Thursday, and the stock market operates from Monday to Friday. Coincidentally, Monday was when the typhoon started, and it wasn't a holiday. Everyone had their own reasons. I wasn't any different. For just a few extra bucks in overtime pay, didn't I still go to work? Otherwise, I wouldn't have such experiences in both lives. Suddenly, a sense of empathy surged in my heart. If there was no one inside, I originally wanted to go in and loot a bit, but since there were people, it's better to forget it. They probably wouldn't have much left. At that moment, the people inside also saw me, waking up from their listless state, rushing to the window. Some were banging on the glass, shouting for help. Others looked at the little girl outside, out of place in the raging flood, worrying, while many appeared numb. Those shouting for help were few. After seeing my situation, they closed their mouths, perhaps thinking I was swept here by the water. One man, about 50 and wearing glasses, surprisingly managed to open a window amidst the heavy rain, calling out and waving at me. The wind was so strong that I could only hear the scattered words of "come in." It seemed he wanted me to come inside to take shelter. He probably saw me as an accidental victim who got swept here. That makes sense. Anyone in my current state and situation would think the same way. Seeing the old man's clearly haggard face, even though he was trapped, he was still worried about a stranger. This couldn't help but warm my heart. The fact that he could still feel such compassion shows that he believes these difficulties are just temporary and will soon pass. Once he really experienced the trials of the apocalypse, he would understand how naive and even foolish his current self is. This is also the thought of most people nowadays. After all, the typhoon has only been around for 4 days, and many still believe everything will pass soon. But reality will quickly wake them up. However, Shui Li still feels grateful to the old man. Despite having experienced the brutality of the apocalypse, Shui Li still preserves a softness in her heart for those who show her kindness. Of course, if such people turn bad later, Shui Li won't be soft-hearted towards them. She wanted to leave some food for the old man, but Shui Li was wet all over, soaked in the water, with both hands exposed. Taking out items recklessly would seem abrupt, so she immediately dismissed the idea. Shui Li could only force a sincere smile at the old man and wave her hand, signaling him to close the window and go back. Looking at the height of the building, even if the water rose higher, it wouldn't reach the top. As long as these people don't starve, there won't be any life-threatening danger. Not wanting to dwell on it further, she smiled at the old man again, looked toward her target community not far away, and continued her journey. The reactions of the people in the finance company were no longer in Shui Li's consideration. She swam on, retreating at times. Overall, the distance she advanced was still greater. Finally, after another 20 or so minutes, Shui Li reached her destination. It was a total distance of several hundred meters, and Shui Li swam for nearly an hour and a half in bursts. If it were a normal day, no matter whether she was in the sea, river, or swimming pool, it would never take this long. As she approached the community entrance, there was still a strong current tugging downward, probably from an uncovered sewer. It almost swept Shui Li away, but fortunately, she replenished her energy in her space and managed to get away from there. It seemed she must find a boat or something similar that could float and carry people to get out again. Fortunately, there was no real danger, and she arrived safely. This community is called Ziwei Garden, with about 20 buildings. The tallest building has 30 floors, and the shortest has 19. Upon entering the community gate, there are two 19-story buildings on either side, known as Building 1 and Building 2. The house that Shui Li needs to go to is exactly on the 15th floor of Building 2. This building has 3 households per staircase, 1 living room and 1 bedroom, 2 bedrooms and 1 living room, and 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, all small units. This is a redevelopment house. Landlords usually have several or even dozens of properties. Every year, they do nothing but collect rent, allowing their family to live without worry. This made Shui Li very envious back in the day. Becoming a landlord was her goal at that time. But before she could fully pursue her ambitions, the apocalypse came, forcing her to lower her goals repeatedly. Now, she just wants to use her knowledge of various natural disasters and the space that came with this life to stockpile more necessary supplies, allowing her to survive a little longer in the apocalypse. Moreover, she wants to survive alongside that person. In her previous life, she managed to survive for 8 years. In this life, she can surely do even better. What if she survives until the end of the apocalypse? Hee. Back to the point, most residents here are renters. This has its advantages and disadvantages for Shui Li. The advantage is that there are no squatters, and the frequent movement of people means Shui Li can blend in without drawing attention. The downside is that the demographic here is very mixed. Aside from the occasional landlords, there are too many people with unknown backgrounds, making the safety factor very low. As for 1502, the unit Shui Li is going to, it can be said that there is no landlord. Because the real landlord is the one who committed suicide by cutting his wrist. According to Shui Li's current memories, this owner has 3 properties in this building alone, with the other 2 seemingly on the 7th and 11th floors. Including her previous life, that makes it over 8 years. The time is too long. Shui Li can only remember these details roughly. After the original homeowner died, her property was taken over by her relative from the neighboring city, who was the CEO of a listed company and also not short on money. So, Shui Li was not worried at all about being exposed. In such weather conditions, that relative's CEO probably couldn't come to check on things. This also left Shui Li very puzzled. With such good conditions and such a wealthy relative, what could have possibly made them want to commit suicide? Even if one wanted to die, experiencing an apocalyptic game before dying would be much better. Wouldn't that add a note on the resume given by Lord Yama when reincarnating? Such a pity for the original homeowner. Chapter 12, Shock. The unit door of building number 2 had long been submerged underwater. The only way to get in was through the residence window or the stairwell window. Looking at the intact glass above the water, it seemed that no one had left the building since it flooded to the 2nd floor. This meant that the residents on the 1st to 3rd floors were very likely still inside. It was just unclear where they were now. Of course, none of this mattered to Shui Li. To avoid unnecessary trouble, she thought for just a moment before decisively choosing the stairwell window. This window was not small, it was perfectly square, with each side measuring a solid 1.2 meters. This would make it convenient for taking out larger items that were not easy to hide. Using a fire axe to break the window would be too eye-catching, so she took out a piece of unusual stone from the office boss's shelf and, with a crash, it was done in one go. Swiftly, she cleared away the remaining shards of glass from the window frame and entered smoothly. She even casually took that stone back. It was quite useful and throwing it away would be a waste. The sound of shattering glass was not loud in the typhoon, but it still alerted people in the building. Or rather, it wasn't the sound of glass breaking that caught their attention, but the sight of Shui Li swimming nearby that made the attentive ones notice. Just as she climbed onto the 4th floor, she ran into 2 women and 1 man, who seemed to have been specifically waiting for her arrival. The man was a strong fellow in his 30s, and when he saw Shui Li's wet figure, especially the snow-white, straight long legs wrapped in a black skirt, his gaze was ambiguous. The 2 women, one was a plump old woman in her 50s or 60s, and the other was a young girl in her early 20s, who looked a bit timid. The old woman had explosive curly hair, and judging by their appearance, she and the man were likely mother and son, as they both had similar features. Seeing Shui Li come up, she hurriedly switched on her 1,000 questions mode. "Little girl, where did you come from? What's it like outside now? Have you seen the rescue team? Are you a resident of our building? How come I've never seen you before? Which room do you live in? Blah blah blah." A barrage of questions could leave anyone dazed. Until the old woman still wanted to ask more, she noticed the girl opposite her had a blank expression, showing no response to any of her questions, which made her stop. Looking at Shui Li, who had nothing but 2 connected phone boxes in her hands, she became very angry and started questioning loudly again. "Do you understand respect for your elders? Why don't you answer questions from your seniors quickly? You really have no manners." These words successfully ignited a flame of anger in Shui Li's dark starry eyes, and the sound of her clenched fists cracking echoed. The next moment, just as Shui Li was about to punch the old woman in the face, the man spoke up at the right time. "Sister, don't misunderstand. My mom has just been stuck in the building for too long and is too eager to know what's happening outside. She's older, and her mind gets a little muddled, so please don't take her words to heart. I apologize on her behalf." Saying that, he flashed what he thought was a charming smile, revealing a standard set of 8 teeth. If the lines and scheming on his face weren't so obvious, it might have almost convinced people of his wickedness. Shui Li took a faint glance at them, then coldly spat out 2 words, "Let go," and bypassed them to continue her ascent. Oh. Look at her attitude. No manners at all. The old woman immediately began to shout and fuss. The man was quite persistent, and when Shui Li reached the 5th floor, he caught up to block her path. "Hey girl, don't be in such a hurry to leave. I'm the landlord here. I have 3 apartments in this building, and I live on the 6th floor. If you have no place to stay, come to my place. Look at you, all drenched. Come with me to change into some dry clothes and have a cup of hot water to warm up." Saying this, he even attempted to grab Shui Li's hand. Shui Li would not allow the scum to touch her. Strangely enough, why do all these lewd men call themselves brother to her? The glasses man from the agency was like this, and so was this man. Could this be the key title to identify good and bad people? Not thinking too much, just as the man's hand was about to reach Shui Li, she swiftly kicked out, sending the nearly 1.8-meter tall man crashing into the wall. The tremendous impact made him grunt in pain, curling up on the ground. The noise quickly drew the 2 women from downstairs. Seeing her son knocked to the ground, the old woman immediately wanted to rush up and tear apart this annoying little girl. She thought, "You're fortunate that my son has taken a liking to you, yet you little brat don't know what's good for you." Thinking like this, she couldn't help but start cursing loudly. Shui Li quickly ducked under the old woman's claws, which resembled those of a wicked witch. With a loud bang, she punched a phone box, breaking it, and extended her hand as if retrieving a sharp bone knife from another realm, gripping it horizontally in front of her chest. The cold, shiny blade combined with Shui Li's icy glare left the old woman instantly quiet as a chicken. Even the man groaning in pain held his breath. They both felt a genuine intent to kill in Shui Li's gaze. This made them realize that if they continued to pester her, the seemingly frail girl would mercilessly slice their throats. Even on the 5th floor, those peeking through the door quickly shut it, accompanied by hurried sounds of locking the bolt. Shui Li was quite satisfied with the effect of scaring the chickens to warn the monkeys. At least it let people know Shui Li, was not to be trifled with, and would also intimidate some with ill intentions nearby. If she didn't show a bit of toughness, she wouldn't know how many such individuals would develop improper thoughts about her as a single girl living alone. Seeing them all quiet down, Shui Li didn't put the bone knife away, one hand held the knife, and the other clutched the phone box, continuing to climb the stairs without looking back. It was a pity about her perfectly good box lid. If it weren't for the possibility of needing the internet to call for help in a few days and causing trouble, Shui Li would definitely send this mother-son duo to the king of hell to refill their resumes. As she was about to go up, Shui Li caught a glimpse of a young girl who, strangely, hadn't said a word the entire time. Seeing the man getting hit, there seemed to be a trace of unnoticed delight in her eyes. It was unclear what her relationship was with this mother-son duo. When Shui Li reached the 6th floor, she deliberately paused for a moment. 3 households lived there, and 2 of them were peering through their door cracks. It seemed they wanted to see what the girl who just fought looked like. When they saw the bone knife in Shui Li's hand, they quickly closed their doors and locked them, just like the residents on the 5th floor. The man had said he lived on the 6th floor now. It seems that the door that wasn't opened is his home. Remember the location of his home. If this mother and son still want to stir up trouble, if not openly, Shui Li will make them pay in other ways. Chapter 13, Residence. All the way up, no one came out to jump around. Arriving at the door of 1502, Shui Li hadn't encountered anyone on the stairs. This made Shui Li breathe a slight sigh of relief. It seems that the people whose homes were flooded on the 1st to 3rd floors have found new places to go, not like refugees living in the stairwell with no one to take them in. Currently, the water disaster isn't too serious, especially since the authorities have already urged people to stock up on supplies at home before the typhoon started. Most people are still doing well, and there's still a relatively civil atmosphere between people, with a sense of harmony among neighbors. But in a few days, it might not be the same, especially now that there's no water or electricity. Chaos is just around the corner. So, during this time, one must hurry and go out to gather supplies before everyone else. With this thought in mind, Shui Li quickly took out the key to 1502 and opened the stainless steel door in front of her, which was clearly several times thicker than the doors of the other 2 apartments. Looking at the thickness of the door, it immediately reminded her of those huge bank vault doors in movies, the kind that requires the keys of several people to open at the same time. This made Shui Li feel even more at ease, deeply grateful to the former homeowner, who had passed away, for the expensive renovation of this safe fortress that gave a homeless person like herself a place to stay. As soon as the door opened, a strong musty smell rushed toward her. Logically, on such a high floor, with the strong wind outside, the air should circulate well, but this problem indirectly proved that this apartment was sealed really well. Shui Li couldn't help but think to herself, if that's the case, maybe it will be hard for anyone to notice if I fry or cook inside the house. That was a small surprise. She left the door open for a while to let the air inside circulate. Since Shui Li had broken the window to enter, the air circulation in the hallway was still fast. In less than a minute, the air inside was fresh again, though a little heavy with moisture. But that couldn't be helped, that's just how the environment was. She closed the door again and took out the sportswear and slippers she wore yesterday from the space to change into, wiping her hair with a towel in a hurry. While wiping, she carefully checked the home she would be living in for a long time. Since the current homeowner had entrusted the real estate company Shui Li worked for to rent and sell this property, the agency would arrange for someone to come and clean every week. As a summer intern, Shui Li was technically a real estate agent, but the boss had her clean twice to save on the cost of a cleaning lady. So, the apartment was still quite clean. That's why Shui Li was very familiar with this apartment. But cleaning and actually living in the place were two completely different things. The interior decoration style of the house was a trendy minimalist modern style, mainly in beige tones. The furniture was also pure wood color. The apartment had 2 bedrooms and 1 living room, with an area of about 100 square meters, more than enough for Shui Li to live alone. She could even use one of the rooms to store supplies. The living room and master bedroom were both on the sunny side, and the balcony of the living room and the master bedroom were connected, wrapped entirely in bulletproof glass and safety nets. Looking at the narrow balcony, Shui Li was instantly reminded of the glass conservatory on the roof of the tall building yesterday. Now there was no need to be envious anymore. She immediately took out a batch of potted plants with soil from the space, so she could try planting once she had the right seeds. Above the balcony, there was also a clothes drying rack, so Shui Li quickly took out the underwear and pants she had washed yesterday and hung them up. Spaces like this, whatever you put in stays the same when you take it out. It would be great if functional areas could be divided. Can't be too greedy. Maybe when the space upgrades again, that can be achieved. Still, it's better to think of ways to upgrade while there is time. The living room has all the essentials, a sofa and a TV, along with a treadmill. The main bedroom has a fresh style. The light green floral curtains and bedding match perfectly. I wanted to take out the little pink from the space for a change, but looking at the little fresh in front of me, it feels just right. After some thought, I decided to give up. Let the little pink shine when I am not home at night. As for that big bed from the real estate boss, it's easy to handle. The mattress is quite firm, so I can just take it out and place it vertically against the living room wall. I can use it as a yoga mat when I have time to practice yoga. The bed frame is made of solid wood. Very simple, I can just chop it into firewood. There are quite a few clothes in the wardrobe against the wall, for all seasons, but mostly loungewear. There are over 10 sets of pajamas, including coral fleece pants, pure cotton clothes with various cartoon patterns, and pure cotton nightgowns. As a homebody who doesn't go out much, there isn't much suitable for outdoor activities. I found a thick coat to try on, it's a bit oversized, seems the previous owner was quite a bit heavier than I am. But that's good, I can layer quite a few clothes underneath during extreme cold. To my surprise, I found a large mosquito net in the top cabinet of the wardrobe. This is definitely one of the must-have items for survival in the apocalypse. You have to know that along with extreme heat comes plague. This virus is transmitted through mosquito bites. With the mosquito net, I can finally sleep well. So delightful. The second bedroom has been turned into a study, with an entire wall of books. There's only a laptop on the desk. I opened it up to try, and the battery is still full, but it is password protected, so I can't access it for now. Closing the laptop, I finally went to the kitchen. The kitchen is huge, about the same size as the second bedroom. The refrigerator had been unplugged, and it was completely empty. I rummaged through the cupboards and unexpectedly found 2 5-pound vacuum-sealed packages of Thai jasmine rice. This can be considered a pearl lost in the sea. The rest are just some pots and pans, and 3 bags of salt, nothing else. I checked the gas, and there's still some left. This shows my memory wasn't wrong, the gas hasn't been cut off. If it's like last time, it should last for another half month. Looks like cooking a lot can wait for now. What's most important is still stockpiling supplies, but first I need to find a suitable means of transportation. Thinking this, I went to the bathroom. A bathtub large enough for 2 quietly sits in the corner. This tub is the last stop for the previous owner, who committed suicide by cutting their wrist. It's unclear. While thinking, raincoats are made of waterproof material, ordinary plastic sheeting can work too. But the plastic garbage bags in cling film gathered plenty of water pairs, just no large sheets of plastic. She took out all those dozens of umbrellas and looked at them. Suddenly, water pair had an idea. The umbrella canopies are waterproof, if she connected them to make a raincoat, wouldn't it have the same effect? But then another problem arose, how to stitch them together was a hassle. If she used a needle and thread directly, the hole surely would leak water. As long as she solved this problem, the next steps would be simple. And how to solve it? Could it challenge her water DIY craft queen pair? She got to work right away. She tried to find 6 umbrella canopies that were similar in color and directly took them apart. Then, according to her height and body shape, water pair cut out a raincoat that was bigger and with more room. Next, she found a saw blade from the toolbox she got from the security room. She also took out a candle and lit it with a lighter. Aligning the places where the two pieces of raincloth needed to connect, she wrapped the gaps around the saw blade and held it at the perfect distance from the candle to slowly heat it. The chemical components in the raincloth melt when exposed to fire, causing the two pieces of cloth to stick tightly together without a gap. She mustn't hold it too close or it'd burn too far, and the pieces wouldn't stick. This really tested her skills, and Waterpair just happened to have that detail and skill. After half an hour, the whole outfit was finished. Waterpair also strung elastic bands around her wrists and ankles so that rainwater wouldn't easily get in. She even used a straightened paperclip to thread shoelaces onto the hood of the raincoat, tying it under her chin so rain wouldn't drip down her neck. Fortunately, she had collected small items like clips and rubber bands, now they came in handy. When she tried it on, it fit well, neither too loose nor too tight, not affecting her movement at all. But the colorful appearance was a bit hard to look at. Overall, Waterpair was quite satisfied with the outcome of this one-piece raincoat. What was this overwhelming sense of accomplishment? Waterpair instinctively thought of a song and began to hum softly. No guns, no cannons, our enemies make for us. After finishing the raincoat, the next step was to solve the paddle problem. This was simple, she just needed to split two wooden boards. Just as she was about to get started, Waterpair's stomach conveniently grumbled. Looking at the time, it was already past noon. In this vast world, eating is the biggest priority, nothing is more important than a meal. She tidied up the messy items on the floor, not willing to throw away the umbrella frames and scraps of cloth. The scraps were great for starting fires, they burned well and could drip oil. She hadn't thought of a use for the umbrella frames yet, so she kept those for now. She directly put the candle and lighter outside, they'd be just right for the evening. In the bathroom, she took a bucket of clean water, plugged the sink, and filled it with a small basin of water. She pulled out half a bottle of hand soap and washed her hands clean. Glancing up, she saw the wet clothes by the door and hurried to add a basin of water, washing the clothes with hand soap. Waterpair didn't throw out the wastewater but collected it in an old bucket, intending to use it to flush the toilet. Even though the water was off, the toilet shouldn't be necessary right now. If she did, it would be a bit unfair to those on the lower floors. Before she figured out a good way to handle the toilet situation, this was the best she could do for now. But she could definitely ensure she wouldn't be pooping in the toilet. Though Waterpair thought she wasn't a good person, she still had her sense of duty. As for pooping, didn't she collect so many garbage bags? Anyway, she wouldn't die of holding it in. She accidentally got a bit too graphic. Back to the main point, although the water was off, it really was a pain. Not much water is stored, just enough for cooking and drinking for a while. If it comes to bathing and washing clothes, the consumption increases greatly. It seems I have to find a way to store water properly. The heavy rain outside has been falling for 4 days already, washing away all the harmful substances in the air. Now, with slight filtering, the water quality should be good enough for drinking. But currently, I don't have any empty buckets. Once I clear out an old bucket or find a new one, I can start gathering water. Waterpair thought about this while hanging up clothes. With the clothes hung, she went to the kitchen to take out an iron pot. She also grabbed a bucket of warm water that had been collected from the real estate office using a noodle bucket. For lunch today, a simple meal will do, just boil a pack of hot and sour noodles along with a chicken leg. While the noodles boiled, Waterpair checked all the windows. She found that only the frosted glass window in the bathroom was not fitted with a security screen. To gather rainwater, this seems to be the way to start. Now, I just need to figure out how to secure the bucket outside so that it can catch water properly. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. I don't have any good ideas at the moment. When the meal was ready, the hot and spicy noodles hit her stomach, sending a wave of warmth rushing through her limbs, washing away the labor of the morning. Waterpair immediately cast those problems aside and focused on her meal, enjoying the noodles and chicken leg to the fullest. After the meal, a bunch of sweet and fragrant rose-flavored grapes topped off her lunch. This kind of life could delight even a deity. She had saved the grape seeds. She found a bag of plant nutrients obtained from the greenhouse, sprinkled some in the water, and soaked the seeds, waiting for them to swell before planting and trying it out. I don't know if this will work, but I'll take it as an experiment. Anyway, there are still plenty of grapes left. After a short rest, she dug out a wooden door, judging its thickness as just right, and went to work with a sound of ding-ding-dong using a fire axe and a cleaver to make 2 handy paddles. There were still a lot of burrs on them. Normally, I would sand them down, but Waterpair didn't have that kind of time, so she tore an old piece of clothing into strips and wrapped it around the handles of the paddles. Everything was ready, and the time was already past 2 o'clock. Waterpair already had plans for what to do next. That was to find a rubber boat or some sort of vessel next. There were 2 targets. One was the Era Park. It had an artificial lake where many tourists enjoyed boating on the water. There were all sorts of boats, like 4-person pedal boats, 2-person pedal boats, jet skis, and electric boats. But Era Park was 7 or 8 kilometers away from Waterpair's current location. If she paddled a wooden basin over, she probably wouldn't reach it before dark. There was another problem: the boats here were plentiful and likely had already been requisitioned by the relevant departments. But those pedal boats might not be requisitioned as well, and what Waterpair wanted to find was a pedal boat. If she got lucky and found a jet ski or something, just thinking about it was exciting. So no matter what, Waterpair wanted to take a look. It just didn't seem like the right time today. Chapter 15, Finding a Boat. There was another place, a club for outdoor enthusiasts, a few stops away from Waterpair's school. This club was on the top floor of a 9-story building, and Waterpair had once rushed there on a weekend to distribute flyers as a part-time job when it opened. She had seen in the flyers mentions of lifeboats, earthquake escape packs, and other emergency tools. And it was only about 2 kilometers away from ZY Garden. Comparing the two, the club was more cost-effective. Just as the typhoon outside seemed to ease a little, why wait any longer? Thinking of it prompted her to take action. Before leaving, she first moved out some supplies that weren't needed right now from the storeroom to the study and living room. For example, cardboard, the owner's large bed without a mattress, and some rosewood furniture. This just happened to free up space for other things. Shui Ping, wearing a bizarre homemade raincoat, carried a big bathtub all the way to the 3rd floor. She placed the oval bathtub into the water for a test. It was very stable. Next, she cautiously sat down inside. Great! The water level reached only halfway up the tub. "Let's swing the oars," she exclaimed. What frustrated Shui Ping was that these oars were really hard to paddle. When she wanted to go forward, it veered to the right instead. After much effort, she finally learned how. Just as she paddled a little distance, a wave hit and spun her in place. So, she drifted for a while, battling waves, and stumbled her way through a third of the journey. Her arms were already aching, so she had to find a sheltered corner to rest a bit. Just when she was about to set off again, she saw 3 men in life rings swimming toward her from several meters away. Upon closer inspection, one of them was unmistakably the disgusting man from the 6th floor. The other 2 were probably residents of that building as well. They must have seen Shui Ping come and go without any danger in one day, and although the rain was still heavy, the wind had indeed calmed down quite a bit. This made some people bold, thinking of something else. Especially that man from the 6th floor, with elderly family at home. He surely had supplies and didn't need to take risks for materials. He wasn't a reborn person and couldn't know the urgency of stocking up. So, he seemed to want to take revenge, counting on the numbers on his side. The other 2 men might indeed be out looking for resources. After all, who would come out in this weather unless they were about to run out of food? No one could pull this off without at least 10 years of brain troubles, except for Shui Ping. After all, she had a golden finger. Though not the daughter of heaven, she could at least be considered a relative from the same village with a connection. These thoughts barely lingered in Shui Ping's mind for a few seconds before she decisively started to paddle away. If she let them catch up, not only would her plans be ruined, but there would also be a tussle. She wasn't afraid of fighting, it would just be better to use that strength to paddle. Given that today she had swum for dozens of minutes even with space to rest and catch her breath, how far could these men, who only had life rings, swim? If they caught up to her, it would mean she, Shui Ping, had lost. It seemed the man from the 6th floor wanted to visit the King of Hell. If he made it back today, she would find an opportunity to help him. Shui Ping's eyes gleamed like ice, fiercely releasing her killing intent toward the 6th floor man onto her oars. With a vigorous stroke, it didn't take long before she completely lost sight of those men. To her delight, her destination was not far away. Indeed, hatred can be a powerful motivator for progress. However, when she arrived in front of the club, Shui Ping felt a heavy heart, and her face immediately fell. Shattered windows and messy footprints proved that someone had already been here. Had she been beaten to it? Looking around, she found no signs of boats, but that didn't mean no one was inside now. Perhaps they had just arrived and hadn't left yet. She looked down at her slightly trembling arms. She had exerted too much force while paddling earlier, and it wasn't suitable to conflict with others now. This body was very weak, she could handle 1 or 2, but more would be too much. It seemed urgent to strengthen her body. For now, all she could do was pray that those ahead would leave her a bit of soup. She slipped in through the broken window, dragging the bathtub in and placing it aside. She dared not stash it in her space. If someone inside saw her paddling the tub and then it just disappeared, they would definitely become suspicious. Although she was prepared for peaceful coexistence, she couldn't let her guard down. Cautiously, she climbed toward the top floor, finding that every level had been ransacked, like the scene of a disaster. Even up to the 8th floor, she had seen no one, but Shui Ping didn't dare to relax at all. Climbing carefully to the top floor, I glanced around, still finding no one. I called out a couple of times, but no one responded, which finally put my mind at ease. Yet, I soon felt a sense of frustration creeping in. I noticed that the shelves in the exhibition hall, which should have held speedboats and rubber boats, were completely empty. Only a few scattered items remained. Disappointment was certainly there, but it was also expected. I couldn't expect to just show up and leave empty-handed, so I decided to cheer up and see what else could be useful. After thoroughly searching the ninth floor inside and out, I really did find a lot of useful items. A complete set of outdoor folding tables and chairs, with 4 foldable fabric chairs. 1 fishing rod, 2 portable gas stoves, and 4 gas canisters. They felt quite heavy, so they should contain gas. 4 alcohol stoves and a box of solid alcohol. 1 portable outdoor barbecue grill, and in a room that seemed to be a storeroom, I found 10 bags of charcoal, each weighing 50 pounds. At the same time, I also found 2 sets of portable solar folding panels in this room. Looking at the instruction manual, the maximum power could easily run some small household appliances. For example, a rice cooker, an electric kettle, small heaters, and air conditioning fans. It could even charge electric vehicles. I desperately needed these solar items, and my mood instantly brightened. The reason these solar items probably weren't taken was that not many people came, and those who did couldn't carry them away. Even more exciting was finding an earthquake escape kit behind the sofa in the exhibition hall that I had been thinking about. Inside were candles for lighting, matches, glow sticks, a windproof lighter, a headlamp, a waterproof high-intensity warning light, and a hand-crank flashlight that works for 10 minutes with just 1 minute of cranking. There were communication tools like a whistle, a radio, and an alarm. Escape tools including anti-slip, wear-resistant gloves, an emergency raincoat, a small entrenching tool, a 10-meter reflective escape rope, a small fire extinguisher, and a hammer. 2 cans of drinking water in metal packaging, compressed biscuits, and canned meat. A first aid medical kit including sterilized gauze, bandages, adhesive tape, band-aids, anti-inflammatory ointment, iodine, mercurochrome, a thermometer, paracetamol, cooling oil, and berberine. Necessities like salt, small bars of soap, scissors, small knives, safety pins, toilet paper, and other items. And there was also a roll of elastic bandage, 6 centimeters by 400 centimeters. This was my first time seeing what a real earthquake escape kit looks like. I was beyond excited. Chapter 16, Found. I have no idea how this escape kit ended up behind the sofa, otherwise, it definitely wouldn't have been for me. I also found 2 rain jackets in the boss's lounge closet, and 1 sun protective suit. There was also an insulating suit, which seemed absolutely essential for me. Knowing that temperatures can reach over 60 degrees during extreme heat, having an insulating suit is incredibly necessary. It was just too much of a bargain to pass up. But only having one set felt a bit lacking. Amit Ba. What a sin, what a sin. Greed is absolutely not good. I quickly tossed aside the bad thoughts, despised them. What else could I want? This is already very good. I also found 2 pairs of high-quality men's thin cotton military boots. Finding both pairs took quite a bit of effort. At first, I only saw 1 left shoe on the shelf, and remembered that when shopping for shoes in a mall, the shoes are usually all lined up on the shelves. Merchants do this to prevent theft. Usually, paired shoes are stored in the storeroom. It should be the same here. I went to the storeroom to look, and sure enough, I found the other one. I found another one as well, then returned to the shelf, searching for a while before I found the other one from under the rack, putting together 2 complete pairs of shoes. The size I wore was a bit larger, just perfect, and I could also wear a few pairs of socks inside. If you ask me why I went through so much trouble to find these 2 pairs of shoes, I have to explain that well. I still remember during the extreme cold period in my last life when I lived with many disaster victims in an official high-rise hotel. In weather 50 to 60 degrees below zero, most people's hands and feet are suffering from frostbite. Even wearing several pairs of socks and cotton shoes doesn't help. The severe cases have to be amputated. Waterpair has seen with her own eyes someone gently touch a frozen toe that dropped off like shattered ice. It just fell off. The terror of that moment has not yet faded from Waterpair's heart. Only a few of the soldiers watching over them have frostbite. They wear these military leather shoes. Waterpair envied them so much at that time. This time, she also has a pair, and Mom no longer has to worry. There's also a little surprise of finding a pair of skis. The downside is that only 1 ski pole was found, the other one seemed to have been taken away by someone ahead. There are also a few boxes of Type 1 and Type 5 batteries and several disposable lighters. There is nothing to eat, not even a pack of snacks left. As for valuable jewelry, antiques, and paintings, there are none of those either. Those people probably waiting for the disaster to pass to exchange for money. The 9th floor was a complete success. The 7th and 8th floors are a fitness club. The appearance of the rolling shutter door shows it was cut open by an electric saw. Waterpair also wants such a heavy tool, and must stock up if she gets a chance. The situation inside is similar to the 9th floor, nothing useful was found. Only 2 climbing ropes were found, which Waterpair personally climbed to the top to get down. As for the other gym equipment, they are of no practical use, only 2 barbells were picked up. It must be said that those who searched here deserve praise, their skill is comparable to Waterpair's when it comes to picking. When arriving at the changing room, it was discovered that several locker doors had not been opened, likely because those who opened them found nothing useful and gave up. But Waterpair wanted to open and take a look. With a crowbar in hand, who would dare to contend? Sure enough, there was a surprise, a big surprise. One of the lockers actually contained a large bag with a speedboat inside. Waterpair really wanted to laugh 3 times, she really found something without much effort. It seems that the heavens do not want to starve this blind sparrow. The heaven's own niece, solid proof. What a bargain, this trip was truly worthwhile. Who would have thought that items expected to be found at the outdoor club were actually discovered here instead? Looking at the manual included with the bag, she followed the process to install the inflation. Once set up, she realized that gasoline was missing. In the current situation, looking for gasoline at a gas station is completely unrealistic. However, finding submerged cars is quite easy. There is a parking lot below this building, and there must be cars parked there. Waterpair now really wants to start her underwater salvage career immediately. She quickly put away the speedboat, saw fitness clothes in the women's changing room, and immediately picked a good set to change into. It's necessary to change clothes since she will be going into the water soon. Seeing those clothes as supplies, she calmed down and thought, the speedboat is already secured, no need to rush. Her mind settled, she began searching methodically again. She picked out some good fast-drying clothes, fitness clothes, and sports shoes, of course, both men's and women's styles. Nothing else was taken. Firstly, there was no more space, and secondly, there were still enough clothes in her area, so she didn't need that many. If she needs to find fire later, she can still look for it. This time, Waterpair came out intending to stockpile large items, so she couldn't waste space. The 6th to the 3rd floors are regular office buildings, made up of a dozen small companies. After a thorough search, she found only a few pairs of silver earrings and a piece of jade stuck in a folder. There are also a few bags of leftover spicy strips, chips, a few pairs of sunglasses, cosmetics, sanitation supplies, and other small things that don't take up much space. Bottled water and water buckets were not given up either. Not a single one left behind. Other unimportant things, Shui Li didn't take anymore. When she reached the 3rd floor, she found the water level had risen again, almost up to her chest. First, she moved the large bathtub aside and stood in the water to adjust to the temperature. Once she was ready, she dove straight in. Not swimming far, she indeed discovered some cars underwater, but not many, only a few scattered and stuck among railings and trees. The ones that were washed away probably ended up only in the ocean, and only mountains could block some. Less is better than nothing, Shui Li accepted her fate. In one breath, she retrieved 4 cars, still stacked 2 by 2 to fit in the space. Swimming back to the building, she found a spacious area to release one car first. The crowbar shone brightly once more. The small door of the fuel tank was easily pried open. She also cut a section from a 20-meter-long soft hose. Those empty cooking oil barrels she took from the cafeteria yesterday finally came in handy? Without a siphon, she could only use her hometown simple method to suck petrol by mouth. This task tested her lung capacity a bit. After several runs of sucking, the oil was drawn out. Watching the petrol flow splashing into the barrel, the taste of petrol in her mouth didn't seem like much. This car's tank must be full, filling up 2.5 barrels. It's a black Audi, and it's really a pity that such a luxury car is destroyed like this. Wait, since it's a luxury car, there should be some good stuff inside, wouldn't it be a waste to let it go? With a fire axe in hand, the world is mine. Small hammer 50, big hammer 80. With a thud of 50 and 80, the window beside the driver crumpled like a spider web. She manually unlocked the car and started rummaging through the interior. Not bad, she found 2 packs of cigarettes, though they were a bit waterlogged, but not severely. Chapter 17 Perfect. Opening the trunk, there were 2 boxes of mineral water, 1 box of 8 treasure porridge, and 1 box of children's yogurt. After storing this car, she walked to the window, put her hand in the water, and then released the Audi. After a while, that car surprisingly floated up 20 meters away, drifting downstream. Perfect. Once back at her earlier position, Shui Li was stunned when she added the newly acquired supplies to the space. What's going on? How did the space become larger again? Earlier, from upstairs, she only searched out a few pairs of silver earrings and a small jade seal. Even if the space upgraded, it wouldn't be so fast, right? This had to have grown by at least 20 square meters. Shui Li couldn't possibly be mistaken. She had just rested in the space for a while after retrieving the 4 cars. She distinctly remembered that the car beside the wall was right there. How was it now a meter away from the wall? What just happened? What all got stored inside? Shui Li thought of one possibility, that it was the car. The only unclear part was what was in the remaining 3 cars. Hurrying to release the second car, she didn't rush to siphon oil. With 50 and 80, she worked busily and only found over 3,000 cash inside. In the trunk, there were 2 bottles of whiskey, 1 box of soda, and 1 box of Wong King. Since she didn't find anything else in this car, she should siphon the oil. After drawing out just over a barrel, she let it drift away. When opening the trunk of the third car, she indeed made a discovery. Inside a small silver box was a sandalwood box. It was already empty. It seems the problem lies here. This really confirms the old saying, horses don't get fat without grazing at night, people don't get rich without unexpected money. Moreover, there was a night vision telescope, a dagger, and a watch. Shui Li didn't recognize the brand of the watch. The leather strap had a buckle hole that fit her wrist perfectly. It was also waterproof, soaking for several days and still working just right. Throwing flowers. Throwing flowers. Personally watching this money-bringing car drift away, she glanced at the watch on her wrist, only to realize it was already past 4 in the afternoon. In the fourth car, they only found half a case of beer and a few bottles of water. There was quite a bit of fuel, a whole 2 barrels. They also fished out 3 more cars from the water, totaling 12.5 barrels of gasoline, cooking oil barrels. There was more than 8,000 in cash, plus 2,000 from the agent boss, adding up to over 10,000. They had alcohol, drinks, cigarettes, medicines, snacks, and several other supplies. There were also over 20 empty cooking oil barrels, 9 covered plastic water buckets, and 16 without lids. Looking at the amount of oil in these 7 cars, these empty barrels could hold fuel for dozens more cars. There were pure water barrels, but Waterpair had no plans to use them to hold gasoline. Water resources are more precious. Without gasoline, life wouldn't be as convenient, but without water, that would be serious. One is living, the other is survival. When it comes to choosing, it's easy to pick. Why was Waterpair counting the oil barrels? Because she had already thought of the next destination she wanted to conquer. That would be a third-class hospital located 5 kilometers away from here. This hospital has a 4-story parking lot. It is well known that parking lots are very high, they won't be submerged anytime soon. Waterpair knew about this parking lot because she had worked as a caregiver at this hospital during the winter vacation. Being a caregiver wasn't bad pay. During that winter break, which happened to be during the new year, she earned 3 times the regular wage for a week. At that time, Waterpair made nearly 16,000 yuan, the most she ever earned. It also caused her weight to drop directly by 4 kilograms. Recalling these things felt like a lifetime ago. The hardships then couldn't compare to the end of the world now. Bringing her thoughts back, she took out a towel to dry her hair and was ready to change her clothes and have dinner first. She lowered her head and noticed a piece of foam board floating in the water, which made her stop her actions. The key point was that the words on the board caught her eye. There were only 5 words, restaurant on the 2nd floor. Waterpair was sure that this board had floated in from indoors. What does this indicate? Need it be said? It definitely means that a signpost from there had fallen. She didn't even dry her hair anymore and took out half a Snickers bar left from today's meal to replenish her energy. It was already past 5 o'clock, and the outside was getting a bit dark. She took out the new headlamp she had gotten today and swam down the stairs to the 2nd floor. She violently broke through the glass door blocking her way. After waiting a while, she saw many things floating in the water and ignored them, swimming straight ahead. The light underwater was dim, and with the brightness from the headlamp, she swam for about a minute before finding the restaurant kitchen. The kitchen door was unlocked and opened easily. Several shadows flew over immediately. When she shone her light, she saw the plastic buckets she needed. With quick hands and eyes, she touched one, and not a single one escaped. Then she rushed towards the refrigerator and freezer, quickly collecting everything. Anyway, she ignored the visible rice, flour, oil, pots, bowls, and gas seasoning for now and focused on gathering them first. Until she had collected everything in the storage room and returned to the 3rd floor. Looking at the time, including breaking the door, it took 8 minutes. She had rested in the space twice in between, and she hoped to hold her breath longer next time. Now Waterpair was no longer in a hurry. She took out 2 new plastic buckets and filled them with water from outside. Then she slowly climbed to the gym on the 7th floor, collecting a huge set of gym equipment to block the door. She lit the gas stove, placed the biggest pot on, poured in the water she had just collected, and lit a fire waiting for the water to boil. Yes, Waterpair was preparing to boil water for a bath. From yesterday until now, she had been soaking in the water, and Waterpair didn't feel uncomfortable at all. This shows that the water was still relatively clean. Heating it up for a bath would definitely be fine. While waiting for the water to boil, she found a wide space and dumped all the things she had just salvaged out in one go. First, look at the refrigerator. This refrigerator has 2 doors, and the top is full of vegetables. The seal of the refrigerator is very good, no water has entered at all, and most of it can be eaten. Remove the inedible ones, and the remaining vegetables still weigh at least 80 pounds. There is a small bag of garlic that shows signs of sprouting, which is just right for planting. When I return to 1502, I can plant it for garlic sprouts. Additionally, 2 baskets of potatoes found in the storeroom are in the same condition. I'll collect them first and inspect them more closely when I have time. Under the refrigerator are 3 large drawers, one is filled with ice creams and popsicles, all of which have softened. However, they are all individually wrapped, so the softening is not too serious. Judging by the rising water level, the refrigerator probably lost power when the water submerged the second floor. It has been 2 days since then. The refrigerator was already well sealed, preventing water from entering, and the cold temperature has actually helped it to freeze slower. The ice inside has also melted slowly because of this. Directly take the drawer inside the space. The second drawer contains bags of shrimp paste, which have also softened. The texture is still very cold, they are edible, so I will take them. Chapter 18, Ingredients. The third drawer is full of beef tripe, all cut up and packed in bags. I took a look and smelled it, there is no strange odor, so I will take all of it. I don't need the refrigerator anymore, it takes up space. From these 2 ingredients, it seems this restaurant is a hot pot restaurant. Sure enough, there are boxes of individually packaged utensils that say XX Hot Pot. There is a large freezer, half filled with lamb and half with beef. It's all in large chunks, and if I want to eat, I have to slice the meat myself. Perhaps the frost in the freezer is too thick. When I opened the door, the meat still had ice pieces on it, making it perfectly edible. There is also a small freezer filled with various fish balls, chicken balls, pork balls, urine cow balls, fish tofu, frozen tofu, duck intestines, pig's blood, and dozens of other types. I smelled each bag, they are all edible, certified. Both freezers will be taken away. There are also sealed jars of hot pot base, sesame sauce, chive flowers, fermented bean curd, sesame oil, chili oil, and more. Altogether, there are more than 50 jars. In addition, there are 2 boxes of individually packaged wide noodles and 3 boxes of shredded pickled cabbage. While they were in the water, the outer cardboard boxes were okay. As soon as I took them out, they fell apart, spilling red and green everywhere. I took out a few bags to pack them up before storing them away. 3 large watermelons were caught just as they were about to float away. It seems I can achieve hot pot freedom now. There are also 3 barrels of corn germ oil, 5 boxes of salt, 1.5 boxes of monosodium glutamate, and 2 gas canisters. A hot pot restaurant basically doesn't need to start a fire, so it's reasonable that there are few gas canisters. The main staple needed is only flour, which isn't used in large amounts. Just like the 5 bags in front of me, they have soaked in water and turned into mush. I couldn't even bear to throw away the water pears. I thought about feeding them to pigs or poultry if I get the chance in the future. I also took some plates and stainless steel basins. The rest really can't be used, they have no reference value. For example, those half bottles of seasonings have all turned into colorful soup. I collected everything that should be taken and ignored the rest. This trip to the water was truly worthwhile. If I had waited one more day, even just one night, all these delicious foods would have gone to waste. However, the stash of food still lacks grains and vegetables. Especially vegetables. A person can live their whole life without eating meat, but it's impossible to never eat vegetables. Of course, living a life without meat is quite miserable too. I shouldn't be too quick to judge from my comfortable spot. The 2 searches through the restaurants have opened a new door for Shui Li. From now on, I can target those high-rise restaurants for development. The chances of finding grains and oils are high, but vegetables will be harder to find. As time goes on, fruits and vegetables spoil faster and faster. Going to the vegetable market is simply not realistic. All the small vendors in the market are their own bosses, their stalls are tied to their lives. When a typhoon hits, they move everything as the authorities ask. Unlike the restaurants in these office buildings, not many are run by the bosses themselves. Inside, there aren't many ingredients they can afford. In a past life, when Pear was in the refugee camp, she heard about someone breaking into the market the day after a typhoon. In the end, they found nothing and were caught on surveillance, taken away by the patrol boat. As for the large supermarkets, they are controlled by the officials. To take any action would take at least 10 more days. By then, chaos will have already begun, and the authorities will have no time to care. As for small supermarkets, forget it. Usually, they are on the first floor, and 95% of the time the owner runs them personally. When the situation looks bad, they will definitely move their goods. It seems that I still need to study the vegetable and fruit issue when I have time. At this moment, the water in the pot has already boiled. I turn off the fire. I take off the large bathtub and scoop a few ladles of boiling water with a stainless steel ladle to scald it first. Then, I disinfect it with bleach solution. After disinfecting, I scald it again with boiling water to remove the smell of the disinfectant. Finally, I adjust the water temperature and add a few dried rose petals. I enjoy a comfortable hot bath, instantly driving away the fatigue from my body. After half an hour, Pear finally changes into clothes, dressing neatly. The water in the bathtub is still very hot. Pear plans to use this water for another shower next time. So, she doesn't pour it out but puts it directly into her space. She puts away the gas stove and sets up the newly found folding tables and chairs for today. Then, she takes out the meal tray from the employee cafeteria she got yesterday. One compartment holds rice, another holds pieces of braised pork, and the third holds stir-fried fish segments. She also takes out a bowl, an egg, and some seaweed, adding a sprinkle of salt, MSG, and sesame oil. With a pour of boiling water from her thermos, the fragrant seaweed and egg drop soup is instantly ready. Savoring the delicious food she made, it tastes especially good when it's free. By the time she finishes eating and tidies up, it's already 6:30. Outside, the sky has completely darkened. She spends another half hour walking on the treadmill to digest the food. At 7 o'clock, she takes out the pair number submarine, the pair number speedboat, fills it with gas, and prepares to head to the top-rated hospital. The typhoon outside seems to have intensified. After a few thrilling twists and jumps, Pear's boat becomes steadier and steadier. At 7:25 p.m., Pear arrives at her destination. On the way, she encounters two yachts, all headed out from the hospital. They are probably picking up patients. Thus, the lights on the pair number don't stand out. Others must think she is there to drop off patients. She can't help but wonder how patients in hospitals communicate without the internet. She has to admit, having a speedboat is very impressive. Circling the huge parking lot is incredibly smooth. The water level here only submerges a little over 1 floor. Finding a sheltered spot, Pear easily steps over the low wall to reach the second floor. She puts away the speedboat and uses a handheld flashlight to check the cars on the second floor. This floor must have at least dozens of cars. The barrels Pear prepared could definitely hold all this oil from just this floor. As she walks, she spots a red Hummer and instantly falls in love. Pear knows little about cars, but she notices the big wheels on this one. The wide tires give a solid sense of safety. Knowing the upcoming weather will be either extremely cold or extremely hot, tires are essential. With this car, she could definitely last a bit longer. Unfortunately, the car door is locked. But the good news is that this car has one-button ignition. As long as the door is opened, she can start the engine right away. The problem is that to ignite it, you must open the car door. How can this deadlock be broken? Forget it, just identify this car, and take it when leaving. Next, Shui Li discovered a tricky new problem. If she violently dismantled this car like the previous ones, it would definitely trigger the alarm. Even though the wind and rain were loud at night, they might not cover the car's deafening scream and the flashing lights. If there were just a few cars, people could think it was just thunder. Chapter 19: Searching for cars. Damaging this many cars in turns would cause noise all night and flashing all night. What a headache! Why didn't I think of this problem earlier? It's all because the few cars Shui Li scooped up from the water had their circuits soaked, and she didn't consider this when destroying them. What to do now? It seems like she can only destroy the cars in the space. After estimating the spacetime used today, there should be more than 40 minutes left. Plus 1 hour after midnight, she could have 100 minutes. Take whatever she can get. Forget it, just gather a wave first. Starting from the outermost car, she collected them in pairs into the space. Directly breaking the window wasn't slow at all. The fuel tank cover didn't need prying. Shui Li suddenly remembered there was a button to open the fuel door in the trunk inside the car. She just needed to break the window and find the button to open it directly. That saved a lot of effort and time. Last time she didn't think of it because Shui Li had never driven a car in this life and was very unfamiliar with the car's interior structure. When her grandmother was still around, their financial situation was somewhat better, but at that time, Shui Li wasn't even 18 years old, and even if they had money, she couldn't learn to drive. After becoming an adult, her grandmother had already passed away. During holidays, she was busy earning tuition and living expenses, and life was always tight. Where would she get extra money to learn to drive? So, in both her past and present lives, Shui Li never had a driver's license. She learned to drive when she was in the B-City shelter with an uncle. Although that uncle later had ill intentions towards her, didn't she send him away herself? That's just Shui Li. Even if she knew the person she wanted to learn from wasn't a good person, as long as her personal safety was guaranteed, she would still try her best to squeeze out their artistic cells. However, in her previous life, she didn't have many opportunities to get close to cars. Thus, it's normal that she didn't think about the presence of buttons in the car. Now she knew it was because she happened to see it that she remembered. The first hammer struck down, and sure enough, as Shui Li had thought, the alarm went off immediately. In the enclosed space, this sound was particularly piercing, nearly bursting Shui Li's eardrums. She quickly found an old cotton jacket and pulled out 2 clumps of cotton to stuff her ears, which helped a bit. Everything was much better afterward. Every time she broke a car, she immediately pressed the door lock, and the noise would stop. As for the supplies and gasoline in the car, it was better to find them outside the space so as not to waste spacetime. After a busy time, her arms were shaking and sore. She wanted to continue gritting her teeth and pushing through when suddenly a force moved her out of the space. Shui Li was momentarily stunned before realizing it was because today's time was up. She was forcibly invited out of the space. Fortunately, it was a pitch-black night. If it were daytime and she got seen when being invited out, it would definitely scare away timid people. Sigh. The space still has that temper. When the time is up, it remembers not a bit of old feelings, not willing to keep her for even a second longer. So naughty. Looking at the watch, it was almost 9 o'clock. Just right, Shui Li felt a bit tired and decided to take a break. It seemed tonight was destined for her to stay up late. Replenishing energy was very important. She took out an apple, cut it in half, and put the other half back. Her fruits were limited, so she had to manage them carefully and eat slowly. She also saved the apple seeds, hoping that if there were opportunities in the future, she could try planting them. She chewed slowly and finished the apple. The rest had almost passed, only then did she start to care about those broken cars. As she looked over them one by one, in 40 minutes, she had already damaged 23 cars. Looking at the remaining cars in this parking lot, there were at least over 100 left. Based on this speed, even if she included another hour after midnight, she could at most damage another 40 or so. Not to mention there were 3 more floors she hadn't searched yet. Thinking about giving up so many cars, Shui Li couldn't help but feel heartbroken. No more thinking, no more thinking. When a car reaches a mountain, there must be a way, so let's focus on the present. Getting something in hand is the right principle. To save energy, she took out a flashlight that needed 1 minute of hand cranking for 10 minutes of charging. That headlamp was solar powered, and when she needed to go into the water, she would still have to use it. If it ran out of power at night, there would be nowhere to recharge it. Starting with the first car, she first siphoned the gas and then searched the vehicle. The harvest was truly surprising. Anything useful went straight into her space. It was just a bit tiring on her jaws. While Shui Li was trying to massage her cheeks with one hand, she unexpectedly found a set of siphoning tools and 2 30-liter empty gas cans in the trunk of one car. It was like the pillow was sent just when the nap came. She also found an outdoor backpack in this car. Inside were an outdoor tent, a medical kit, ropes, and more. When she opened the medical kit to take a look, in addition to some common medications, there was also a bottle of mosquito repellent. Shui Li was really thrilled with this. When the extreme heat comes, those pesky mosquitoes are even scarier than the weather itself. Finding insecticides, floral waters, and mosquito repellents at that time would be incredibly difficult. Thinking about this, Shui Li couldn't help but glance at the hospital building not far away with flickering candlelight. In that moment, she got another idea. Without mentioning it further, she continued to search. It seemed the owner of this car was an outdoor enthusiast. Besides the usual bottled water and such, there were also other outdoor supplies. Most importantly, there was actually a car refrigerator in this vehicle. Even more precious was that this refrigerator would automatically sustain power after being charged. Therefore, when Shui Li saw 2 bottles of preserved anti-venom inside, she was so excited she almost cried. With this, even if she encountered a snake attack, it would be like having 2 more lives. She couldn't thank this traveler enough. He was definitely a platinum-level outdoor enthusiast. If the window of this car hadn't been broken, she might have directly discarded that red Hummer and taken this vehicle instead. After checking, she found that the power left in the car refrigerator was already quite low. Shui Li couldn't help but sigh again. This is all fate. With Shui Li around, was it still a problem to preserve the serum? She took the small fridge along with her. This little fridge was so useful, she couldn't let it go. With the siphoning tools, Shui Li immediately felt relaxed. Siphoning, searching, and collecting all the way. An hour later, all 23 cars were taken care of. The acquired supplies were quite rich. What pleased her most was finding 3 pieces of car insulation material, which boosted Shui Li's confidence in combating the upcoming extreme heat. Looking at the time, there were still a couple of hours until midnight. Just right, Shui Li was also tired, so she quickly cleaned up a nearby car and sat inside to rest. The typhoon outside seemed to have lessened quite a bit, but the rain hadn't weakened. Looking around at the dark surroundings, everything was water. There was no moonlight or starlight, as if a huge black monster was grinning, waiting to devour all humanity. Only a few flickering lights from the hospital ward shone weakly in the distance, offering a bit of human warmth, making Shui Li's somewhat desolate heart feel a little better. Chapter 20, Intention. She simply put down the car seat and rested properly. Once she settled down, Shui Li felt the soreness in her arms. Touching them, they were a bit swollen. Also, in the storm, smashing car windows and hitting glass, even an Iron Man couldn't stand it. It would be strange not to feel sore and painful. But there are still so many car windows that haven't been broken. With my current strength, even if I pushed to the limit, how many cars could I smash? Suddenly, Shui Li had a brainwave. Since she could retrieve items from the space even if they were in a box, what about the stuff inside the car? Could she take it out without opening the door? Quickly, Shui Li negated this idea. The reason she could retrieve things from the space was that she knew what was inside. But she had no idea what was in those unopened vehicles, so how could she take anything? And then there's gasoline. Even if she could pull it out by thought, it would definitely appear outside the space, making a mess everywhere, right? Shui Li came to collect gasoline, not to waste it for fun. This method wouldn't work. So let's think differently. Since the space responds to her will, could she try to unlock the car simply by using her mind? Thinking of it, she decided to give it a try. She glanced at the space and found the suitcase belonging to the broker that had a password. With a thought, in less than 3 seconds, Shui Li clearly heard a pop sound in her mind. The suitcase really opened. It really works. This is simply a timely rain. No, it should be called a gift in the snow. The rain outside is heavy enough, there's no need to use rain as a metaphor. Either way, it doesn't change the fact that the space is a thoughtful, understanding, capable, and great little darling. If that's the case, then the Humvee that Shui Li had her eye on would also be easy to solve. This new use of the space immediately filled Shui Li with energy, and even her sore arms felt much better. She quickly got out of the car to try to collect one. This time, in about 10 seconds, she heard a pleasant click sound. Shui Li didn't feel any headache or anything, she felt just great. Of course, she had to ignore the discomfort in her arms. This made Shui Li feel a bit foolish. Why hadn't she thought of this great idea earlier? If so, her arms wouldn't have hurt so much. But it's better late than never, she had solved a big problem for herself. If the space had a physical form, she would want to hug it and give it a few kisses. After all these thoughts, she decided to keep working hard to make money. It seems like she had to stay up late. She took out the smallest thermos, added 2 packets of instant coffee to brew it strong. After finishing a hot cup of coffee, she felt completely rejuvenated and got to work. At first, it was 1 car, then 2, 3, and finally when 4 cars came together, Shui Li felt a slight sharp pain in her head. Thankfully, it passed in an instant. Shui Li didn't dare to be careless and quickly slowed her pace. After working on nearly 40 cars, she hit her limit. She looked at the remaining empty barrels in the space. The fuel from these cars might not even fit, so she had to stop for now. After another busy round, she collected every useful thing and didn't leave behind a single piece. She filled all the empty cooking oil cans and used plastic barrels in the space, with still a dozen cars worth of fuel left to collect. Looking at the empty containers, aside from bowls and basins, there were only a few fake antique vases placed on the broker's shelf. She also noticed the open suitcase, which seemed usable for holding gasoline as long as the 2 box surfaces were laid flat. Anyway, leaving it open in the space didn't worry about it evaporating. When needed, she could pour it into other covered containers. The storage issue wasn't a concern, as the things inside were all controlled by Shui Li's thoughts. Even without covers like water buckets, if wanting to stack things on top, they wouldn't get wet, and she could stack them high. Whenever she wanted to take something out, she could do so at will without worrying that moving something from the middle would collapse everything. Thinking of this, Shui Li couldn't help but marvel at the power of space again. If that's the case, can foam boxes work too? Indeed, there are always more solutions than difficulties. First, let's take out the suitcase from the ruthless middleman boss. I hadn't looked inside before, so now it's a good chance to take a good look. After flipping through, there are only a few pieces of clothing, toiletries, razors, and the like. There is a passport, and Shui Li pocketed it. You never know when it might come in handy. With the container in hand, let's continue. After filling the suitcase and fake antiques, I used several foam boxes to collect the gasoline from the unlocked cars. Taking a breath, I felt my mind clear up again. It seems I can keep collecting. I counted the few remaining foam boxes and felt a bit of regret for not having brought more. I had previously placed many in room 1502 to free up space. But now I can't use them all. I need to leave 2 for use as lifebuoys. The bowls and basins aren't unusable. After cleaning them, they can still hold food. But there aren't many bowls and basins anyway. Shui Li even planned to use them to hold food when cooking later. Gasoline may be a consumable, but it won't run out anytime soon, so I won't bother about the bowls and basins. But letting go of the great opportunities before me, so much gasoline and supplies, made me reluctant. Thinking of this, Shui Li searched the flipped cars again. He collected those empty mineral water bottles and drink bottles that the owners didn't have time to throw away. He found a total of 12, not many. Estimating the capacity, Shui Li unlocked 10 more car locks. After finishing the collection, there was still some gasoline left in 1 car's tank. I can't just watch it go to waste. An idea struck me. I took out several safety tees, which can also be used as containers. When I was little, I saw kids use them as balloons, and they filled them with water from the faucet to play water balloons. This will do. I'm so smart and clever, must give myself a thumbs up. In the end, I used 5 to deal with the last car. The remaining safety tees can't be used again. I need to wait until later to exchange resources. Reusing them would be a waste. Besides, how much can this thing hold? I still need to find a real container. It seems tonight will have to end here. There are only about a dozen cars left to search on this floor. I'll come back tomorrow to collect when I find a container. And tomorrow, looking at the watch, it's already almost 3 o'clock, it's already tomorrow. Taking off the raincoat, I found a spacious car in the backseat, climbed in, and lay down. I took out half a bottle of red flower oil collected from the office building and rubbed it on my arms. I also took out a small blanket and a pillow from the space. I fell asleep right there. With so many cars around, I didn't have to worry about being discovered. Counting tonight's harvest, Shui Li couldn't help but smile widely. The amount of gasoline collected goes without saying, I estimate it can be counted by tons. Also, there are mineral water, beer, white wine, drinks, snacks, and many others. I even got a box of apples, a box of self-heating rice, and 2 boxes of milk. Chapter 21 Hospital. I found 4 pieces of heat insulation cloth, a folding bicycle, and a fishing tackle bag. Inside the fishing tackle bag, there are 3 fishing rods, plus the one I got from the outdoor club, making it 4. The luckiest find was a rubber boat. Now Shui Li really has nothing to worry about, no need to think about the pedal boats in the park. There are also 6 ID cards. Upon careful inspection, I didn't recognize any of them. I found more than 8,000 cash, and Shui Li now has more than 20,000. That's more than what I've saved in my bank card over all these years. If only I had this much money before the apocalypse, I could have bought a lot of good things. Now, it's uncertain if I can even spend it, and even if I can spend it, the prices are likely to skyrocket. What else could I buy? Also, the space expanded by more than 10 square meters, but what exactly was absorbed into the space is unknown. Because every time a car is unlocked and taken out from the space, those things are already gone. Now the space area is nearly 170 square meters. There are also some sunglasses, chewing gum, car air fresheners, USB drives, lighters, cigarettes, tissue boxes, thermos food containers, and other small items. It's worth mentioning that Shui Li also found a key left in a white Chevrolet SUV parked in the car. The owner probably forgot the key while rushing to take a patient to the hospital. Without turning on the car lights, Shui Li tried the car and found that everything worked well. Although it wasn't a luxury car, Shui Li decided to keep it. Although Shui Li had figured out how to open the Hummer door, it wasn't as convenient to unlock and lock the door every time and store it in the space, especially in front of others. With the Chevrolet, it would be much more convenient in front of others. Shui Li remembered that when she had searched for cars, she found 2 of the same model as this one. She found a jack and toolbox, both of which she had collected a lot of. She huffed and puffed as she removed 8 tires, including the spare one, and stored them. In extremely hot weather, tires wore out quickly, so it was necessary to have extra ones. Shui Li didn't understand other car parts, so she didn't take any more. Shui Li also found something interesting. Everyone knows you shouldn't drink and drive, but she found quite a lot of beer and liquor in these cars. She didn't know if the drivers would drink and drive or if they would hire a driver after drinking. Lost in these thoughts, her eyelids became heavier and heavier, and before long, she fell asleep. The next day, Shui Li was awakened by a loud thunderclap. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she looked at the time and saw it was just after 8 in the morning. Not bad, she hadn't slept long, but the quality of sleep was good. She stretched lazily and felt much better in her arms. Looks like the herbal balm worked well. She reached out and washed her face with rainwater. Then she took the disposable cup she had used yesterday morning and brushed her teeth with some clean water. She found a comb and quickly combed her hair into a ponytail while looking in the rearview mirror. Next was the bathroom issue. This was easy. She surrounded the 4 cars at the far end, and even if someone walked up close, it would be hard to spot her. As for hygiene, everyone who understands knows what to do, and Shui Li didn't have any better solution. Anyway, by tomorrow morning at the latest, the water would have reached this floor. She stored both the Hummer and Chevrolet in the space, looked at the remaining space, and there was still plenty. If she wanted, she could fit 2 more cars in, but Shui Li didn't do that. She didn't know when the space might upgrade again. Even if she took in the cars from the 3rd floor, it wasn't guaranteed she would find many antique jade items. Not every car owner would keep valuable items in their cars. As for the cars on the 4th floor, Shui Li didn't plan to touch them. This parking lot was very high, and even if the rain kept pouring, it wouldn't flood the 4th floor. Those cars wouldn't be damaged, so she decided to leave them for their owners. She walked slowly to the 3rd floor. There weren't as many cars here as on the 2nd floor, so she roughly walked around. She even saw a mountain bike, 2 electric tricycles, and 4 or 5 electric cars still parked here. But all of them were locked. Shui Li didn't think much. She took the mountain bike, the electric tricycles, and 1 electric car. She stacked them together with the 2 cars from earlier. She stacked everything that could be stacked, and only when it couldn't fit anymore did she move to the next row. Food was placed on the opposite side of the other things. With this organization, the space immediately didn't feel crowded at all. After finishing these, Shui Li took out a loaf of bread, a sausage, and a bottle of nutritional fast drink for breakfast. She ate while observing the rain, which seemed to be about the same as yesterday. Looks like today is also a good day for action. The food is finished, the empty bottle is not thrown away, it is washed clean with rainwater and shaken to dry as much as possible. Let's see if I can find more containers today. Feeling satisfied and full, I put on my raincoat and took out some paper and a pen to write something on it. After writing, I took out my binoculars to survey the surroundings and found that there were currently no boats coming in or out. I hurried down to the second floor and came to the back of a box truck that was not easy to spot, releasing the speedboat and heading towards the hospital building. Yes, today I plan to go to the hospital to buy some medicine. This was decided last night. The outpatient building of the hospital is relatively short and has already been submerged halfway. Last night, seeing everything pitch black, it seemed that everyone had moved to the inpatient building. The only lights last night were from those few buildings. Therefore, I headed straight for the inpatient building. The hospital must be crowded right now. But today is only the 5th day of the typhoon, so the medicine supplies in the hospital should not be too tight yet. Moreover, the list of medications I wrote down consists of some that the hospital isn't using much at the moment, such as mosquito repellent, Licon liquid for treating mosquito bites, and it would be even better if there were any insecticides. Additionally, vitamins, eye drops, suppositories, women's hygiene products, deworming medicine, dermatitis cream, potassium permanganate, hemorrhoid ointment, and frostbite ointment, etc. Most importantly, it would be best to buy some prescription medicines for treating malaria. In future plagues, the medication for malaria will be very effective. Although it is not quite on point, for those who catch the plague, taking this medicine could save their lives, at least preventing death. It can be confirmed that more than half of the patients in the hospital are likely to be unfortunate citizens and public servants injured while traveling or on duty during the typhoon. The most needed medications should be cold medicine, wound medicine, anti-inflammatory drugs, antiviral drugs, and diarrhea medicine, etc. However, I still want to buy some. Whether I can get them will depend on luck. The reason I remembered to buy was because of the more than 20,000 cash they gave me as a backup, right? The situation in the hospital is similar to what I imagined. Even the corridors are filled with beds. Some patients do not even have beds and are weakly sitting on what used to be a waiting area for family members to get in for. 4 bags are hanging on a row of temporary nails nailed to the wall. There are even those lying directly on the ground. The ward is even more tragic, with people crammed together, without distinguishing between gender or age. Even the nurse's station is filled with patients. Chapter 22, Lining. I carry the speedboat and a large backpack on my back. The large backpack was found in some vehicle, and there are 2 more like it. I specifically took one out before coming in. If I need anything later, I can just use the backpack to cover it up. I walk carefully forward, afraid that I might accidentally bump into an injured patient. Doctors and nurses are busy flying around, and no one pays attention to this oddly dressed person, which is just right. I don't like being noticed. I look around, turning on all my radars, trying to find one person. That is a head nurse I got to know while working here during the winter break. Though she can be sharp-tongued, she has a good heart. Once, when one of my employers tried to nitpick and pay me less or not at all, it was that nurse auntie with her usual serious face who spoke justly for me, allowing me to get my pay. Since then, Nurse Lining has taken care of me quite a bit. However, I haven't seen her since my last life, and I don't know if she survived the apocalypse. In this hospital, she is the person I am most familiar with. So, to buy medicine and find her must be helpful. I searched room by room until I reached the 6th floor and finally found Lining. I see from a distance that Lining looks much more worn out, but I can still see her seriousness and responsibility for her work on her stern face. The real Aunt Lining stood right in front of her, but Shui Li stopped in her tracks. She felt a sting in her nose and quickly looked up at the ceiling, forcing herself to hold back the tears that were about to overflow. At that moment, Shui Li truly understood what it meant to feel as if she were worlds apart. Could this damn natural disaster not leave a way out for these hardworking and kind people? Fortunately, Lining was too busy and did not notice her. After calming her emotions, she walked to Lin Ying's side and gently called out, "Aunt Lin." Lin Ying turned around in surprise when she saw Shui Li, and then called over a nurse to hand her the medication in her hand. She instructed the nurse to add medicine for a certain patient and then turned to Shui Li. "Shui Li, is there something you need?" Her voice was plain and simple, with no extra pleasantries or noticeable warmth. Straight to the point, just like Aunt Lin. Yet it was this very Aunt Lin who, at the first sight of Shui Li, made a special effort to take time out of her busy schedule for her. This showed that she truly cared about her. Lin Ying's action nearly caused the tears that Shui Li had just managed to hold back to spill over again. Shui Li quickly lowered her head to hide her feelings, simply giving a soft Although she thought she was hiding it well, the redness around her eyes betrayed her. Lin Ying only paused for a second and then spoke one word. "Speak." Still so straightforward, not beating around the bush at all. Aunt Lin was indeed very busy. In the time it took for those 2 sentences, someone came looking for her. Shui Li decided not to hold back any longer and immediately stated her purpose for coming. Lin Ying listened to Shui Li while preparing the medication, then instructed the nurse next to her. Then she said 2 words to Shui Li. "Follow me." Saying this, she rushed out. Shui Li quickly followed her. They squeezed through the crowd and followed Lin Ying to a doctor's office on the upper level. This room was originally supposed to be a resting room for doctors, with an upper and lower bunk bed. In this small room, with the number of desks and chairs, if all the doctors were present, at least 10 doctors could work and rest here. At this moment, there was only one female doctor on duty, the others were probably busy in the wards or operating rooms. This female doctor was named Helena, and she was also a deputy chief physician. Her name tag had it written on it. Wearing a pair of gold-framed glasses, she exuded a scholarly air. However, her complexion was not good, it was pale and had a hint of yellow, indicating excessive fatigue and malnutrition. In such a great natural disaster and under such harsh conditions, these white-clad angels who left their homes and families and continued to fight on the front lines truly made Shui Li feel deep respect. As she was reflecting, Helena spoke up first with a smile. "Old Lin, why are you here? Come here to slack off?" With a familiar tone and teasing attitude, it seemed she had a good relationship with Lin Ying. Lin Ying just gave her a roll of her eyes, didn't respond, and turned her gaze to Shui Li. Understanding immediately, Shui Li quickly stated her request. "Hello, Dr. He. I am a resident of Zihua Garden. Many families in our community have been flooded, and some have fallen ill because there is no boat to bring them to the hospital. Since I have a boat and can swim, I was entrusted to buy some medicine." As she spoke, Shui Li tightly clasped her small, fair hands together, looking quite nervous. As if afraid that the other party wouldn't sell her the medicine. She had said the same thing to Aunt Lin Ying earlier. Although Aunt Lin was very nice, Shui Li wouldn't share her true thoughts with her. Plus, saying she was buying medicine for the community residents would allow her to buy a bit more. After Shui Li finished speaking, Helena fell silent. The atmosphere suddenly became a bit awkward. At this moment, Lin Ying spoke up again, still very succinctly with 3 words. "Must do it." Then she patted Shui Li's shoulder and left directly. Perhaps Helena was already used to Lin Ying's temperament, as she watched her leave with a wry smile and shook her head. Then she started talking to Shui Li. "What medicines do you want to buy?" Shui Li hurriedly took advantage of the moment and pulled out a pre-written paper from her backpack, handing it over. Helena took it, her brows initially relaxing, then furrowing tightly. Shui Li's heart went from tight to loose along with her brows. At this moment, she was truly feeling a bit nervous. Fortunately, it didn't take long for Helena to respond. "Besides the insecticide, all the medicines you want are available. But there are regulations that state each person can only buy one of each medicine, and you need to be here in person. Also, you want 20 of each item on this list, which is indeed too much." "Not too much, not too much. We have considered everything you mentioned." Shui Li smiled, showing her little white teeth, as she took out 7 ID cards and a passport from her backpack, placing them on the table. 1 was Shui Li's own, 6 were obtained from cars, and the passport belonged to the heartless intermediary boss. Shui Li felt a bit smug, her habit of collecting everything as a scavenger was truly helpful and should be encouraged. She also had to thank the carelessness of each car owner for leaving their IDs. The biggest thanks went to the heartless boss, who had been squeezed dry of the last bit of value. Truly the employees had become the bosses. You see, these IDs and the passport were specially brought by the residents of our community to avoid bothering you. Though they aren't here, isn't it because of this terrible weather? Each of these people has a big family behind them, having extra medicine is reasonable, don't you agree?" As she spoke, she took out a can of luncheon meat and placed it next to Helena. Chapter 23 Buying Medicine. Seeing the meat can, Helena clearly swallowed. It's no surprise that a dignified deputy chief physician looked so greedy, even the mayor, working on an empty stomach every day, would drool at good food. From the moment Shui Li walked in and saw her expression, she realized that she hadn't had enough to eat. Under normal circumstances, hospital staff would have official meals, and it wouldn't allow someone to be this hungry. Perhaps her food had been given to her own family, children, or something like that. After all, if there were no food at home, it was inevitable not to eat. The meat can stayed by Helena for only 2 seconds before being put away. Then she picked up a pen, just about to write, but paused. "As for the other medicines, that's fine, you can get the quantities you want. But for the anti-inflammatory medicine, cold medicine, and antiviral medicine, you can only get 8 of each. These medicines are also in short supply at the hospital." Hearing her say this, Shui Li felt excited inside. This meant that the medicines for treating malaria could be prescribed in 20 portions. She quickly hid her emotions, confirming with Helena that only these 3 medicines couldn't meet the requirements before she finally felt at ease. But she still needed to haggle a bit, otherwise, it wouldn't be true to her style of plucking feathers from flying geese. She took out a pack of potato chips and tossed it on the table.
Could you open 2 more portions of those medicines, making it a total of 10? Is that possible?
Of course, it was. Helena stopped talking, took the chips, and quickly started writing on the prescription. However, when she reached the frostbite ointment, she paused. The others are fine, but it's summer now, buying frostbite ointment seems unnecessary at this time.
Shui Li smiled shyly.
One of the grandpas in our community said this year is a year of disasters. Old sayings tell us that fortune does not come in pairs, and misfortune never comes alone. This winter must be very cold, and it may even hit a new low.
We all found this very reasonable and unanimously decided that every family should buy some frostbite ointment, just in case.
She wasn't lying either, an extreme cold snap was indeed coming after the rain.
Minus 60 or 70 degrees, wouldn't that be a new low?
Thus, her words flowed exceptionally smoothly, and she felt no guilt. It also served as a reminder to Helena, doing Aunt Lin a favor. Of course, before leaving the hospital, I should remind Aunt Lin, as there is nothing else I can do for her. Seeing her thoughtful expression, it seems she has understood, and what to do next depends on her. Helena no longer spoke, quickly preparing the prescription based on those ID cards and passports. Doctors originally printed the prescriptions from the computer, now, due to the power outage, it has reverted to the old way. In fact, the hospital does have a generator, but it only supplies power to the operating room to ensure the safety of critically ill patients needing surgery. When Helena finally signed her name, Shui Li was still wondering whether to secretly take a few blank prescription sheets to imitate Helena's handwriting and write some medicines. Just then, she pulled out a stamp and quickly stamped it over her own name. This time, Shui Li completely gave up on the idea. She could imitate the handwriting, but she truly couldn't carve a stamp.
The hospital's anti-counterfeiting measures are quite effective. After keeping the prescription sheet safe, Shui Li remembered something else and couldn't help but ask. Have the prices of these medicines increased? Do you know the prices? Helena smiled slightly, with something in her eyes that Shui Li couldn't understand. Most medicines have increased a bit, but the prices are not much higher than usual. Those you want to prescribe 10 times are a bit pricey, you'll know the exact prices when you pay. Hearing this, Shui Li felt more assured, it was better than her wild guesses. If she doesn't have enough money later, she can just reduce the quantity accordingly. After receiving the ID cards and saying goodbye to Helena, she left. But what exactly is that ambiguous meaning in Helena's eyes? It was only when Shui Li painstakingly obtained the medicines, spending over 15,000 cash, that she somewhat understood. Those medicines were not just a bit pricey, they were outrageous. They were at least 15 times more expensive than usual. But being able to buy them was good enough. This was Shui Li's first time spending money in the apocalypse. Anyway, it was all gotten for free, so she didn't feel sorry. Looking at the remaining cash of over 5,000, and having finally found a place to spend, Shui Li decided to spend it all. This hospital has not only Western medicine but also a Chinese medicine clinic. After casually stopping a nurse to ask, she found out the exact location. Passing by a restroom, she originally intended to go in, but before entering, a choking smell forced her back out. Even someone as tough as Shui Li, who had experienced the apocalypse, dared not linger and quickly left this biohazard zone, only daring to breathe when she was at a distance. After this episode, Shui Li thought of something new she wanted to stock up on. She would see how things go later. In the Chinese medicine clinic, there was a man in his 40s, compared to Helena, this man clearly was doing well, with a rosy and shiny complexion. He had enough to eat and didn't seem too busy, so it looked like it wasn't too hard to handle. Seeing the name on the name tag, with the surname Li, Shui Li casually greeted, "Hello, Dr. Li." Dr. Li, looking relaxed, pointed to a nearby chair, indicating that Shui Li could sit down. After Shui Li readily sat down, Dr. Li skillfully took out a pulse pillow, intending to check her pulse. He also asked, "Where do you feel uncomfortable? Please stretch out your hand so I can see." Shui Li's forehead twitched. This was treating her like an ordinary patient. However, just then, she noticed something and immediately had an idea. Naturally, she followed along with his words to explain her intention. "I'm not here for treatment. I just want to stock up on some medicines for wind cold cough and to boost immunity. Additionally, I also want to prescribe some chaihu, licorice, and baibu. Do you think you can prescribe those?" "Oh, I see." Hearing Shui Li say this, Dr. Li seemed a bit disappointed. This left Shui Li puzzled. Wouldn't the doctor be less stressed with no patients? Why would someone dislike having fewer tasks? Is this person a workaholic or what? Seeing he didn't have a definite answer, Shui Li didn't want to guess what he was thinking anymore and decided to stick to the old routine. "I have 5,600 yuan, how much medicine can you grab?" As she spoke, she took out a pack of Li Huan cigarettes and placed them on the table. When Dr. Li was taking her pulse earlier, Shui Li noticed that his index and middle fingers were somewhat yellow. One look and it was clear that he was a long-time heavy smoker. The hospital can provide meals, but they definitely cannot provide cigarettes.
Stuck here for several days due to the typhoon, she couldn't believe he wouldn't crave a smoke. Maybe he wanted to work more to distract himself and temporarily forget about his addiction. Even though Lihuan cigarettes aren't expensive, for someone who craves a smoke, even dried leaves would do.
This time Shui Li figured it out.
Without saying a word, Dr. Li took the cigarettes, wrote swiftly for a moment, and then got up to go to the back room, which was the traditional Chinese medicine room, to personally get medicine for Shui Li.
Chapter 24, Farewell.
This time, Shui Li's requests were all met, with various Chinese herbs packed into more than 30 bags.
Dr. Li even thoughtfully wrote the uses and dosage on each bag. Finally, he found a large plastic bag and secured everything inside. This was really unexpected, she didn't think she would buy so much. Compared to Western medicine, this was so cheap. Indeed, Western medicine works fast, especially now when there are many injured people, they must all choose Western medicine. And Chinese medicine is usually used by people with some extra money or chronic patients to condition their bodies. Normally, the traditional Chinese medicine department might be very busy, but now most people are stuck at home, running low on food. Who could think of getting Chinese medicine for conditioning? Shui Li was very satisfied. After thanking him and about to leave, she saw Dr. Li with a look that suggested he had something to say. Seeing Shui Li take the initiative to ask, Dr. Li didn't hold back and said it directly. Young lady, do you still have any cigarettes? If you have extras, I can buy them, or I can trade you for Chinese medicine. I'll cover the cost of the medicine myself. Ha ha. Strange things happen every year, this year there are especially many.
Just a moment ago, she needed something from him, and now the tables had turned. What a shift in fortune. What you think about truly comes to you. The happier she felt inside, the more hesitant she seemed on the outside. Hulu Shui Li quickly came up with a response. I do have some, but I no longer lack herbs. As for money, forget it. By the way, I was just thinking about buying a few sets of protective suits, but I can't find any place to buy them.
If you have extra, I can trade with you.
New or used is fine, as long as they are clean and disinfected.
In truth, how could Shui Li be lacking herbs?
With the current prices, a pack of cigarettes isn't worth much at all. She wouldn't be able to trade for much medicine either. It was better to exchange for protective suits, which she didn't have. Just earlier, when passing by the bathroom, she thought about protective suits. In such a dirty environment with so many people, it was bound to lead to an outbreak sooner or later. So, their existence was necessary in the face of plagues and pestilence. Moreover, at this moment, besides the hospital, Shui Li truly didn't know where else to find them. Hearing Shui Li's words, Dr. Li was overjoyed and smiled happily. He asked Shui Li to wait a moment and soon returned with 4 sets of protective suits. Shui Li took a look. 2 sets were 90% new, 1 was brand new, and 1 was slightly used. But they were all clean. They were neatly folded, each piece packed in its own bag. She also gave Dr. Li a pack of Lihuan and a pack of Yushi. Both parties were very satisfied. After a cheerful farewell, Shui Li bundled everything up and went to find Lin Ying. With so many people around, it was inconvenient. Shui Li couldn't find a place without crowds and couldn't put some things down. At this moment, she had a large backpack in front, a backpack on her back, and both hands full. As she pushed through the crowd, by the time she found Lin Ying, her head and face were drenched in sweat. Lin Ying, seeing her disheveled appearance, finally said a few more words.
Have all the tasks been completed?
Shui Li set down the medicine in her hands, wiped her sweat with her sleeve, and then replied. Basically done, but I still need a few pieces of protective clothing.
Do you think there's any way to get them?
Lin Ying thought for a moment and left her with 2 cold words.
Wait.
After a while, she came back holding a pile of protective clothing, about 10 pieces neatly packed in a bag. At a glance, they were obviously disinfected. However, the ones Aunt Lin brought were slightly used, which was just what Shui Li wanted. If they were brand new, Shui Li wouldn't dare to take them for fear of causing trouble for Lin Ying. In that case, Shui Li would definitely have to argue with Aunt Lin for a long time. These slightly used ones were just right, they wouldn't cause Shui Li any trouble, and Aunt Lin wouldn't strain her back lifting them. Aunt Lin is still Aunt Lin, always so cold on the outside but warm-hearted and considerate. Shui Li felt very touched. She pulled Lin Ying to a corner, took down a big bag from her chest, and handed it to Lin Ying. Lowering her voice to speak softly, just loud enough for the 2 of them to hear.
Aunt Lin, there is a rubber boat inside. If the wind dies down one day, you can go home and take a look. There are also 2 packs of instant noodles and a can of meat.
I didn't bring much food, so please don't think it's too little. In fact, before entering the hospital, Shui Li wanted to give Lin Ying more food, and initially planned to send a 20-kilogram bag of rice. However, upon seeing her haggard appearance at first glance, Shui Li felt what she really needed now was a life-saving tool in a critical moment. So, on a whim, she changed her gift to a rubber boat. If she truly feels heartbroken, she sincerely does, she sent it out before it even got warm. But Shui Li didn't regret it at all.
Compared to Aunt Lynn's true kindness towards her, what is a rubber boat? She feared making her think that she was only giving something because she had a request, so she waited until all tasks were completed before handing it to her. Lin Ying listened quietly, her expression unchanged, but her eyes were slightly red. Shui Li pretended not to see and continued speaking. There is also a list of the medicine I bought today in the bag. If you have the chance, please buy some of those to stock up. The elderly people in our community said that this year is a disaster year, and winter might not be easy. So, don't just think about work, find a way to stock up on rice, flour, oil, and prepare more cotton clothing and bedding at home. Shui Li's expression was very serious. She wanted to convey the tense atmosphere to Lin Ying, letting her feel it deeply inside. Lin Ying finally showed a smile, her voice thick with nasal tones. I understand, why are you so chatty at such a young age? In fact, many people in our hospital say the same thing. I've taken it to heart and will prepare. Alas! Shui Li sighed inwardly. Preparing and being prepared are two different things. Just wanting to prepare also requires the ability to find the necessary items. She wasn't clear about Aunt Lynn's family background, but with her experience, she should be able to find someone to get some food and drinks, right? Right now, Shui Li was also like a clay Buddha crossing a river, not much help she could offer. Suppressing her worries, she put on a face of relief. That's good, but the earlier you prepare, the better. It's best not to exceed a week. I'm afraid prices are going to rise later. Lin Ying nodded with a smile. It seemed she genuinely took it to heart, and Shui Li felt a bit relieved, wanting to remind her a few more times. Also, don't let others in the hospital discover the rubber boat. Later, find a box to lock it up. The reason I told you what's in the bag is that I'm afraid you might take it out unintentionally in front of others. Fire and water are merciless. If it truly comes to life and death, just don't worry about anyone else, saving your life is the priority. Upon hearing this, Lin Ying chuckled. Everything that needed to be said has been said, and even what shouldn't have been said isn't believed by anyone. I hope Aunt Lynn really does what she said she would do. Chapter 25, Cute. After saying goodbye to Lin Ying, Shui Li turned around and took a few steps when Lin Ying called her back. Take care. Lin Ying's words felt like a simple mother's advice to her child about to depart. Though it was just a few words, it filled Shui Li with deep love and blessing. Holding back tears, she tried to show her brightest smile, not lingering any longer, and walked away with big steps. Maybe this was the last time she would meet Aunt Lynn in this life. She only wished for good people to live safely for a lifetime. Shui Li's mood was heavy until she boarded the speedboat. Looking at the parking lot not far away, the harsh reality hit her hard. She was almost out of food and water, so there was no need to feel sad. She should focus more on herself. Stocking up was important. Stocking up brings happiness. Shui Li silently cheered herself on. Regaining her spirits, she first put all the medicines into her space. Then she thought about her next destination. Tianhua Finance University. This was the school Shui Li attended, a well-known key university in the nation. Shui Li had no big dreams, she just wanted to earn more money. She heard that being an accountant was very profitable, so when it came time to choose her college during the college entrance exam, she picked the school. Unexpectedly, only after 1 year, the apocalypse came, and even if she lived again, she wouldn't have the chance to become rich. Alas! Countless feelings welled up in her heart. Was she really destined to be poor? While she was sailing and thinking, two speedboats approached from the opposite side. There were a total of 8 people, somewhat far away, their faces unclear, but she could see they were wearing bright orange life jackets. Shui Li immediately became alert and quietly released a fire axe at her feet. As they got closer, she could see that the 2 people driving the boats were wearing firefighter uniforms. The others were ordinary people. Among them was a pregnant woman holding her belly, looking very pained, clearly about to give birth. There was also a white-haired old man, now with his eyes tightly shut, clearly in shock. The rest of the people, from their worried expressions, were likely family members. Shui Li understood, these were 2 lifeboats. It made sense to encounter them near the hospital. In such bad weather, besides herself and some people who had to go out, the only ones still outside were firefighters and soldiers, those with great righteousness. Shui Li always respected these most lovable people. If it weren't for them in her last life, she wouldn't have lived for 8 years. So, Shui Li slowed her boat down and moved to the side, wanting to let them pass first. The firefighter in the lead was a stern-looking man who nodded slightly at Shui Li in gratitude, then took the boat with the old man ahead. The driver of the second speedboat could only be called a boy. He looked to be about Shui Li's age, maybe 18 or 19. As he passed Shui Li, he slowed down and seemed to want to say something. Shui Li immediately became alert again. Although they were a group she respected, there could still be bad people among them. Seeing Shui Li's guarded expression, the young firefighter appeared somewhat awkward. He opened his mouth to say something, but the wind was too strong, so he quickly closed it again.
This left Shui Li and the people on his boat puzzled, unsure of what he was trying to convey. Especially the two family members of the pregnant women, their faces quickly filled with anger. At that moment, the young firefighter quickly scanned the speedboat, as if searching for something.
It seemed he didn't find what he was looking for.
Then, he did something that shocked Shui Li. He actually took off the orange life jacket from himself and threw it onto Shui Li's boat. Before Shui Li could say anything, he left with those who were already quite impatient. At this moment, Shui Li felt a mix of emotions in her heart. It was as if there was a bundle of cotton soaked in water, soft yet heavy, lodged in her chest.
How can someone be so admirable and lovable?
He must have seen that Shui Li was alone in the storm, with no life jacket, and yet he disregarded his own safety, leaving the danger to himself. Though he didn't say a word during the entire process, his actions spoke louder than 1,000 words.
Ignoring the heavy rain, Shui Li shouted loudly at the little firefighter's back. "Thank you! Thank you!"
The little firefighter seemed to hear her shout, turning back to smile at Shui Li before quickly moving away. Even though the rain was heavy, Shui Li still clearly saw the dimples on his face and his small tiger teeth. She picked up the life jacket. Although it felt icy to the touch, it was filled with warmth, both light and incredibly heavy. Shui Li sniffled, feeling a lump in her throat.
Did he not know he had the space and the ability to protect himself, needing the life jacket at all? Such kindness in this end of the world, how was he supposed to survive? Taking a few deep breaths, she calmly donned the life jacket that was both light and heavy. Not pausing for a moment, she pressed forward. The wind and rain seemed to have intensified again, making it difficult for Shui Li to open her eyes, and her vision became increasingly blurry. Amidst the rolling waves, she saw the bodies of dead people drifting along. Along the way, Shui Li discovered 2 of them. In her heart, she muttered curses at the heavens. As if the heavens had heard her curses, a loud thunder struck, splitting a large tree about 10 meters away from Shui Li into pieces. The flames flickered for a moment before being extinguished, leaving only a few wisps of black smoke lingering in the air. Shui Li shrank her neck, quickly silencing her insults. She had forgotten that, in a way, she was also a lost soul. Heaven loves to strike demons and monsters with lightning. How dare she curse the heavens? Wasn't that courting death? Hastily distancing herself from the trees, she sped away.
When she was almost at the school, she spotted a rescue boat. She was right, the boat from Era Park had been requisitioned by the authorities. On this boat were several soldiers, helping people stranded on rooftops. These people lived in a building only 4 stories tall, and it wouldn't be long before the flood submerged the entire structure. Seeing this scene before her, Shui Li suddenly thought of those trapped in the securities building. Perhaps she was stimulated today by Aunt Lin and the little firefighter. Driven by some force, Shui Li slowly approached. She found a soldier and informed him about the situation and location of the securities building. The young soldier saluted Shui Li.
"Thank you for your kindness.
If there are similar situations in the future, you can find us at the Carey Hotel.
All rescued refugees will be sent there."
Carey Hotel, 48 stories tall, a 5-star hotel. Shui Li was very familiar with it. In her past life, she had lived there. No, it could only be called surviving there for quite a while. Until the extreme cold passed, she went with many refugees to the B-City shelter. Having clarified everything, she passed by the soldiers. Not far down the road, she suddenly slapped her forehead.
She suddenly remembered that the securities building wasn't far from the agency. Those despicable people wouldn't be rescued together, right?
If that were the case, it would truly be like lifting a stone to smash her own foot.
Chapter 26, The Quilt. Impulsive actions are indeed the devil.
Shui Li felt a bit annoyed, realizing she was going down the path of a saintly fool and despising herself. Never mind, even if they were rescued together, if these people made her cross paths, she could just send them to Yama to boost his performance. As for the issue of them discovering that things were missing from the company, she wasn't afraid of that. They wouldn't know that she had such a magical item of space. Even if they had doubts, it would only be doubts, and nobody would believe it if she said anything. Besides, they might not even be discovered by the rescue workers.
Thinking about it doesn't help, so let it be.
When she saw the familiar campus fully submerged in floodwaters, Shui Li could only silently sigh at the impermanence of life. There had been so many thoughts today, she still hadn't forgotten why she came back to school. Not long ago, Shui Li suddenly remembered that each dormitory in the school had a bucket for mopping the floor, and it would be perfect for holding gasoline.
With so many dorms for boys and girls, how many buckets must there be? The problem of gasoline containers was solved in an instant. Moreover, she also wanted to take back the things she left in the dormitory.
When she opened the dormitory door and saw her familiar bed, and touched the quilt her grandmother made for her, tears could no longer be stopped, falling down in streams. Shui Li's original name was Shui Li, with Li meaning to leave. It was her mother who gave her this name. Her mother said that since her birth, her father had left them, so she named her this way.
Her grandmother thought it was unlucky and feared it would affect Shui Li's life's fortune, so she changed her name to Shui Li. She liked to laugh and call her little sweet pear. The cotton in the quilt was personally grown and picked by her grandmother, and she even had a local craftsman from their village fluff it. The quilt weighed a good 10 pounds. The mattress was also twice as thick as an ordinary mattress. Her grandmother said that there was no heated Kong in the university dormitory, and it was too cold in the winter. It would be bad for a girl's health to catch a cold. When Shui Li was in her second year of high school, she had made it in advance. At that time, Shui Li had even asked her grandmother how she was so confident that she could pass the university entrance exam. Her grandmother's answer was, "Maybe others can't make it, but my little sweet pear will definitely make it." Shui Li asked, "Why?" Her grandmother smiled lovingly, "Because girls who love to laugh are lucky. My little sweet pear has loved to laugh since she was small, so how could she not be lucky?" Did she love to laugh? Since her grandmother passed away, Shui Li couldn't remember the last time she had truly smiled. The past was vivid in her mind, and her words still lingered in her ears. The more Shui Li cried, the more heartbreaking it became, the louder she cried, and finally, she let herself cry out loud. She cried for past and present lives, for the many hardships and grievances, all the strength she had held back with gritted teeth. Let all the panic, helplessness, and fragility be released today, at this very moment, let it all pour out in a cathartic way. Shui Li didn't know when she fell asleep, but when she woke up, she just felt her eyes hurting badly. She gently touched them and found they were swollen. She took out the eye drops she had bought from the hospital today and dropped 2 drops, then closed her eyes for a while. When the burning pain finally subsided, she looked at the time and realized it was already past 2 in the afternoon. No wonder her stomach was a little hungry. Weakly, she grabbed a box of self-heating rice. It was green pepper pork, quite good, just what Shui Li liked. She placed the water to heat it, and took the opportunity to wash her face with water, feeling a little better. As she smelled the fragrance coming from the lunchbox, Shui Li's mood immediately brightened. Her stomach kept growling, saliva almost dripping out. When the rice was ready, she also took out a bottle of cola and 3 pieces of fried yellow fish. 1 bite of rice, 1 bite of fish, then a few sips of soda. Life was really sweet. After finishing the meal, Shui Li was fully revived. She pulled out 2 plastic bags that were pressed under the mattress. These were Shui Li's only 2 pieces of luggage. One was labeled urea, and the other was labeled compound fertilizer. She still remembered when she first came to the dormitory. Shui Li walked in proudly with urea in her left hand and compound fertilizer in her right hand. She also carried a cartoon backpack that had been washed so many times it had turned pale. Her delicate little face formed a strong contrast with this look, which was irresistibly cute. The 3 other girls in the dormitory burst out laughing. They even asked her if she had come to be funny. Was she trying to attract attention by being so different? They all thought Shui Li was rich and that this was some rich person's new cosplay play. But Shui Li didn't find it funny at all. She kept her small face tight, coldly staring at them. When they realized Shui Li wasn't joking, they finally understood that this girl was really poor. And from that moment on, Shui Li became distinctly different from these proud girls. In fact, Shui Li could afford a decent suitcase, but she was unwilling to spend that money. A suitcase would only be used once at the beginning of the school year. It wouldn't be needed at all usually. As the old saying goes, if you have money, don't buy a half year's leisure. It costs money for something that isn't useful, so why buy it? Is it to look glamorous on the outside? It's not that she couldn't afford it or wanted to appear high and mighty, it's that Shui Li truly didn't have that ability at the time. She had a total of a little over 600 yuan, her living expenses weren't enough, and buying it would leave her starving. After her grandmother passed away, her uncle took over her grandmother's home. Under her aunt's watchful eye, Shui Li managed to take out this set of bedding, her clothes, and that pink backpack with cartoons. There was also her ID and admission notice. The backpack was a graduation gift from her grandmother when she graduated to middle school. The cartoon character on it was Shui Li's favorite, Sailor Moon. She especially loved the phrase, "In the name of the moon, I will punish you." When she was in high school, her grandmother wanted to buy her a new one, saying that kind of backpack was now carried only by elementary school students. But Shui Li insisted that she still liked this backpack and it wasn't damaged, so she would have her grandmother buy her a better one when she went to college. Her grandmother smiled and agreed, but sadly, she never lived to see the day Shui Li went to college. Shui Li left her grandmother's home just like that and never went back. For the entire summer, she lived in the high school dormitory. The school initially didn't allow it, but her homeroom teacher communicated with the school and made a promise, allowing her an exception. So, that summer, while other students were enjoying a relaxing break after the college entrance examination, some traveled, some played video games day and night, and some took driving tests. Only Shui Li was without a single cent. No one celebrated her getting into a key university, and no one cared about how she was doing. Her uncle and the others, upon hearing that Shui Li got into a key university, weren't happy. Instead, they worried about the tuition fees. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so decisive in sending Shui Li out of the house. In the school, there was only Shui Li and the old security guard, Mr. Bai. Mr. Bai was over 70 years old, a disabled veteran living alone, and had lived in the guard room for years. He lent Shui Li an electric tricycle. From that day on, Shui Li rode the tricycle in the morning to collect scrap, and worked in a barbecue restaurant in the afternoon and evening. For the whole summer, she didn't rest a single day and finally gathered enough tuition. Sometimes Shui Li felt she was worse off than an orphan, as orphans have the country to take care of their food, clothing, and education. But she quickly let go of that feeling. Orphans didn't have grandmothers who loved them so much, the love her grandmother gave her would benefit her for a lifetime. Chapter 27, The Dormitory. There are a total of 10 dormitory buildings, each with 6 floors and 16 rooms per floor. In a few days, these dormitory buildings will sink into the water. Shui Li's dormitory is on the 5th floor. She took out a solar headlamp and placed it on the balcony, unsure if it would charge. First, she folded the bedding and put it into a snakeskin bag. Then she opened the wardrobe and took out all her clothes. 1 high school uniform, 2 pairs of jeans, and 2 white t-shirts. 1 down jacket she had worn for 5 years and 2 sets of thermal underwear, along with 2 sweaters. 1 nightgown, 1 pajama set, 3 sets of underwear, and 5 pairs of socks. 1 pair of slippers, 2 pairs of sports shoes bought at a rural market, and altogether, it didn't even cost 100 yuan. There was also a pair of snow boots Shui Li bought herself last winter for 220 yuan, which made her heart ache for a while. Additionally, there were 2 basins, 2 towels, a bar of soap, a set of dental care, a bottle of shampoo, and a bag of Yumiaging cream. Shui Li had never used conditioner, Yumiaging had been used since childhood, and she had never used other skincare products. Perhaps because she was young, her skin and hair quality had always been good, at least that was the case before the end of the world. After the apocalypse, with food scarce, there is no mood to think about maintenance. These are basically all of Shui Li's belongings. Of course, if the 6,000 yuan in the bank card could still be spent, there would be even more. Instant noodles and pickled mustard greens were hoarded in large quantities. Because Shui Li still had to live in the dormitory at that time, she bought them at the wholesale market. Instant noodles were 50 cents cheaper per pack than buying them from the supermarket. There was also a box of 5 packs of instant noodles and 6 bags of pickled mustard greens. If she finished work early and passed by the market, she could buy 2 steamed buns to eat with the pickled mustard greens. If it wasn't for the fact that cooking wasn't allowed in the dormitory, Shui Li wouldn't spend money buying steamed buns. 2 steamed buns cost 2 yuan, but if she bought flour and steamed them herself, she could make at least 4 and they'd be bigger than the ones she bought. Finally, there were the books on the table. All of them were from the first year, the second year books would be distributed after the semester started. Now, it was impossible for the semester to start. She casually opened one, looking at the content on it, and it felt like reading a foreign language. The only proof that she had ever studied it were the occasional traces of her own handwriting. 8 years had passed since her reincarnation, and she had long forgotten these things. She didn't realize it before, but now she realized how much she had fallen. After packing up her own things, she began to look at the other 3 beds. Their things were clearly much more than Shui Li's. The quilts were either down-filled or silk-filled, all taken away. The extreme cold was coming, and the more quilts the better. If she couldn't use them all, she could wait for the extreme cold to exchange them for supplies. So, Shui Li started from her own dormitory, collecting all the dorms from the 3rd to the 6th floors. The most common items were clothes and quilts. Among them, there were about 200 quilts, which Shui Li would never be able to use up in her lifetime. Because most of the students living in the dormitory were from out of town, they took their summer clothes home during the summer vacation, but left behind winter coats, down jackets, cotton shoes, scarves, hats, and gloves. And they were all around the same age, so most of them fit Shui Li. This was practically a wardrobe prepared specifically for Shui Li. If she didn't care about the style, Shui Li's clothing problems for the rest of her life were solved. There were also a lot of new underwear and socks. If she wore them sparingly, it would last Shui Li for 10 years. She also found a big bag of various socks, which should belong to a fellow student who, like Shui Li, worked part-time. She probably sold them at a stall in her spare time. Time had passed, and Shui Li couldn't remember who this person was. She could only thank her now for the gift. In addition, she found another package in the room next door, which seemed to belong to the same student who also sold things at a stall. Inside were various small accessories. Shui Li carefully selected them. Although they weren't expensive, many of the earrings contained silver. She hadn't expected this, so she picked out all the ones with silver and left the rest. In the apocalypse, no one wanted real gold or silver jewelry, and these crafts had even less of a market. The school had repeatedly banned the use of electric stoves, electric blankets, etc., but Shui Li still found 4 electric blankets and an electric stove. They were all from the same dormitory, so it seemed like they were covering for each other. If a fire broke out, TSK, it was hard to imagine what would happen to this old dormitory building and the people living on the same floor. They must be confiscated. While doing this, Shui Li also took any books from other departments, including advanced books from her own major. Don't even think about the library, it only had 3 floors, and it was currently submerged in water. The cafeteria was in the same situation. The cafeteria was closed during the summer vacation, and there probably wouldn't be much food left inside. Shui Li thought she could still learn the books when she had time. If the apocalypse ended, having knowledge would help her find a better job. Then, there were the most lacking water barrels, over 100 of them, and they all had lids. The gasoline from the hospital could be safely and boldly collected. She even dismantled the water tank from the water room at the end of the hallway and took it away. It can hold water and release water, it couldn't be better. This thing is in every dormitory, and Shui Li plans to visit a few more dorm buildings later. When Shui Li arrived in the morning, she drove the speedboat around the campus on purpose, not noticing a single person. So, she can confidently leave the door unlocked and pry the lock. In addition, there are all kinds of snacks and instant noodles. Because of the holiday, there isn't much food, crammed into a big plastic bag. Next, there are hygiene products, toiletries, and cosmetics. These things can be used by Shui Li for many years. She also found about 100 heating pads. And there are hundreds of various lunchboxes, cups, and plastic tubs. From the other dorm buildings, she only took food, drinks, and water. If she saw something she liked, she took it too, like new towels and heating pads, not much, just trying to save space. She also found a few jade pendants, jade bracelets, gold and silver necklaces, brooches, and so on. Grouped together, they took up nearly 10 more square meters. The most bizarre thing was finding several dolls in the boys' dormitory. When she saw the first one, Shui Li almost died of fright, even taking out her fire axe. Fortunately, it was just a false alarm. After that, she didn't think much of it. Also, safety supplies were found in both the boys' and girls' dormitories. After all, boys and girls eat and drink, so it's understandable. After collecting everything from all the dorm buildings, the space felt a bit cramped. Mainly because the cotton clothes and quilt took up too much space. Forget about that for now, there's something else to do first. It's already past 5 o'clock, and the sky is getting dark quickly. The dormitories are old buildings, with no ladders to the rooftop. Shui Li took out her climbing claws and climbed up to the rooftop. She tied all the water tanks securely together with ropes, fixing them on the roof to prevent them from being blown away by the wind. Then, she opened all the lids on top. Yes, Shui Li was preparing to start her water collection project. But these water tanks are old-fashioned and have no filtration function, so if she wants to drink them, they need to be filtered first. With the current rain, she estimates it won't take a day and night to fill them up. Chapter 28, Tired. Returning to the dormitory, she took off her raincoat, secured the flashlight, and took out the compression bag she got from the clothing design company to start compressing and packing the quilts and down jackets. By 8:30 in the evening, she finally finished all this just as she was about to collapse from exhaustion. She compressed everything in the space as much as possible, stuffing things tightly, filling even the cars and little pink storage boxes with no gaps left. Snacks, cigarettes, and alcohol were also packed neatly into organized boxes stacked to the top. With that, the space saved a lot of room. Even if she brought back the water tanks from the rooftop, there would still be at least 50 square meters left. Tonight she would have to fight the night battle again, replenishing energy was very important. Taking out her dinner plate, this time it was steamed buns, sauced beef, chicken soup, and smashed cucumbers. She enjoyed a delicious meal, finishing off the half apple left from last night. Shui Li felt restored. She grabbed her headlamp and checked, yes, indeed no power had been charged. It seems that solar energy really does not generate any power without sunlight. Fortunately, this lamp has a USB interface that can be charged with a power bank, otherwise, it would have run out of power soon. No more to say, time to set off. With sparks flying and lightning flashing, Shui Li quietly returned to the second floor of the hospital parking lot. The water had already flooded up here. Last night, it only reached her ankles, and tonight it was up to her calves. After checking around and seeing no one, she immediately got to work. The process was the same, and now it could be said that this job was quite familiar to Shui Li. At 11:30 at night, all the gasoline and diesel from the second and third floors of the parking lot were collected. Combined from both nights, this fuel would last Shui Li for a long time. She also found over 3,000 cash, plenty of bottled water, snacks, cigarettes, and alcohol. Looking at the hospital building, after a moment of hesitation, Shui Li decided to keep the money for now and not buy any medicine. First, going to the hospital would only allow her to buy some traditional Chinese medicine, which wouldn't be much. Second, considering the official stance, if supermarkets were to open one day, this money might buy some food. In her previous life, Shui Li had always been in the refugee camp at the Kerry Hotel and didn't remember whether the supermarkets had opened, but they did open at one point, and back then, Shui Li had no money to buy anything. The space had increased by another 2 square meters. Not bad, Shui Li felt very content. After a day full of rewards, she wrapped up her work. By the time she returned to the dorm, it was already midnight. Walking on the dark and quiet stairs, she thought about how she was the only one on campus, with only the flashlight in her hand giving her a bit of security. She still felt a little scared. It wasn't the dark she feared, nor was it ghosts. She was just afraid of a stranger suddenly sneaking in. She went to the bathroom and quickly took a shower with yesterday's bath water. Back in her dorm, she locked the door tightly. Now in the entire dorm area, only the door to Shui Li's dorm was intact, the others had been damaged by her. She pulled the curtains closed and propped a bed against the door, feeling a bit more at ease. She took out some medicated oil and rubbed it on her arms. This oil was really effective, even after a tiring day, her arms didn't hurt much at all. Then, she spread out her bedding and climbed into bed, sleepiness hitting her instantly. Tomorrow she would sleep until she woke up naturally, the past few days had truly been exhausting. Just as she was thinking about this, she fell asleep. The next day, she didn't wake up until after 9, it was indeed a natural wake-up. After washing up, she had a brunch, a pack of instant noodles with a hot dog and a bottle of milk. Then, she put on her raincoat and went to the roof to check the water tank. She collected over 10 raincoats yesterday, and there were dozens of umbrellas. But Shui Li still thought that the one she made was pretty good, and it would be a waste to throw it away. She decided to wear it anyway. The water tanks were already more than half full, and the water was clear. With a little filtering and heating, it could definitely be consumed. For washing up, she could use it directly without any problem. Very good. Given this rain, it wouldn't take a day to fill it up, by afternoon, it would be fully collected. She also gathered the fittings that had been removed from the water pipes, there could be a chance to connect to running water later. After coming down from the roof, Shui Li planned to check out the 2 nearby universities. As she descended the stairs, she discovered that in just one night, the water had flooded the 3rd floor. On the day Shui Li was reborn, the water had only reached the 2nd floor and hadn't filled it. Today was the 6th day of the disaster, and it had been 2.5 days, and now it had flooded another layer. Wasn't this speed a bit quick? It couldn't possibly flood to the 15th floor, right? It shouldn't. If it really flooded that high, then her previous life experiences wouldn't hold any reference value. Could it be that the nature of disasters has changed in this life? Not thinking about it anymore, she decided to take things step by step. There would be a way when they reached the mountain. She released the inflatable boat and headed towards the university on the left of the school. This university was a bit smaller than Shui Li's. Within just 10 minutes, she saw the building still above water from a distance. Just as she wanted to steer the boat closer, she suddenly noticed a few rubber boats floating nearby. They were likely also out looking for supplies. Shui Li decisively turned around. Fewer troubles were better than more. Since others had come here, she didn't want to compete with anyone. The people on the rubber boat must have spotted her as well. Just as Shui Li turned the steering wheel, another rubber boat tried to row towards her. But naturally, they didn't catch up. They were cursing angrily out there, with the wind and rain strong. Shui Li couldn't hear what they were saying clearly. The 3rd university wasn't far away. With these people around, Shui Li decided not to go there. If it weren't for the fact that the water tanks weren't full yet, she wouldn't even want to linger around this area. Walking ahead, she felt a bit depressed. This was the first time someone had interrupted her plans. Nonetheless, with the heavy rain continuing to fall, more and more people are venturing out in the wind and rain. Such things will not be few in the future. It seems I need to raise my alertness a bit more. As I walked, I felt I had arrived at the snack street near the school. This place looks very different from the bustling scene before. Originally, there were not many high shops on this street, generally 2 to 3 stories tall. Now most of them are submerged in water. Moreover, it has been 8 years since I last came here, so I really couldn't recognize it at first. The only things I could see were the shop signs sticking out above the water. As I moved slowly along, seeing the words on the signs, my heart ached so much that it nearly spasmed. So many snack shops, how much delicious food is there? I was really foolish. Why didn't I think of this place earlier? If I had come 2 days earlier, perhaps I could have rescued a lot of food and vegetables. Today is already the 6th day, and even if there is some, it has soaked and become inedible. This is truly a tragedy. I shook my head inside. Suddenly, one of the shop signs caught my eye among the many. This sign was made of ordinary material, its size not outstanding, but the content on it was different. Beautiful fruit and vegetable shop. When the school cafeteria was closed, I often came to the snack street to eat, yet I never knew there was a fruit and vegetable shop here. Chapter 29, Blood Prophet. I was simply too happy. I was worrying about vegetables and fruits, and now I found this shop. In an instant, I felt as energized as if I had been injected with adrenaline. I must go down and collect some. I believe that with such a large store, I will surely find something good. From the sign's position, this fruit and vegetable shop should be 3 stories tall. I turned off the engine, paddled closer, and probed with the boat oar, and sure enough, I immediately felt the rooftop. Actually, I could see clearly without probing. The rooftop of the shop was still very visible. I directly jumped from the speedboat onto the rooftop. Then, with binoculars, I carefully scanned the surrounding area 360 degrees without missing a spot. I mainly wanted to see if those people in the rubber boats were nearby. I only felt relieved after not spotting a single figure. However, not too far away, there was a residential area with tall buildings, and it was unclear if there were residents inside looking out with binoculars just like me. For safety's sake, I decided to deflate the speedboat and carry it into the water. After I submerged, I could store it in my space. I pulled out the air valve, and quickly everything was ready. I just couldn't change clothes and only took off my raincoat. I warmed up and, carrying the speedboat bag on my back, slowly began to sink into the water along a drainage pipe. Once I was underwater, I no longer had to worry. I put on a headlight, and with a couple of tries, I successfully broke a window. I feared that things inside might float out through the window. As soon as I entered, I took out a redwood chaise lounge from my space to block the entrance. Only then did I take a good look around, and wow, bags of fruits and vegetables packed in snakeskin bags had floated to the ceiling. Based on the weight, they should be lighter things like leafy greens. There were also round and plump watermelons. On the floor, most of the fruits were in plastic baskets. I took a quick glance. The variety was quite rich. It seemed like the shop owner had moved these fruits and vegetables to the 3rd floor due to the heavy rain. This made my lips curl up uncontrollably, saving me a lot of effort. Not paying much attention to my overflowing emotions, I began to gather everything like an octopus, moving quickly. I did not let a single item go. Even the 2 electronic scales in the corner were collected into my space. When I returned to the rooftop, I felt ecstatic. After checking what I had collected, I found that except for the leafy greens like chives and spinach that were damaged quite a bit, at least 80% of the other fruits and vegetables were still edible. This haul was indeed a sure profit. After resting for a while, I simply decided not to use the speedboat anymore. I would walk across the rooftops instead. Wherever it was impossible to walk, he swam across. Seeing a shop sign he was fond of, he smashed into over 10 stores that likely had supplies, and his gains were indeed plentiful. Especially from a beef noodle shop, he found over a dozen bags of flour, a large pot of prepared noodle dough, and more than 50 pounds of dried chili peppers. Since the shop was 4 stories tall, this floor was likely the owner's resting room. The flour was even placed on the bed, so it was well preserved and didn't get wet at all. The marinated ingredients were the same, perhaps because they were salty enough. There was no odd smell, which was truly rare. With these findings, Waterpair couldn't help but think of a saying: fortune favors the bold. He risked the danger of fierce winds and waves to stockpile supplies, and his efforts were indeed rewarded. He also collected quite a few other ingredients, such as cooking oil, salt, various seasonings, and even found 5 bottles of liquefied gas. There were 5 or 6 bags of soaked rice. He also gathered several large stainless steel bowls, takeout boxes, and disposable chopsticks. Of course, some shops he swam through from the 3rd to the 1st floor didn't have a single ingredient. Just like a barbecue shop that had absolutely nothing, Waterpair couldn't help but lament how cunning the owner was. In the end, adhering to the principle that thieves never leave empty-handed, he took a griddle for making iron plate dishes and some bamboo skewers and iron skewers. However, he still found a lot of sealed barbecue seasonings in another barbecue shop, all intact. He even collected a large freezer from this shop. When he opened it in his space, he almost fainted from the stench of rotten meat. He quickly threw it out of his space, otherwise, the smell would have contaminated the air in the space. Another hamburger shop had basically no usable ingredients, but there were quite a few eggs floating on the ceiling. A dense layer, which squeezed the 1st floor kitchen ceiling to overflowing. He took one and opened it in his space, and some were a bit discolored, but it wasn't a big problem. In a flurry of activity, after 3 adjustments in the space, he managed to collect just a few dozen eggs. Going on like this wouldn't work. Even though there was still enough time in the space, Waterpair's stamina wouldn't hold up. Finally, he thought of a good idea. He found the bedsheet of the intermediary boss, which was the largest piece among the sheets Waterpair collected. He covered as many eggs as he could, then gradually collected all those eggs. Yesterday, he had lamented squeezing the last value from a heartless boss. Today, he was smacked in the face by reality. This store took the most time for Waterpair to deal with. There was one more good thing that had to be mentioned. Waterpair found a coal-burning stove in a breakfast shop, complete with several intact tin chimneys. And almost 2 tons of coal blocks. Fortunately, these coals were bagged, so Waterpair didn't have to pick them up one by one like eggs, otherwise, she would have certainly been overwhelmed. This coal would be enough for Waterpair for 3 months. If you ask how Water Pear knew this, it was because every winter in her rural hometown, her grandmother would buy 2 tons of coal, sufficient to last an entire winter. However, for an ordinary winter, this amount was enough, but in extreme cold lasting 6 months, adding more firewood and charcoal would help weather it. This round not only was a sure gain but a tremendous profit, too. The food in the space could allow Water Pear to eat full meals for at least 5 years. This entire ordeal left Water Pear quite worn out. She sat on the rooftop of a 3-story shop to rest for a while before recovering. Feeling hungry, she checked the time. It was already 2 in the afternoon. It was pouring rain, making it inconvenient to eat, so she took out a can of Red Bull to quickly replenish her energy. She looked at the supplies in the space. If she added those water tanks, it should be full. As for the remaining supplies from those shops, even if there were still some left, there was nothing more she could do for now. If everything is taken back to ZY Garden and then returned, it will take at least half a day. By then, the water will be even deeper. At the current water depth, when diving to the first floor, Shui Li could hardly bear the water pressure, feeling a tightness in her chest. If the water gets any deeper, her small frame might not withstand it. It seems that giving up is the only option. It's really heart-wrenching. Taking out the inflatable boat bag, Shui Li laid it under her head and directly lay down on the rooftop. Her body was submerged in water, leaving only her head above the surface. The waves crashing against her felt quite nice. She planned to rest for a bit before retrieving the water tank and then heading back to 1502. Just as she was ready and about to open the inflatable boat bag, she suddenly noticed a rubber boat approaching her. Chapter 30, Killing the Wolf. Shui Li silently cursed her carelessness. She was truly drunk with joy. Now, if she wanted to escape, she needed time to inflate the inflatable boat, and there was simply no time left. Then let's wait for them to come over and see what kind of monsters they are. On the rubber boat, there were 3 men, all wearing raincoats. One was rowing, while the other 2 held a baseball bat and a steel pipe, respectively. They clearly did not come with friendly intentions. They should be among those who were next to Shui Li at the university this morning. She just didn't know what they valued about her. The only thing exposed was her inflatable boat. Shui Li's guess was not wrong, but she only hit half the mark. As the 3 approached, the buck-toothed guy with the baseball bat suddenly grinned wickedly. "Bro Quan, this turns out to be a little girl, and she's quite pretty. It's worth it for us to have searched for her so long." As he spoke, the 3 laughed boisterously, their eyes on Shui Li filled with the aggression and possessiveness of hungry wolves. To make it easier to dive, Shui Li was wearing a quick-dry gym outfit. Long legs, a slim waist, and a good figure were all on display. "Hand over the inflatable boat if you know what's good for you, and play nice with your brothers. It's absolutely beneficial for you." The acne-faced Bro Quan casually poked at Shui Li with the steel pipe, as if she and her inflatable boat were already his possessions. After saying this, the 3 laughed again. Shui Li raised an eyebrow. It seemed this was a robbery for both money and sex, huh? However, their behavior was likely something they learned from television. When villains rob people on the road, there's usually exaggerated loud laughter accompanying it. They have only grasped the surface. With such strong winds, they dared to laugh like that and not fear being choked by the wind. Sure enough, the next second a gust of wind came, and the 3 were all coughing repeatedly. Shui Li almost couldn't hold back her laughter. As amusing as it was, these 3 had clearly made a big mistake by targeting her. Once they stopped coughing, Shui Li smiled sweetly. "Are you certain you want me and my inflatable boat?" When she said me, Shui Li deliberately emphasized her tone, hoping they could calm down and give them a chance to live. Once evil thoughts had arisen, how could they stay calm? Her pure appearance and young body stirred the blood of these men. "Of course, brothers take care of you. If you follow us, you won't have to risk going out to look for supplies. Look at you, still empty-handed at this point. Stick with us, and I guarantee you'll eat and drink deliciously every day, living like a god." As he spoke, he winked, his face utterly disgusting, while edging the rubber boat closer. "Then fine, you come and take it." Shui Li finished speaking and laughed again. However, there was no smile in her eyes. Accompanied by a loud thunder, she looked as beautiful as a poppy flower swaying in the wind and rain. All right. Brothers are coming." The buck-toothed guy and Bro Quan both came from the rubber boat to the rooftop where Shui Li was. They were quite alert, not throwing away their weapons. Just as Bro Quan reached out towards the inflatable boat in Shui Li's hands, a sharp bone knife stabbed fiercely into his wrist. Bro Quan let out a scream. The body involuntarily took 2 steps back. The steel pipe in hand was thrown to the ground, and with the other good hand, he covered the wound. From this movement, Brother Quan was clearly someone who had never experienced a life-and-death struggle. If it were Shui Li, he would have immediately raised the steel pipe to attack the one who hurt him. However, even if Brother Quan attacked himself, Shui Li was well prepared. After stabbing, he quickly approached the buck-toothed man and, taking advantage of his moment of shock, brutally kicked him, along with the baseball bat he was holding, into the water. "Ah! Help! I can't swim."
Just right, Shui Li wanted to deal with Brother Quan before getting to him, but it turned out to be a delivery service.
It's really hard to understand. Even in such a sorry state, why still come out to rob?
The buck-toothed man struggled desperately in the water, crying out for help from the inflatable boatman. The inflatable boatman was still some distance away from the buck-toothed man and needed a bit of time to paddle over. At this moment, Brother Quan also reacted, disregarding the pain, with bloodshot eyes wanting to pick up the steel pipe to deal with Shui Li.
But how could Shui Li let him have his way?
Using the reaction force from kicking the buck-toothed man, Shui Li had already arrived at the steel pipe first, and with a flick of his toe, he kicked the pipe away into the water. Brother Quan was furious, his eyes about to burst, swinging his good hand to hit Shui Li.
Shui Li didn't dodge at all. Without a weapon, how much weight could a fist have?
Taking a step forward, he bore the punch that landed on his shoulder, and the sharp knife plunged deep into his chest.
Then it was quickly pulled out.
A jet of blood shot out like a rainbow, falling down with the rain. Brother Quan stared with disbelieving eyes, his body weakly collapsing down. The other two people were stunned by this scene. Especially the inflatable boatman, who shouted at Shui Li, "You little bastard, dare to kill my cousin, I will kill you." Then, without caring about the buck-toothed man, he paddled toward Shui Li. As for the buck-toothed man, he had just choked on a few mouthfuls of water from shock and was now sinking.
Only the inflatable boatman was left. Shui Li didn't move, stretching his shoulders while waiting for him to come up.
When he climbed onto the roof with the oar in hand, Shui Li suddenly smiled, picked up his speedboat bag, and leaped into the water like a fish.
The inflatable boatman was confused. What was this operation? Was she afraid and ran?
Regardless, he quickly came to Brother Quan's side, holding his corpse and crying bitterly. While Shui Li was underwater, he stored the speedboat into his space. Taking the opportunity to swim under the inflatable boat, his little hand touched it, and the inflatable boat instantly appeared in the space. Shui Li initially wanted to leave, thinking the cousin would be stranded without a boat and would have to wait to die if no one found him. But he still had an oar in his hand, making it hard to part with. Although he could also make paddles, nothing could compare to the original. Moreover, there were several inflatable boats with them this morning.
If they came looking, wouldn't that leave hidden dangers? To cut the grass, one must eliminate the roots. Spring wind cannot raise the grass.
The cousin was still crying, completely unaware that the inflatable boat was gone. Taking advantage of his illness, he would take his life. Shui Li swam to a spot behind him and took out a climbing claw, throwing it with force. With good aim, it caught onto the cousin's back clothes. It seemed to have grabbed quite a bit of flesh. The cousin screamed in agony, turning around to see Shui Li and immediately trying to grab the oar. With a strong pull, Shui Li yanked back. Due to the pain, the cousin had to follow the force of Shui Li and fall backward. This backward fall was not trivial, causing the claw to dig in even deeper. The cousin screamed louder and louder, not forgetting to curse Shui Li with filthy words. In fact, Shui Li had been somewhat hesitant earlier about whether to kill the cousin. After all, it was the buck-toothed man and Brother Quan who had targeted him, and the cousin had only laughed along. But he was not innocent. When those two were causing trouble, he did not stop them, did he?
Chapter 31 Going Home.
Now still cursing so harshly. Once the water pair arrived, it ignited true fire.
Then it must be death.
The water pair pulled her cousin along the rope, dragging him forcefully to her side. At this moment, her cousin realized something was wrong, ignoring the pain in his body, and tried to turn and sit up.
That wouldn't do.
As a result, her cousin was suddenly pinned down by a refrigerator that fell from the sky, unable to move.
What is going on? How can there be a refrigerator?
This was her cousin's last question left in the world. Then, a chill shot down his throat. Carefully washing the bone-slicing knife, she retracted the refrigerator and the rubber boat paddles. While she was inflating the speedboat, the water pair thought she needed to collect some large stones or something into the space. In the future, if such a situation arose again, she couldn't possibly smash a refrigerator every time. There was still food inside. What a pity it would be if it got dirty. After collecting the water tank, she checked how much space there was left to plan ahead. However, it was indeed true what the old saying says. Blessing and misfortune depend on each other. Just yesterday she felt heartache for the rubber boat she gave to Aunt Lin, and today someone delivered goods to her door. But the water pair's mood was not beautiful at all. In fact, every time she killed someone, she felt the same way. No matter how many times it happened or how many people she had killed, she could never feel like nothing had happened. Just like today with these three people, who were strangers to one another but emerged to commit evil due to the baseness of humanity. In this apocalyptic disaster, there were few who could survive, and yet they harmed each other.
One had to admit it was yet another survival of the fittest from heaven.
Feeling down was about feelings, her belly was unrelated, it started growling again. Taking out a piece of mint candy to sweeten her mouth, she then drove the speedboat toward the finance university. Upon arrival, she circled the school twice, but saw no one.
Then she checked other dorm buildings. Those people indeed came in the morning and took away quite a few of the quilts she had left. She couldn't tell what other smaller items were missing as long as there was no food. Seizing the opportunity, she took some men's down jackets that looked nice. Returning to her own dorm building. With a surge of energy, she climbed to the rooftop, and indeed, the water tank was already completely full. After a busy round, everything was retracted. When she returned to her dorm, she was starving, with her stomach touching her back. But looking at the space full of supplies, her heart felt very satisfied. From the moment of rebirth to today, 3.5 days had passed, and she had been busy non-stop without a proper moment to catch her breath. Now she wanted to eat meat, she only wanted to eat meat. She took out all the cooked rice, a big bowl of braised pork, and made a dish called burning the iceberg with white sugar and tomatoes. Finally, she poured a little from the half bottle of 5-grain liquor she got from the unscrupulous boss, just a little bit. Not because she wanted to drink, but to warm herself up and drive away the cold. Preparation complete, she started to eat. Like a whirlwind, she ate until her belly was full. She was so stuffed that she burped. Picking a pinch of De Hong Pao tea, she brewed some hot tea in a thermos to clear her palate. Oh, how refreshing it felt all over. After digesting for a while, she noticed it was getting a bit dark outside, so she put on her raincoat and life jacket and drove the speedboat toward the Zihua garden. The sky grew darker, and the water pair had to turn on the lights on the speedboat. The wind seemed to have picked up again. However, the journey was relatively smooth, and several small dangers were successfully avoided by the water pair. As she passed a tall building, the water pair suddenly felt something was wrong. Looking up, she immediately broke into a cold sweat. A huge billboard was hurtling towards her at high speed. Due to her sense of danger and her reaction skills honed in the apocalypse, the water pair quickly grabbed the speedboat and hid back into the space. Almost at that moment, the billboard smashed harshly into the water, splashing a massive spray. If it had been just 0.5 seconds later, the water pair would have personally gone to earn performance for Lord Yen. After staying in the space for quite a while, the water pair trembled before bringing the speedboat back to the surface. Pounding her chest, she thought to herself how lucky she was. It seemed she couldn't go out again until the typhoon was over. Having finally been reborn, she must not capsize in the gutter. Quickly leaving this place of trouble, she silently prayed as she walked. Hopefully, the heavens would spare her for being able to help Lord Yen with his work. After all, Lord Yen and the heavens could be considered part of the same system, right? She and the two of them could be said to have a business relationship. Today, she had personally delivered 3 to Lord Yen. Perhaps the heavens heard her prayers, as everything went smoothly until she reached the Zy garden. When she arrived at the bottom of Building 2, Shui Li finally let out a deep sigh of relief. Last time she was here, she had to break a window in the stairwell on the 3rd floor to get in. Now the 3rd floor had been flooded, and the window on the 4th floor was too high, she couldn't break the glass to enter anymore. There was no choice, Shui Li jumped into the water and retrieved the inflatable boat. Of course, this retrieval was not the same as before, it just meant she stowed it away properly. Then she slung the inflatable boat on her back and swam to the window on the 3rd floor. Someone inside the building must have seen her return with the inflatable boat, so it was better to carry it on her back to make her way discreetly. Perhaps it was already dark outside, and with no lights on, the hallway was very quiet, with not a single person around. When Shui Li stood outside room 1502, just about to take out her keys to unlock the door of room 1501 suddenly swung open. Room 1501 was a 3-bedroom unit, and at that moment, a round-faced girl with big eyes walked out. With a naturally babyish face, medium-length hair, one hand holding a flashlight, and the other hand carrying a trash bag, she seemed a bit stunned when she saw Shui Li. Then she smiled at Shui Li. Shui Li also politely nodded in return, her attitude neither cold nor warm, just right. This was her neighbor, it was better not to have any conflicts if possible. After nodding, Shui Li opened her door. The round-faced girl suddenly called out to her. "Hi, my name is Tianjinjin, what's your name? Are you the new resident in 1502? Her voice was plain, with nothing unusual about it. "Shui Li. As you can see." Saying this, Shui Li shook the keys in her hand. Before Tianjinjin could say anything else, a figure suddenly shot out from behind her, and the voice that followed had at least 4 pluses in sweetness and a Hong Kong and Taiwan accent. "Wow! Fong Yuan, come here quickly. There's finally someone living next door." Even before she arrived, the voice had already reached them. When they saw the person clearly, indeed, she looked just like her voice, a soft girl with hair down to her waist. But why did she have a hint of green tea flavor? Faced with the curious gaze of the soft girl, Shui Li stiffly nodded her head. While she was silently complaining in her mind, another girl with a slightly chubby figure and black frame glasses walked out behind the soft girl. As she squeezed out, she said to the soft girl, "Chin, tone down that green tea vibe and speak properly." Then she turned to Shui Li and said, "Hello, I'm Fong Yuan, Fong from Fong Yuan, and Round from Yuan Xing." Yes, she was a bit round, she truly lived up to her name. Shui Li. Simple and direct. Shui Li was always like this with strangers. Chapter 32, Neighbors. Wow, you are so cool. No wonder you dared to live in 150. It was still the soft girl, Xin, holding her little face, looking like a fan. As soon as she spoke, Shui Li felt uncomfortable all over, wanting to hurry home and rest. At this moment, Tianjinjin spoke again, her voice still plain. Xin, speak properly, don't scare our new neighbor. Xin rolled her eyes at the other two, suddenly putting her hands on her hips, confronting them. What's wrong? Can't I speak? Then she turned to Fang Yuan and said, what's wrong with green tea? Being green tea is so good, there are always men to take care of you when you go out. You don't understand the status of green tea in men's hearts. I still want to promote the green tea spirit, and I'll gather disciples to dedicate my life to the green tea cause. With a fierce physique, unique thoughts, and a mouth full of rough slang. The pair was startled to a crisp and tender state. What is Xin doing? After confronting her roommates, Xin ignored their rolled eyes at her. She instantly transformed into a soft girl, smiling brightly as she walked up to the pair. Well, let me formally introduce myself. My name is Xin, and you can call me Xin. That's what everyone calls me. Hello, Xin. These two words seemed to be squeezed out from the pair's mouth, feeling like all of them were a bit strange tonight. Good night. After greeting Xin, the pair quickly turned and rushed back to her room, locking the door smoothly behind her. Even after the pair had closed the door, she could still faintly hear the three of them arguing as they left. The door had good soundproofing, so the specifics of their talk were unclear to the pair. She turned on her flashlight, found a candle to light, and let out a long breath. Everything that happened tonight felt fantastical. First, she was scared half to death by a falling billboard. Finally back home, she was startled again by the neighbor next door. Life has indeed been so colorful. However, of the three neighbors next door, Xin is a joker, while Fang Yuan is very serious. Only Tianjinjin felt a bit out of place to her. Despite seeming calm, it left the pair feeling somewhat strange. But what exactly was wrong, she couldn't figure out at the moment. She could only observe for now. Not wanting to think about it anymore, she hurried to wash up and rest. She hung the raincoat on the drying rack, knowing it would probably dry by morning. Then she filled a water tank and a large steamer to heat water for a shower with gas at home. After washing all the dirty clothes from the past 2 days, she finally got into bed to sleep. As for today's gains, she would check after waking up. After all, the meat was already stew in the pot. On the first day of the new year, as soon as she hit the bed, her whole body felt like it fell apart, especially her left shoulder. It hurt terribly. Only then did she remember that Spot had been punched. Quickly, she took out a little charging nightlight from the girls' dormitory and set it up on the bedside. Looking at it, she found it was all bruised. Well, a big man's angry hit shouldn't be underestimated. It's still her lack of strength. However, compared to 3 lives, these little injuries were nothing. She took out her beloved medicated oil, massaged the bruised area, and it felt a bit better. There were still a few bottles of this medicated oil in her space. Based on how quickly she got hurt, it wouldn't last long. She needed to stock up more next time there's a chance. The next day, the pair was awakened by a knock on the door. Looking at the clock on the wall, it was already past 9. Wow! This time, the pair had slept for nearly 13 hours. She was really exhausted. The knocking continued, and feeling a bit annoyed, the pair walked to the door, not opening it immediately, but coldly asked, "Who is it?" In fact, through the peephole, the pair had already seen it was Xin outside. She was just asking on purpose. This neighbor was a bit too familiar, which made the pair quite uncomfortable. People like this would bloom with a little sunshine. She couldn't let her develop the habit of dropping by any time. "It's me. It's Xin. Here she comes again?" The pair felt a bit of pain at her temple. Why did Xin's voice sound like a siren in her ears now? She also wished, like Fang Yuan, that Xin would straighten her tongue and speak properly. With a click sound, the pair opened the door while still looking like she just woke up. She had no plans to let Xin into her house. She couldn't let her see what the inside looked like. What a joke! How to explain if she saw a living room full of mahogany furniture? She casually closed the door again and stood by the front door to talk to Xin. She yawned first before asking, "What do you need?" Xin clearly didn't expect the pair to just have woken up, not even realizing that it was her knocking that woke the pair up. Since the power outage, it seems that these night owls had developed a habit of sleeping early and waking up early in the past 2 days. So seeing the pair in a freshly woken state puzzled Xin a bit. "You came home pretty early last night. Why are you still not awake? It couldn't be, the former landlord disturbed you, right?" Seeing her face full of fear, Shui Li couldn't help but roll her eyes. "Is this it? Want to make the green tea business thrive?
It only took a few sentences to expose her true nature. Men aren't foolish. No, they aren't stupid, and her mouth ran off, led astray by Qin Qin. For some reason, Shui Li felt an inexplicable fondness for Qin Qin, and suddenly had the urge to tease her. Deliberately lowering her voice, she said with utmost seriousness. How did you know? You're spot on, do you have yin-yang eyes? Qin Qin's mouth fell open in shock, and after a long while, she stammered out a sentence. The landlord really contacted you? Looking at her shocked and fearful expression, Shui Li finally couldn't help but burst out laughing. This laugh made Qin Qin immediately realize she had been tricked, her charming face turning slightly red. Then, she also started giggling along. After laughing, she flicked her hair and rolled her eyes. I'm not foolish, I was just teasing you earlier. Well, Shui Li had learned to wait for her now. That's right, you're right. But did you knock on my door just to ask me this? After enough fun, Shui Li got back on track. No. Qin Qin waved her hands repeatedly. I'm here on behalf of all the members of 1501 to congratulate you on your new home. So, here, this is for you. As she spoke, she handed a plastic bag to Shui Li. Shui Li took it and opened it, only to find 3 apples inside. It seemed one was from each person. Shui Li hurriedly tried to give them back to Qin Qin. But Qin Qin just put her hands behind her back, shaking her head like a rattle. You keep it, we are neighbors now, and we must help each other. The world is getting worse, our building isn't peaceful either. These single girls like us need to unite. This was the first time Shui Li heard Qin Qin say something so serious, and she instantly understood her, or rather, their meaning. It seemed there were already signs of chaos in the building, otherwise, Qin Qin and the others wouldn't be forming an alliance. Shui Li calmly accepted it, then kindly reminded Qin Qin. In the future, don't show off any extra food in front of others. Qin Qin rolled her eyes again. I'm not foolish. Shui Li. Chapter 33, Planting. Back in her room, Shui Li looked at the apple in her hand, lost in thought. She initially didn't want to get too involved with others, but the rubber boat incident the day before made Shui Li realize how weak she currently was. She was injured dealing with 3 harmless men who underestimated her. What if she encountered stronger or more enemies? In this life, she just wanted to live steadily. Dangerous people or events should be avoided whenever possible. Blending in with the crowd might not be a bad choice. It's best not to stand out too much. It would be ideal if others found her unapproachable yet not too noticeable. Without absolute confidence to defeat the enemy, being low-key was the best. How to balance between being unapproachable and not noticeable might lie in the 3 people from 1501 next door. In fact, Shui Li understood the intentions of the 3 next door, including Qin Qin's antics from last night and today. They were simply watching Shui Li come and go in the storm, and having the courage to live alone in a house where someone had died made them think she was brave enough to help them when it counted. Shui Li's thoughts were similar, she needed them as her camouflage. There was also an awkwardness about Tianjinjin that Shui Li understood. That was, the flood had already reached the 3rd floor, and the community management had long been non-existent. All the residents were throwing trash directly out of their windows, who would still carry a flashlight into the hallway at night to throw garbage. Thus, last night's so-called chance encounter was actually an inevitable meeting involving Tianjinjin or the 3 of them. Therefore, they successfully struck up a conversation with Shui Li. Shui Li didn't blame them, after all, the apocalypse had begun. The ones who don't use their brains die the fastest. If they were such people, Shui Li would definitely not have anything to do with them. However, this does not mean that Shui Li wholeheartedly accepts them, she still needs to observe them well, and this process may take a long time. After all, it's the end of the world, and there is plenty of time. It's just mutual use, if they or one of them does something wrong, Shui Li will teach them how to be a newcomer. Retrieving her thoughts, she no longer thinks about irrelevant people. After washing up, she first ate a pack of biscuits to fill her stomach. While eating, she walked towards the kitchen, planning to cook, when she accidentally discovered that the grape seeds she soaked a couple of days ago had swollen up. Shui Li slapped her forehead, nearly forgetting about this matter. She took out the small shovel she had brought from the glass greenhouse and planted the grape seeds, one by one. She planted them all in one flower pot and poured the bowl of nutrient water into it. This was equivalent to nurturing seedlings. How many would grow depended on their fate. It wasn't too late to separate the seedlings into different pots once they sprouted. She also remembered the bag of sprouted garlic and planted it all together. It took quite a bit of time to peel the garlic. In total, she planted 4 pots. Yesterday, she brought back 2 large bundles of green onions from the vegetable store. Some had rotted, but they still had roots. It is said that green onions with yellow leaves and withered roots still live on, so she selected the ones with strong roots to fill one pot. The good green onions went back into the space. She also picked out the edible parts from the rotten ones to use when cooking. The rest was just trash, which of course went into the garbage bag.
Shui Li planned to throw the garbage further away when she went out, preferably not like other residents who just tossed it out the window. Otherwise, when the extreme heat comes, that garbage would become a breeding ground for bacteria and plagues. However, it seemed that only she did this, and it wouldn't solve much of a problem. Forget it, civilization should still be passed down, so she would try to hold on for as long as she could. There were still 2 baskets of sprouting potatoes in the space. To plant them, she needed to cut them into chunks at the eyes. Then she needed to mix the cut potato pieces with wood ash before planting. These experiences were all things children raised in the countryside knew since childhood, so Shui Li was very clear about it. The only problem was that she currently didn't have any wood ash. Thinking of wood ash, her gaze involuntarily turned to the mahogany furniture filling the living room. A wave of headache hit her. Chopping wood was another huge project. First, she would eat. She needed to fill her stomach before thinking about anything else. Originally, she wanted to have a nice meal for lunch today, but it seemed she had to make do again. What to eat? Even though it was making do, Shui Li still wanted something a bit better. She took out the first pack of steamed buns from the employee cafeteria, filled half of the biggest home steamer with water, placed 2 layers in, and prepared to steam them hot again. She placed a total of 18 buns, so that they could be enjoyed hot later on. She also took out a snakeskin bag of oil wheat vegetables. A lot of it had gone bad, but after sorting through, she pulled out about 5 or 6 good vegetables from around 50 to 60 pounds. Looking at the many spoiled vegetables, Shui Li's heart ached. What a waste! After cleaning up the garbage, she washed the good vegetables. She only took out a small handful and made a garlic oil wheat vegetable dish with the chopped garlic. The dish was done, and the buns were also heated up. She served out a portion of braised ribbon fish, added a bottle of orange juice, and sat at the dining table with the buns, feeling very satisfied with her lunch. After washing the dishes, including those from a few days ago that hadn't been washed yet, and tidying up the kitchen, she began to tackle the mahogany furniture. She took out the fire axe and first chopped the smallest wooden stool into firewood. However, while chopping, Shui Li noticed one issue: the noise from chopping wood in the apartment was too loud. She placed a kitchen cutting board underneath to muffle the sound a bit, but it still let out a dull thud-thud noise. A small wooden stool is fine, but if I keep chopping, the tenants downstairs will probably come up soon. I can't avoid chopping wood. It's either urgent for burning or just takes up too much space. How to avoid this trouble is a question. I can't think of a good solution right away, so I'll do something else first. I go to the bathroom and take out the rice cooker pot I got yesterday from a small snack shop. This rice cooker has been submerged in water and is definitely unusable, but the inner pot is still in good condition. Then, I light a few pieces of scrap paper in the pot. When the flames rise, I add leftover scraps from making raincoats and the small pieces of wood I chopped just now. The fire immediately blazes up. A cloud of black smoke rises, prompting me to quickly close the door and open the windows. Taking advantage of the strong fire, I throw in bigger pieces of wood. Surprisingly, after a whiff of burnt fabric, the fragrance of redwood fills the air, which smells very good. The smoke isn't so heavy anymore. However, the larger pieces of wood take a long time to burn. Still, I didn't add too much wood, just enough to produce usable ash. Seizing the opportunity, I rush to the balcony and bring in all the clothes, both dry and damp. Yesterday, I discovered that with the continuous rain, even though the clothes washed a few days ago seemed dry, they felt damp to the touch. If this continues, while outer garments are fine, the underwear will definitely grow mold, which is not good for health. I take out a small plastic stool and sit by the fire to dry each piece of clothing. Although it's a bit hot, the wind and rain outside help cool things down a bit. Chapter 34, Organize. Once the clothes are dried and put away, the embers in the rice cooker pot are weak. Now, I don't need to worry about it. I pick out a dozen sprouted potatoes that are completely inedible and cut them into pieces for later use. When I planted grape seeds and garlic earlier, I only used the smallest and shallowest pots. The larger, deeper pots are reserved for the potatoes. Grapes also need deeper soil, but I never plan to grow them large. I just want to raise seedlings. Even if I wanted to grow them larger, the extreme cold wouldn't give me a chance. At that time, I could only put all the plants back inside. Then, I watered all the remaining biggest and deepest pots with washing water. I also sprinkled some flour fertilizer in the pots prepared for the potatoes. I don't know if it will work. If possible, I'd better ferment some farmyard manure. Finally, I turned over the soil in the empty pots. After finishing all this, I looked at the embers, which had been extinguished, though the outer wall of the rice cooker pot was still warm to the touch. It seems I'll have to wait a little longer. Taking the chance, I go to the study, where there are still many pieces of scrap paper, foam boxes, and cardboard lying around. The study is quite spacious, with a row of bookshelves behind the desk. Across from it is a recliner sofa where one could sleep, but the rest of the space is empty. On the day I first came, I took a rough look and found that there were all sorts of books. I don't know why the previous owner's interests were so broad. I felt very happy. This was like providing nourishment for my own leisure life.
That day, I carelessly stacked things on the floor in my haste to leave. Now, it's perfect timing to tidy up. I stood the recliner sofa up and dragged it to the corner, trying not to take up space. Then I sorted the cardboard items and piled them against the wall. When I came across a packaging box with the word specialty on it, I paused. A flash of light seemed to shine in my mind, sparking an idea. Of course. Specialty. How could I forget? In the city center, there's a folklore museum that is about 9 stories high. When I first started college, the school organized a visit there. It was one of my few tourism activities. This is not the important part. What's important is that in that museum, each floor has a specialty store resembling a vending kiosk at a train station. It's all about emptying the tourists' wallets. At that time, Shui Li didn't have the money to buy the things and was mocked by classmates. Now, is money still needed? The main point is that many local specialties are vacuum-packed for the convenience of tourists in transportation and preservation. Even if soaked in water, it won't matter much. Shui Li was simply too excited and wanted to fly over right away, gathering everything. The decision that was just made yesterday to take it slow was about to be broken. No need to tidy up the study. Grabbing a raincoat and a kayak, Shui Li was ready to go. But seeing those chopped potatoes reminded them that they still hadn't been put into the ground. Sigh. Every day is full of tasks. Just when the temperature of the wood ash was right, Shui Li had to accept fate and wrap those adorable little potato pieces in wood ash one by one. Exactly 10 flower pots were just enough to plant. Just wondering how big the potatoes could grow before the extreme cold arrives. Seeing some more wood ash, Shui Li took out a few sweet potatoes. Using a foam box, they poured the soil from the flower pots into it, filling it to about half a box. Then they poured the wood ash together with nutrients and flower fertilizer into the foam box, mixing it all evenly with the soil. Next, put the sweet potatoes whole inside, then covered them with soil. Finally, wrap the entire foam box tightly with cling film to ensure the temperature, helping the sweet potato sprouts grow quickly. Using a foam box is because its insulation effect is much better than that of flower pots. Putting it in the brightest spot on the balcony, trying to let the sunlight shine as much as possible. Shui Li planted sweet potatoes mainly to eat sweet potato leaves. Of course, it would be best if they could grow sweet potatoes before the extreme cold. Still, it's better not to think too beautifully. With the current light, even sweet potato leaves might not grow. Just the thought brings tears. Looking at the 20 square meter balcony, those planted flower pots only occupied a third of the space. They took out the remaining flower pots to fill the entire balcony, leaving only a path for one person to walk through. The flower pots in the sunshine room are quite a few. Even with these out, there are still 2 or 3 dozen pots in the space. Although space is limited, Shui Li still doesn't plan to put them outside. In case one day soil is urgently needed, these flower pots can still be useful. Shui Li already has some plans for what to use the soil for, just waiting for the right moment to say it. Tidying up the space, making room for the forthcoming harvest. They placed 10 water tanks in the kitchen. Stacking them up wasn't too crowded. After all, they're for washing, so putting them aside for a while is not a problem. Only 1 bucket of purified water was placed outside for easy drinking. A large portion of the packaged puffed snacks took up space and were moved to the study. Also finished tidying up the tasks that were not completed earlier. There wasn't much left to do. They placed the tablet and charger on the desk, completely filling it up. While sorting, they remembered the 12 electric batons they got from the security room. Almost forgetting about them, hurriedly taking them out to check, they could still drip water. It's somewhat speechless. Quickly shake off the water and wipe them down. Remove any batteries and throw them away. They'll let them dry on the balcony first. A few boxes of alcohol were taken out. This stuff is not afraid of being stored, leaving temporarily is fine. There were also over a dozen pieces of mahogany furniture and vehicles taking up space. They decided to leave only the valuable couch that could block the window, putting everything else in the living room. Now the living room is filled with furniture from floor to ceiling, and one has to turn sideways to get past to the balcony. A few more items couldn't possibly fit in the living room, so they were placed in the study and dining room. Seeing there was still some space, they managed to squeeze the 2 electric tricycles into the room. In the bedroom, they only filled the wardrobe with seasonal clothes. This time, the space is indeed much more spacious. It can hold many, many supplies now. I changed out of my nightgown into the quick-drying workout clothes I wore yesterday. Freshly dried, the top is still warm and cozy. I checked the time, it was just before 3 in the afternoon. After days of rushing around, I already have some understanding of the speed of the speedboat, the weather, and the water flow. Now, I'm setting off for the city center. If all goes well, I can arrive before 5 o'clock. If I can't come back tonight, I'll just rest there. That's the decision made. What are we waiting for? Let's go on a spontaneous trip. I put on my raincoat and slung the speedboat over my back. As soon as I stepped outside, I ran into a couple in their 60s.
They seemed to have just returned, unlocking the door to their one-bedroom apartment 1503 across the hall. Waterpair was unchanged. The old couple paused slightly, then smiled kindly at Waterpair. Waterpair smiled back. Chapter 35, Special Products. It seems that this elderly couple are the residents of 1503?
Fortunately, they seem quite friendly, a good first impression.
Better than an unknown middle-aged man.
Of course, whether the old couple are truly kind, I still need to observe.
Just as I was about to leave, the door of 1503 opened from the inside.
A young man stepped out, weighing about 200 pounds, standing around 5 feet 7 inches, probably in his 20s. Seeing the old couple, he smiled broadly, his chubby face pushed his features together. However, Waterpair could still see a hint of forced stiffness in his smile.
It seemed he wasn't truly happy to see the elderly couple. Are they family?
If so, it makes sense to be squeezed into a one-bedroom apartment.
Yet the polite expression on the chubby man's face was intriguing.
With just a quick glance, Waterpair headed downstairs. Seeing this man immediately put her on guard. It's not that she had a prejudice against men, but rather an unpleasant feeling she couldn't quite articulate, like a sixth sense. Because of this feeling, Waterpair avoided many crises in her past life. When she reached the 6th floor, Waterpair purposely paused. She wondered if the disgusting man and the other 2 people who went out with him were dead outside. Just as she stood there, the disgusting man's door opened. The girl who had been with the disgusting man's mother and had remained quiet came out. Seeing Waterpair was a surprise for her, and then her fair face flushed with anger. This left Waterpair somewhat puzzled.
Didn't she seem pleased when Waterpair kicked the disgusting man last time? What was wrong today? Is this a late reaction to defend the disgusting man? Her reflexes seemed too slow. Not wanting to think too much, Waterpair and this girl locked eyes for just a second before she continued downstairs.
Surprisingly, although the girl looked angry, she didn't call out to stop Waterpair, nor did she call out to anyone else in the house. Waterpair had thought she would shout for the disgusting man and his mother to come out and teach her a lesson. But she didn't shout, fine, whatever, she wouldn't go looking for trouble. The wind and rain outside were still fierce, making Waterpair hesitate a bit. The billboard incident last night still frightened her. If it happened again, she couldn't guarantee she'd escape again.
Typhoon weather is too dangerous.
To wait out the typhoon, it would take at least 3 days.
Also, during that time, electricity and the internet would also return.
But Waterpair couldn't wait to act 3 days later. First, the supplies would be wasted. Second, when the power and internet return, it wouldn't be so convenient to get things for free.
Finding more supplies is better than starving to death in the end.
So, life and death rely on fate.
Determined, Waterpair didn't overthink.
She sped onward toward her goal. During this journey, Waterpair was very careful, keeping her distance from trees and billboards as far as possible. She also avoided rubber boats and speedboats whenever she could. This caused the folk museum, which could have been reached in just 2 hours, to arrive at 5:30 in the afternoon.
It took an extra half hour.
Shui Li couldn't help but wonder if she was scared stiff by what happened last night and was a bit too nervous. At this time, the sky was already half dark.
It's good that it's getting dark.
A moonless, windy night, perfect for committing murder and arson.
She circled around the folk museum in the speedboat. Fortunately.
The windows were intact, it seemed that no one had come by.
Then I'm sorry, this entire territory belongs to me now. But this folk museum is not a museum, why use such thick glass?
With a firefighter's axe and a window-breaking tool, it took a full 5 minutes to successfully break the window.
Shui Li still remembered that the first-floor hall of the folk museum was very high, about equivalent to 2 stories of an ordinary residential building. The hall was very charming, with full-wall murals and various handicrafts.
It was the place where the folk museum received visitors, but there were no stalls selling goods. The second floor was about equivalent to the third floor of an ordinary residential building, and it had a 5D cinema, showing materials on 5,000 years of history and folklore. There was indeed a specialty store. Shui Li was currently on the 3rd floor of the folk museum, with water only up to her ankles. She turned on her flashlight and began to feel her way forward. To highlight traditional culture, the interior decoration style was all ancient style.
Pavilions, towers, blue bricks, and green tiles.
It looked quite charming during the day, but in the dark, it gave Shui Li a feeling of exploring a tomb.
Her back felt chilly.
Especially the ancient costumes embedded in the display cases, they seemed like someone was secretly watching her, it was truly frightening. Thinking about the bitter experiences of the apocalyptic world in her last life, she forced herself to focus on the goods. It really worked, her mind started to turn immediately. Now that the water had reached the 3rd floor, only the goods on the 2nd floor were submerged.
Fortunately. There must be something edible inside, she couldn't let this opportunity slip by. A little hardship now was much better than fighting with others for food in the post-apocalyptic world. If she gave up, Shui Li wouldn't be able to forgive herself. She took off her raincoat, warmed herself up, equipped her headlamp, and quietly descended the stairs to the second floor. Fortunately, she charged the headlamp fully with a power bank last night, otherwise today would be difficult. The second floor was even darker, with only Shui Li swimming around. At this moment, if a monster suddenly appeared and opened its bloody mouth to eat her, Shui Li wouldn't be surprised at all. Only occasionally did a trash can or something float by her. She couldn't help but mock herself, her courage was really getting smaller and smaller. Overcoming her inner fear, Shui Li finally found the door to the specialty stall. Fortunately, this was a glass room, and the goods inside had not been washed away by the water. Lots of items were floating in the water. If she broke the glass door, some small items might inevitably float away. It's better to pry the lock, that way, the loss can be minimized. She took out all her tools and worked for a bit, even returned to her space to rest twice, before finally breaking the lock. Due to the resistance of the water flow, pushing the door open took a lot of effort. After that, things got much better, it was within Shui Li's familiar area of expertise. Whatever it was, floating in the sky, swimming in the water, or lying on the ground, she collected everything along with the shelves. After finishing, she swam around the inside to check for any leftover items, and when nothing was left, she swam back to the third floor. This trip was exhausting, especially with her left shoulder still injured, though the water wasn't deep, it was more strenuous than every other time she went into the water. However, the harvest was still very good. Just now, the light was too dim, she only took a brief glance, yet there were a lot of good things. For example, vacuum-packed millet, golden jujubes, chestnuts, walnuts, pickled vegetables, and other items. Especially the pickles, all kinds of them. There were mustard greens, cucumbers, radishes, etc., with many flavors and a large quantity, probably several 100 pounds. Shui Li would have enough pickles for her entire life. This store should be a specialty shop focusing on pickles, with other specialties as side products. Not much. Feeling a bit hungry, I ate a piece of chocolate and gnawed on a chicken leg, and my strength returned. Life does not end, the fight does not cease. Continue. Chapter 36, Experience. Unexpectedly, the stall on the third floor sold all kinds of Chinese medicinal herbs. There were northeast ginseng, cotinopsis, red ginseng, bird's nest, ganoderma, maca, dendrobium, cordyceps, goji berries, mulberries, sanchi, snow lotus, and various animal whips. Including bottles and jars of ginseng wine, goji berry wine, snake wine. Anyway, they were all nourishing products. One ginseng looked like it was over 100 years old, having grown into a human shape. It was placed in the most eye-catching special glass cabinet. Just opening this cabinet took a lot of effort. There were also a few larger ones that were over 50 years old, as could be seen from their exquisite packaging, which were all small leaf red sandalwood boxes. The other things were also in considerable quantity, the least of which had to be counted by the box. This trip was simply too timely. If I had come here 2 days later, these good medicinal materials and nourishing products would have been ruined. The fourth floor had the specialty that Shui Li liked the most, and it was the biggest stall. It was all food. Just the vacuum-packaged millet weighed over 800 pounds, all in 5-pound bags, which was over 160 bags. There were also oats, a treasure rice, black rice, jobs tears, glutinous rice, yellow rice, corn, black beans, green beans, red beans, etc., all packed like bricks, weighing at least 2,000 pounds in total. Some were in gift boxes, with a few or a dozen kinds of rice in one exquisite package. In addition, there were various dried goods and related food items. Like raw chestnuts, walnuts, pine nuts, hazelnuts, peanuts, golden thread jujubes, red dates, and other northern dried fruits, totaling about 200 pounds. There were also persimmon cakes, dried sweet potatoes, sugar-roasted chestnuts, hawthorn products, various flavored nuts, walnut products, honey dates, pastries, roasted duck eggs, vermicelli, and many more, hundreds of varieties. Moreover, there were some famous northern juice drinks, like Lulu, peanut milk, pear juice, and various beverages, including mineral water. The quantity was quite large, and Shui Li forgot everything in joy. Fear and anxiety all disappeared. I collected all these good things into the space. With this food, Shui Li would not worry about starving for 10 years. Happily went up to the 5th floor, but there was nothing to eat here. This floor was a tourist experience hall. Inside, there were weaving, tie-dyeing areas. There were also areas for making lanterns and kites, as well as a New Year painting area. Seeing these things made Shui Li feel incredibly warm. In her childhood, she had seen all these things. She had also learned to spin and weave cloth with her grandma. At that time, the cloth her grandma wove was used to make quilts, and the extra could be sold at the market for money. Shui Li had made lanterns and kites herself. Lanterns were needed during festivals, although some families were willing to spend money to buy more exquisite ones, most families in her hometown still made them themselves. Kites were what Shui Li made the most.
During the spring of her childhood, every year the school would organize outings, encouraging students to make kites themselves. Therefore, Shui Li even won a prize in school for making kites. The prize was a beautiful pencil case. Although she had never painted New Year pictures herself, she had seen the old people in the village paint them. So, Shui Li was not unfamiliar at all. I collected the weaving machines, spinning wheels, and related spinning tools, cotton and everything else. Given the current development situation of the world, who knows how many years humanity's living standards have regressed? Maybe one day, these purely handmade items will become the most core productivity of humanity. Better to be prepared than sorry. It's also an extra thought. The tie-dyeing area was mainly for tourists to dye white t-shirts, silk scarves, and other small items, with only a few pieces of dyed fabric hanging up as a decoy. There were indeed quite a few white t-shirts and plain silk scarves. All the dyed fabric was collected along with the dye. In the places for making lanterns, kites, and the New Year painting area, the most common items were bamboo strips, rice paper, candles, and paint for drawing. Of course, no need to be polite, the glue didn't fall off. There's also a winery here. Shui Li took a look, and those brewers were just going through the motions. The wine in dozens of large ceramic jars was real. There were also more than 100 jars of a pound of grain wine. It seemed that they only sold wine here. Shui Li opened a jar and took a sniff, the wine aroma wafted all around. Not bad, it is good wine. Naturally, it all belongs to Shui Li. If tourists want to buy wine, they probably can't take a large jar directly if they buy a lot, transportation is also inconvenient. So, Shui Li searched the back warehouse, and sure enough, found more than 50 10-pound plastic barrels. Now Shui Li had more containers to store water in. She walked a bit further, to the innermost part of this floor. This area was only set up for display, but Shui Li's eyes sparkled with joy, her happiness overflowing. Can you guess what Shui Li saw? A complete set of farming tools. There were shovels, picks, hoes, plows, sickles, rakes, and all sorts of tools for farming. There were even a mortar for pounding rice, large and small grinding stones for flour, and a threshing barrel, even a small mortar for pounding garlic was there. This really surprised Shui Li. In her previous life, when Shui Li came here, she had just been admitted to college from the countryside, and these didn't leave much of an impression on her. So, she had no memory of this floor. This time, 8 years had passed, and seeing these again felt completely different. Her mood became brighter as she continued upward. The 6th floor was mainly themed around many elements of prairie cultures. Scenes of horseback riding, archery, and wrestling were vividly portrayed. Especially the archery section, with real bows and iron arrows. There were 3 bows in total, with different sizes, large, medium, and small. They were probably prepared for a family of 3 to experience together. Each bow was paired with 20 arrows. There were also 3 round targets on the wall. Shui Li tried pulling the bow, it was okay, the medium-sized one was just right. The large bow could also be pulled, but it was a bit tiring. It seemed the designer of these bows really understood human mechanics. Shui Li was so satisfied, her arsenal was now richer in variety. What's there to be polite about? Of course, she took the targets too. This floor had all kinds of dairy products, beef jerky, lamb floss, mare's milk wine, and milk tea, etc. The booths were small, and packing up the items went quickly. The 7th floor was a mix of many elements from various ethnic groups. It mainly showcased the dress characteristics of different ethnicities. Dozens of areas represented dozens of different ethnic cultures. Shui Li didn't have time to appreciate these and went straight to the booths on this floor. She was instantly dumbfounded. Why weren't they selling food? Why were there all kinds of minority costumes, both for adults and children? They were beautiful, but Shui Li had no use for them. Wait a minute, the clothes were hanging on the wall, what was in the counter? Why was it gleaming? Rubbing her eyes, Shui Li was afraid she was mistaken and took out her strong flashlight to take a closer look. This time, Shui Li could see clearly. It turned out it was all kinds of silver jewelry. What headpieces, neck pieces, chest pieces, hand pieces, and foot pieces, all were pure silver. There were also many agate, turquoise, and various gems, mostly silver accessories. So many. Almost blinding Shui Li's eyes. They filled 4 large counters. Ha ha. This time, an upgrade in space was in sight. Chapter 37, Silver Jewelry. Happiness came too suddenly, Shui Li felt a bit dizzy. She had never won 5 million in the lottery, but she thought this must be how she felt now. So what to wait for? Let's claim the prize. Not leaving a single item, she searched every corner of this booth thoroughly, ensuring not a single silver thread was left behind. This wave must be dozens of pounds of silver. She tossed it into her space and waited for the upgrade. And Shui Li suddenly remembered that many booths along the way had clothing and accessories. It's all a set of things.
Inside, there are plenty of silver ornaments. How could I have been so blind and not taken a good look back then? Maybe those silver items have a longer history and better upgrade effects? It's all caused by cowardice. I didn't dare to look around. I must take them all. But there's only one last floor left to search. Don't rush, you can't eat hot tofu in haste. Let's stick to the plan. I'll finish searching the top floor before going down.
I quickly climbed to the top floor, but here is the office area of the Folk Customs Museum. There are over a dozen offices and a huge reception room. Waterpair went there first. The reception room is decorated in an ancient style. There are 8 sets of armchairs and small tables, all pairs. Made of solid wood, the carvings are exquisite, but Waterpair truly does not recognize what kind of wood it is. Taking a look at the space, in just a little while, it enlarged by 30 square meters. One side of the wall is still shrouded in fog. Maybe I've eaten too much all at once and haven't finished upgrading. Ignoring it, I'll collect these pieces of furniture first. I touched the calligraphy and paintings on the wall. Wow! They are all real. What a rich person. Can I keep them? Let the space continue to eat. I wanted to have a good New Year today. Next to the reception room is a tea room, which has much more milk tea compared to other companies. There are all kinds of flavors, with brands that could circle the earth a few times. There must be hundreds of cups. Could it be that the leaders of this Folk Customs Museum have some kinship with milk tea bosses? Who cares about relationships? Now it concerns me. I opened each office completely, and the harvest was average, just some cigarettes and snacks. Until I opened the curator's office, Waterpair was so shocked that her mouth almost couldn't close. I saw a whole wall of the riverside scene at Qingming Festival. The content isn't important, the crucial part is that this entire painting is made of silver. This is just too lavish. This Folk Customs Museum must be private. What if it's official? TSK, TSK, TSK. It's something you can only appreciate but cannot express. No matter what, this trip is worth it. Panting while taking the silver hanging painting down from the wall, it was all riveted in place. What a lot of effort. After collecting it, I began scrutinizing the other areas. In such an extravagant office, it can't be that there's only one valuable item. Sure enough, I found 2 ancient porcelain vases and a bamboo painting. Looking at the signature, it's not from the master of the Qing dynasty, but still, it's quite good. After all, the space only considers whether the painting is ancient or not. Who painted it doesn't matter. Additionally, I found a wine cabinet with red wine, including 2 bottles of the 1982 Lafite, but there isn't a single bottle of white wine. This is a bit strange. Why does the leader of a folk customs museum like foreign wine? What a surprise, you never know what kinds of people exist. Waterpair, you're not being fair. Isn't this drinking from a bowl while cursing with the lower one? These are the ones who provide food and clothing, they must be respected. Otherwise, where would all the good things for yourself come from? Yes, you are all right. Waterpair sincerely admitted her mistake and corrected her work attitude. When being serious like this, she discovered something great again. A sharp meow knife. There's a photo of this office's owner on the table. He's a big-bellied middle-aged man. I never realized this parent had such a hobby. With 2 fingers flicking it, it made a clear sound. Good knife. The weight is just right, and the handle fits well. Waterpair tested it a few times, whether chopping, cutting, or stabbing, it flowed like clouds in water. It turns out martial arts stories aren't lies. Falling off a cliff can lead to discovering martial arts manuals, and exploring tombs can find magical weapons. After collecting all the needed items and wooden products from this floor, the space still hasn't finished upgrading. Waterpair isn't anxious anymore. After the excitement, now I feel both hungry and sleepy. It's already past 10, how can I not be tired? The silver ornaments downstairs can't be hurriedly collected, it's too late. I will do it tomorrow. I boiled a packet of noodles, added ham sausage and a marinated egg, and brewed a cup of flower tea. Full and satisfied, I used yesterday's bathwater to take a shower in the bathroom. I stuffed the office door of the food and clothing providers with the sofa. Release the little pink one, and apply the medicine as usual. Then set the time to 5:30 in the morning, and sleep well for the night. In the morning, Shui Li only got out of bed after the alarm clock kept urging her. She moved her shoulders a bit and felt much better. The medicine was good, but her self-healing ability was awesome, too. She took a first glance at her space, and wow, the space had directly leveled up, now about 400 square meters, an increase of more than 200 square meters. It was amazing. It was almost as big as in her previous life. In her previous life, Shui Li took 5 years to expand the space to nearly 500 square meters. This time, it only took a few days? It really is easier to find things at the start of the apocalypse. She tidied up and washed up. Breakfast was simple, hot steamed buns with layaganma sauce, plus a few slices of sauced beef and lettuce.
Shui-style burgers were ready. After finishing, she had a bottle of peanut milk. Feeling energized, time to work. Unlike yesterday, today was all about going downwards, searching layer by layer carefully. Fortunately, although the morning light was dim, it was much stronger than last night. Shui Li felt no fear at all. She worked hard until after 8 o'clock, finally collecting all the silver ornaments and those with silver in them. Most of these things were embedded behind glass windows, and smashing the glass took too much time. Although she didn't get a lot, Shui Li still felt content. Just when Shui Li had just finished collecting and was about to take a break, she suddenly heard footsteps, as if someone had come. She hurriedly hid behind a display stand, peeking through a gap to see that someone had indeed entered. She didn't know how many people there were, but thankfully, Shui Li was on one side of the hall, and they were on the other. Even though it was bright now, the folk museum still had some darkness in it. These people wouldn't discover her right away. Seeing the broken glass and empty stalls had one person angrily cursing the sky and the earth. After cursing for a while, a burly middle-aged man stopped them. At this moment, these people, including Shui Li, were on the third-floor hall. They also entered from the glass window that Shui Li smashed last night. The water from yesterday only reached Shui Li's ankles, and now it was up to her calves. If she moved carelessly, she would definitely make a splashing sound, so Shui Li dared not move at all. She waited for these people to start moving before taking action. Soon, Shui Li got her chance. When they divided their numbers to go upstairs, she found her way to another staircase landing. Fortunately, this building had staircases on both sides, allowing her to completely separate from those people. Chapter 38 Return. Just now, Shui Li saw that this group of people was quite orderly. Some were searching this layer, some going upstairs, and 2 were left to watch the outside boat. If she went back the way she came, it wouldn't be realistic. It wasn't because she feared those 2 watching the boat, it was that nothing had actually happened between them. They were just like her, here to find supplies, and they hadn't offended her. She couldn't let them find nothing and still have to be secretly plotted against, could she? That would be bullying. With people upstairs and outside, it seemed the only way out was through the water. Before a person was about to reach her position, Shui Li took a deep breath and slowly slipped down the staircase she had just found. Upon reaching the second floor, she searched around and finally found a window that could be opened. It took immense effort to open the window just a crack. The folk museum wasn't just sturdy in glass, even the windows only opened a tiny gap at the bottom. Shui Li tried and could barely squeeze through. Afraid she might get stuck later, she pried a few times with a crowbar. Once she loosened the screws on both sides enough to ensure she could escape through the window, Shui Li swam out. Of course, during this time, she definitely had to go back to her space to take a breath. If there was no space, Waterpair would have died hundreds of times by now. After some distance from the folk museum, Waterpair found a place where she wouldn't be discovered by that group of people and released the speedboat. Not wearing a raincoat, her clothes were already soaked anyway. She only wore the life jacket given to her by the little firefighter. She also strapped on her newly acquired 40-meter-long knife. Waterpair felt delighted, bubbling with joy inside. You could say she was returning fully loaded. This trip was truly worth it. Not only did she find supplies, but it also made her space expand so much. Now the space had absorbed everything that could be upgraded and had increased by several dozen square meters. It was conservatively estimated to be about 450 square meters now. It was already as big as in her previous life. The things piled up at home could completely fit inside, leaving plenty of extra space. This time, Waterpair truly felt at ease. She wasn't coming out until the typhoon was over. Though happy, she didn't forget to be cautious. She still remembered the billboard incident and feared excessive joy might bring sorrow. Finally, 2 hours later, Waterpair safely arrived at ZY Garden. When Waterpair reached the bottom of building number 2, she found the window in the 4th-floor stairwell had been shattered. It seemed that after she left, someone had gone out from here? When she left, the flood was still over a meter away from the 4th-floor window, and now it was only half a meter away. At this speed, it seemed the 4th floor was already half submerged. Thinking this, Waterpair squeezed into the hallway. She deflated the boat and put it away. Not far from the community, Waterpair took out a plastic bag. Inside were a few packets of instant noodles, 2 small jars of pickled vegetables, and a vacuum-packed bag of millet, just to be seen. After all, she entered and exited every day, and hadn't brought back food yet. Someone was bound to suspect her. Also, if Waterpair didn't go out for many days in the future, at least someone would know she had food. There wasn't much, but it was enough to last until Waterpair went out next time. This was very reasonable. But someone didn't think so. As soon as Waterpair entered the hallway, she heard a commotion in the building. She went all the way to the 6th floor and finally understood what was happening. Waterpair had not intended to watch the excitement, but there were so many people that the stairway was blocked. Perhaps due to the heavy rain, with no internet and no power, people had no way to entertain themselves, so they came out to watch the fun.
Especially Qin and her group. Upon seeing Water Pair, they pulled her to their side. They seemed completely unfazed by her dripping wet appearance, focusing all their attention on the central crowd, those few main characters. Well, being dragged into watching was not her fault. Because Qin and a few others were standing on the steps, this also allowed Water Pair to see the masterminds behind the event. It turned out to be 601, the unpleasant mother and son duo along with that timid girl. This mother and son duo was so sprightly that Water Pair felt no surprise. At that moment, she saw the girl crying like a withered flower, choking back her tears, telling a disjointed story.
Aunt Wang, I rented the apartment 103 in your house, and since the flood, I've troubled you by staying in 601. I know I've caused you trouble during this time. But. Woo. At this point, the girl seemed especially wronged, unable to continue, just sobbing non-stop. She was already delicate looking, and with this helpless little cabbage posture, it instantly drew some kind-hearted people to stand up for the girl. It was a plain-looking uncle in his 40s, and what he said was quite forceful. Sister Wang, how can we say that Bai Wei didn't rent your first-floor apartment? She paid the rent for a whole year. It was a good deed to take her in, it is only right. But now you want to drive her out? With such a large typhoon, where can a young girl like Bai Wei go? Isn't that making things difficult for her? Upon hearing the uncle's words, Bai Wei cried even more sorrowfully. Wang Feng, on the other hand, was furious at the man's words, her curly hair standing on end. The hand pointed at the man. You know nothing. Li Xiangli, stop standing there and talking without knowing the pain. You eat and drink at home every day, the food is barely enough. This terrible weather prevents us from going out to buy, sitting, and eating until we're empty, my family can't afford it anymore. If you feel sorry, take her back to your home. The man named Li Xiangli was instantly choked, his face turned red with anger, his lips moved a few times before he managed to squeeze out a few words. Why should I take her back? She's not my tenant, and I'm not collecting rent from her. Mentioning rent, Wang Feng immediately became furious. In this situation, even with money, food cannot be bought. Isn't it because she accepted Bai Wei's rent that she had to reluctantly take her in? Now she regretted it deeply. With her hands on her big waist, her voice rose several times higher. The content of her words targeted everyone. Li Xiangli, stop pretending to be a saint. Who's been tightening anyone's belt that it exposed you? What filthy thoughts you have, don't think others don't know. It's just because Bai Wei has some beauty, you've got ideas on her, right? As long as your wife doesn't mind, and Bai Wei doesn't dislike you, we won't have objections, right everyone? Ha ha. Ha ha. The onlookers were laughing so hard at her words. Li Xiangli seemed truly caught on by Wang Feng's words, his guilty eyes flashed, and just as he was about to retort, suddenly a plump hand fiercely grabbed his ear. Accompanied by harsh curses. Li Xiangli, are you tired of living? Coming out like a big hero while I'm in the middle of taking a dump. Do you think you're the leader of the martial arts world? You want to meddle in other people's affairs? I see you must be sick again, seeing a little fairy and can't move, hurry and roll back. Chapter 40, Dead Dog. Shui Tian didn't want to waste time arguing with such a confused person. She directly grabbed Bai Wei's long black hair. Yeah, looking down, it was very easy. In Bai Wei's pig-like screams, she didn't forget to let Qin help hold the plastic bag in her hand. Then dragging Bai Wei, she walked to Wang's mother and son in front. The crowd nearby saw this little girl take action without a word and quickly gave way for Shui Tian. Thus, Shui Tian dragged Bai Wei over to Wang's mother and son as if dragging a dead dog, and it only took a few steps. She coldly stared at Wang Jiwei, her voice seemed to come from hell. Simple and direct. You want to sleep with me? Somehow, being stared at by Shui Tian made Wang Jiwei feel like he was being watched by a poisonous snake. The coldness from his heart returned. Instinctively, he quickly shook his head. No, I only want to sleep with her. Saying this, he pointed at Bai Wei, whose face was already pale from pain. She eats my food, lives in my place, yet doesn't want me to touch her. Her words can't be trusted, right, untrustworthy. Since the last time he followed Shui Tian out, Wang Jiwei understood. Even the two strong men who went out with him were washed away. A little girl like Shui Tian, able to come and go so easily during a typhoon, truly had skills. She was definitely not a rookie like him who could be messed with. Years in prison made him unconsciously soften towards those stronger than himself. Mainly inside, people like him with such charges were bullied the hardest. Society had long taught him how to read the room. It was one thing to scare ordinary people, but facing Shui Tian, he truly didn't dare. Shui Tian's eyes were exactly like those of death row inmates who had killed people. Those people weren't even messed with by the prison guards, let alone him. Wang Jiwei's words, Shui Tian naturally didn't believe. Although his attitude was good, Shui Tian was still very angry. What kind of dirty garbage is this, how could he throw it on her? Wang Jiwei was certainly disgusting, but the woman in his hands was even more repulsive. It really isn't a family. Not a single door could be entered. Before Shui Li could say anything, Wang Feng suddenly jumped out. Without even looking at the looks her son had been sending her, she loudly began cursing. Perhaps it was because she couldn't afford to offend Niu Xianhua, and there was no place to vent the anger in her heart. You little still dare to make trouble in front of my house? If it weren't for you, those two young tenants on the third floor wouldn't have drowned. You. Mom. Before Wang Jiwei could stop her, she kept on. Bang. Ah. Shui Li withdrew her foot. She couldn't understand, why did the Wang family mother and son both have a habit of being kicked? They seemed to rush towards it. Wang Feng was kicked away, but because there were so many onlookers, she was caught. It hurt, but she was braver than her son. Rubbing her stomach, she was about to pounce again. Shui Li had already lost her patience. She reached back, clang. The machete was drawn and placed across Wang Jiwei's neck. Wang Feng immediately shot up. Wang Jiwei was so scared that he wet himself, his legs went weak, and he knelt down. Bai Wei didn't dare to shout anymore, and everyone in the hallway went silent. The sound of a falling needle could be heard. Only Shui Li's voice, cold as ice, echoed in everyone's ears. You three pieces of trash, if you want to live peacefully, don't mess with me. Otherwise, you won't be so lucky next time. Saying that, she tapped the back of the knife against Wang Jiwei's face, then roughly pulled Bai Wei closer. And you, pretending to be a woman with both sides isn't for you. Want to use me to divert attention? You're calculating wrong. She didn't say what would happen next time, but threw Bai Wei into Wang Jiwei's arms. Without thinking, Wang Jiwei would surely blame Bai Wei for today's humiliation. Her fate could be guessed with the toes. It wasn't that Shui Li was kind and wanted to let Bai Wei go. But she wanted Bai Wei to taste the flavor of the apocalypse before she killed her. Killing her directly would be too cheap for her. Besides, there were so many people watching. Killing someone in front of so many people would still be a bit off. When the network and electricity were truly cut off, that would be the time when these three people could be reincarnated. Not caring about what others thought, Shui Li sheathed the machete and walked upstairs with big strides. The crowd naturally made way for Shui Li. Qin Qin and the others quickly followed behind her. When Shui Li left, Wang Feng finally started shouting and crying. Wang Jiwei was still trembling in fear, feeling like he had narrowly escaped with his life. However, when he saw the mocking whispers from the crowd, a bit of unwillingness rose in him. This woman was ruthless, he couldn't handle her on his own. It seemed he had to find his older brother to help him vent, or else he wouldn't be able to survive in building number 2. As he came back to his senses, he looked down at Bai Wei in his arms, and anger surged in his heart. It was all this S fault. If it weren't for her, he wouldn't have lost so much face. Bai Wei was still staring viciously at Shui Li's back, completely unaware that danger was approaching. The Wang family owned 3 apartments in this building. The one on the first floor, room 103, the one on the second floor, room 202, and the 601 apartment where the Wang family mother and son lived. Originally, when the flood came, she and the 2 male tenants in room 202 had moved to the Wang family's house, which seemed safe. But those 2 foolish men had been tricked by Wang Jiwei into going out to look for food, and neither of them returned. If those 2 men were still here, Wang Jiwei wouldn't have dared to openly lay his hands on her. How could she not know Wang Jiwei's past? But if she didn't agree to his demands, she would be kicked out. Where could a weak woman like her go? Her plan was going well, using public opinion to pressure the Wang family mother and son, and it was about to succeed, but Niu Xianhua and Shui Li, these 2, had messed it up. How could she not hate that? Niu Xianhua, Shui Li, you 2, wait for me. I will make you pay. She was secretly swearing in her heart when Wang Jiwei slapped her across the face, waking her up. It seemed that it was already beyond repair. I can only risk it and accompany this wolf. Otherwise, I really have to stay in the stairwell. What Bai Wei doesn't know is that even if the mother and child on the 6th floor took her in, she wouldn't stay for long. Because in a few days, the 6th floor would definitely be flooded. This is also the reason why Waterpair let the 3 of them go. In such a prosperous end times, how nice it is for them to experience before hitting the road again. Actually, Bai Wei really misunderstood Niu Xianhua. If she was willing to stay in the hallway, once the typhoon stopped, rescue workers would come to take her and the other low-level residents affected by the flood to a refugee camp. Though not as good as the Wang family's place, at least under the watchful eyes of officials, no man would dare bully her. Otherwise, in her last life, Waterpair wouldn't have survived in the Kerry Hotel for so long. But why would Waterpair tell her this news? Was it because of her self-righteous cleverness or her filthy desire to drag Waterpair down? Waterpair had seen too many people like that in her last life. You might not have offended her at all, only because your face was prettier than hers. Chapter 41, Power Supply.
Or your hair, your clothes are cleaner than hers, which can provoke jealousy in such people.
Thus, they trip you up and place obstacles in your way. Moreover, Bai Wei's actions did not show any sign of having much backbone. Isn't she yielding to a small difficulty right in front of her?
In the end times, many women like this exist. For a bite to eat, they can pay any price. It's not without reason, everyone has their own way of surviving.
Haven't you seen many men in this industry as well?
And they and their service recipients are all a group of people.
So,
in conclusion, Waterpair summarized these people in 4 words.
Lazy and cowardly.
The life in the end times is not easy. As long as one overcomes these 2 problems, there's still a great chance of survival. Wang Jiwei and Bai Wei's thoughts are no longer important. At this moment, Waterpair is swimming in exaggerated words like wow, so cool, and you're my idol from Qin side. Including Fang Yuan and Tianjinjin looking at Waterpair, their eyes were filled with little stars.
Waterpair only felt a headache.
Qin, oblivious to the need to restrain herself, acted like a reporter.
Hey, Waterpair, Master Water. Facing our little fans' admiration and praise, don't you have anything to say?
Waterpair got annoyed by the question, but really thought for a moment, then seriously asked back.
How many points do you think Bai Wei's green tea characteristics today can score?
Put.
Tianjinjin couldn't help but laugh out loud. Fang Yuan immediately burst out laughing too.
Qin's little face turned green, and even her pretend microphone hand froze. After a while, she put her hands on her waist.
Can that be called green tea qualities? At most, she's a little white lotus, still hasn't acted clear.
A true green tea is charming from start to finish, without a flaw. Unlike her, with 2 different appearances, especially the latter part, ugly and hideous. She's simply embarrassing our green tea community. Waterpair laughed uncontrollably, nodding repeatedly.
Yes.
You're the authority. When it comes to your field of expertise, we don't understand, and what you say is right. Then, laughing, she continued to climb upstairs with Tianjinjin and Fang Yuan. Only Qin was left standing in place, deep in thought. By the time everyone reached the 15th floor, Qin caught up. She even returned Waterpair's plastic bag to her.
Nothing was missing.
Waterpair conveniently took out a jar of pickled vegetables from inside and gave it to them. Having taken their apples, it wouldn't be right to take them for free, it's a matter of mutual courtesy. Qin and the others didn't hold back much, thanked her, and went back to their own homes.
Opening the door, Waterpair let out a long breath. Phew! Finally back home. What a day, what a mess.
She turned and saw the clutter in the house, immediately throwing all those troubling thoughts aside. With a wave of her little hand, in no time, the cramped room was restored to its original state. Then she boiled water, washed up, and changed clothes, then flopped on the sofa, sipping a steaming cup of ginger tea, instantly feeling refreshed. Looking at the vast space and the rewards of the past few days, her hard work truly hadn't been in vain. Filled with joy, those petty clowns no longer stirred any waves in her heart. On her way back earlier, she took the opportunity to wander near a few larger supermarkets. She thought that with more space, she could store more supplies. There were also some boats nearby with the same idea as hers, wandering around. But the supermarkets were guarded by armed soldiers, leaving no opportunity to act. A large yacht was parked nearby. It must be the officials coming to fetch supplies. So many refugees were waiting to be rescued by the authorities, it was understandable for them to go to the supermarket. However, it was uncertain whether there would be anything left once they finished gathering supplies. Some people, with audacity, asked the supermarket when they could sell goods, and the stern soldiers only replied with 4 words.
Wait for notice. No certainty at all.
But from what it sounded like, since they were told to wait, there might be a chance to sell goods later. Perhaps the cash she had saved could still be useful. It would be even better if mobile payment were an option. She had 6,000 yuan in her bank card. Since there was no hope, Shui Li decided to leave. She needed to think it over about where to act next time. Moreover, counting today, the typhoon would pass in 2 days. And, starting this afternoon, the winds would become stronger and fiercer. Like a last flare of anger, wanting to utterly destroy this concrete jungle. If Shui Li were still wandering outside, it would be like asking for trouble. After the typhoon passes in 2 days, the rain would gradually weaken, and those who could would be able to go out. But that would also signal the beginning of total chaos. Perhaps, amidst the chaos, she could find some hidden opportunities. Not wanting to dwell on it, she checked the time, it was almost noon. She turned on the gas stove to boil water and prepare rice. Since she had harvested a lot of grains, she planned to cook millet and red bean rice today. She took out about half a pound of red beans and 5 pounds of millet, soaking them separately in water. She also took out 10 pieces of frozen lean meat, frozen ribs, frozen chicken, some mackerel, shrimp, dried squid, dried shrimp, black fungus, and dried mushrooms, soaking them in water too.
Some needed to be defrosted, while others needed to be rehydrated. While waiting for the water to boil, she went to the balcony to look at the various plants she had planted in pots. After just one night, there wasn't much change. She didn't need to water them yet. It was raining heavily outside, the air extremely humid. She could wait another day to water them. She brought back those empty flower pots. The balcony seemed much emptier now. Remembering that it would still be a few days before the internet and electricity would arrive, Shui Li decided to try those 2 portable solar charging panels to see if they could generate power in this weather. In her past life, she remembered that the internet and electricity would come after the typhoon passed. That was something from her time at the Kairoué Hotel. She hadn't stayed here in ZY Garden before. Whether it was the same situation was still uncertain. Looking at the community's condition, the likelihood of electricity not coming was still very high. If electricity did come, it would seem unrealistic. Maybe the Kairoué Hotel used its own generator for power. Time had passed too long for Shui Li to remember clearly. Besides, the electricity didn't last long. At that time, Shui Li couldn't think about those things, spending her days in confusion and haze. So, she hadn't paid attention to the source of electricity at the Kairoué Hotel. These 2 solar panels each had 2 battery packs with sockets on them. The electricity collected from the solar panels would automatically transfer to the battery packs, converting to a stable voltage to charge suitable devices. Shui Li wasn't sure if they would collect power in such weak sunlight. Anyway, the solar headlamp didn't work. She had to give it a try anyway. Just as she finished setting up the solar panels, the water in the pot had started to boil. The red beans were put into boiling water and boiled twice. This thing is not easy to cook. It needs to be boiled for a while before adding rice. Sorghum rice is also harder to cook than regular rice. So, after the red beans were almost done, the sorghum rice had to be added, and then it needed to boil for a long time before being steamed. Chapter 42, Electric Shock. Let the rice cook in the pot, while Shui Li took the opportunity to look at those electric sticks. They were all dry. Next, she had to see which ones could be used. How to test them? Surely, she couldn't ask a living person to try. Shui Li thought about it, but no one would want her to test them. Those bad people who had ill intentions toward her could give it a try, like the 3 from room 601. But waiting until it was time to act to experiment seemed risky. If one didn't work, it would delay the mission. Wouldn't it be like handing a knife to the enemy? This won't do. It seemed like she could only resign herself to test them herself. She took out a few boxes of Type 1 batteries. These electric sticks all use batteries, and each one only needs 2 batteries. After packing them, she picked up the first one and studied which setting was the lowest. But she didn't dare to turn it to the maximum directly. If the power was too strong, wouldn't she be asking for trouble? Although, even testing on a low setting seemed silly, what could she do? If one wants to shine in public, they must endure suffering behind the scenes. Also, it takes 10 years of hard work for 1 minute of fame. She prepared herself mentally, mustered her courage, and switched on the device to give her leg a jolt. Ha! No reaction? She increased the power, yet still no reaction. Not sure whether to feel happy or worried. It looked like the first one was broken. This was truly an unfortunate start. Overcoming her mental barrier, she became bolder next. She tested them one by one. Out of 8 tested, 3 were good. When she got to the 9th one, as soon as she switched it on, before she could zap her leg, her hand holding the stick got shocked. Before Shui Li could throw it away, the electric stick emitted a burnt smell and stopped working completely. Shui Li broke into a cold sweat. This left her with a mental shadow. Although she had been shocked 3 times before, she had been prepared then. This was nothing like that. This was explosive. Her entire arm felt unrecognizable, numb and painful. This must be high power. When she shocked her leg before, it was only sore and numb, but not this intense. Fortunately, it was just a single shock, and the electric stick was ruined. Otherwise, she would have suffered a lot today. Cuddling on the sofa, it took her a long time to feel better. Looking at the remaining 3 untested ones, Shui Li hesitated. Just right, the rice was almost cooked and ready to be steamed. Dragging her still sore leg and her right arm, which had just regained some feeling, she limped into the kitchen. Her body twitched uncontrollably as she walked, trembling a bit. She scooped out the rice to steam it. The rice water was also saved. Besides drinking, it could be used for making noodles. After tidying up the kitchen, she nervously returned to the living room. Picking up the untested electric stick, she thought for a moment, then took out a pair of rubber gloves, putting one on her right hand. Why didn't she think of using gloves earlier? She could have avoided such a painful shock. However, if she tried with gloves, she still didn't know which would shock her hand too. Those who endure hardship will stand out in the crowd. Giving herself another motivational boost. After a few tries, she still didn't dare to zap her leg. Finally, she made up her mind, gritted her teeth, and tested each one. Not only her leg, but she also gripped the handle with her unloved left hand. Not bad, 2 of them worked. Finally, she finished testing. Out of 12 electric sticks, 5 were usable. Although she paid a painful price, Shui Li still felt very happy. She gathered all the working ones together. The batteries from the broken electric sticks were also taken out for future use. Even if the broken sticks couldn't be used, Shui Li found a similar box to store them away. Just didn't put them in a place that would take up space anymore. After massaging her arm and leg for a while to feel better, she finally pulled out some vegetables collected from a vegetable store. Shui Li didn't even know what the vegetables were. I opened it and saw a bag of rapeseed. Taking a rough look, I estimated there was still about half edible. I took out a large stainless steel basin, picking through the vegetables while waiting for the meal to finish. When I had picked about 1/3 of the bag, the sorghum rice was already steamed. I washed my hands, took out a large stack of plates, and filled each with a portion of rice. According to my appetite, I directly filled 50 plates. Then I quickly put them back into storage while they were still hot. The shelves I got from the folklore museum suddenly had a purpose. I moved the original supplies to other places, so the shelves would hold the prepared meals in the future. After placing everything neatly, I looked at the food that was freezing and soaking, and knew I had to wait a while longer. Next, I went back to the living room to clean the vegetables. By the time I had finished selecting the rapeseed, I had about 30 to 40 pounds. After tidying up the living room, I returned to the kitchen to prepare the dishes for lunch. I decided to make a dish of shrimp with rapeseed, along with several stewed yellow flowers fish and rice soup. This could count as a seafood feast. The shrimp with rapeseed was easy to cook, and it didn't take long to finish. During cooking, I used all the soaked shrimp, making 3 large pans altogether. I placed them in the plates filled with sorghum rice, keeping one for lunch. Sitting down at the dining table, I began to eat. While eating, I reflected, my cooking skills hadn't faded at all, it tasted wonderful. After eating my fill and quenching my thirst, I began the grand enterprise of cooking. Braised mackerel, sautéed celery with shrimp, chicken stewed with mushrooms, fish-flavored shredded pork, spicy diced chicken, garlic chives stir-fried with cuttlefish, sweet and sour ribs, lotus root and rib soup, garlic chive stomach soup, stir-fried large intestines, small stir-fried meat, and vegetarian 3 delicacies. A variety of delicious dishes generated in my mind, and one by one they were completed. Just as I was busy with all of this, I suddenly felt the whole building shake, as if it had been hit by a gust of air, making a dull sound and seeming to sway slightly. The sound of breaking glass followed, almost with a scream. The soundproofing in my room was too good, combined with the noise of cooking, I couldn't hear clearly. Then, the gas suddenly stopped. This was wrong. In my last life at the Carey Hotel, I heard the people in the same room say the gas only ran out on the 15th day of the apocalypse. Why was it gone so many days earlier this time? Looking at the weather outside and the intensity of the rain, the typhoon was indeed much stronger. The earlier gust and shattering glass sounds were probably because of this. If there were still people outside at this moment, it would definitely be a dire situation. Those rescuers had suffered the most losses in the past couple of days. This point, I hadn't remembered wrong. Thinking of those respectable and lovely people, I sighed, hoping they would be safe. Especially the young firefighter who gifted me the life jacket. He was just a kid, I really hoped he'd be okay. It wasn't that I was heartless and didn't want to remind the rescuers, mainly, even if I said it, no one would believe me. I didn't know any big shots, and even if I did, these strong-willed servants of the country wouldn't give up on rescuing for their own safety. I could only sigh again and again. While I was lost in thought, I suddenly heard a particularly loud scream coming from outside the window. Immediately after, a figure fell from the outside. By the time I reached the window, I saw a man fall into the water, splashing a huge amount of water. The glass in several apartments above had shattered, and someone had fallen down. The moment the man hit the water, he either passed out or was swept away, and he never surfaced. In such a strong typhoon, even if one wanted to save him, it was impossible. Only the heart-wrenching cries of women echoed from the building above. Chapter 43, Busy. This is a natural disaster. This is an apocalypse that devours lives. I have seen too much. I collected my feelings, looked at all the ingredients, changed the gas cylinder, and prepared to continue cooking. Suddenly, there was a knock on my front door. Who could it be? Worried about the smell of cooking oil, the kitchen door had been kept closed. I must have gotten some of it on me too. I took off my apron and went back to the bedroom to change into home clothes. The door continued to be knocked on. Through the peephole, she saw Tianjinjin. She took out a shower cap to hide her hair completely. Finally, she sprayed some perfume before opening the door to go out. Be careful, there are no major mistakes. The typhoon had been going on for a week. Even if there were supplies at home, due to the prolonged power outage, the meat had already spoiled and was gone. If someone caught a whiff of her smoky, fishy smell, it would easily lead to misunderstandings. Tianjinjin saw Shui Li's outfit and asked lightly. Were you just taking a shower? The latter offered was quite reasonable. Whether she truly believed that or was just being considerate, Shui Li felt quite happy. So she went along with it. Yes, is there something you need? Ah, yes. Here, this is for you. As she spoke, she pulled out a roll of transparent tape and handed it to Shui Li. Seeing Shui Li's confusion, Tianjinjin explained further. Use this to glue the glass in your house, it will increase the glass's toughness and make it less likely to break in the fierce wind. We're using it too, this is a gift for you. Shui Li raised her eyebrows, realizing it was that way. They must have also seen the person fall upstairs to think of this solution. Pretty clever. However, Shui Li didn't need it. She shook her head and didn't take it. No thanks, my glass was reinforced by the landlord, it's very sturdy and should be fine. Oh, really? Tianjinjin didn't expect that and seemed a bit awkward. It wasn't their fault, they had only moved to this place a few months ago. They only knew that someone had died in Shui Li's house and that her door was quite sturdy, the glass looked the same, but she hadn't looked closely. No matter what, it was a kind gesture. To remember Shui Li in such circumstances warmed her heart. Noticing Tianjinjin's awkwardness, Shui Li smiled. But still, thank you for your kindness. Hearing Shui Li say this, Tianjinjin visibly relaxed. No need to thank us, we were reminded by Grandma Yuan next door. It's fine, then I'll go back. Oh? Grandma Yuan, the kind elderly lady she had seen yesterday. Indeed, she was a kind person. As for why she didn't come to remind her, Shui Li didn't think much about it. They had only met once and weren't familiar, it was normal not to remind her. Just as she was thinking, Tianjinjin was about to leave when Shui Li called out to her. The situation outside is no longer safe, it's unlikely we'll have peace in our building either. Be extra cautious, and don't open the door carelessly. Tianjinjin replied with a faint smile. Okay, you too. After seeing Tianjinjin off, Shui Li went home to change clothes and continue her cooking. There was definitely no going out for the next couple of days. With such a powerful typhoon, even if there were mountains of gold outside, she had to stay at home. She stocked up on supplies to live well, not to take on extreme challenges. Amidst the thunder and lightning outside, with the fierce wind howling, delicious dishes came to life through Shui Li's hands. By the time she finished preparing all the dishes, it was already 6:30 in the evening. During this time, someone had knocked on Shui Li's door, but she didn't open it after seeing unfamiliar faces through the peephole. The visitor was a young man. When he didn't get in, he left grumbling and knocked on Qin Qin's door without a response. He was quite obedient. Only Grandma Yuan's house opened its door, and since the noise was quite loud, Shui Li understood what was happening. It turned out that the fourth-floor residents had taken in water and wanted to borrow a place to stay. Grandma Yuan and her husband, along with the 200-pound fat man, Pang De, were also tenants. But since Grandma Yuan's house was on the first floor, after the first floor got flooded, they moved in with Pang De. It's like the tenants took in the landlord, which was the exact opposite of Wang Feng's family. The elderly couple even stayed in the living room, and with Pang De's large frame standing there, it looked strong and imposing, they couldn't take anyone in. However, ignoring Pang De's grumpy face, the fourth-floor residents still managed to ask for some food. Although they didn't get a place to stay, they borrowed some supplies and didn't knock on Shui Li's door again, moving upstairs. Seeing this, Shui Li shook her head. This kind elderly couple was kind-hearted, but just too unclear. Having neighbors like this brings only harm, no good. Today they opened the door, surely there will be more people borrowing food in the future, which is annoying. And that Pang De, so young yet so fat, must always be ordering takeout. Living with an old couple must be for the food. Once they've eaten all the old people's food, who knows what will happen. Maybe Shui Li is being evil, but she still marked the 1503 unit across the hall as level 1 alert. Even though busy and tired, looking at the steaming, delicious food in her space gave Shui Li a strong sense of security. This is her confidence in facing the apocalypse. Dinner time has passed, but after being marinated in cooking oil all afternoon, she's feeling greasy and has no appetite, just wanting something refreshing. She cut a large watermelon, saved half, and scooped out the other half with a small spoon to eat. Tonight, she won't eat dinner, half a watermelon will be enough. Besides the skin, the rest of the watermelon can also be used to cook. It has a texture similar to winter melon. While eating watermelon, she found her tablet to download comedy shows. Though there was little electricity on the day of her rebirth, she still managed to download more than 10 movies. She found Charlotte's Trouble and laughed while eating. Such a leisurely day is truly comfortable. This is life. After eating to her heart's content, half the watermelon was left. She put it back in her space to continue eating next time. She brushed her teeth, washed her face with Found facial cleanser, and even put on a mask. This was Shui Li's first time using these. It felt quite fun. Especially the cold, refreshing feeling of the mask on her face, it was simply too comfortable. No wonder so many people like this. Shui Li collected a lot of skincare products, it seems she can use them often in the future. After finishing all this, Shui Li snuggled into bed with her tablet. The wind and rain outside were like collapsing the sky, raging endlessly. Who knows how many people are worried? Yet Shui Li, like a cat enjoying a guilty pleasure, cozied up in her blanket, savoring this rare joy. Afraid she might fall asleep while watching, she set the video to automatically shut off after an hour to save power. So, Shui Li unknowingly and boldly fell asleep. What started as a beautiful day turned into a nightmare, the first one since her rebirth. In the dream, she saw those cannibal demons chasing after her, like in her last life. She ran desperately, legs and arms aching, yet still got caught. She was pinned down under a large rock by those menacing faces filled with savage smiles. Her stomach felt like it was about to burst under the pressure. Feeling more and more uncomfortable, Shui Li suddenly woke up. Damn! Shui Li cursed quietly, it must be because she ate too much watermelon, turns out she really needed to pee. Chapter 44, Nightmare. It seems she can't eat so much watermelon at night anymore. Hastily taking care of it made her feel much better. And about dreaming of aching arms and legs, it must be the aftereffects of being zapped by an electric baton. She moved to the window and stretched a bit. The wind and rain outside were still heavy. Let it rain, in 24 hours, the typhoon will be gone, and only heavy rain will remain. By then, Shui Li will have no fear, she will surely stock up on all the resources she can. She turned over twice in bed and fell asleep again. For some reason, the dream returned. This time it felt like a documentary of Shui Li's previous life from the start of the apocalypse to her death. First came the typhoon and flood, then extreme cold, extreme heat, plague, pestilence, earthquakes, tsunamis, eternal night with auroras, acid rain. In the dream, she lived only 5 years before her teammates snatched the iron pot from her head, causing her to die in the acid rain. Wait, why was this so different from her experience of the apocalypse? She never faced acid rain. She clearly perished along with the cannibal demons, how could she die in acid rain? Also, why did the girl in the dream seem so unfamiliar? Though this girl was skin and bones by the end of the disasters, at the start, that round body was clearly not her. I have never been this fat in my life. Who exactly is she? Why am I dreaming about this girl's entire life? Most importantly, the person who saved the girl in the earthquake is a soldier, but why does his face look like his? The man who has troubled Shui Li's heart in both past and present lives. When I met him, he had never been a soldier, he was just like me, delivering takeout during summer jobs. What is all of this about? Is it true that what we think of during the day becomes dreams at night? Shui Li knows this is a dream, yet she feels incredibly awake in the dream. She wants to wake up and return to reality. She silently shouts in her heart, struggling to open her eyes. She really wakes up. At this moment, Shui Li is gasping for breath, drenched in sweat, her sheets completely soaked. After a moment, she sits up in bed. Looking at the sky, the wind and rain are still there, it's already past 7 in the morning. Although she slept for a while, that dream has drained all her energy. She can't muster any spirit at all. Everything in the dream is still vivid before her eyes. Aren't dreams supposed to be forgotten once you wake up? How can it be so clear? It feels as if she has lived it, even more impressively than her own past life. What is going on? Is she going to be reborn again? Will she become fat before her rebirth? Her stomach growls at the right moment. She must be hungry, the watermelon from last night has long gone down the toilet. Forget it, she should focus on becoming fat, no, she should just go eat. After a simple wash, she casually takes out a food tray. Not bad, it's sorghum rice, braised pork ribs, vegetarian stir-fry, celery with shrimp, and a bowl of rice soup. They all say breakfast must be eaten well. Just because she had no appetite last night doesn't mean she has no appetite this morning. At this moment, Shui Li is ravenous, and these are just right for her. She eats heartily until she feels so full that she doesn't want to move. She quickly tosses the dream out of her mind. Today she still plans to cook, this is also the last day of the typhoon, anyway, she can't go out. After today, she can swim freely in the sea and soar high in the sky. Today, the main dish will be rice, millet, mixed grain rice, and miscellaneous grain rice. As for the dishes, she will mainly focus on various home-style stir-fries. Stewed meat and stewed chicken were prepared on the first day of her rebirth. She will directly connect all 4 burners from the employee cafeteria. Such heavy wind and rain have blown away the delicious smell of yesterday's food from the kitchen. Washing rice and vegetables, chopping and chopping. During this time, she also used yeast to ferment a bowl of dough and froze some ground beef. After steaming the 4 pots of rice, 2 hours have already passed. After frying a few dishes, Shui Li fills up all the food trays and over 100 takeout boxes. Shui Li is so happy, filled with a sense of achievement. The food is ready, and the dough is also well fermented. She has been baking in the kitchen and now she is all sticky. Plus, she already sweated a lot last night. She wants to take a shower first and change her clothes before making buns. Back in the bedroom, she opens the wardrobe, wanting to pick a piece of clothing to change into. She sees those looser clothes from her previous house. Strangely, Shui Li suddenly has a bold guess. This thought makes her spine tingle. However, whether it's what she thinks still needs evidence to prove. Thinking of this, she doesn't change clothes, instead, she quickly walks to the study. Silently sitting at the desk, she opens the computer. It has a password. Shui Li has tried it last time. But what is the password? Most people would use their birthday. What was the original owner's birthday? Got it, the current owner provided a copy of the property certificate when signing the contract with the real estate agency. That has the original owner's ID number on it. She has collected all the paper documents from the company, and it should be in that pile of waste paper in the corner. In a flurry, she searches and finally finds it. Su Xiaomao, Ziwuwa Garden ID number 130. That's it. How can I be so capable? Collecting everything really pays off. Quickly returning to the computer. A call came in. The result was an incorrect password. It was a wasted effort. How could it not be? Shui Li felt a bit discouraged. However, if her guess was right, then the previous homeowner, Su Xiaomao, might have set the password to a date related to the apocalypse. The day she was reborn was the third day of the apocalypse, that is, July 29th, 20XX. So, the day the apocalypse began should be July 27th, 20XX. Taking a deep breath, she decisively typed 20XX0727 into the computer. The familiar boot-up music started to play. Shui Li did not feel warm but rather found it hair-raising. Every hair on her body stood on end. It was true. How could this be? Isn't this an apocalypse story? It shouldn't turn into a supernatural thriller. So, Su Xiaomao also experienced rebirth, just like herself. This was confirmed. But she did not know why Su Xiaomao chose to commit suicide again. Why did she send herself a dream? Her fingers trembled as she clicked on the only document on the desktop, a suicide note boldly displayed before Shui Li. Hello, fated person. My name is Su Xiaomao, and I am the owner of this house. I, like you, have been reborn. Reborn a year before the apocalypse. I believe you already know this, otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to unlock the password and see this letter. The next content was exactly the same as the scene Shui Li dreamed of last night. First, the typhoon and flood, then the extreme cold and heat. Until the 5th year of the apocalypse, Su Xiaomao was murdered, dying in acid rain. Su Xiaomao described all of this in great detail, taking 5 full pages to finish. Then, she mentioned why, after being reborn, she still chose to commit suicide. Because of the fear of loneliness. Yes, it was not the fear of natural disasters, but the fear of the vigilance between people during natural disasters, with no sincerity. Friends, teammates, partners, and even mothers and sons, who originally supported each other in the apocalypse for years, could abandon the lives of their closest loved ones in the final moments. Chapter 45, Living. This made Su Xiaomao see no hope in the apocalypse. Even with rebirth, she still chose to give up her life actively. She was too afraid of that deep-rooted loneliness. Although there were many people around her, she felt they were all vicious monsters. Since that was the case, she chose to become a true ghost. However, in the end, she said she was a coward, lacking the courage to face it all again. She hoped that the person who could see this letter would carry her blessings and bravely experience it a second time. At this point, the entire letter came to an end. Shui Li only wanted to sigh deeply. She did not know whether Su Xiaomao's choice was right or wrong. Shui Li felt a bit lost. In such an apocalypse, who would be willing to start over? Every day lived in constant fear, each disaster hovering between life and death. One trial after another from heaven to humanity. In her last life, she walked alone for 8 years and could truly feel Su Xiaomao's feelings. Fear of loneliness, yet afraid to connect with others. In this life, would she still have to live like this? On the first day of rebirth, her decision to find that person to share her life with was right or wrong? Shui Li did not know, she needed to think carefully. Leaving the study, she looked at the fortress-like doors and windows, finally understanding why Su Xiaomao had fortified her home like that. She just did not know how she managed to send herself a dream. This world was no longer the original world. Many things could no longer be explained by science. Otherwise, how could she explain her rebirth? Some say the end of science is theology, perhaps that is right. There was just one point Shui Li still did not understand. The apocalypse that Su Xiaomao experienced was clearly different from what she had gone through. So, the question arose, in this life she was living now, was it the life she once experienced, or was it the life Su Xiaomao went through? Or was it neither, and instead, a new world altogether? The more she thought, the more it hurt her head. She decided not to think about it, just let it be. But there was one thing Shui Li was particularly certain of. She really wanted to live until the end of the apocalypse. So, no matter what natural disaster or apocalypse came, or what evil creatures appeared, she was not afraid at all. Because she was Shui Li. She just wanted to live well. Understanding all this, Su Xiaomao's matter was just a superstitious interlude. Do what you need to do. It was still early, she had eaten too much in the morning and didn't even feel hungry. With renewed energy, she chopped green onions for filling. Putting in more sesame oil, she wanted to make big buns filled with beef and green onions. While making buns, she also boiled several pots of porridge. Millet porridge, treasure porridge, black rice porridge, and white rice porridge. By the time the porridge was ready, the buns were almost wrapped up. She took out the biggest steamer with 4 shelves, filled it up with about 200 big buns. With the water boiling, she steamed them for 15 minutes. While waiting for the buns, she kneaded the dough again and took out a manual noodle machine for use. The dough was ready, and the buns were cooked. It was already 2 in the afternoon, and the morning's food had all been eaten up. She served a bowl of millet porridge and took out a jar of cucumber pickles, enjoying it with 4 big buns. The pickles were sweet and sour, with a hint of spiciness, very delicious. She ate well and drank well. After resting for a while, Shui Li started kneading the dough again. As the saying goes, if you can't catch a bride, you can't knead the dough. Making dough mainly relies on kneading. She kneaded it back and forth vigorously. By the time her arms were sore, the dough was ready. First, she rolled the dough thin with a rolling pin on the dough board. Then she put it into the noodle machine and turned the handle. One by one, the noodles of moderate thickness were completed. When she wanted to eat them, she could just boil them directly. It took 8 large covers to fit all the noodles in. She placed them in space, so there was no worry about them sticking together. Of course, she cooked out 10 bowls for easy eating later. She made 3 kinds of sauces: tomato and egg sauce, pork with garlic sauce, and pork with green bean sauce. These 3 sauces were Shui Li's favorites. She didn't make any others. There was also a pot of flat noodles, which she heated up, just in case she wanted to eat noodles. With multiple dishes, everyone could choose. Taking advantage of the windy day, she covered all the small salted fish with flour and fried them. Eating them with porridge was absolutely delicious. Alongside the oil pot, she fried a pot of peanuts. After cooling, she sprinkled some salt on them, which were also a great side for porridge. After finishing all this, Shui Li decided not to cook dinner today. She was already very tired and needed to replenish her energy for tomorrow's day without typhoons. Primarily, she needed to gather more supplies. Back in the bedroom, she saw new chores waiting for her. Last night, she had sweated and wet the bedding, so it needed to be changed. She could only resign herself to replace the bedding and pillowcases. She washed them along with the dirty clothes. In fact, many of the blankets and clothes Shui Li collected also needed washing. But if washed, in such weather, they wouldn't dry easily, and there was no place to hang them. From the beginning of the apocalypse until the extremely hot period, she could hardly see the sun. However, the sun was too enthusiastic towards the long-lost humans, instantly capable of burning them. After finishing all this, it was night again. Don't think that staying home all day was less tiring than going out. But she already had her goal for tomorrow. Now, she really needed to have a good rest. Last night, she hadn't rested well because of a dream, and almost the moment she touched the pillow, Shui Li fell asleep. Just as she fell asleep, Shui Li dreamt of Su Xiaomao again. This time, she came to say goodbye, saying she would never appear in Shui Li's dreams again. She would also leave this house. Because she was going to be reborn, and Lord Yan had agreed to let her be reborn into a parallel ancient time, not having to endure the apocalypse again. Hearing her say this, Shui Li couldn't help but wonder in her dream if her rebirth was Lord Yan's doing. Was it because Su Xiaomao didn't want to experience it again that she chose her as a successor? Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence? In such natural disasters and apocalypses, not many people would want to relive them. It was just her, with tough skin and flesh, like an unkillable cockroach. Still willing to live on well. Shui Li was grumbling to herself when Su Miao bid farewell to her, hoping that Shui Li could carry her hopes and blessings to live until the end of the apocalypse. After saying that, she smiled at Shui Li, and Shui Li returned the smile. Then, Su Miao really walked away. Watching her gradually disappearing figure, Shui Li felt a little envious. Both of them were reborn. Why didn't Lord Yan send her back to ancient times? At least she wouldn't have to face the apocalypse. Could it be that Lord Yan had some task requiring a reborn person? All for performance? Thinking of this, Shui Li suddenly woke up. Maybe she really understood, otherwise, she wouldn't have had her dream interrupted. Just right, she hadn't eaten dinner and felt a bit empty in her stomach. A small bowl of fried sauce noodles would do. It was late at night, so it was better to eat less. The taste is not bad, it's garlic stock and diced meat sauce. Adding a few bites of cucumber strips, she wouldn't trade it for anything, even with a deity. After eating, she brushed her teeth. Back in bed, she didn't dream at all this time, falling directly into a deep sleep until dawn. Getting up to take a look, the typhoon outside had indeed stopped, but the rain was still quite heavy. Chapter 46, Climbing the Mountain. For breakfast, a steamed bun would work. She didn't eat enough yesterday. Mainly because it was quick. The place she was going to today was a bit far, so saving time was better. After hastily finishing breakfast, she watered the plants on the balcony a little. Everything was ready, and when she looked at the time, it was only 6:30. Just in time to go out. Due to a power outage, the elevator happened to stop on the 15th floor. The man who had knocked on the door for shelter yesterday and his girlfriend were quite capable. They actually pried open the elevator doors and stayed in the elevator. They even hung a curtain at the elevator entrance, making it quite private. What was good for them, however, was bad for Shui Li. This was like keeping two wolves at her doorstep. From the gazes of the young couple looking at her, she could see the resentment and anger. Shui Li had initially planned that if they came to provoke her, she would eliminate them entirely. No longer caring about anything else. Unexpectedly, perhaps because of what happened yesterday when she almost wielded a knife, they only glanced at her twice and hid behind the curtain. Without coming to bother her, how could Shui Li clean up the house? She couldn't just take the initiative to deal with them when they hadn't done anything and were already miserable enough to live in the elevator. She wasn't a killer. Thinking of her own big door, comparable to a bank, she felt quite at ease, believing they didn't have the ability to pry it open. Besides, all the food in her house was in the space. Even if someone got in, they wouldn't find anything. So, she stopped getting tangled up and quickly headed downstairs. The residents on the 4th floor indeed hadn't found anyone to take them in. They were all staying in the hallway. It seemed that days of natural disasters had finally heightened people's awareness. No one was promoting mutual help anymore. The smell was very bad. Just one night's time had filled the hallway with a stench of urine. Shui Li had smelled worse, so she didn't mind. The apocalypse was all about various disasters and predicaments never before experienced. Taking her beloved speedboat, the typhoon outside had completely vanished. Although the rain was heavy, the water surface was much calmer and not so dangerous. More and more people were going out. Before even leaving the community, Shui Li noticed several groups paddling bathtubs or wearing life jackets swimming towards the exit. Seeing Shui Li with a speedboat, everyone wanted to come over and hitch a ride. Shui Li pressed the gas, shooting out like an arrow, splashing water all over those nearby. They could only curse in place, furious but unable to catch up. Shui Li headed south. The place she was going today was the highest mountain in the city, Nanshan. The northern inland areas are mostly plains, with few mountains, especially high ones. Nanshan is considered high, reportedly close to 1,000 meters above sea level. Shui Li has never been there and doesn't know if it's true. Along the way, she encountered several waves of people trying to get ideas about her speedboat. Because their transportation was weak, they were left far behind by Shui Li. She also saw many people trying to violently storm supermarkets. The gunfire of the soldiers silenced everything. It really became chaotic outside. All of this was within Shui Li's expectations, and she felt nothing, focusing solely on heading towards Nanshan. Nanshan was far from Ziweiwa Garden, and it took Shui Li 3 hours to arrive. There were many villas on this mountain, and only one wide asphalt road led up, built as magnificently as a highway. Tall trees lined the roadside, appearing even greener in the rain. Shui Li dragged the speedboat behind a large tree, looked through the binoculars, and after confirming that no one was watching, decisively stored the speedboat in her space. She symbolically carried a waterproof backpack and walked up the road towards the mountain. After walking for 20 minutes, a villa area appeared before her eyes. There was no one in the security booth at the entrance, so Shui Li easily entered. Following the house number, she arrived in front of a building. A neighbor saw Shui Li through the window, and unlike the people in the community, everyone pulled their curtains tightly, as if fearing Shui Li would intrude into their homes. Shui Li felt quite happy. Being guarded against was definitely better than being coveted. It seems the rich are always cautious of the poor. Taking out the villa key she received from the real estate agency, she opened the heavy door. The door was very heavy, likely made of pure iron. If it weren't for the fear of being discovered, Shui Li wanted to take both iron doors away. If she encountered bad people like last time with Brother Quan, using the iron door could kill them. This villa was large, covering at least half an acre. The surrounding walls were tall, ordinary people could not climb in. Upon entering, a giant stone blocked the view, preventing her from seeing the entrance directly. Rich people value feng shui a lot. This should be a kind of shadow wall. There was also a small poem on it. Light fragrant wind in the courtyard, green garden after rain. The old warbler's voice on the paths of copper camels. Today by the river, I hear it again. The joy in the wine has its interest.
The bridge's musical notes are heartless. The fragrance remains, the water carries light smoke. The flower's shadow lingers, while the people are still.
It's written really well. Just don't know who wrote it.
Oh, there's a signature at the bottom. In a flamboyant style, Shui Li took a long time to figure it out, consisting of 5 characters.
Taishan Shigandang. Oh my. Even though Shui Li's education level isn't high, she knows Shigandang. This poem couldn't possibly be written by that old man. It's just a shadow wall, is it really okay to be so mismatched? However, the size of this stone wall was still to Shui Li's liking. It's much better for smashing people than a freezer, just one word, take. Once the stone was taken away, the villa immediately unfolded before Shui Li's eyes. A 3-story building, with a European style, featuring large floor-to-ceiling windows, neat and beautiful. Shui Li sighed in her heart, if only she could live in such a good house before the apocalypse. But now, even if it was given to her, it wouldn't be of much use. Pushing the door open, the originally clean floor was immediately ruined by her muddy feet. This was Shui Li's first time visiting the house after it was entrusted to the real estate agency. The interior decoration matched the overall European style of the house. What kind of taste did the owner have? Since they liked European style, why put ancient poetry on the shadow wall? At first glance, it looked like a nouveau riche. She casually wandered upstairs and downstairs, only taking the half can of gas left in the kitchen, and the microwave, electric oven, and some utensils that were not taken. Since the villa was about to be sold, naturally, there wouldn't be many useful things left. Shui Li didn't come to Nanshan mainly for this villa, she was just passing by. There wasn't much else. There was a beautiful oil painting in the living room, and Shui Li reached out to touch it. At that moment, Shui Li was stunned. Why was there a flash of light in her mind? This light was too familiar to Shui Li. Every time she encountered antiques or paintings, as long as her hand touched them, the space would always remind her like this. Could this oil painting also be aged? Can the space absorb oil paintings? Shui Li tried to bring the oil painting into the space. After waiting for a while, sure enough, the space expanded by another 5 square meters. Is this really possible? Could it be that her space is a fusion of Chinese and Western elements? Chapter 47, Inheritance. What taste is that? Just now, she laughed at the villa owner for being a nouveau riche, and here she is with her own space. Shui Li didn't know what to say. She could only happily praise the space over and over again. The space is truly amazing. She recalled that she seemed to have seen a few oil paintings upstairs, so she hurried back upstairs to try. Unfortunately, it didn't work, the space showed no change at all. Although there was only one oil painting that worked, Shui Li was incredibly excited. In her last life, she had only tried silverware, jade, antiques, and ancient paintings, she had never tried oil paintings. It felt like she had missed out on a fortune. Fortunately, she discovered it in this life, so it wasn't too late. There was another surprise. When Shui Li came out of the house and took a stroll in the garden, she unexpectedly found a grapevine and a small patch of chives. The chives were only about 2 square meters. They should have been planted by the previous owner, they only cut them for eating, the roots still remained in the soil. This spring, even without anyone tending to them, the chives sprouted and grew quite well. They were just a bit old, battered by the wind and rain. Shui Li didn't mind. She cut all the leaves she could reach and even dug up the roots along with the soil. The ground was very muddy, and she opened an umbrella to block the rain, it was easy to dig. The grapevine followed the same process, she first cut off the top branches, leaving only the roots and soil to bring into the space. The branches should have had some fruit, but they were all ruined and crushed by the heavy rain. After collecting these, Shui Li's villa adventure came to an end. She locked the big door, patting its sturdy frame reluctantly. Then she turned to head towards her true destination for today. That was the ski resort located at the top of the mountain, which only opened in winter. After walking for about half an hour, Shui Li finally reached the mountaintop. The ski resort covered a large area, and skiing here in winter must be very enjoyable. But right now, most of the places were just bare, makeshift concrete paths. There wasn't much to explore outside. What she wanted to enter was the house in the very center of the resort. It was the visitor reception center that combined leisure and entertainment. The main entrance was locked, and there wasn't a single staff member around. Shui Li walked around the building and still didn't find anyone. Well, sorry, don't blame her for being impolite. With various tools out, the lock on the glass door clicked open. She quickly ascended to the 5th floor, where the VIP lounge was located. Standing in front of a lounge door, she took out a small box. From inside, she pulled out a key and effortlessly unlocked the door. At that moment, Shui Li's heart was racing. She slowly opened the door and looked at the room full of supplies, not knowing whether to feel sad or happy. Yes, Shui Li was here to inherit a legacy. To be exact, it was the legacy of Su Xiaomiao. In that final letter, it mentioned that Su Xiaomiao had once wanted to try to survive through this natural disaster. She prepared some supplies and survival gear for herself, because she thought it wouldn't be safe to live in crowded places when disasters struck. She planned to hide in an uninhabited place and ensure her survival. As a homebody and someone who suffers from severe social anxiety, she was unfamiliar with other places outside the city. The ski resort owner was a friend of Su Xiaomiao's father. She was a VIP customer here, and this was her familiar comfort zone. So, she chose this place as her future refuge. But in the end, she was defeated by her own cowardice. She wrote this information in her letter and gifted it to the fated person. I hope that anyone who sees this can use what is here to live a little better in the end of the world. Shuipri found the key to this lounge in a hidden compartment behind the bookcase, based on her hint. Therefore, today's journey was made possible. Faced with so many supplies, Shuipri couldn't help but sigh. Su Xiaomao, oh Su Xiaomao. Was what you did right or wrong? I can't judge myself. With a complex feeling, I counted each item one by one. Mineral water, instant noodles, compressed biscuits, various canned goods, dried vegetables, rice, flour, cooking oil, salt, and sugar, all these took up half of the room. Although the room is not large, only 20 square meters, for ordinary people with no space, this food can at least last for 2 years. There was also a generator and 20 barrels of diesel, exactly 1 ton. 2 speedboats, 2 rubber boats, 2 earthquake escape kits, 10 sets of protective clothing, and 10 gas masks. The speedboat that Su Xiaomao prepared runs on diesel and is much more powerful than the one Shuipri used now. 2 heaters, 2 air conditioning fans, and 2 ice machines. 1 tsunami escape pod. Upon closer inspection, it had 2 compartments, an orange shell, and space for items. 20 oxygen tanks, 2 sets of diving suits, 4 sets of polar cold-proof clothing, and 5 thermal suits. Especially the protective clothing, possibly because Su Xiaomao died from acid rain, the gear she prepared was many times better than what Shuipri got from the hospital. All made of thick fabric, according to the description, they were high-tech products, resistant to corrosion, even resistant to sulfuric acid. 2 outdoor tents, 5 gas stoves, and 100 gas canisters. There were also 10 alcohol stoves and 10 boxes of alcohol blocks. Other supplies like water purification tablets, insecticides, mosquito repellent, warming packs, and so on, were also present. And there were various medicines, vitamins, alcohol, and masks. I wonder how Su Xiaomao avoided crowds and brought these items in little by little. Now, they all belong to me. But Shuipri felt heavy in her heart and could only silently and seriously say thank you. After collecting everything visible, she unexpectedly found a safe in the corner. Still the same password, Shuipri easily opened it. Upon seeing what was inside, Shuipri's mouth fell open in shock. A shiny black handgun and 50 bullets. I never expected that Su Xiaomao would have such ability and way to find this. Gingerly, she took it out and studied it for a long time before figuring out how to use it. In both this life and past, Shuipri had never touched a gun. This was her first time. The magazine could hold a maximum of 5 bullets. Loading it, Shuipri opened the window and tried firing a shot at a distant tree. She aimed for the center, but only hit the edge of the trunk, chipping off some bark. The recoil was quite strong, and her arm felt a little numb. Not bad at all, at least she didn't miss wildly. Though she had never used a gun, Shuipri knew that good marksmen are trained with bullets. She didn't have many bullets to waste, they were essential for survival during critical moments. Having used 1 bullet made her feel quite pained, and she quickly stored it away. After collecting all the items Su Xiaomao prepared, Shuipri opened all the doors to the VIP lounge. She only found a few pairs of skis and ice skates. She also found several intact ski poles in a storage room, just right for the skis obtained from the outdoor club. The general manager's office was a must-visit. As expected, she found a jade paiyao. She tossed this jade paiyao into her space, using it to enhance her meal. Paiyao facing paiyao, space was still formidable. 10 square meters secured. In the remaining area, there really was nothing worth mentioning. She only collected a few pieces of wooden furniture and a coffee machine. There was no food whatsoever. Not surprising, as a ski resort that only operates for half the year, how could there still be food in summer? However, this trip was truly worth its weight in gold. If we come a few days later, with the height of this mountain, even if the authorities don't requisition it, those villagers nearby who weren't taken away by the officials will come to seek refuge once the typhoon stops. At that time, all the supplies that Su Xiaomiao prepared will be given to others. It really is as I thought, it just comes to me. Shui Li was just about to find a place to have lunch when she saw 2 people in raincoats walking towards her from below. Perhaps they were drawn by the gunshots earlier. She really got a bit too excited, somewhat lost in herself. Shui Li immediately entered a state of alert. But it was indeed fortunate that she came today, saving these supplies. Even more fortunate, Su Shomia dreamt about her yesterday, not today nor tomorrow. The luckier part was her cleverness in discovering the letter in the computer. It seemed there weren't many people, so she decided to face them directly. When the two men got close, she was already waiting at the entrance. The two men clearly didn't expect anyone to greet them, their expressions were very surprised. One was a middle-aged uncle with a face full of wrinkles, probably an old farmer, and the other was a young guy. The two looked very alike, either father and son or relatives. Seeing them, Shui Li didn't say anything, but the uncle spoke first. Just as Shui Li guessed. "Miss, are you a worker here? We are from a village down the mountain. Though our village is on higher ground, we are still flooded and can't stay. I'm the village head and want to bring everyone here to shelter for a while." Seeing Shui Li remain silent, the uncle confidently assured her again. "Don't worry, once the water recedes, we will leave. We won't add extra burden on you. If we cause any damage here, we will compensate at market price, ensuring it won't delay the winter ski resort's operations. Also, we will definitely not step into the area for your staff. This, miss, you can rest assured. During this time, we can also provide meals for the staff. Although we won't have grand feasts, we will ensure you are full. Even if we pay rent, how does that sound?" After speaking, he looked at Shui Li with eager eyes full of crow's feet. Farmers have this one advantage over city folks, they have plenty of food stored. Thus, during such natural disasters, they still have the nerve to talk about providing meals. After a while, they probably won't be able to say that anymore. However, being able to say this means they've discussed it with the villagers before coming. The young guy next to him, although he didn't speak, was also looking at Shui Li earnestly. They didn't intimidate her because they were men, nor did they look down on Shui Li for being a girl. Looking at the two men, Shui Li's heart softened shamelessly. Mainly, this place wasn't hers, and she didn't need to live here. She felt a bit embarrassed and cleared her throat. Uncle, you've misunderstood. I'm not a worker here. When I arrived, I saw the door had been pried open. I came to see if there was any food. I just went inside and looked around, but I didn't find any food, nor did I see anyone. If you want to stay, feel free, but I don't know how many people are in your entire village, if you can fit here." After hearing Shui Li's words, the uncle felt a bit embarrassed. However, more than that, worry and hesitation washed over him. He turned to discuss with the young guy. "This place doesn't have a caretaker, it's not right for us to just move in like this. If someone finds out, will they misunderstand?" The young guy was quite clear-headed. "Uncle, what are you worried about at a time like this? If we don't move here, in a few days, the tallest buildings in the village will be submerged. Besides, everyone is together, and there isn't even a place to lie down. Young people can handle it, but those old folks and kids in the village can't take it." The village head thought for a while, and finally gritted his teeth, agreeing with the young guy's perspective. "Alright then. Let's treat this as trespassing. If it comes to it, I'll go to prison for it. For the sake of those elderly and children, I'm willing to risk it." The young man saw his third uncle say this and quickly responded that he would go to prison instead. Seeing that the uncle and nephew were about to argue, Shui Li interrupted them. "Hey, there's no need to argue. Because of the natural disaster, the authorities have requisitioned all the highest hotels in the city for the refugees. What you are doing is self-rescue, and you're not adding trouble to the authorities. You won't go to prison later, so you can relax." Both of them froze for a moment, clearly unaware of the situation outside the village. Just as they were about to ask more about the situation in the city, Shui Li's stomach let out a gurgling sound, stopping them in their tracks. Even Shui Li, with her thick skin, felt a bit embarrassed. She had planned to have lunch, but these two people suddenly showed up. The village head, hearing the noise, suddenly remembered what Shui Li had just said. She had said she came here looking for food but didn't find anything. It seemed like this girl might be running out of food. Right, these city youngsters usually eat fast food or order takeout, so they probably don't have much stockpile of food. Otherwise, a girl wouldn't be out here in the rain looking for food. These young people. The village head didn't know what to say. She remembered the pancake her wife had made for her before going up the mountain. After a brief hesitation, she took it out. "Girl, you're hungry, right? Here, this is a pancake my wife made this morning, very oily, eat it quickly." Inside the food bag, a greasy homemade pancake filled the air with a strong wheat fragrance that made its way into Shui Li's heart. It warmed her heart and stomach. Shui Li froze for a moment. The village head, seeing that she wasn't taking it, pushed it forward a little more. "Eat quickly. Aren't you hungry? It's not too cold, it's just right." The young man beside them, seeing Shui Li hesitate, also opened his raincoat and took out 2 steamed buns, handing one to the village head. "Here, take it. Don't feel embarrassed, my third uncle and I will eat this. Shui Li was truly moved, carefully taking the pancake from the village head's hands and began eating it with big bites. The uncle and nephew saw Shui Li eating so happily and sat down on the nearby steps to eat the buns. Through conversation, Shui Li learned that the village head was named Ma Ping'an, and the young man was Ma Jian, his nephew. There were about 200 people in the village, most of whom were elderly or young. This is the common situation in rural areas today. Shui Li also told them her name and some of the situation in the city. After finishing their simple meal, Shui Li also began calling the village head Third Uncle Ma. Third Uncle Ma, the reason I came up the mountain today was actually to check on a friend's villa here to see if it was flooded. My friend's family moved south, so the villa is unoccupied. There are a lot of people in your village, and if everyone stays at the ski resort, there may not be enough space. You can choose some people to stay in the villa area there. Saying that, Shui Li took out the key to the villa and handed it to Third Uncle Ma. She also told them the address. It was her way of repaying their kindness for the meal. Shui Li wasn't lying, the villa's owner really had moved south with his whole family. With this kind of natural disaster, even if they wanted to return, they couldn't. The villagers could live there with confidence and ease. Ma Ping'an was very happy to take the key Shui Li offered. His wife was right, good people are rewarded. A pancake in exchange for a villa, this was too good a deal. The Ma family uncle and nephew repeatedly thanked her, truly sincere, making Shui Li feel a bit shy. She was just offering the villa for free, not planning to live there herself, it was just sitting there unused. It was just about 2 keys. Without the keys, if someone with bad intentions found out that the villa was empty, they would break in sooner or later. Better to give it to Third Uncle Ma than let someone else take it later. Shui Li quickly changed the subject and asked about their boat arrangements. When it came to this, Ma Ping'an was very proud. It turned out that since their village was not far from Times Park, Ma Jian worked at the park. When the authorities requisitioned the tour boats, he was also present. After the official people left, he looked at the unused pedal boats and directly took one to the village entrance. Ma Ping'an was somewhat foresight, hearing that there were still boats in the park, he sent a few good swimmers with Ma Jian to bring back the pedal boats from the park while the water was still shallow. These boats allowed the villagers living in bungalows to safely move to the homes of those who lived in buildings. Otherwise, after so many days, there would surely be families swept away in the flood from their village. They were really lucky. It was estimated that the official boats did not come to pick up their village people probably because they saw their pedal boats. Shui Li was also proud of her wise decision to find a boat at that time. If she had gone to find a pedal boat back then, she definitely would not have been as fast as Uncle Ma and the others. Even if she miraculously found one, hiding it would be a hassle. She couldn't just take the boat into her space in front of everyone, right? If she didn't take it, locking it wouldn't help, if it was out of sight, it would surely get stolen. A speedboat was much better, not only easy to use, but it was also convenient to store. After chatting with Uncle Ma and the others for a few more minutes, Shui Li was ready to go down the mountain. The Ma family needed to go back to pick up people after finding a place to stay. Everyone walked together down the mountain. Not far along the way, Shui Li suddenly stopped. Seeing a few green plants in front of her, Shui Li's eyes lit up. If one did not know better, they would think she had discovered some treasure. Just like Uncle Ma and his nephew. Big niece, these are just a few wild vegetables, you city folks probably haven't seen them very often. How could she not have seen them? Shui Li had no idea how many times she had dug them up when she was a child. She recognized all the edible wild vegetables, her grandma loved to make corn cakes with wild vegetable filling. If she had not seen them today, Shui Li might have forgotten about such good ingredients. Not bothering to talk more with Uncle Ma and the others, she hurriedly said her goodbyes and began her wild vegetable digging adventure. Before leaving, Uncle Ma kept warning her, afraid that Shui Li would dig up something inedible or toxic. Seeing that she had dug up some without mistake, looking quite skillful, he felt relieved to leave. While walking away, he sighed, it seemed that the city folks were really having a tough time now, even starting to dig wild vegetables to survive. What he didn't know was that many people didn't even have wild vegetables to eat and could only rely on rainwater to stave off hunger. Shui Li didn't have time to care about Uncle Ma's thoughts, she was drooling over a vast patch of wild amaranth. Wild amaranth has a tender and smooth taste with no strange flavor. It was Shui Li's favorite type of wild vegetable. Summer is the best time to pick wild amaranth. She selected the youngest leaves at the top, planning to wash and blanch them at home. They were delicious whether made into cakes or served cold. Thinking of its deliciousness, Shui Li could hardly control herself, she truly wanted to take a big bite right then. After picking this vast area of wild amaranth clean, she also dug up more than 20 roots and put them into her space. When she got home to plant them in a flower pot, this thing grows easily, ensuring a continuous supply of wild amaranth to eat. By the time autumn arrives, they wouldn't even need care. The seeds would fall off into the soil on their own, sprouting again in the spring, growing more and more.
In the countryside, there were people who specialized in planting these in their vegetable gardens.
Finding wild amaranth opened a new door for Shui Li.
She continued searching all over the mountains.
Plantain, shepherd's purse, purslane, bitter herb, wild onion, wild chrysanthemum, mint.
She dug up whatever she saw. She also dug up a lot of mugwort.
This was a good thing.
Southerners use it to make foods like mugwort balls. Shui Li, a girl from the north, had never seen or eaten it. But she knew that people from her hometown would dry mugwort, braid it into plates, and burn it at night to repel mosquitoes. It was very useful. Her grandma often did this when she was young. It was handy and saved money. The only downside was that it produced quite a bit of smoke. However, during summer, before sleeping, fumigating the room and mosquito net would ensure no mosquitoes all night, allowing for a peaceful night's sleep until dawn. She also found a few sweet osmanthus trees. In the summer, the Chinese tune cannot be eaten, only the shoots of the Chinese tune in spring are delicious. However, Shui Li dug up several seedlings of Chinese tune from under the big trees and put them into her space.
When the opportunity permits, she must plant them to try.
She also discovered many jujube trees, chestnut trees, walnut trees, persimmon trees, hawthorn trees, apple trees, pear trees, apricot trees, peach trees, and cherry trees. All are unique varieties of the north, likely specially planted by the scenic area's landscaping. Some of them had fruit, but it fell off before ripening due to the heavy rain. Shui Li searched for a long time and only found 2 or 3 small saplings of each type. She gathered them all into her space. If she doesn't collect them now, once the extreme cold hits, they will all freeze to death. Wild vegetables too. In the future, wanting to see green in nature will truly be more and more difficult. If it weren't for her lack of strength, Shui Li would really want to dig up all the fruit trees. They are all old trees, and it's a pity to leave them here to freeze to death. After working for over 2 hours, her back ached so much that she couldn't stand upright. If she didn't descend the mountain soon, she wouldn't make it back before dark. Moreover, Uncle Ma San and their main group had already gone up the mountain. Look, Ma Jian is waving cheerfully at Shui Li. Shui Li could only symbolically gather a bag of wild vegetables, put it into her backpack, and walked over to Ma Jian and the others. With her was a middle-aged woman. She had a kind face, and at first glance, she seemed very simple. Ma Jian immediately introduced her. Shui Li, this is my third aunt. Third aunt, this is Shui Li, who lent us the villa. Aunt San quickly thanked Shui Li, along with the surrounding villagers. It sounded as if it were a great favor. Shui Li felt unworthy of such gratitude and hurriedly waved her hand to decline. She even told Aunt San about digging for wild vegetables. Even if she didn't say anything, the villagers would notice if they ran out of food, so it was better to make a friendly gesture. Uncle Ma San didn't care for wild vegetables, but that didn't mean Aunt San wasn't interested. Sometimes, men and women focus on entirely different things. As expected, Aunt San's eyes lit up when she heard this. She thanked Shui Li again. Amidst the villagers' expressions of gratitude, Shui Li quickly took her leave. It felt a bit like fleeing in a hurry. Chapter 50, Robbery. All along the way, there were people. Shui Li could only stay away from the main road and find a corner by the mountain without anyone, releasing the speedboat and speeding away. After a short while, she suddenly noticed 2 jet skis heading towards her. Shui Li was taken aback. According to Uncle Ma San and their information, the park's boats and jet skis had all been requisitioned by the authorities. Could these 2 jet skis be official ones? Shui Li didn't dare to be careless and quickly tried to maneuver to the side. Before she could get close to the edge, the jet skis rapidly surrounded her in circles. Shui Li saw clearly that there were 4 people, 2 on each jet ski. The 2 sitting at the back each held a large machete. None were wearing raincoats, but they all wore life jackets. Tattoos of ribbon fish covered their exposed arms. Shui Li sneered coldly in her heart. It seemed she had run into robbers again. The jet skis were nice, she didn't have any herself. If this had happened before today, she might have been scared, as their boat was faster, and she couldn't outrun them. Now, who would rob whom was still uncertain. With a strategy in her mind, Shui Li remained calm. Letting the 4 people circle around her enough, she finally looked up at them. At that moment, the leader, a scar-faced man, raised his machete, pointing it at Shui Li, leering as he said, "Little sister, come with the brothers on the boat, and I promise you'll live in luxury. In the future, serve the brothers well, and you'll have your rewards." How unoriginal. It was yet another tired old script of robbing for money and lust. However, this gang was definitely going to be harder to deal with than Brother Quan's group. From their fierce eyes, it was clear they were seasoned criminals. Nevertheless, Shui Li rolled her eyes. Slowly pulling out a black gun wrapped in plastic wrap. Worried that the gun would get damaged by water, she had cleverly wrapped it in plastic wrap while in her space on the mountain. The way she wrapped it was very skillful, not affecting the muzzle or the trigger pull at all. Seeing Shui Li actually pull out a gun, the four of them were taken aback, then burst into laughter.
It was still the scar-faced man who spoke up. Little sister, pulling out a gun? It can't be a toy gun, right?
Don't play fake, Big Brother has a real gun for you to play with.
Bang! Ah!
Shui Li held her forehead, originally wanting to shoot the leg of the scar-faced man, but unexpectedly hit the leg of the guy who was steering the jet ski in front of him. It was a lucky mistake. The man who got shot trembled in pain, and not only did he fall into the water, but the scar-faced man was also pulled down with him. The two people on the other jet skis saw it was a real gun and trembled in fear. They wanted to drive away, but Shui Li's cold words pinned them in place.
Dare to leave, I'll shoot.
The injured man yelled in pain. If it weren't for the life jacket he was wearing, he would have been washed away. The scar-faced man wanted to take the opportunity to climb onto the jet ski, but when Shui Li slightly turned the gun towards him, he was so scared he didn't dare to move. Seeing the two calm down, she aimed at the two on the jet ski. Her voice was as cold as ice, tinged with a bit of playfulness. Jump into the water by yourselves.
The two, relying on their life jackets, obediently jumped into the water.
Shui Li knew their mindset, that's why she made them do this.
If these two hadn't had life jackets, they definitely wouldn't have dared to jump.
If they were pushed to the limit and tried to escape on the jet ski, with Shui Li's shooting skills, it wasn't certain she'd hit them.
Moreover, even if she did hit them, it would waste bullets. That last bullet made Shui Li's heart ache. She still hadn't recovered.
Once all four were in the water, Shui Li sweetly smiled and squatted down. She first ordered the two in the back to gently place the big machetes in her boat.
They couldn't drop them too heavily.
Although the instruction manual of the speedboat stated that the rubber material of the boat was anti-cut and anti-stab,
Shui Li didn't want to test it at all.
Once the machetes were placed properly, Shui Li smiled again. She looked carefully at the four.
More precisely, at three people. One had already fainted. Don't you know that villains die from talking too much? Remember this life lesson for the next life.
After saying that, she picked up a machete and first slit one person's throat.
The remaining two screamed and swam towards the jet ski.
While swimming, they yelled.
You don't follow the rules. You promised to let us go if we jumped into the water.
As Shui Li drove the speedboat closer to the scar-faced man, she rubbed her ears.
She didn't have Alzheimer's. When did she say that if they jumped, she'd let them go? If they didn't believe it, the audience could flip back a page and check.
Soon, she reached the scar-faced man. With a swift motion, the machete fell, and the scar-faced man successfully joined Yin Yi. There was still one conscious person, who was about to climb onto the jet ski. Shui Li leisurely took out her beloved climbing claw and with one strong pull, dragged the screaming man closer. Then she dealt with another.
There was only one fainted left.
It was easy. First, she took off everyone's life jackets. Some had a bit of blood on them, but after a splash in the water, you couldn't see anything at all. These were non-renewable resources. Wasting them on these scum for burial was pointless.
Leaving them for the good people could save several lives.
When she retrieved the unconscious man, she gave him a quick end, counting that as Shui Li's last act of mercy. She put the life jackets and machetes into her space.
Was this not considered kicking a dog when it's down?
Pulling out the binoculars, she looked around, saw no one, and quickly hopped onto a jet ski. She stored her speedboat and another jet ski into her space. Just a moment ago, she was worried she'd return home in the dark, but with the jet ski, she could cover a 3-hour trip in probably half the time. At first, she drove slowly, but gradually sped up.
Faster and faster. Wow! This is so exhilarating. Much easier to handle than the speedboat. It's light and agile, and the speed is quick. One bullet traded for 2 jet skis, that's such a bargain. Not to mention 4 life jackets and 2 machetes. She didn't expend any effort. That's the beauty of hot weapons. Just the ammo is too scarce, so it's better to prepare more when there's a chance. She didn't know where the scar-faced man and his gang got these 2 jet skis from. The jet ski is fast. Looking at the watch, it was just 4:30 in the afternoon and not far from ZY Garden. Finding a place where no one could see, I switched back to the speedboat. At 5 o'clock, Shui Ping returned to building number 2.
The water had almost flooded the 4th floor, and people on the 5th floor were panicking. The whole building was noisy. As I passed the elevator lobby, I deliberately looked around but didn't spot the young couple. I wondered where they had gone. When I opened the door to my home, I finally felt a bit tired. In my fatigue, there was also a hint of excitement. The gains of today had been tremendous.
The entire day felt surreal, lacking any sense of reality.
I never expected that in this apocalypse, I would have a day to inherit a legacy. As for Su Xiaomiao, I could only sigh about her unfortunate fate and express my heartfelt gratitude.
Pulling back my thoughts, it was time to fill my stomach.
I had only eaten a piece of bread given by Uncle Ma at noon, and I was already very hungry. First, I boiled a pot of water, and after dinner, I could take a shower. In the last few days, I had already used 4 tanks of water for bathing and washing vegetables out of the 10 tanks. The consumption was still quite high. However, in the future, there likely won't be a need to cook in large quantities. When I have time, I can find opportunities to fetch water later. Just as I took out a plate to prepare my meal, I suddenly heard a knocking sound at the door. Shui Ping frowned. She really didn't like being disturbed while eating. The knocking continued. Judging by the rhythm, the person knocking was quite polite. There was no way around it. Shui Ping could only put the plate away again, close the kitchen door, and go to open the front door. When Qin Qin saw Shui Ping, she immediately excitedly told her some news.
Shui Ping, you weren't home today, so you don't know, right?
Tomorrow, the officials are coming to deliver rescue supplies for us. You just need to take your ID downstairs to collect it. This was indeed great news, making Shui Ping's annoyance vanish instantly. After thanking Qin Qin, Shui Ping watched her go inside before turning back home.
In her previous life, did the officials provide rescue to the unaffected crowd?
She didn't know. The environment was different in this life, and everything had changed.
One thing remained the same: no matter the environment, the officials had never abandoned the ordinary people.
This was the strength and kindness of the motherland.
Receiving this good news made her appetite even better.
She took out the plate of food: rice, fish-flavored shredded pork, mucks of pork, and winter melon vermicelli meatball soup. All of it was Shui Ping's favorite, delicious. From her rebirth until now, everything she ate was collected, and she hadn't spent a single penny of her own.
How could there be such a feeling of fulfillment both mentally and physically?
After eating and washing up, she found it was still early, so she boiled a large pot of century egg lean meat porridge. She had made up her mind to prepare one dish every day during her free time. This would prevent the hassle of doing them all at once and tiring herself out. She also soaked some yellow soybeans to make soy milk and tofu tomorrow. These 2 food items were not included in Shui Ping's ingredients. After getting everything ready and waiting for the porridge to cook, she took out the barbell she got from the gym to exercise her arm strength. Her strength was still too weak, she needed to train step by step. After practicing for half an hour, the century egg lean meat porridge was ready. Shui Ping had worked up a light sweat. She washed off with water before returning to her room to rest. Lying on her bed, thinking about the rescue supplies distribution tomorrow, she tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Therefore, she decided to tidy up her space. After these days of effort, the space should have expanded to 470 square meters now. It had never been this large in her previous life. When she saw the wooden furniture, Shui Ping paused. Although the space had increased significantly, she still felt that they took up too much space. Now, if she split them outside, it might disturb others, and she didn't want to waste time in her space either. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Last time she unlocked the car with her mind, could she break these pieces of furniture into firewood with her mind as well?
Why not give it a try? It wouldn't cost anything to test it.
Focusing her mind, she aimed at a spring and autumn chair, silently wishing it to break apart.
5 seconds later, the spring and autumn chair indeed shattered into pieces.
However, it broke apart specifically from the joints where the furniture originally connected. To be more precise, the furniture had come apart completely. Shui Ping wanted to make these furniture parts even smaller, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't break them down any further. It seems this method works, but it can only go this far.
That's still pretty good, saving Shui Ping a lot of trouble.
With everything scattered, just throwing them in a pile not only saves space, but they also become smaller pieces of firewood, making it quicker and easier to chop up. Just like that, she dismantled several large furniture pieces until her head started to ache slightly, then she stopped.
This exhausting effort also led Shui Ping to sleep soundly right away. At 7 in the morning, Shui Ping woke up refreshed.
After a careful check, not only did she not feel a headache, but she also felt much stronger in spirit than before.
Does this mean that the more you use your mental strength, the stronger it becomes?
Last time she hurriedly opened the car lock without paying much attention, so she had to take it seriously from now on. While thinking, she went to the bathroom, and the smell from the sewer almost made her faint.
It seems the toilet is completely unusable now.
Quickly, she used plastic bags to seal all the drains, and it got a little better after opening a window. With breakfast being disturbed like this, she had no appetite and only drank a bowl of black rice porridge with some pickles. After breakfast, it was time for the queen to inspect the garden. On the balcony, 2 grape seeds showed faint signs of breaking through the soil, and the potatoes and sweet potatoes also seemed pretty good. The changes in the scallions and garlic sprouts were the most obvious, especially those scallions, which had grown new tender yellow leaves in the middle. They really are easy to take care of. Even with such a rotting skin, they can still bloom with new life. Just like them, the wild vegetables were also resilient. Ordinary vegetables were smashed into mud in such a typhoon storm, but only they survived in the wild. With such good wild vegetables, of course, they have to be planted quickly. She took out the flower pots and planted a dozen piles of wild vegetables. She also planted those chive roots. As long as they are preserved properly, they can provide a continuous supply of chives to eat.
These flower pots and solar power generators filled the balcony to the brim. Looking at the solar panel's battery, it seemed, maybe, it had charged a bar. Worried that she was seeing things, she rubbed her eyes. There really was a bar of electricity. Is this possible? Could it be a new high-tech variety? Charging without sunlight? But she shouldn't jump to conclusions, she needed to observe for a while longer. If it really is like this, then these 2 sets of solar panels must be quite expensive. She hit the jackpot. Just as she was feeling pleased, a loudspeaker suddenly blared from downstairs. Looking up, she saw 3 yachts entering the community. It was the official staff shouting through the loudspeaker. They were all wearing orange life jackets, and at this moment, they were telling everyone not to panic. They would distribute relief supplies at the entrance of each building one by one. Everyone could come down with their ID cards when supplies reached their unit, and it wouldn't be late. Shui Li hurried back to her room to change out of her pajamas. Just as she finished changing, Xin and the others came to call her to go down and collect supplies together. Shui Li agreed happily. When everyone reached the entrance of their building, the people downstairs had already been waiting there for a while. Even though the broadcast had already said that people should wait to come down when supplies reached their units, everyone couldn't help but be overly excited and wanted to guard the door early. Shui Li completely understood. After being trapped for days, finally seeing the officials was like a bride kidnapped to the mountains finally about to see her family. How could they not be excited? Shui Li was also very excited, not because of the relief supplies but because in this apocalypse, she was not a helpless orphan, there was still a country to rely on. Her heart was thrilled, but her face remained calm. Quietly standing in the crowd, she only occasionally chatted a few words with Xin and the others. The distribution of supplies from the 3 yachts was quite fast. Since they lived in Building 2, it didn't take long for the officials to arrive at their unit. The people in the front cheered loudly. After the joy, some happily received supplies, some were tearfully grateful, and others became restless upon seeing so many supplies on the ship. Various questions arose. For example, this older sister. Why didn't you come earlier? My family has run out of food for 2 days. Why only this little bit? We have to hold on for another week? My children are starving and thin, I don't care, you need to give me 2 more portions, otherwise I will complain about you, accusing you of embezzlement. Who knows how much you really received, it must have been pocketed by you. Chapter 52, Relief. This time, the main force delivering relief supplies was the police. As soon as this was said, the staff's faces darkened. Nearby, a few people who could not discern the situation began to stir up trouble. Exactly, you must give us more, or you cannot leave. Right, you cannot leave. The chaotic noise rose as if the louder one could make the rules. People looked at the ship filled with supplies, their eyes turning green. The scene was about to become uncontrollable. At this moment, a stern-faced man stood up. Dressed in a police uniform, the man was Director Zhao of the local police station, as Xin and the others told me. At a glance, Director Zhao was experienced and unaffected by the noise, he remained composed and steady. Everyone, the country knows you are suffering. Today's supplies are the first distribution, but not the last one. I believe if everyone saves some, we can definitely last until next week. The whole country is in this situation, the more disasters we face, the more we must unite and overcome difficulties. Before Director Zhao finished speaking, the older sister who spoke first jumped out again. Why should we save? You all look rosy and healthy, you must be eating well normally. We do not agree. This sister's words made even less sense. The staff looked exhausted, how did she see rosy faces? Just talking wasn't enough, she even wanted to board the ship directly to grab supplies. A few people nearby did not want to miss the chance and tried to rush onto the ship too. How could they be allowed to succeed? One person clamped a silver bracelet directly onto the ship's railing. In chaotic times, strict measures must be taken, especially in apocalyptic situations. This time, everyone quieted down. That older sister still wanted to cry, cause a scene, or threaten to hang herself, but was directly zapped by a stun gun, causing her to lose all courage to shout. The family members of these people wanted to plead, but Director Zhao simply said they would be sent back after distributing the community supplies. The implication was to take these people as examples to deter others in the community. Of course, they had to be sent back. In such a disaster, if they all got taken away, it would be a burden to feed them, where would the food come from? This was also one of the reasons why things became increasingly chaotic. Even prisons stopped accepting people, wouldn't the number of bad people increase? Additionally, their relief supplies this time were cancelled completely. Truly, no gains without losses. Director Zhao also mentioned that tomorrow soldiers would come to take the people affected by the floods to refugee camps, asking everyone to be patient. This was another good piece of news, which made everyone feel more at ease. Shui Li was also relieved, otherwise it would be uncomfortable to face people in the hallway every day, especially with 2 people living in the elevator entrance. After the small chaos, order was restored again. Soon, Shui Li received the supplies. Opening the bag to take a look. 10 pieces of compressed biscuits, 2 packs of instant noodles, 2 bottles of mineral water, 3 sausage links, and 1 can of luncheon meat. The supplies were not plentiful, but they wouldn't starve anyone if they made it through a week. Everyone was the same, regardless of gender or age, they all received this amount. If there were still saved supplies at home, plus these items, one could live decently. Actually, before coming down, Shui Li had entertained private thoughts of taking extra ID cards to collect more supplies. But after thinking it over, she gave up. Many in this building knew she lived alone. If she took too much, it would be hard to explain. While waiting for Qin and the others, Shui Li noticed a boy around 11 or 12 years old standing behind them. He was thin but quite handsome, with big eyes that sparkled. He would definitely grow up to be a heartthrob. For some reason, he was alone, holding a household registration book to receive supplies. Did he not have any adults at home? As Shui Li pondered this, she suddenly heard someone reporting her to Director Zhao. Director Zhao, we want to report the household at 1502. She has a speedboat and goes out every day looking for food. She surely isn't lacking in supplies, so relief food shouldn't go to her. Following the sound, she saw it was the young couple from the elevator. Wow! What do you know? Got so cocky thinking the rescue team would take them away tomorrow, huh? Haven't they even asked for their land fees yet? So quick to show off their presence. Not only did they report Shui Li, but they also reported the old couple at 1501 who had given them food. They claimed the old couple had plenty of stored food and did not need relief supplies at all. The old couple was so furious they almost passed out on the spot. Angry, they could barely say a word in rebuttal, only cursing the couple as ungrateful. Shui Li said nothing but looked coldly at the young couple's malicious eyes. Director Zhao, however, didn't care and stated that being able to go out to find food was a personal skill, and the officials wouldn't intervene. If they had stored food, the official relief supplies wouldn't be shortchanged. The young couple left in disappointment, sneaking away with their supplies to the upstairs. As they passed by Shui Li, the girl shot her a resentful glare. This made Shui Li laugh. Qin and the others were quite angry, wanting to confront them, but were stopped by Shui Li, who said, "Just a clown." Afterward, they no longer focused on the matter, thanked Director Zhao, and went upstairs. When they reached the 15th floor, the couple provocatively glared at Shui Li and the others, with an expression that said, "I'll be leaving tomorrow, what can you do about it?" With Shui Li's reassurance, Qin and the others didn't say anything. Perhaps they thought since they were leaving tomorrow, there was no need to waste words with them. Shui Li merely smiled in response. Want to leave tomorrow? We'll see if they have that fate. If people like them were let go, who knows how they might end up when they fell into their hands one day. Back at home, she saw it was still early. She took out the supplies she had collected from the fruit and vegetable shop, preparing to sort through them properly. This selection took 2 whole hours of work. Among the vegetables, she selected around 5 pounds each of chives, spinach, and bok choy. These were the 2 most wasteful types of vegetables. Other common vegetables like bell peppers, cabbage, tomatoes, eggplants, soybean milk, cucumbers, and zucchinis were still in decent condition, with dozens of pounds each available. The best preserved were onions, potatoes, pumpkins, and winter melons. Almost none were spoiled. Shui Li was particularly meticulous in her selection. If a vegetable was only half spoiled, she would cut off the good parts with a small knife and eat them separately. For example, there was this box of peaches before her. Half of them were rotten, and almost every peach had some bad spots. Yet, Shui Li couldn't bear to throw them all away. She picked out the good parts, cut them into pieces, and cooked them in a pot with sugar. Once cooked and cooled, she would have a pot of delicious peach preserves. If only she had some jars, it would be perfect. This was good enough. When she wanted to eat, she could just scoop out a bowl, it would taste delightful. The rest of the fruits were all good, like apples, pears, cantaloupes, watermelons, bananas, pomegranates, mangoes, durians, and lychees, each with at least 100 pounds. Especially the lychees, one of Shui Li's favorite fruits. In the past, she couldn't afford to buy more, but today she was going to indulge. She quickly washed a plateful, ready to enjoy after cooking. After tidying up the battle-scarred living room, the trash was packed, and it would still be useful. Chapter 53, Revenge. After taking care of these tasks, it was lunchtime. She casually took out a plate and dug in, as she was making all her favorite dishes, so it didn't matter which one she ate. This dish was multi-grain rice, kung pao chicken, braised eggplant, and koldenoki mushrooms. After the meal, I took a nap. Waking up, I felt uneasy. These leisurely days felt like they were stolen. It didn't seem right to not go out and gather supplies. But tonight, Shui Li still had something big to do, so if I went out now, I would delay returning later.
I couldn't just sit around like this, so I took out the lady's bow and arrow, hung the target on the wall, and started practicing archery. I practiced until dusk. Lighting a candle, I took a break. The food in my stomach was almost all consumed. For dinner, I will have preserved eggs and lean meat congee, plus a steamed bun and some fried salted fish. Feeling full, I began to make pancakes. I was inspired by Uncle Ma-san and them, otherwise, it would have taken a while for Shui Li to remember this food. I had prepared the dough and ingredients before my nap. I also prepared some dough with salt, sugar, eggs, baking soda, and baking powder to fry some yocho and fried pancakes in the morning. The eggs could be the loose yolks from the burger joint. The eggs from the staff cafeteria were fresh. Some were fertilized eggs, set aside by Shui Li. In the future, I could even try to hatch some chicks. I not only made many home-style pancakes but also chive and egg boxes, green onion, and pork patties. I made a big basin of each before stopping. Looking at the time, it was exactly 10 o'clock at night. Shui Li smiled, just in time. People should be fast asleep now. Changing into different clothes, I tied on a face mask and put on a pair of soft-soled sneakers to ensure I wouldn't make any noise. If I'm going to do something bad, I must look the part. I blew out the candle and waited for a moment, letting my eyes adjust to the darkness. Gently opening the door, I listened to the sounds outside. Young couple's snores came high and low, clearly audible in the hallway. Snoring is good. It shows they are sleeping well. To leave this world in their dreams is something many elderly people long for. No longer hesitating, Shui Li steadily passed the elevator space and walked upstairs. Reaching the corner of the stairs, I took out a toolbox from the space. Arriving at the 16th floor, I listened carefully, and it was still quiet. Occasionally, a slight snoring sound drifted from a room, muffled through the walls. Now that the power was out, everyone slept early. In the pre-apocalyptic days, even at 3 in the morning, there would be night owls awake. Wearing a headlamp, I easily pried open the elevator door with a crowbar. Elevators are easy to understand, they are just pulled by a few steel cables. Using large needle-nosed pliers on the closest steel cables a few times, then the hacksaw. Of course, I couldn't sever it all at once, it might fall down. With various methods, I didn't believe the young couple in the elevator shaft would see the sun tomorrow. No, even if I didn't do this, there wouldn't be sunshine for them tomorrow. In any case, that's the idea, they definitely can't happily leave here alive. A single strike would save trouble, but that. He might not recognize himself. As long as he doesn't scream or shout, let's just leave him be. I'm not the Virgin Mary, mainly because I'm still a reasonable person. At the root of it, it's because I did bad things and got caught, not the boy's fault. I can't kill him over something like this. I'm not a good person, nor am I an evil person who can't tell right from wrong. If someone hasn't wronged me, I wouldn't go to extremes to kill them. Besides, this is the end of the world. Killing is nothing out of the ordinary, as long as it's done secretly and without legal consequences. Just when I was mentally preparing myself, the young boy silently retreated back into his room and locked the door. He hadn't said a single word the entire time. I sighed long and hard. The little thing knows when to back off. You have some sense, kid. Well then, let's continue. This elevator is already useless, and it's fine to destroy it. 8 years into the apocalypse, besides the shelters, I haven't found any other neighborhood with a working elevator. Let this elevator be a burial site for the young couple, it's not a wasted life after all. Once I had destroyed it enough, I used an iron hook to pull the elevator door back into place and close it. If any innocent person were to fall into the elevator shaft because of this door, that would be a huge sin. I went downstairs and returned home. The young couple was sleeping like dead dogs, not even aware of anything. Back home, I used yesterday's bathwater to wash again. Forget about taking a shower in the rain. The drains were sealed by me already. The water can't flow out, so from now on, I'll have to bathe using a tub. Pouring out the water is easier, just open the window and whatever amount of water there is can be thrown out. I got into bed, and the little stir in my heart was quickly driven away by drowsiness. In the middle of the night, I was woken by 2 terrified screams. I curved the corner of my lips, turned over, and continued sleeping. Such people deserved to die. They were removed from society, 2 blood-sucking leeches eliminated. I thought this in my heart, but I still couldn't fall back asleep. I just couldn't help it, I was too kind. Every time I kill someone, I can't be indifferent. I simply scattered a few pieces of furniture using my mental power, and then fell into a deep sleep again. The next day, I woke up later than usual, almost 8 o'clock. After breakfast, I was about to fry some dough sticks when Chin came to knock on the door again. I could tell from the rhythm of the knock what it was. This time it was different, the 3 of them from next door came together. I raised an eyebrow. Looks like something's up? The situation seems quite serious, and each of them looked pretty serious. When they saw me open the door, Tianjinjin spoke first.
Water pair, we want to invite you to our house, do you have time now?
Fang Yuan, who rarely speaks, added, fearing that water pair might be suspicious.
We have no ill intentions. We need to discuss something important with you.
Qin Qin kept nodding beside them, seemingly afraid that water pair would reject them.
This made me curious. What could make these three girls so serious?
I intended to invite them into my house, but they seemed so nervous, they didn't dare to come in.
I understood right away.
They were scared of the fact that someone had died in this house and didn't want to step inside.
After some consideration, I decided to accept their invitation. It's just next door, I'll be more cautious.
If there's something fishy, I can always rely on my space, I won't lose out. I pretended to go back into the house to grab the keys, but every time I opened the door, I always put the keys back into the space immediately.
I locked the door behind me and went with the three of them next door.
I purposely glanced at the elevator shaft. Sure enough, it was dark, and the lift car had fallen down. Next door was a 3-bedroom apartment. The three girls each had their own room. They were renting together, which I knew. The house was decorated very warmly, it was clearly a place where girls lived. Before I had a chance to look around properly, they immediately invited me to sit on the sofa.
Tianjinjin spoke first.
Though her voice was still calm, I could tell there was a hint of nervousness in it. The three girls, even though Qin Qin was usually carefree and loved to joke, when it came to serious matters, it was still Tianjinjin who could take charge.
Shuiperi, we called you here to discuss an important matter.
Seeing their serious faces, Shuiperi straightened her posture slightly and began to take this matter seriously.
Please, go on.
Letting her speak made Tianjinjin feel embarrassed instead, hesitating and stammering for a long time without being able to say it. It was Fang Yuan, ever so formal, who took over the conversation.
Here's the thing. Our food has run low.
Although we received relief supplies yesterday, it's simply not enough to eat.
Tianjinjin works at the headquarters of Yitong Company in the city. She has the keys to the company. Yitong Company sends some free goods to eligible clients as part of their activities.
Among those are many food items like rice, flour, and oil.
We want.
Before Fang Yuan could finish, Tianjinjin regained her calm and continued. We want to go to the company to retrieve some for ourselves.
But we don't have a boat, so we'd like to ask you to come with us.
That's why we're discussing this with you. Shuiperi listened quietly without immediately expressing her opinion. But the little light bulb in her heart instantly lit up. There are supplies. If they hadn't said it, who would have thought that food still existed in the Yitong Company building? Moreover, at such a big company, there must be plenty. She understood that these three law-abiding girls were now pushed to the edge, ready to challenge the law and their conscience. Indeed, they looked a bit like survivors in a post-apocalyptic world. Seeing them hesitate to speak, Tianjinjin blushed again and assured her. Don't worry, if someone finds out, we will take all the responsibility. You just need to take us there on your boat. After saying this, all three lowered their heads in shame. Seeing them like this made Shuiperi both amused and nostalgic. When she first went out with the people in the refugee camp to look for supplies, and when she had to break in, she was just as anxious as they were now. She was afraid of being caught and embarrassed. After doing it many times, she got used to it. She had to get used to it, everyone was starved, their eyes shining green with hunger, and order and law had long since vanished. At this moment, Shuiperi didn't think too much, seizing the girl's hard-won determination, she asked a few questions.
They couldn't hesitate any longer, it might snuff out their courage.
But she still needed to see how strong their resolve was. Going out with them meant forming a team, and if her teammates weren't committed, accidents could happen during the mission. She scanned the three of them with a serious expression.
Have you all considered this carefully?
You need to know that doing this is essentially stealing.
Aren't you afraid of being caught?
The three looked at each other, no one speaking, their heads hung even lower. But when they lifted their heads, the determination in each of their eyes said it all.
Then, in unison, they said, "We have fought it through."
Shuiperi felt a bit relieved. At this moment, Qin Qin, who had been silent all day, spoke up.
Shuiperi, you don't know, we ran out of food the day before yesterday.
We only had a bit of rainwater and the pickles you gave us to get by for a day. If it weren't for the relief supplies we received yesterday, we would still be hungry.
The feeling of hunger is awful, we don't want to experience it again.
So, rest assured, our determination is solid, and if anything goes wrong, we will never drag you down with us. This really surprised Shuiperi. When they met before, it was either in the evening or in poorly lit hallways. Now, as she looked closely at their faces, she could clearly see that each one was pale. Especially Fang Yuan, who had been a chubby girl during their first meeting, now could only be described as slightly plump. Truly, they were three silly girls, they had little to eat and still gifted her 3 apples on their first meeting.
Perhaps at that time, they hadn't expected to be trapped for such a long time. She sighed in her heart but didn't show it on her face. Also, how will we divide the supplies we bring back? They were pitiful, but the benefits they deserved couldn't be less. This was a matter of principle. Without rules, nothing can be accomplished. Since they decided to team up temporarily, they needed to be clear about things. Hearing Shuiperi's question, the three felt a sense of relief, clearly relaxing, revealing their first genuine smiles of the day. Qin, who usually talked the most, finally came online, excitedly grabbing Shui Li's hand.
So, you agree?
Don't worry, we've discussed everything in advance.
You provide the speedboat and gasoline. We all know gasoline is a consumable.
You'll take 40% of the supplies, and we'll take 20% each.
How does that sound?
That sounds okay. They are thoughtful and not greedy.
If it were to be split equally among four, things would need to be reconsidered.
Shui Li was very satisfied but still had questions to ask.
Can you swim?
It's already chaotic outside, full of dangers.
If someone tries to rob us, do you have the courage to fight back?
Also, do you have weapons?
One question after another left the three girls stunned.
Especially Qin and Fang Yuan, their hands tightly clasped together, now truly nervous. It was the calmest, Tianjinjin, who answered Shui Li.
I can swim.
As for the chaos outside, we've thought about it. Although we haven't seen it firsthand, it probably won't be much better than our building, only more brutal. Regarding weapons, we have a kitchen knife and a watermelon knife, nothing else. In the early days of the apocalypse, having this level of calmness was already quite good. To transform from a novice to an eagle requires repeated trials.
Qin had more to add.
Actually, we often read apocalypse novels, and our situation is quite similar. I think, maybe this is the beginning of the apocalypse.
Unexpectedly, Shui Li could only silently say, "Girl. You are so right."
Since they decided to team up, it's better to say some things up front.
Alright, I agree to your proposal. However, when we're out there, I have just one requirement.
At this point, Shui Li paused, looking into each person's eyes.
That is, all actions must listen to me. Including, if I tell you to kill.
The three girls were visibly frightened, their faces pale, not expecting Shui Li to say this.
Caring little about their feelings, Shui Li pressed on. Can you do this?
They hesitated, however, given the current situation, if they disagreed. Shui Li already knew where there were supplies and could easily leave them behind and go on her own.
Chapter 55, There must be a bottom line in the fight. After some discussion, Tianjinjin spoke on behalf of the group.
We can only accept that those who need to be killed are the evil ones who mean us harm. We will not take the initiative to attack innocent people. Hearing this result, Shui Li felt reassured. She also had no intention of attacking innocent people.
With the same values, doesn't that mean they have common goals? A genuine smile emerged on Shui Li's face.
The four girls high-fived to make an alliance.
Next was to customize an implementation plan.
They agreed to start action after today's rescue boat left. With everyone in the building gone, it was easier for them to retrieve the supplies. And by the time they came back, it would already be night, making it hard for other residents to notice. Thus, it was a joyful decision. Before going home, Qin mentioned the couple found dead in the elevator, describing how terrible it was. She also said that maybe heaven couldn't stand them being two wolves in sheep's clothing, so took them away. Anyway, no one suspected Shui Li, so she felt at ease. Back home, Shui Li took out an iron hook from her toolbox to lift the door of the elevator room. A dark hole, easy for someone to accidentally fall through, and not looking nice either. One's living environment still needs some care. After finishing up, she thought again and decided to take 3 kitchen knives to give to the 3 girls.
Their own knife?
They should just use it for cooking.
If they used that one to kill, they probably wouldn't even have the courage to cook anymore.
After collecting from the restaurant, hot pot place, snack shop, and so on, she had at least dozens of these knives. She really wasn't lacking. A team needs to be equipped, after all. As for big machetes or similar, even if she gave them, given their current strength, it's hard to say whether one can swing it or not. If it ends up hurting our own people, it won't be good. Before leaving, I thought of those broken electric batons, and took out 3 to pack with the kitchen knife into the same bag. Although the items are broken, they can still scare people at a critical moment. The first time we knocked on the door of room 1501, the 3 of them received the bag and were stunned to see the kitchen knife and electric batons inside. They quickly pulled the water pair inside and shut the door tightly. Qin's eyes sparkled with excitement, her voice trembling with joy. "Idol, you have such good things like electric batons? That's so amazing, truly worthy of being my idol." The other 2 felt the same way. Water pair could only chuckle, feeling she had disappointed them. "You are thinking too much. I picked these up outside, they are all broken and can only scare people." Of course, one of them is good, and naturally, I've kept it for myself. The way this was said was indeed infuriating, even Waterpair thought so herself. Though Qin and Tianjinjin felt a bit disappointed, they were still happy. After all, there were 3 kitchen knives. Fang Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Well, it doesn't matter if they're broken. I'm studying physics, I can fix them. Really? This was indeed a pleasant surprise. Who would have thought? Fang Yuan had such a special skill, the saying many hands make light work was truly not wrong. Tianjinjin and Qin brightened up in unison. Right. How could we forget that Fang Yuan is a graduate student in physics? Fixing these things is a piece of cake for her. What are we waiting for? We still have 4 broken ones at home, let's let Fang Yuan fix them all. Waterpair turned back home to get all the broken electric batons for Fang Yuan. Worried about a lack of power, she thoughtfully grabbed 2 boxes of AA batteries. Before leaving, she reminded Fang Yuan to be careful not to get shocked. Before Fang Yuan could say anything, Qin spoke up first. How could Fang Yuan get shocked? She doesn't need to experiment with the electric batons personally. All she has to do is connect the battery and test it with a voltage tester. We learned this in high school. If she gets shocked, it would mean Fang Yuan's physics graduate studies have been in vain. Lastly, Qin delivered her famous saying. She's not an idiot. Waterpair. Girl, do you know saying that could cost you friends? Just as she was boasting, she got hit back. Is this the legendary mutual harm? Tianjinjin works at a communication company, and Fang Yuan is even more impressive as a graduate student. Waterpair really didn't know what Qin did. By her tone, she is definitely a top student. Wanting to ask but not daring to, afraid to expose her ignorance. On the surface, she had to remain calm like an old dog. Drifting back home, Waterpair felt she had been so foolish. How could anyone be stupid enough to use themselves for electric baton experiments? Silently scolding herself a few times, she shook her head to forget the bad memories. She started working. Greasy and fragrant fried dough sticks and pancakes came out one after another, restoring Waterpair's confidence. She also had her own talents. With the fried food done, there was a bowl of yellow soybeans waiting to be ground. Though there was a soy milk machine and a generator, the generator needed diesel. Not only would it make noise, it would waste energy. Every bit of savings counts. Good steel should be used on the blade. As for the solar power panel, the display on the battery box showed only 1 bar of power, insufficient to run the big soy milk machine from the cafeteria. There was still a way. Wasn't there a small grinding disc found at the Folklore Museum? Washing the small grinding disc clean, she began making real, pure, handmade soy milk. She had helped her grandmother grind many times as a child, so she was familiar with it. Just as she was about to finish grinding, she heard the broadcast outside. They were here to pick up the disaster victims. Putting down her work, she went to the window to take a look. Sure enough, 3 yachts were already starting to pick people up unit by unit. There wasn't much to see, so Waterpair returned to the grinding disc to continue making soy milk. At that moment, there was suddenly a commotion in the hallway outside the door. Peering through the cat's eye, it turned out that the old couple across the door was chased out by the fat man, Pang De. Not only did he drive them away, but he also took all their money and food, refusing to return it. Qin and the others came out to help the old couple get their things back. In this apocalyptic world, such unfairness has become all too common. Shui Li didn't want to get involved and quietly returned to the grinding stone to continue grinding. With Pang De living next door, she knew she had to be more careful in the future. Her instinct was still accurate. Pang De was indeed not a good person. Other people's matters had nothing to do with her. Once she finished grinding the soybeans for soy milk, Shui Li didn't notice when the noise outside stopped. The old couple was no longer outside. It seemed they had been picked up already. Whether Qin and the others managed to get anything for the old couple was unknown. There was still a boat outside that hadn't left, which probably meant people hadn't been picked up yet. Next was to boil the soy milk and prepare the tofu. Boiling soy milk was easy, while making tofu usually required brine. Shui Li didn't have any, so she used white vinegar as a substitute. She collected the soy milk while it was still hot. Before the tofu was ready, it was still tofu pudding, and she set aside a bowl for that. The last step was to press the tofu with a heavy object. Shui Li had prepared well in advance and used 2 redwood chairs, which were just right. Redwood is dense, and 2 wooden boards have enough weight. She placed a piece of cheesecloth over the tofu, pressed it down with the wood, and waited for about an hour for the tofu to be ready. Just in time for noon, she tidied up the battlefield and prepared to eat lunch. Chapter 56, Departing after lunch, the rescue boats outside had all left. In the kitchen, she stored the tofu she had made. The morning had passed quite fulfilling. She took out the inflatable boat prepared by Su Xiao Cat and a rubber boat. This inflatable boat runs on diesel and has more power than Shui Li's own.
Today, the number of people and goods to carry would be much more than usual, so using a powerful boat was necessary. After filling it with diesel, she took out a large backpack filled with some items. Of course, she couldn't forget the 40-meter-long knife, and she also brought a bow and arrows, hoping not to need them. Everything that needed checking had to be well checked. Working with others was different from going out alone, and some items were not easy to take out directly. She put on a raincoat and a life jacket, fitting them neatly. Just as she was getting ready, Shin and the others knocked on the door. Looking at their gear, each of them was in a raincoat with a backpack on their back.
They looked all right.
Each of them had an excited expression. It had been almost 10 days since they went out, and they were anxious yet thrilled. Seeing that Shui Li had also brought a bow and arrows, they exclaimed, "Cool." At that moment, Fang Yuan handed over 5 electric batons. "I fixed 5 of them, the other 4 are completely broken and couldn't be used. I took some parts from those and replaced them on these." As she spoke, afraid Shui Li wouldn't believe her, she even showed the 4 broken electric batons, which were taken apart and in pieces.
"Wow.
I didn't expect 5 to be repaired, and Shui Li was very happy.
Moreover, the 3 girls' characters could be trusted at this moment based on this. She only took 2 for herself, giving each of them one of the remaining ones.
If it weren't for Fang Yuan fixing them, she wouldn't even have gotten these 2. Besides, today's destination was provided by Tianjinjin and the others, which could be considered a reward for them. Their self-defense abilities improved, and it was beneficial for her as well. The 3 girls were even more excited, gaining a bit more confidence for this outing.
So what were they waiting for? Let's set off. Climbing onto the inflatable boat, Shui Li took out 3 life jackets from her backpack and tossed them onto the boat. These jackets were stripped from dead people. Are you brave enough to wear them? If not, go home.
The 3 girls exchanged glances, no one expecting Shui Li to surprise them just before leaving. After waiting a moment, it was Fang Yuan with a pale face who was the first to put one on. Shin and Tianjinjin both had reddened eyes. Both knew that Fang Yuan, who looked chubby, was the timid one among the 3. Shui Li noticed that too. Every time the 3 came to her door, Fang Yuan always stood the farthest away. And she had never come to find me alone. Looking at Fang Yuan, she gritted her teeth. The other 2 also no longer hesitated and got dressed. After getting dressed, the 3 of them were slightly shivering, probably quite scared. Shui Li seemed to think the thrill was not enough and added cheekily, "Don't worry, I'm just temporarily lending these to you, you have to return them after you come back. If you want to have your own, you can wait until you find them yourself or take them from your opponents." After saying that, ignoring their expressions, she directly took the boat and left. This was the first lesson she gave them in the apocalypse. If they couldn't handle this, better to disband early. She could still go to the communication company to get supplies by herself. Shui Li indeed had such thoughts. Isn't it true that people should care for themselves or else they perish? But since the 3 of them didn't take the bait, Shui Li was not someone to lose her mind, so the plan had to die before it started. Rushing along, the diesel engine was powerful, pulling 4 people effortlessly.
It took about an hour to go from ZY Garden to the communication company.
On the way, they encountered quite a few, and Shui Li deliberately turned back to check on the 3's reactions. As expected, their faces were all pale, clearly frightened.
Finally, they understood why Shui Li talked about needing to kill.
If they could avoid something on the way, they did their best to steer clear, but they were still targeted.
There were 2 rubber boats, one on each side.
When Shui Li was about to get close, suddenly a rope was pulled up from the water, trying to block their path.
Did they have their eyes on her speedboat again? Shui Li acted quickly and shouted to the 3. "Hold on tight."
Then she made a sharp turn, charging straight toward the rubber boat on the right.
The 3 men on the right rubber boat clearly didn't expect such a move. Has this woman gone mad? Is she trying to take them out with her?
Before the men could react, Shui Li's speedboat knocked the 3 of them off their feet. They fell into the water like dumplings, making loud splash sounds. The rubber boat was turned over by the sheer force of the speedboat, floating away for quite a distance before stopping. Shin and the other 2 were so scared that they screamed, but none of them fell into the water. Shui Li curled her red lips and smiled slightly. Using a rubber boat to intercept the specially made speedboat prepared by Su Xiaomao was simply like an egg crashing into a rock. If it had been her original one, Shui Li really wouldn't have dared to collide. Fortunately, today she used the one prepared by Su Xiaomao. Although this speedboat was also rubber and foldable, it was resistant to cuts and stabbing. Most importantly, the entire front side was wrapped in a special material. It looked like iron but wasn't, flexible and foldable, yet very hard when unfolded. Originally meant to avoid scratches, plus Shui Li's superb driving skills, it was more than enough to knock away a normal rubber boat.
Shui Li sighed to herself, "Su Xiaomao, thank you once again."
At this moment, 2 of the 3 people in the water were still thrashing. One was quite unlucky, having been run over by both the rubber boat and the speedboat, directly knocked unconscious and sank to the bottom. The other two were desperately looking for him, showing deep friendship. Shui Li's bold move not only scared Qin and her friends but also left the 2 men and 2 women on the other rubber boat dumbfounded. Seeing Shui Li pull out a machete and drive the speedboat toward them, it was like seeing a ghost, leaving them frozen with fear. Especially the 2 girls, who were so scared they started crying. Shui Li instantly lost interest. These people looked about her age or even younger. This clearly looked like a group of petty thieves who couldn't even say a proper intimidating word. Though they intended to attack her speedboat, Shui Li couldn't muster the feeling to kill. Perhaps she wanted to maintain her idol persona in front of the other 3. Thinking of this, Shui Li shivered. Had she become vain with 3 little minions in tow? Then she coldly glanced at them and was about to leave. But she was stopped by Tianjinjin. Can we take that rubber boat back with us? The 3 of them looked eagerly at Water Pair. Water Pair laughed. She didn't expect them not to be scared and even set their sights on the rubber boat. Talented kids are hard to find. How could she refuse? After getting consent, the 3 tied the flipped rubber boat to the back of the boat. Although it had a hole from the crash and was starting to leak, Fang Yuan said she could fix it. How nice it seems to have someone at home who can fix anything. Qin didn't even let go of the rope in the other 4's hands. She took out a kitchen knife and threatened them, and they immediately let go. She truly learned Water Pair's skills. As for how those people would go back, that was none of their concern. If they dared to rob others, they must be prepared for retaliation. Leaving them alive was already good enough. Chapter 57, they just left the company and already had gains. It seemed this trip was going very well. Besides those rookie fools just now, no one else had their sights set on them. Qin was overly excited and summed it up for Water Pair, sister pair in the society, tough and not much talk. The other 2 nodded in agreement. Fang Yuan added another line. If people aren't tough, their status isn't stable. It was hard to tell if their words praised Water Pair or if they were reminding themselves. So, amidst the girls' flattery, they arrived at the Etone building. Still skillfully, they first circled around the building. The windows were intact, proving that no one had been there. Fortunately, if Tianjinjin hadn't mentioned it, ordinary people wouldn't know there were still a lot of supplies here. Taking a break-in tool from her bag, she easily broke the glass. Seeing Water Pair's proficiency, the 3 unanimously gave her a thumbs up. Having lived together for a long time, their understanding of each other was quite high. This made Water Pair a bit envious. At least during the apocalypse, having friends to rely on didn't seem too bad. With no time to waste on compliments, Water Pair was the first to enter the building. Once everyone was in, they hid the inflatable boat and the rubber boat. After that, the real work began. The communication building was located at a higher ground, and the water here only flooded up to the 3rd floor. The building had a total of 12 floors, and Tianjinjin said the supplies were in the storage room on the 6th floor. They rushed straight to the 6th floor. This floor had 3 storage rooms along with a changing room for employees and a resting area for cleaning staff. Just before the typhoon, Tianjinjin happened to get the keys to the storage room, planning to deliver gifts to the local branches the next day. However, the typhoon prevented this task. Taking out the keys, Tianjinjin opened the door to one of the storage rooms. The light inside wasn't very good, as the window shutters were all closed. Tianjinjin skillfully walked to a window and opened the shutters. Wow! As the light poured in, everyone, including Water Pair, was dazzled and had their mouths wide open. In the about 50 square meter room, supplies were piled high. There were at least 100 bags of rice and flour, each weighing 10 pounds. There were also over 100 barrels of a certain peanut oil, each 5 liters. The most abundant were the beautifully packaged small batch sesame oils, each box containing 4 1-pound bottles. Roughly calculated, these oils totaled at least 200 pounds. So many items got Qin and the others overly excited. Water Pair was excited too, but mixed with a bit of helplessness. If she had discovered this place by herself, she could have taken it all with a wave of her hand. But now, they could only move it piece by piece like worker ants. With so many items, how would they transport them back? They also had to guard against being discovered? For the 4 girls to protect so many supplies was indeed not an easy task. Moreover, according to the carrying capacity of a speedboat and a rubber boat, for adults plus these items would need at least 3 trips to move everything. Going back from the 5th floor to the 15th floor, carrying heavy loads up 10 flights of stairs was also a challenge. After the 3 girls got overly excited, it seemed they also thought of this problem. Everyone wore a worried look. When they came out, Shui Li told them that she had brought a rubber boat. Fang Yuan, the one with the highest education, pushed up her glasses and said softly. Otherwise, should I try to fix that broken rubber boat now? If I can fix it, we can carry all this stuff back in 2 trips. I just need strong glue and rubber sheets, leather would work too. With these, I can patch the rubber boat like fixing a bicycle tire. Everyone thought this idea was good. They all got up to find the needed materials. Only Shui Li sighed silently. There were still 2 boats in the space, but they couldn't be taken out. Baba's heart was bitter, but Baba didn't say anything. After a while, Tianjinjin came back with a bottle of strong glue. Xin was more ruthless, unable to find rubber sheets, she directly cut a large piece of leather from a boss's chair.
Now, Fang Yuan had everything she needed. Fang Yuan worked on it, and surprisingly, she patched the rubber boat within a short time.
Her actions really resembled those of a roadside mechanic. The others couldn't help but chuckle. But Shui Li looked at that patch and felt it looked familiar. She couldn't remember where she had seen a rubber boat with a patch. The rubber boat was fixed, but it needed to be aired out for a while to let the glue dry. During this time, Tianjinjin opened the other 2 storage rooms.
The second room was filled with daily necessities.
Piles of toilet paper occupied the entire northeast corner of the room, all from the Qingfeng brand.
Laundry powder and laundry liquid were plentiful.
There were also hairdryers, weighing scales, humidifiers, and other small appliances, with dozens of each.
All were promotional gifts.
The third room was filled with various models and brands of new mobile phones. There were also power banks, routers, and phone cases, among other communication-related products. The girls were all very happy.
Xin shouted the loudest, constantly exclaiming with joy.
Shui Li noticed many walkie-talkies on a shelf in the corner. The girls took out their backpacks and began to fill them with their chosen items. Shui Li also selected some useful things to pack. The light here was dim, and while they weren't paying attention, she quietly stored away a lot of things. But she was afraid of being discovered, so she didn't take too much.
The most she stored was solar power banks.
After they finished taking what they needed, she almost gathered all of them. She picked the most expensive mobile phones and took 30 of them. She took all the walkie-talkies, as well as some cases and routers, but not too many. In her backpack, she only packed 2 mobile phones, for walkie-talkies, and 5 ordinary chargers. For the toilet paper and laundry liquid found in the second room, everyone decided to take all of it.
As for the small appliances, each person could just take a few of their favorites.
Shui Li, not wanting to be noticed, still stored some small appliances, toilet paper, and laundry liquid in her space. It was important to save energy whenever possible. It seemed like they'd be fighting a night battle today. Shui Li had no objections but suggested they search the entire building. Tianjinjin hesitated a bit, thinking that the workstations belonged to colleagues, and wondered if it would be inappropriate.
Fang Yuan patted her shoulder. You can be soft-hearted, but you can't be a saint.
This sentence was almost classic, and in an instant, Tianjinjin understood.
Everyone agreed.
They divided up the tasks and decided to search from the 4th floor, with each person taking a floor.
The fast searchers could directly go to the empty floor.
Before leaving, they even went to the cleaning ladies' room to grab a lot of garbage bags to pack supplies. At Shui Li's reminder, they took all the disinfectants too. Tianjinjin searched from the 7th floor upwards, while Xin and Fang Yuan went down. Shui Li went directly to the top floor. The big boss was usually found on the top floor. This decision made Shui Li call herself truly wise. The boss's office was indeed here. Besides the boss's room, there was also a meeting room and a large reception room. They found a lot of cigarettes, alcohol, and tea, which Shui Li stored in her space, keeping 2/3 and leaving just a small portion outside. It wasn't that Shui Li was greedy, but rather to lighten her load.
How could such a rich boss not have antiques and jade?
The space has grown smoothly by more than 10 square meters, and it looks like it's about to break the 500 square meter mark. Chapter 58, a fully loaded conference room, a reception room filled with bottled water and disposable cups. Anyway, anything that can fit in the space is put away, snacks, coffee, and tea powder that don't take up much room are placed outside. It's best not to take advantage of this, everyone has it tough. They don't spare wooden furniture either. Everyone is on a treasure hunt, the company is big, but the goal is clear, and they are quite fast. In about 2 hours, they have collected quite a lot from this building.
If you want to find things, girls are the best at it.
Looking at the bounty before them, instant noodles, snacks, self-heating pots, coffee, drinks, mineral water, skincare products, sanitary napkins, tissues, cigarettes, tea leaves, lighters, safety supplies, parcels, jade pendants, jewelry, cash.
It's practically more comprehensive than what Waterpair herself collected. It already fills an entire boat.
Everyone calculates that these items would require at least 3 trips, and it's still uncertain if they all fit. Under Waterpair's suggestion, they find a dozen large phone boxes that can be tied to both sides of the boat, which can also carry some lighter items.
For example, puffed snacks and instant noodles.
After deciding, they start packing. The most important supplies, rice, flour, and oil are loaded onto the boat. No one knows where those 3 found big plastic sheets, wrapping the food tightly to ensure not a drop of water slips in.
Very thoughtful indeed. With Fang Yuan, the physics expert, calculating the weight-bearing load.
1 speedboat, 2 rubber boats, plus 3 rounds of instant noodle boxes, all packed tightly, leaving only 4 seats for people. The remaining supplies that cannot be taken are all stored in a storage room on the 6th floor and locked up. They have also stacked a few desks messily in front of the door to disguise it as a casual scene. They try to make the area above the 4th floor look like a disaster site as well. If anyone comes by during this time, they will immediately see that everything has been scavenged clean. Before leaving, Waterpair, using the excuse of a large type, collects all the printing paper, bottled water, empty water buckets, and wood that cannot be taken.
The space is much fuller now. It's already 4 in the afternoon, carrying so many things, even with 2 boats, the speedboat, no matter how strong, still moves slowly on the way back. From time to time, they have to let Qin Qin and Tianjinjin, who are sitting in the 2 rubber boats, paddle along for a bit. Fortunately, the sky is getting darker, and there are fewer robbers on the streets. But still, there are some fools wanting to come closer. Qin Qin and the others brandish their kitchen knives, though their faces are tense, they grip the knives tightly. Waterpair hands over the steering of the speedboat to Fong Yuan and prepares her bow and arrow. Very impressive, she hits her target perfectly, shooting the approaching person through with 1 shot. It's a pity about the iron arrow, though, it can't be retrieved. If there's a chance, she should find some bamboo arrows or something like that, which can be discarded without worry. The others who wanted to come up immediately dare not approach anymore. Once they safely sail out of that area, all 3 girls are sweating all over. However, no one says a word against Waterpair for killing someone. Waterpair glances at them, pretty good. It's the first time she sees such a reaction to killing, they are quite strong.
The darker it gets, the closer they get to Zihua Garden, it's already almost 6 o'clock. It took an hour to go, coming back took at least half longer. Fortunately, it was a close call, and everything was successfully transported back. But Waterpair does not dare to be careless, there is still a pack of wolves in her own building. Before entering the community, they turn off the engine and headlights, using the candlelight from Building 2 to row closer. Fortunately, Building 2 is not far from the community entrance, it doesn't take long to arrive.
Next is the second step of the long march.
Leaving Qin Qin and Fong Yuan to guard downstairs, Tianjinjin and Waterpair head up first. They will swap with the other 2 to carry things once they come down. Although this method is slow, it is safer and saves physical strength.
No one voices any objections.
They take off their shoes and walk barefoot upstairs.
Fortunately, those people in the hallway were taken away. Otherwise, it wouldn't take long before they'd be robbed.
In this way, Tianjinjin had to take 3 breaks before finally reaching the 15th floor. Shui Li, although slightly stronger than Tianjinjin, wasn't much better off and also felt a bit tired. They put their things in 1501 first. Their living room was large, so it was easier to distribute the items. Just like that, after more than an hour, the 4 girls took turns moving the supplies 8 times before they had everything transported. The first trip left them exhausted like dogs, and there were still 2 more to go.
Everyone could only grit their teeth and hang in there.
This time, they left the weakest, Tianjinjin, at home to guard the place, and next time, Qin Qin would stay behind. With so many supplies brought back, they couldn't afford to let someone with ill intentions come and take over their home. Before leaving, Shui Li pretended to go home and grabbed a big machete for Tianjinjin. It shocked the other 3 girls so much that they were left speechless. Now, they felt like Shui Li was practically a weapons arsenal, and even if she pulled out an AK, they'd be okay with it.
Shui Li said, "I really don't have one of those. I do have a handgun, but I won't pull it out unless it's absolutely necessary."
Although it was getting dark on the way back, they still moved quickly and made good time. Moreover, the people who had blocked their way earlier were all gone. It seemed like they were all good kids who knew it was time to go home for dinner when it got dark. On the way, Shui Li and the others ate some compressed biscuits and bread to make do as dinner. Shui Li was still a bit unaccustomed to it. Since her rebirth, she'd been eating well, and this was the first time she had to settle for something so basic. People's habits are really scary. In her past life, she'd eaten grass and tree bark, and when conditions were just a little better, she couldn't stand it? Had she become too spoiled? This trip went smoothly, and they arrived exactly 1 hour later. It repeated like this. At 1 a.m., they finally brought all the supplies back home. They were all so tired that their faces were pale, and their arms and legs felt like they weighed 1,000 pounds. Tianjinjin still wanted to distribute the supplies right away, but Shui Li refused. They didn't have much space, so even if they wanted to hide things, they couldn't hide much. Anyway, they wouldn't be leaving this place. Besides, Shui Li remembered exactly how much they had. This was also a test for them. If they really tried to hide things, Shui Li wouldn't hesitate to be ruthless. They directly went home to rest. Before leaving, Shui Li reminded the 3 of them to sleep in until they woke up naturally tomorrow, and everything could wait until after they had rested. They didn't even take a bath when they got home. They just wiped themselves down a bit, ate 2 leek-filled buns, brushed their teeth, and immediately fell into bed to sleep.
It wasn't for cleanliness, but to protect their teeth. After all, in the apocalypse, there were no dentists. Before sleeping, Shui Li didn't forget to massage some medicinal oil into her arms and legs. Otherwise, she'd definitely be unable to get up tomorrow. The next day, Shui Li didn't get up until almost 10 a.m. Even though she had massaged the oil, her body was still sore. She hadn't been this tired in a long time. She ran a bath in the warm, comfortable water immediately took away a lot of her exhaustion. She even took out a wooden board and placed it on top of the bathtub, then enjoyed some soy milk, fried dough sticks, and dumplings while soaking. It felt amazing. After eating and finishing her bath, she changed into comfortable home clothes, chewed on a piece of gum, and went to 1501. Before entering the door, she stuck the gum on the peephole of 1503. The three girls were awake and eating compressed biscuits. This surprised Shui Li. Well, they didn't have fuel, so even if they had rice, flour, and oil, they couldn't cook. But Shui Li didn't bring it up. Today's goal was clear: to distribute the supplies. P.S. Happy National Day to everyone. Thanks to all the lovely ones who have supported and accompanied me. Your affection is my motivation. Chapter 59. The three girls were already prepared. They didn't eat the supplies and started counting them. There were about 2,000 pounds of rice and flour in total. Shui Li took 40%, which is about 800 pounds. The rest would be enough for Chin and the others to eat for half a year. Shui Li took 35 barrels of peanut oil and 80 pounds of sesame oil. There were 40 big packs of toilet paper, 30 bags of laundry powder, and 50 bottles of laundry detergent. Snacks, tea powder, cigarettes, alcohol, and coffee were packed into 2 large foam boxes and a full snakeskin bag. There were 4 boxes of drinks and 2 boxes of mineral water. Also, 5 packs of sanitary napkins, 2 kettles, 2 accelerators, and a bunch of miscellaneous items. The jewelry, water pair only took the jade that could upgrade the space and some silver ornaments. The remaining gold and platinum were given to the 3 of them. After all, there wasn't much in total. These items could still be exchanged for supplies in the apocalypse. With some for herself, she already had everything she needed, so she didn't take more. Over 600 in cash was divided up. The repaired rubber boat was also given to them. The 3 were deeply moved. They all knew that without water pair yesterday, they probably wouldn't have brought anything back, and might have even risked their lives. Although water pair was given 40%, they felt it was worth it. Despite being the youngest of the 4, they admired and trusted water pair even more. Grateful words flowed out like a flood. If anyone had bad intentions towards water pair, she knew how to handle it. But with so much kindness, she didn't know how to face it. She felt very shy and quickly moved things back home. With the help of the 3, moving was still quite fast with just a wall between them. During the moving process, they also walked lightly. Water pair took a special glance at the gum on the door of the office. Thankfully, it hadn't been taken off. With this person around, water pair felt like a thorn in her throat. She had to get rid of him sooner or later. The best way would be for him to provoke her so she would have a reason to get rid of him. But this fat guy rarely went out, so it seemed she had to think of other ways. Once the items were moved, the 3 simply stayed at water pair's home for a while. This was their first time visiting water pair's house. After experiencing the scenery on the way yesterday, Fang Yuan was not so afraid anymore. Before going to 1501, water pair thought they might help move things. After gathering everything needed, she left the balcony plants and a set of solar panels. If there was ever a need for electricity, it would be a good source. In the kitchen, she left a gas tank, as the same reasoning applied if someone found she had hot food one day. Seeing the vegetable pots on the balcony, the 3 were astonished. Chin exclaimed loudly. Water pair, you truly are a treasure girl. Your survival skills are off the charts. Water pair smiled slightly, not forgetting to guide them. You all can try growing some too. With rice and flour, you should have some greens ready as well. Hearing this, the 3 were eager to try. But thinking about seedlings, they felt a bit troubled. The most meticulous Fang Yuan asked. The soil in the pots is easy enough, but where do we find seedlings? Also, how do we take care of them? Seeing the thirst for knowledge in their eyes, water pair felt a little speechless. These were clearly city folks who didn't understand planting at all. Did she really need to teach them? That would be too troublesome. Water pair feared trouble the most. Yet it was Tianjin who had the wit to speak in circles. Let's prepare the necessary items first. We can look for related books on how to plant them. As for the seedlings. At this, the 3 looked at water pair with eager eyes. Great, they were relying on her now. If she had known, she wouldn't have needed their help to move supplies. The seedlings she had painstakingly nurtured hadn't yielded any returns yet, and now they were coveting them. This was unacceptable. With a glint in her eye, water pair suddenly had an idea. I've only planted garlic, green onions, potatoes, and some wild vegetables. I'm not sure how they will turn out. The first 3 can be planted as long as they sprout. Wild vegetables are easier to find, there are plenty on the mountain. Now that you have the rubber boat, you can dig some up when you have time. However, those potatoes are a bit harder to find at the moment. The only places where you can get these things should be in restaurants and high-rise buildings. Additionally, I noticed you don't have cooking fuel. The chances of finding gas tanks in those places are quite high. Do you know any restaurants like that? The earlier words were just a preamble, only the last sentence was what Waterpear truly wanted to ask. With 19 years of life without much exposure before the apocalypse, she really didn't know where such restaurants could be. Some restaurants in high-rise buildings are high-end dining, she had never seen one and had no specific location in mind. The 3 of them were much older than her. Everyone has jobs, so they definitely know this city better than I do. These words opened up new ideas for the 3 girls. Chin immediately thought of a place. The top floor of the Cultural Palace is a theater. There, you can watch plays and movies, and there's also a Western restaurant. We can check it out. I know. As soon as Chin finished speaking, Fang Yuan thought of another place. There are many street food stalls in a tall building at the amusement park, we can go there. Just as they finished excitedly discussing, Tianjin also became a bit restless. Her voice was filled with clear excitement. There are also a few restaurants in the building materials city. And there's a Japanese restaurant on the 9th floor of the TV station. I also know a Korean place at. And there's a company that likes to hold parties on the top floor, with plenty of barbecue grills and charcoal. Wow, it's like opening Pandora's box, good news kept pouring in. Shui Li was overjoyed. She never expected that a few pots of vegetables could lead to so much useful information. She immediately took back the words of regret about letting the 3 girls in, she let them blow away with the wind, away. Seizing the moment, Shui Li grabbed pen and paper, jotting down all the information. Fang Yuan, being a science and engineering girl, even connected these places and drew a simple map. Although it was a simplified version, Fang Yuan still marked the distances as detailed as possible. After looking at it, Shui Li found it was simply clear at a glance. Great! With this map, even without the 3 of them, she could still go find them. However, although she felt excited, she still couldn't act that way. They had no defenses against her, she also needed to be worthy of this trust. This was a principle. Otherwise, how was she different from those robbers blocking the road? To celebrate this good news, Shui Li decided to spend some gas and have a warm meal for lunch. Instant noodles with hot dog sausages. She didn't dare to bring out 2 good ingredients, as it was hard to explain. The 3 girls insisted that Shui Li only provide the gas, just that was enough. They went home to bring back 5 packs of instant noodles, 4 hot dog sausages, and 3 sets of bowls and chopsticks. Their actions made Shui Li very pleased. She liked people with a sense of propriety. They even cooked everyone an egg, all from free-range hens, easy to explain. When a steaming big bowl of instant noodles was served, the 3 girls all had tears in their eyes. They hadn't had hot food in several days and never knew instant noodles could taste so good. Then no one held back, and they all started eating heartily. Shui Li wasn't really hungry, having just eaten breakfast not long ago, but seeing the 3 girls enjoying their food, she also filled a bowl. They all ate until they were stuffed. Chapter 60, Changes. After the meal, everyone began discussing when to set off again. Shui Li wanted them to rest for a day before heading out since they were quite tired last night. But the 3 girls were very determined and insisted they could hold on, it was best to go this afternoon. Of course, the earlier they went, the better, the sooner they left, the more supplies they could find, and it would be less likely for someone to steal from them. Since everyone agreed, they decided to set off in the afternoon. First, they would go to the nearest street food stalls at the amusement park. However, this time, someone had to stay home to watch over the place. At first, they didn't want to agree, thinking it wasn't necessary, until Shui Li mentioned the names Pang Di and Wang Jiwei, they suddenly remembered these 2 wolves. Instantly, they felt a shiver run down their spines and agreed with Shui Li's suggestion. Mentioning Pang Di made Chin furious, and she immediately complained to Shui Li. You probably don't know. Yesterday, Grandma Yuan and the others were kicked out by him, and they couldn't even take a piece of clothing with them. As for food, forget about it. It was us 3 who couldn't stand it anymore, threatening him that if he didn't open the door, we would force it open. He finally opened the door. But he only let Grandma Yuan and the others take their clothes, bedding, and a small box. He said no food could be taken. He even said that there was a relief fund providing meals, those grains were what the old couple had agreed to use for their rent. At that moment, I was simply furious. Room 1503 clearly belonged to Grandma Yuan, yet he relied on a lease contract to force the landlord out. The most infuriating thing is that Grandma Yuan and her husband are so stubborn, insisting that they are willing to follow the contract. It's really maddening. With people like Grandma Yuan, others want to help but can't. They truly can't see the situation clearly.
That Pang Day is like a hungry wolf, having a neighbor like him is truly unfortunate. As she vented her frustrations, Shui Li remained calm and unbothered.
This was all expected, nothing to be surprised about. Tianjinjin suddenly said something unrelated. Hey! Qin, when did you stop being so pretentious? How come you've been talking normally these days?
If Tianjinjin hadn't pointed it out, Shui Li wouldn't have even noticed.
Indeed.
She just realized that Qin is acting normal. Has she been stimulated somehow? It seems that since the incident with Bai Wei, Qin has changed. Teased by Tianjinjin, Qin instantly became furious and tackled her onto the sofa, scratching her all over. Once they had laughed and joked enough, they returned to discussing serious matters. This time, they decided to keep Fang Yuan at home. Last night, Qin and Tianjinjin each got some rest, while Fang Yuan stayed with Shui Li the whole time. As for Shui Li, those who are capable must work harder.
Mainly because they couldn't do without her on the road, they still lacked the ability to face danger alone.
Shui Li had no objections. After all, they had decided on a 40-60 split of the rewards. She would get 40, and they would get 60.
The time was set to depart at 3 in the afternoon.
After they left, Shui Li stored all her gains of the day in her space. Just as she was about to lie down for a while, her head suddenly throbbed with pain. She felt a strong light in front of her and didn't dare to open her eyes.
This sensation lasted only a few seconds.
When she opened her eyes again, she had entered a different space.
More precisely, it was a new space.
It was about 1.5 meters wide and 10 square meters in total, resembling an entrance hallway. In front of her was a door, with high walls to the left and behind her. The ceiling height was the same as in her original space, 4 meters. To the right, instead of a wall, there was a shroud of white fog that obscured her view.
What on earth is happening here? Is it an upgrade of the space, or has it swallowed up her materials?
The panic was just for a moment. She quickly calmed down.
It should be a space upgrade.
The space had just absorbed all those silver ornaments and jade, so an upgrade was expected.
Shui Li pushed open the door before her, and sure enough, it was her space. Everything was inside.
Now it was a full 500 square meters. In her previous life, she had never had such a large space. Once it hit 500 square meters, further upgrades would create additional rooms.
So, could the corridor outside that looks like an entrance lead to a new space? But it's just a narrow strip. What's it for? Does it still have the food preservation function like the familiar space? Can she stay in the space longer in the corridor? Would she be thrown out after an hour each time? Also, what's up with the white fog on the right? There are many questions, but they must be answered one by one.
Looking at the time, there was still an hour and a half until the meeting time, enough to conduct some experiments. She first approached the white fog on the right, wanting to walk in but found she couldn't, so she had to give up. Next, she took out a cup of hot water, opened the lid, and placed it in the corridor. Then, Shui Li didn't go out but moved a folding bed and lay down on the mattress. After all, she wouldn't have a chance to enter the space today while going out with Qin and the others, so she might as well use the time. When an hour was up, Shui Li was immediately thrown out. Fortunately, she had gotten up from the folding bed early, or else she would have fallen and gotten a concussion. She took out that cup of hot water. It was still piping hot. This showed that the corridor, just like the space, had a preservation function. Having understood these 2 points, Shui Li felt relieved. As for that bundle of white fog, she would wait and see after the upgrade. The space is so promising, it seems she needs to find more items that can help upgrade it to reward it properly.
Isn't this providing herself with a goal to strive for?
Once her mood was sorted, it was soon 3 o'clock. Shui Li, Tianjinjin, and Qin gathered at the door. Though Fang Yuan was there to watch over the house, their own door was also sturdy enough.
But Shui Pin still felt a bit uneasy.
There are no walls that cannot be penetrated. So many supplies were brought back last night, and there might have been someone who saw.
Although there isn't much at home, others don't know that. If someone really broke in, that would be pretty disgusting.
Before leaving, she moved the shoe cabinet at the door to clear the space. Then she hung a bedsheet inside as a curtain, and finally, before locking the door, she let Shigandang out and placed him behind the door to ward off any bad spirits. In this way, even if someone pried open the door, they wouldn't be able to push the stone.
When she returned, she just needed to lift the curtain and put Shigandang away.
Unnoticed and secure, her strategy was clever. When the 3 reached the stairwell, Shui Pin thought to herself whether she had the potential to be a jinx.
Whatever she said seemed to come true. Indeed, someone had seen them last night. It was that pretty young boy from upstairs, 1602.
Upon seeing the 3 of them come out, he immediately stood up from the steps. He struggled a bit, probably because he had been sitting for too long, causing his legs to feel numb.
How long had he been waiting for them here?
The young boy, with his beautiful big eyes, was staring directly at Shui Pin.
Does that mean he was coming towards her?
Before Shu Weipin could speak, Qin Xin greeted the young boy first.
Xiaoyu, why are you sitting here? Is there something wrong?
The young boy's name was Huayu, and Qin Xin knew him. The boy didn't look at Qin Xin, still focused on Shu Weipin. In a childlike voice, he said, I saw it.
Shu Weipin raised her eyebrows. So what? Was he talking about seeing her sabotage the elevator or the supplies being moved last night? Or had he seen both nights? But none of that really mattered. She was just curious, didn't this kid ever sleep at night? Did he watch outside every night? Shu Weipin stared back at him, watching what he would do next. Chapter 61, Huayu.
The young boy Huayu didn't expect Shu Weipin to react this way. His immature little face, despite trying to appear mature and composed, was betrayed by a hint of redness. He lowered his head slightly, his voice somewhat dejected.
Sister, I wanted to threaten you with what happened last night to get some food from you.
But I'm too stupid, I couldn't do it at all. This kid is pretty clever, he didn't specify what, but still let Shu Weipin know.
Fearing his own power, yet showing weakness, made Shu Weipin reluctant to take action against him. Had to admit it was a good tactic. In a palace drama, he'd definitely be the scheming male lead. He. Good-looking and a schemer too. What will he be like when he grows up?
Others might not see through his little schemes, but Shu Weipin, living 2 lifetimes like an old fox, could recognize anything, all kinds of disguises could be seen through by her. As for Qin Xin and Tianjinjin, they were hopelessly oblivious.
Sure enough, they immediately showed sympathy. Xiaoyu, have you run out of food?
Where's your dad? Huayu raised his head to glance at Shu Weipin and then lowered it again, answering Qin Xin and the others.
Yeah. Dad went to Kyoto on a business trip but got stuck outside because of a typhoon and can't come back.
I've gotten relief supplies for Dad and myself, but it still isn't enough to eat.
Oh.
He's not stupid, he knows well enough to find another way to touch their hearts since he couldn't move Shu Weipin. But from this, it seemed that like her, this kid was from a single-parent family.
What about his mom?
Was she dead or had they separated? Having unknowingly stumbled onto some gossip, it's better not to think about it too much, time was running short, and if they didn't leave soon, they would miss the second bus.
Shu Weipin walked past the young boy and headed straight downstairs.
Seeing her leave, Qin Xin and the others could only pat Huayu on the shoulder and follow Shu Weipin.
Huayu quickened his pace and joined Shu Weipin's side. Sister, are you guys going out to look for supplies again today? Can you take me with you?
Don't underestimate me, I may be small, but I'm strong and can help a lot.
Just give me a little food.
As he spoke, he even made a gesture with his slender, fair fingers showing a little.
Shu Weipin ignored him.
This kid was really something, first, he threatened, then showed weakness, and now he was recommending himself. He seems to be playing through all 36 strategies. She couldn't agree to his request. See what other ideas he has. However, the 3 of them went out together, only focusing on speaking about him. It's hard to say whether this insight is good or bad. If it's good, seeking Qin Xin and the others would surely be easier to gain benefits than looking for himself. If it's bad, looking for himself isn't wrong either, after all, he holds the authority in this temporary group.
Not thinking too much, they arrived downstairs.
He took out the inflatable boat and directly boarded it after filling it with air. Young boy Huayu looked at him eagerly, if he had a soft heart, he surely couldn't bear it. But Shui Li's heart was as hard as rock. Seeing that Qin Xin and the others were still hesitating, Shui Li said nothing, just threw them a cold glance for their own understanding. The 2 gave up struggling, said goodbye to Huayu, and climbed onto the inflatable boat. The boat was already far out, according to Tianjinjin, Huayu was still watching them. But Shui Li's actions weren't wrong. With the outside being so dangerous, bringing a child was simply a joke. In fact, Shui Li really didn't think too much, there was no need for Tianjinjin and the others to beautify her. She was just afraid of trouble. As for the old, weak, sick, and disabled, she had lost her compassion since her last life. In the apocalypse, these people often caused the most harm. While walking, Qin Xin explained Huayu's story to Shui Li. Huayu's mother was a police officer, she sacrificed herself 3 months ago to save a little girl crossing the road. His father is busy with work, often not home for at least 20 days each month. This child has it hard too. It was said to be a story for Shui Li, but it was filled with pleas for Huayu. Shui Li said nothing, in fact, if Qin Xin and the others wanted to help the young boy, she had no objections. But she couldn't be tied down. Fortunately, Qin Xin was wise and didn't continue talking. But still, Shui Li felt waves in her heart. Facing those kind public servants, she always held a bit of softness. Children of martyrs deserve respect compared to others. However, it also depends on whether the child is worthy. Not all children of martyrs are the same as the martyrs themselves. Huayu was like a little fox, what he would become in the future was unknown.
However, thinking about participating in labor and being self-sufficient was better than reaching out for handouts. While thinking about this, the amusement park came into view. Once a lively and bustling paradise, only the Ferris wheel remained above water. Following Qin Qin's guidance, Shui Li docked the inflatable boat near a building. This building had 7 floors showing above the water. From the outside, the window seemed fine, but that doesn't mean no one had come here. Based on the flooding situation, the 4th floor was underwater, so whether the windows below the 4th floor were intact was uncertain. This place was different from the communication company, too many people knew about it, and it might have already been visited. Breaking the glass, the 3 entered. Shui Li's guesses were confirmed. Looking at the mess, Qin Qin and Tianjinjin seemed a bit dejected. Shui Li was prepared, so she wasn't disappointed. They couldn't just leave empty-handed, so everyone decided to search around. This floor was an indoor children's playground, filled with inflatable castles, trampolines, and other equipment kids love. Everyone didn't linger and headed straight to their main goal, the large food stall, which was on the top floor. Here was even worse than other places. Besides being messy, it was mixed with the foul smell of rotting food. Tianjinjin's and the other girls' faces grew worse, and Shui Li encouraged them. Didn't you want to plant vegetables? There are many roots of green onions on the ground. Look. As she spoke, she bent down to pick one up. Having roots means you can plant them, you can give it a try. The 2 girls rekindled hope, enduring the stink and got to work. Shui Li magically took out 3 masks from her bag, giving one to each of them. Tianjinjin and the other girl were extremely grateful, knowing Shui Li had capabilities. Daring to go in and out on a typhoon day showed her careful thinking. They just didn't expect her to be this thoughtful. Shui Li just wanted to chuckle. It wasn't being thoughtful towards them, she simply disliked that smell too. She couldn't be the only one wearing a mask among the 3 of them. If it weren't for the 2 of them, she would have already pulled out her gas mask. This place is a food stall, or you could call it a food city. All kinds of snacks are lined up next to each other. Ramen, barbecue, braised dishes. All kinds of snacks are available. The most common are around 10 ice cream and milk tea shops. The 2 of them are still searching the ground, and Waterpair has already started looking from the first stall. There's a place making rice bowls. The food in the fridge and freezer is completely out of the question. Just opening a small crack, that smell could send someone straight to heaven. The glass display case is filled with food models. The colors of the various rice bowls are bright and vivid, making one very hungry just to look at them. Besides this, nothing else is in front. They went straight to the kitchen. The kitchen isn't big, about 10 square meters. They didn't find any rice, flour, or oil, but they found various half-used seasonings by the stove. They all smelled good. Half a box of salt, half a bottle of soy sauce, half a bottle of vinegar. Chapter 62, Paradise. A small snack shop can't possibly have just these seasonings. Those full bottles must have been cleaned out. These scattered little bits that are hard to carry were left behind. Waterpair doesn't mind. She tightly seals whatever has a cap, and even those without caps must be secured as best as they can. Anyway, she takes everything she can. Fortunately, there is still half a can of gas under the stove, which was probably left because someone disliked it. Better to pick up scraps than find nothing at all. They also need the stove. Qin Qin and the others only having gas is not enough. There is a difference between home gas and a gas stove. Then in the corner, a pile of empty rice bags stacked up, each holding 50 pounds. These are good items. Waterpair still prefers woven bags for storage. Most of the space will be used up, leaving some for later to stuff supplies. Unexpectedly, at the end, there was a surprising discovery. A bag of unsealed 50 pounds of rice was covered by empty bags, left behind untouched. Not bad. If one is serious, there are still gains to be had. She takes all these items to a spacious place outside. Waterpair did not intend to keep them to herself. There weren't many items anyway, and since they teamed up, it's better to be honest. When Qin Qin and the others saw these items, they were immediately overjoyed, and all their gloom disappeared. The green onion sprouts on the ground were almost collected too. The 2 of them began to search together. Tianjinjin somehow found 2 large tarpaulins, cleared a spot, and laid one down to place the food they would find later. Still, the girl was attentive. Next, each person carefully searches one stall at a time. After a while, Qin Qin gasped in surprise, and soon after, Tianjinjin made a retching sound. In the midst of surprises and scares, the 3 women searched every kitchen one by one. The most gained were milk tea powder, ice cream ingredients, all packed into 4 large woven bags. The previous visitors might have only focused on food supplies, so these things were barely taken. All these have become a bargain for Waterpair and her group. The gas canisters were all half full, and together they added up to a lot, totaling 18 canisters. Qin Qin and Tianjinjin were almost grinning from ear to ear. They also took 5 stoves. There's not much more use for them. Waterpair thought for a moment, and decided to take the remaining stoves while they weren't paying attention.
In case one day their stove broke, it could serve as a replacement, who knows, maybe it could even be exchanged for supplies. Adding up the rice and flour, they found about 500 pounds. The seasonings were mostly half full, scattered around nearly 100 bottles. Xin and Tianjinjin directly sat on the tarpaulin, mixing all the same seasonings into one bottle. The two of them were busy having the time of their lives. There were also about 10 half buckets of cooking oil, using the same method. Most incredible of all, they found a box of preserved meats, and it was perfectly fine. This was discovered in the braised dish shop. It's said to be a century-old tradition. In ancient times, there were no refrigerators, the food developed really does last. Our ancestors' skills are truly impressive. There were dozens of bags of salt, and plenty of white sugar, at least 60 to 70 pounds. And there were 5 pieces of cured meat and 4 packages of sausages. The bacon was found by Waterpair, hidden in a box under the cabinet. The sausages, however, were discovered by Xin, who used her skills to dig them out from a pile of stinking items in the refrigerator. She was inspired by Waterpair. This was because Waterpair had gone into the back kitchens of the two most stinky and high-end seafood restaurants. At that time, both Xin and Tianjinjin were truly in awe of Waterpair. Whenever they passed these two shops, they had to quicken their steps, but Waterpair strolled in like nothing was wrong. But the results left everyone astounded. Waterpair actually found 2 diesel generators. And 4 big barrels of diesel. Who would have thought? Waterpair could think of that. When she saw these 2 seafood restaurants, Waterpair immediately had that idea. Seafood sellers fear power outages the most, so they usually install generators for emergencies. Waterpair had once worked part-time at a seafood restaurant during the National Day and had seen it with her own eyes. Seeing Waterpair pull this out, Xin felt like Waterpair was glowing all over, sparkling. Waterpair ignored her and walked with a sense of unrecognition alongside Tianjinjin to the second shop. With the generators, they also grabbed several induction cookers, a small ice cream machine, a microwave, and other small appliances. Waterpair secretly stuffed a few items into her space too. There were also some overlooked dried goods. There were what ears, dried mushrooms, kelp, seaweed, shrimp skins, dried chile, vermicelli. Not much in quantity, but it added up to dozens of pounds. She also found over 20 pounds of raw peanuts. Knives, cleavers, and sharp knives were collected too, with over a dozen in total. Seeing a sharpening stone, Waterpair took 2. Xin found the rolling pin very useful, so she took 5. They also found some sprouted potatoes, ginger, and garlic. As they were worrying about flower pots, Waterpair told them to collect the foam boxes they could find. Not only would it be light to carry back, but they could also plant vegetables in them. The two had an enlightening moment, realizing that foam boxes could also hold soy sauce, vinegar, and other jars and bottles. Transporting them later would be easier. Seeing the two of them hugging a pile of foam boxes and laughing foolishly, Waterpair wanted to facepalm. Had she, a scavenger in this apocalyptic world, led these urban beauties astray? The barbecue shop had the most charcoal. Together, there were about 600 to 700 pounds of various charcoals. They picked out a few barbecue grills, but Waterpair only stuffed 3 into her space. These things do not spoil easily, having more would not be useful. They also collected a good number of bamboo skewers and metal skewers. Plus, all the napkins in the shop combined looked like a small hill. Under Waterpair's guidance, they also collected disposable chopsticks. Waterpair said that in case the gas ran out, they could use these for firewood later. Xin didn't pay much attention, but Tianjinjin understood it. The day before, Director Zhao had mentioned that this disaster was nationwide. Throughout history, there has never been a disaster that affected the entire country. Perhaps, Director Zhao's words still held some truth. This disaster might be global? When will this disaster end? Or, just as Xin said, has the apocalypse already begun? Deep thoughts send chills down the spine. Tianjinjin shivered slightly. Seeing Tianjinjin's increasingly pale face, Waterpair knew she understood. Understanding is good. In 2 more months, when the extreme cold arrives, at least they would have fuel to avoid freezing to death. She could only hint at so much. Tianjinjin immediately suggested taking any solid wood furniture they could burn back home. Smart. She really caught on quickly. Waterpair silently gave Tianjinjin a thumbs up in her heart. Upon hearing Tianjinjin's suggestion, Xin was still a bit dazed, but since Waterpair agreed, she could only follow suit. So, the wood from the street-side stalls ended up in their bowls. However, the quantity wasn't much. With that, their collection at the amusement park's food stalls was complete. Before heading downstairs, Waterpair went to the cash register. In the food stalls, customers first recharge at the cash register, then take their recharge cards to consume at various places. Waterpair skillfully pried open the iron cash box at the register. Nowadays, people mainly use online payments, so they found more than 5,000 yuan in cash overall. Water Pear didn't think it was too little, she even took the coins inside. The people in front may all be wealthy, looking down on these trifling items. But no matter how rich they are, they would never think that online shopping might be irretrievable. On the contrary, cash might still hold some value. Shui Li's actions left Qin Qin and the others stunned. Ignoring their gaze, she continued to transport things down the stairs one trip after another. Chapter 63, Waiting. Then, everyone took a break, drinking some water and eating snacks to fill their stomachs. They were exhausted yesterday, but today Qin Qin and the others could still hold on, making Shui Li look at them in a new light. After resting enough, while there was still some light, everyone split up again to search each floor individually, taking whatever was useful. Snacks, instant noodles, all stuffed into 3 large bags. There were also lots of drinks, especially children's yogurt, stacked neatly in a small storeroom. These drinks could fill an inflatable boat. They even found a popcorn machine at the children's playground, with over 30 pounds of raw corn kernels beside it. Seeing this, Shui Li was very happy. The kernels were plump and could easily be used as seeds. However, Shui Li did not put them into her space. If used as seeds, the 4 parts she would keep could plant at least 3 acres. She did not have those fields, so Shui Li chose to be honest again. If she really wanted some, when dividing things, she could take less of something else to trade with Qin Qin and the others. The dishonest things were those that everyone could not take away, like slides, rocking horses, and small trampolines. They also found a toy booth. There were quite a few toys for boys and girls. Shui Li still hadn't thought of what to use them for. Seeing Shui Li collecting, Qin Qin and the others became playful, each picking a few favorites and bringing some for Fang Yuan. Toys generally used batteries, so they found a full box of number 5 batteries at this stall, which had hundreds in total. Of course, Shui Li's space quietly expanded by 2 square meters. She used her mind to take a look. The newly added 2 square meters were still a passage, with the right side still covered in white mist. It seemed they could only wait. This was the amusement park building, and there were only a few offices here. So, there really weren't any old antiques or jade pieces. Tianjinjin was clever. She dumped the soil from all the flower pots in this building into the foam boxes, ready to start planting at home. After collecting all these things, the sky was completely dark. Looking at the mountain of various supplies, they would have to make 2 trips again today. Today's supplies were lighter than yesterday's, mainly taking up space. Just 18 gas tanks required 2 inflatable boats. There was a skill to loading. They secured the gas tanks and stuffed in other items in the gaps. Each inflatable boat would only have room for 1 person. Squeezing extra stuff meant they had to load it onto the assault boat. Aside from gas tanks, the assault boat mainly carried rice, flour, seasonings, dry goods, and a generator. The next trip would carry wood, drinks, napkins, and other items. Of course, they tried to take as much as possible this time to save space for the next trip. Only when it was truly impossible to fit everything in did the 3 girls return. It was not far from home. It took about half an hour to arrive, but going back still took twice as long. When they reached the community, it was around 7 o'clock. All 3 were quite tired, but they didn't expect someone to be waiting for them at the entrance. It was Huai Yu. Seeing this child made Shui Li genuinely want to smile. Was this another play on emotions? There was determination indeed. Huai Yu didn't care what Shui Li thought and quickly helped unload the things. Willing to work was good. Having an extra pair of hands was quite helpful. In the dark, his face was hard to see, but from the way he struggled, she could imagine his little face must be flushed from exertion. Once Qin Qin and the others got off the boat, they hurriedly lowered their voices to ask him. Have you been waiting here all this time? Did you eat anything? Huai Yu gently nodded, afraid they couldn't see. He softly whispered "Mm." Hearing that he had eaten, they both felt relieved. At this moment, Fang Yuan also got off. With more people, strength doubled. The things were unloaded quickly, and then we continued to carry them upstairs. The first trip was for Shui Li and Fang Yuan, while Qin Qin and Tianjinjin stayed behind to guard the supplies. Huai Yu kept helping, wanting to carry a gas tank like the adults, but was stopped by Tianjinjin and told to take something lighter, like dried vegetables. He glanced at Shui Li and Fang Yuan, seeing them each carrying 2 gas tanks upstairs, and stubbornly refused Tianjinjin's suggestion. During the moving process, he never gave up, even if it was slow. When he was tired, he would rest for a while. From this point, the child really showed perseverance. Even Shui Li's tough heart softened a bit. So, when it was time for Shui Li's group to carry things again, and she saw the boy wanting to take a gas tank, Shui Li stopped him. She still spoke harshly. Just now, you almost made a noise that would have harmed everyone. If you don't have the strength, don't take on heavy tasks. This time, take something light. Saying this, she stuffed the lightest bag of dried goods into Huai Yu's arms. Huai Yu smiled happily, but it was too dark for anyone to see. When the second trip was brought back upstairs, it was already past 10 at night. Except for Shui Li, everyone was sweaty and couldn't stand up straight, but each person, including Huayu, had shining eyes. Especially the three girls, after receiving so many supplies, their frantic hearts finally calmed down. This time, unlike yesterday, everyone decided to finish dividing the things tonight. Actually, Shui Li was also very tired, just a little stronger than them. When she was at her most exhausted, she truly wanted to abandon them and go find supplies on her own with the map. Wasn't this like begging while holding a golden rice bowl? It felt frustrating to have space but not be able to use it. But she quickly discarded this thought. Since they agreed to team up, they should stick it out to the end. She couldn't become the person she hated the most. It was just exercise anyway. Thinking this through, Shui Li felt much better. The items were divided quickly, not many types made it easy to share. Shui Li receives 200 jin of rice flour, 40 bottles of soy sauce and vinegar, 20 bags of salt, and 25 jin of sugar. 3 barrels of cooking oil, 15 jin of dried goods, and over 100 bottles of drinks and yogurt. Shui Li got 1.5 bags of ice cream powder and milk tea powder. She also got more than 40 fire buns. Shui Li also received a lot of charcoal, furniture, and napkins. For small appliances, she took one of each. The generator and diesel were split equally, and there were 2 large tarpaulins, one for each household. These 2 things couldn't be split any other way. There was also over 5,000 cash, and Shui Li got 2,000. Originally, the 3 agreed not to take any and give everything to Shui Li, but Shui Li insisted on dividing it. One must have boundaries in doing things. If one person gets more today, another gets more tomorrow, it could easily lead to conflicts over time. And there were corn kernels, which Shui Li said they all wanted, but she didn't ask for any cured meat or sausages. It's hard to say who was at a loss here. Toys and vegetable seeds would go to whoever found them. The most important gas tanks, by ratio, Shui Li could take 4.5 bottles. Since half a bottle couldn't be divided, she only took 4 bottles. But the 3 girls didn't want to take advantage of Shui Li and discussed giving 1 bottle to Huayu. Shui Li had no objection, since she didn't want it. How they used it or gave it away had nothing to do with her. There were 3 plastic bags of snacks in total, and Shui Li divided out a little more than 1 bag for herself. After thinking, Shui Li took out 5 packs of instant noodles, 5 bags of snacks, and 5 fire buns from her portion and gave them to Huayu. Consider it his wages for today. It can't be considered her exploiting child labor. In the apocalypse, being able to earn food with your own hands, whether adult or child, deserves respect. Chapter 64. Even with treasures, this little kid might not know how to cook with the gas. With this and the relief food he received, it should last until the next food distribution. But she couldn't give too much, or it would spoil his appetite. Xin and the others also gave Huayu some food and drinks with yogurt. It wasn't much. But their thoughts were different from Shui Li. They were afraid that giving too much would make it hard for Huayu, a little boy, to hold onto it, and others might notice him. It was thoughtful of them. Huayu held these foods. Beautiful big eyes misted over, but she held back her tears. Mom was right, some people have a cold face but a warm heart. Sister Waterpair is just that kind of person. Mom also said, you can only learn from capable people. From the first day Sister Waterpair swam to building number 2, I noticed her. I waited by the window every day, hoping Dad could come back through the wind and rain. During this time, I saw many people braving the storm outside, but few returned. Only Sister Waterpair came and went freely on her own. Every time she went in and out, I knew. Watching her paddle her big bathtub in the storm, I was worried she would fall into the water, but she miraculously paddled away. Later, the big sister got a speedboat, making it even easier for her to come and go. I really looked up to her and wanted to dart through the wind and rain like her. Thinking about the sea swallow in our textbook, I felt that this big sister was the real sea swallow. Without wings, yet she could soar in the storm. So, I tried hard to get close to Sister Waterpair. That night, when I saw her break the elevator, I thought it was our little secret, something to bridge the gap between us. But I might have used the wrong method. She misunderstood me. It seemed she didn't like me, but I wouldn't give up. Mom also said, many things require effort to obtain. I was very happy. Today, I could support myself with my own hands. Mom left, and Dad wasn't around either. I could live well on my own. After distributing supplies, Feng Yuan first took me upstairs and helped install the gas can and stove. The remaining things from Sister Waterpair were moved in 4 trips. After we finished dinner and got ready, it was almost midnight. These 2 days have really been overloaded. I was exhausted, feeling like a dead dog by the time I got home, yet those 3 girls still managed to hold on. We agreed to go out to find supplies again tomorrow. They were even more money-minded than Sister Waterpair. The next day, I slept until I naturally woke up. Not too late, just past 8. To be honest, after being dead tired going home, the sleep quality was top-notch. I moved my limbs a bit and checked the plants on the balcony.
Not bad, the grape seedlings grew 4, and the sweet potato seedlings also sprouted. The other plants were growing well too.
Sister Waterpear took out 2 flower pots and planted the sprouting ginger we found yesterday. I almost forgot, extreme cold is really important. Fortunately, there are plenty in the space, but we still need to plant. Who would dislike having too many good things? After taking care of the plants, it was already breakfast time.
After days of hard work, I prepared something a little better to eat this morning.
I took out a plate with white rice, sauced beef, stir-fried garlic sprouts with ink squid, and pickled vegetables with boiled pork.
Not bad, it smelled delicious, instantly opening up my appetite.
I enjoyed eating until my belly was full, got ready with the things for going out, and waited quietly for the neighbors to come over. Of course, I made sure all the doors were tightly closed, so they would think the supplies we got were stored in my room. Otherwise, if they found the room empty, I wouldn't be able to explain the missing supplies from the last 2 days.
When did Sister Waterpear become so cautious? Soon, they came over.
This time it was Fang Yuan knocking on the door. It seemed she was intentionally training herself. Once 3 of them entered, Fang Yuan handed a small spray bottle used for makeup to Sister Waterpear.
A bit shy. This is for you.
It's chili water, can be used as a self-defense spray.
You are powerful, so don't look down on it.
Oh? She made it after getting the chili yesterday. I have to say, these few people are really clever, they can think of this. In the apocalypse, it really can unleash various human potentials.
How could I look down on it?
This would definitely be great in close combat.
How come I didn't think of that?
Sister Waterpear quickly connected the dots. I collected so many toy water guns yesterday without knowing what to do with them, now I just got another weapon. Hurrying to accept, she sincerely thanked the 3 people. They were still a bit shy. After spending 2 days together, they felt so grateful to Shui Li that they wanted to do something for her. Seeing her happy made the 3 of them even more cheerful. After exchanging pleasantries, they began to discuss serious matters.
It was Tianjinjin who spoke first.
These past 2 days have been really exhausting. Collecting supplies is okay, but the most tiring part is carrying things up to the 15th floor one trip at a time.
We think it would be better to go to the building materials city today.
It would be great to find a small hoist for lifting supplies. If we can't find that, we could look for some pulleys or something, and then we can make a pulley system to lift things directly from downstairs.
What do you think?
Shui Li was dumbfounded.
What kind of brains do they have?
Qin even said she was a treasure girl, but she felt they were the real treasures.
How could Shui Li think otherwise?
Of course, she agreed. Before Shui Li could finish her surprise, Qin added. Besides the food from the restaurant in the building materials city and the small hoist, we can also look for some quicklime to use as a drying agent in the room. It has been raining for days, and the house is too damp. Even the blankets seem to be able to wring out water. At that moment, Shui Li was nearly petrified.
Today's surprises just kept coming one after another. How is it possible for them to think of all this? What kind of brains do they have? Now it was Shui Li's turn to be in complete awe of them.
With such brains, with a bit more practice, given time, these girls would surely thrive in the apocalypse. Hearing Shui Li's heartfelt praise made the 3 girls feel closer to her. After making a plan for their actions, it was time to put it into practice. Today they would leave Qin behind to watch the house, and the 3 of them would take their supplies downstairs. Still following the old routine, they quietly released the stone guardian behind the door when no one was watching. After reminding Qin to be extra careful alone at home, the 3 prepared to head downstairs. Sure enough, they saw Huayu sitting on the steps. From the looks of it, this little fellow still had the desire to go out with them. This time, Shui Li still didn't indulge him and went straight downstairs. Tianjinjin, feeling sorry, suggested he go back home and find Qin to keep her company. The young boy watched their backs with reluctance but obediently went to find Qin. He promised himself he would become stronger and one day make Shui Li's sister agree to take him out. When the 3 arrived below, they found that the water had already flooded more than half of the 5th floor. Fortunately, the residents on the 5th floor had the foresight to leave for the relief shelter on a rescue boat before the water reached their doorstep. Otherwise, there would have been more families living in the hall, making it less convenient for Shui Li and the others to go out. However, it wouldn't be long before the 6th floor would also be in jeopardy, and Shui Li was truly looking forward to what would happen to those 3 in 601. She just didn't know if Bai Wei had been picked up this time.
Chapter 65, The Building Materials City.
In the girls' treasure map, they heard there were some good restaurants inside. This was also the furthest spot on the map. After 2 days of hardship, Tianjinjin and the others had become much calmer. If anyone tried to make a move on their speedboat on the way, the 2 would draw their kitchen knives and wave them a couple of times, threatening with their eyes. With no supplies on the boat and the powerful diesel speedboat engine, some small thieves were genuinely scared away by them.
The trip went relatively smoothly, and after 2 hours of sailing, the three arrived at their destination.
The building materials city had 3 tall buildings, with 6 floors still above water.
Each building had restaurants.
From the outside, they seemed to have survived without much destruction. They searched each building, heading straight for the dining area first. However, the restaurant owners here might have been more obedient to official orders. Knowing a typhoon was coming, they had prepared very little food. In total, they managed to gather about 1,000 pounds of rice, grains, and oil. They also found some seasonings and dried goods.
They located 8 gas tanks.
Aside from food, they also found 2 small hoists they had hoped to find today.
Fang Yuan feared future damage, so she followed the plan and looked for some needed pulleys.
When she saw these items, she was simply happier than when seeing food. It seemed she really liked the subject of physics. In a small storage room, she found quite a bit of quicklime, all vacuum sealed. There were also a few bags of slaked lime. Once everyone took enough, Shui Li quietly collected all the rest. Anyway, there wasn't much left over, and there was space to put it. Additionally, at Shui Li's suggestion, they could choose a set of doors just like their own, so the safety level at home could be higher.
Both of them were excited.
But the doors were too heavy, and they were afraid they couldn't take them today, so they agreed to come back another day for the 3 of them from room 1501 to get them. Since Shui Li didn't need this stuff, it was not right to take advantage of her. She was quite persistent, and Shui Li did not insist.
Understanding self-reliance is a rare quality in the apocalypse.
If they got used to relying on others, it would not do them any good in the future. Forming a team was only temporary, it would eventually disperse. They couldn't always rely on her, their future paths still needed to depend on themselves. Tianjinjin and the others must have thought the same, knowing Shui Li would not be with them for long. Although they hadn't known each other long, they felt Shui Li was like an eagle in the sky, a lone wolf on the grassland.
No one or nothing could bind her.
There were still over a dozen of such doors. Shui Li naturally took 2 for herself, fearing that taking more would be discovered by them. In case one day she needed to build a shelter, she would not be unprepared. In a glass shop, she secretly took some bulletproof glass, also telling the other 2. To renovate doors and windows, tools like electric hammers, electric drills, and glass cutters were needed. With a generator, using these tools would be simple. These tools don't take up much space, so they decided to take them this time. On the surface, it seemed like each family got a set, but Shui Li's space still had 2 extra sets. Moreover, the chainsaw that Shui Li had been thinking about was found to be foldable. Almost everyone had one, and Shui Li naturally ended up with a few more. Additionally, each family took quite a few separate door locks, keys, and lock cylinders. If their door locks were damaged, they would have spare parts to replace them. For small appliances that were needed, everyone took what they needed for their own homes. Without Shui Li explicitly guiding, Tianjinjin suggested taking more heaters, air conditioning fans, and ice machines. They showed strong awareness of potential troubles. This was exactly what Shui Li hoped for. So, she stockpiled more of these appliances inside her space. There were also 2 fully automatic washing machines, 2 small refrigerators, and several sets of wall-mounted and standing air conditioners. Floor tiles, ceramic tiles, sanitary ware, kitchenware, lamps, color steel sheets, hardware, electrical materials, paints, wallpapers. Shui Li also collected some of these. She wanted bricks and cement as well, but the building materials store selling cement was on the first floor, and by the time she found it, it could no longer be used. After all, who would sell cement and carry it bag by bag upstairs? They would have to carry it down bag by bag when selling it too? Not to mention it was inconvenient to transport, it also required a lot of effort. No owner would arrange such a layout for a storefront. The same logic applied to bricks. Usually, those buying bricks need them in bulk, they would directly go to the brick factory. So, if she wanted these 2 items, she had to think of other ways. Next, there were the water tanks. What was rare was that these water tanks also came with filters. This was just incredible. The items were big and took up space, so each family took one. On the way back, they could still store other items inside, thus solving the waterproof problem for grains. Looking at the remaining large water tanks, each could hold dozens of tons of water. How could Shui Li let this opportunity pass? With these, along with what was already there, stocking up water for the next 10 years wouldn't be any problem. She left a few behind for Fang Yuan and the others to choose from next time. She immediately received 30 tanks into her space. Whenever she had time, she could find a high place that was unoccupied and quietly fill them up with water. Next came the products from the home textile store. Looking at so many colorful beddings and quilts, Shui Li instantly felt that the ones in her space were no longer appealing. With new ones, who still likes the old? This is just how reality works. Tianjinjin and her friends took 10 sets of quilts, all compressed in packaging, so they didn't take up much space. The rest were taken entirely by Shui Li. At least there were more than 100 pieces.
Anyway, there is a smaller home textile store. If Tianjinjin and her friends come again, there will be many more choices. If it weren't for worrying about limited space, Shui Li would want to take more. As for those old quilts, they could wait until the extremely cold weather ends to exchange for supplies, they will not be wasted. Shui Li also hoarded quite a few vacuum bags. And some small, unspoken items, like the rechargeable night lights, batteries, flashlights, and such that Shui Li found in the school dormitory. Tianjinjin and her friends' backpacks were stuffed full, likely filled with various parts that Fang Yuan had set her eyes on. Only Fang Yuan knew what exactly they were for. This trip's harvest could not be considered small. But the building materials market wasn't as good as the office building, there weren't many snacks to be found. After being busy, it was already 2 in the afternoon, and all three were starving with rumbling stomachs. They took out the lunch they had prepared to fill their stomachs. Shui Li was wondering if she should just make do with some biscuits and bread when she saw Tianjinjin and her friend each take out 2 baked buns filled with sliced canned meat. It looked so delicious that Shui Li quickly pretended to take out the same kind of baked buns and a box of luncheon meat to share with everyone. At that moment, Shui Li realized. Tianjinjin and her friends had no space and no fridge, so it was very normal to eat up food that couldn't be kept for long. After all, even the baked buns made by ancient methods wouldn't last more than 20 days, no matter how well they were preserved. If they didn't eat it now, it would spoil, which would be a waste. While lost in thought, Fang Yuan said nostalgically. This baked bun is from the braised dishes. I don't know if we'll ever get to eat braised dishes again. Tianjinjin paused slightly, then forced a smile. It was somewhat sorrowful. Chapter 66, Encounter with without braised dishes and with meat slices, can't you just pretend it's donkey meat baked bun? Among the 3 girls, Fang Yuan had the biggest appetite, or else she wouldn't have grown chubby. Hearing her say this made Tianjinjin feel a bit sad. Shui Li could only think, is this what sadness feels like? While they could still find supplies, they should enjoy it. As the time of disaster lengthens, there might not even be time to feel sad. However, speaking of donkey meat baked bun reminded Shui Li that she had quite a bit of braised donkey meat from the staff canteen on the first day. Right now, it was lying in the space freezer. When she had some free time, she could bake some crispy buns using the oven and make donkey meat baked buns to eat. Just thinking about it made her mouth water. She couldn't take it anymore and quickly shoved a few bites of food down her throat. In her urgency, Shui Li almost choked. It was too dry, so she took out a bottle of children's yogurt to wash it down. It was still Waha brand, really delicious. She had never had enough of it as a child, and there was plenty more in her space. Unexpectedly, in the apocalypse, she could still drink to her heart's content. Looking at the apocalypse this way also had its benefits. As long as you worked hard enough, you could still live well. After reflecting on this, she couldn't help but think. Maybe this little bit of contentment and optimistic spirit was all she had left. After finishing their meal, realizing it was still a bit early, they decided it was safer to stay until it got dark. Returning while it was still light might attract the covetous eyes of people in the building, not to mention the robbers they would encounter on the way. So, everyone decided to rest here for 2 hours and return after it grew dark. Thus, the 3 each found a big sofa to lie down and rest. Fang Yuan fell asleep in no time. After all, there's a saying that a relaxed mind produces a plump body. The fewer things she worried about, the less tired she felt. Shui Li and Tianjinjin, however, didn't have that luxury, they just closed their eyes to doze off, afraid to really fall asleep. In a strange environment, with wolves lurking outside, without a sense of caution, one could have their throat slit in the next moment. Tianjinjin could also think of these things, making Shui Li look at her in a new light. This girl had more and more shining points. Calm, transparent, visionary, not pedantic, able to turn around. People like this often survive best in the apocalypse. As long as she doesn't turn bad, she can still get by. But if one day she has a bad heart, she would be the most terrifying. It's better to keep a distance. So, Shui Li decided to part ways with them after finishing marking the places on the map. She was used to being alone, cooperating with others occasionally was fine, but she couldn't stand it for too long. This might be what Su Xiaomao meant by fearing loneliness but fearing coexistence even more. At 5 in the afternoon, the 3 of them set off home on time. It was going pretty smoothly, and the sky was getting darker. Unexpectedly, there really were a few people who didn't listen to their mothers and obediently returned home for dinner. They were 3 men, blocking Shui Li and the others' way with 2 rubber boats. If they were empty boats, Shui Li wouldn't care at all, but there were too many supplies on board, and even the speedboat couldn't go too fast. Seeing that there was no way to avoid them, Shui Li had to stop and wait for them to make a move. Tianjinjin and Fang Yuan saw Shui Li stop the boat, and guessed that today's situation wouldn't end well. Both of them were extremely nervous. They all took out their kitchen knives. As soon as the 2 groups faced each other, neither side wasted words. Their purpose was to rob. They perhaps already understood that villains die from talking too much. The leader of the men came forward and drew his knife at Shui Li, without even a word of threat, directly wanting to take a life. Shui Li's heart sank, secretly crying out that it was not good. Such people were the most ruthless in the apocalypse. As long as they had supplies, they didn't care about women and would not let a living person go. They only targeted her, indicating they had been watching her for a long time. It seemed that tonight's narrow encounter was not an accident, but a carefully planned attack by the other party. If it were just herself, it would be manageable, but with Tianjinjin and the others, it became tricky. It seemed the two of them could only pray for themselves. Not wanting to think too much, Shui Li dodged the blade and quickly drew her machete, intending to strike at his wrist while he hadn't yet pulled back his knife. The other party was already prepared, dodging wasn't too slow, but Shui Li still managed to cut a small wound on his wrist. Neither side expected each other's skills to be so good, both were momentarily stunned, then began the second round of confrontation. Shui Li didn't want to compete with him, in terms of strength, even if she wasn't tired out, she wasn't his opponent, let alone now being exhausted. Once again avoiding the blade, she jumped directly onto his rubber boat. There were too many supplies on her speedboat to utilize properly. This man probably thought highly of himself, daring to drive a rubber boat alone. Fortunately, it was just him. If it were two people, Shui Li really wouldn't dare to jump onto his boat. The man hadn't expected Shui Li would abandon her own boat, and was momentarily stunned. This moment allowed Shui Li to pull out her electric baton with her left hand, set it to the highest level, and thrust it hard into his side. Anyway, it was dark, and no one could see where she had pulled the electric baton from. Two men had no way out. Tianjinjin was very obedient, and almost as soon as Shui Li's voice fell, she calmly jumped down. In doing so, she bought time for Shui Li. Once Shui Li shouted, she quickly took 2 steps on the rubber boat, getting closer to the two men. At the same time, she took a strange rock from the ancient shelf and hurled it fiercely at the man next to her. It was very dark, and the men were focused on Tianjinjin. Moreover, they seemed very confident about taking on Shui Li, believing they could easily overpower her. Nobody expected something to fly towards them. As a result, the man next to her was hit solidly with the rock and grunted before collapsing at the back of the boat. The last man clearly did not expect to fail against Shui Li. Quick to react, he stepped onto the spot where Tianjinjin had been on the rubber boat, intending to seize Fang Yuan from behind. Shui Li would not allow that. She paddled the rubber boat directly towards the man. As the man got closer to Fang Yuan, Shui Li, using the same strategy, threw another rock. The man, having learned from the previous mistake, slightly shifted and managed to dodge it. After throwing that rock, Shui Li's speed slowed down again. Just when the man was about to reach Fang Yuan, Shui Li was considering whether to use her gun when she suddenly saw this third man twitching violently before falling into the water with a splash. Chapter 67 Information. Shui Li let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately. Fang Yuan reacted quickly and stayed calm. That electric baton was simply used brilliantly. Then something even more surprising happened. At the moment the man fell into the water, Tianjinjin happened to swim close to him. The kitchen knife in her hand hadn't been dropped, and she held the man's head, hesitated slightly, and then swiftly slashed his throat. Shui Li just wanted to say, "Girl. Well done." However, even though the light was dim, Shui Li could still see that Tianjinjin was trembling all over. Fang Yuan was also shocked, standing at the edge of the boat in a daze. Now was not the time to relax. Seeing her like this, Shui Li shouted. "Fang Yuan, pull Tianjinjin up." If they didn't pull her up soon, with Tianjinjin's trembling condition, she wouldn't be able to climb onto the rubber boat by herself. Fang Yuan, awakening from her stupor, hurriedly pulled Tianjinjin onto the boat. On the second rubber boat, there was still one guy who wasn't fully dead and had already realized he wanted to escape. Shui Li approached, pressing her knife against his neck. She met his terrified eyes. Remember, sometimes even if the villains say little, they die faster by underestimating. Also, the protagonist can talk a lot, just like me. Because tonight there's no moon, I will eliminate you on behalf of the moon. After finishing, her hand raised the knife and fell, completely ending this unexpected disaster. Not forgetting to wash the blood off her face with the rainwater. Looking at her raincoat and life jacket, there was still a lot of blood. She wondered if it would be washed clean before reaching home. No matter, she approached Fang Yuan's boat and hugged both girls tightly. "You did great." The two girls trembled all over, biting their teeth and silently shedding tears. Shui Li understood very well, the fear and pressure in their hearts after killing for the first time were immense. When she killed for the first time, she was even less fortunate than they were. She was also 19, still a real child. She couldn't remember how many times she hit the man who tried to assault her with a rock, only recalling that bloodied and mangled head. Because of that, Shui Li endured many nightmares for a long time. When their emotions calmed down, she didn't forget to take the 2 new rubber boats and headed home. At 7:30 in the evening, the 3 of them arrived at ZY Garden.
The two girls had already calmed down, and Huayu was still waiting. This time, Fang Yuan and Huayu went up first to carry the small hoist up. Once they installed it, the efficiency of transporting the supplies was indeed doubled, finishing loading and unloading in less than an hour, saving both time and effort.
It's easy to be discovered.
If discovered, so be it, it's just a matter of a day earlier or later.
These days, they're going out every day, even a fool knows what they're up to.
In the end, only 2 large water towers could not be accessed through the window. Huayu was in charge at home, while the 4 girls directly lifted them to the rooftop. This was also Waterpair's first time on the rooftop. To prevent people from accidentally falling, a waist-high railing was humanely built around the rooftop. There were many water buckets and containers placed on top.
It seemed that someone in the building had been using water from the rooftop.
There were also 2 water towers. Judging by the direction of the pipes, 2 households on the 19th floor had installed them before the typhoon.
They weren't on the top floor and couldn't install them conveniently.
But the water towers had water intake points, so getting water to the rooftop was still relatively easy.
Back in room 1501, the next step was to divide the supplies.
Qin was also busy today, planting green onions, ginger, garlic, and potatoes. Their balcony was even bigger than Waterpair's, capable of growing quite a lot of things.
Did they say they didn't know how to plant? Waterpair hadn't seen them learn from anywhere.
Still puzzled, Waterpair heard Qin say it was Huayu who brought the planting books and helped them plant together. It turned out Huayu's father worked at a private agricultural research institute and was a true researcher. There were many such books at home. With Huayu's help, Qin also moved Fang Yuan's bed into the main bedroom. With 2 large beds together, all 3 girls could sleep comfortably. In the future, the 2 extra rooms would be used to store supplies. Hearing Qin's words, Waterpair sensitively caught a term, Private Agricultural Research Institute.
Did that mean there were many things about planting there? Then she must pay a visit. Waterpair didn't plan to share this news.
Whether it was called selfishness or being cold-hearted, it didn't matter. Acting together with 1501 was too exhausting, mainly because of the worries, like tonight. If it were just herself, it definitely wouldn't be so dangerous. If she found useful items, she could just bring some back for them. Today's trip would be counted as an expense. It's just the places marked on the map. Even if pinching her nose, she had to complete the journey together. It was a promise, she couldn't be untrustworthy. At that moment, Qin noticed something was off with Tianjin and Fang Yuan. Everyone's expressions were not good. She had been busy earlier and hadn't paid attention. Although Tianjin and Fang Yuan tried their best to hold back, having lived together for so long, how could she not see? After hearing Fang Yuan's account, Qin was also quite scared. Huayu was too, but looking at Waterpair, his gaze held much more admiration. Upon hearing that Tianjin had even killed someone, Qin hugged her tightly for comfort.
Fang Yuan also leaned in for a group hug.
Waterpair sincerely envied this. When she killed someone for the first time, no one comforted her, and she had to always guard against other bad people.
Every day felt like walking on the edge of a knife.
However, it also led her to rapidly develop skills to protect herself. Otherwise, she wouldn't have survived 8 years in her previous life.
Once they had enough time to feel sentimental, dividing up the supplies went quickly.
Waterpair originally thought after tonight's killing incident, the 3 girls wouldn't go out again tomorrow. Just as she was thinking about whether she should go to the Agricultural Research Institute, Tianjin surprisingly decided to go. However, for safety's sake, they planned their actions for every night, so everyone could have a day of rest. Waterpair fully approved, knowing her own strength was weak, avoiding danger effectively was not to mention, returning late at night wouldn't easily draw people's attention.
Let's go.
The earlier they finished searching, the sooner they could rest easy, and she could get to doing her own things sooner. By the time they carried the supplies back home, it was exactly 9 o'clock. Of course, they also gave Huayu a bag of noodles. This was also something newly acquired today.
Not much, Waterpair just divided 10 bags. After dinner and washing up, lying in bed, Waterpair just couldn't fall asleep.
She took out a tablet computer, just the one downloading offline maps. She casually looked around. Although it hadn't been long since the download started, many places weren't fully downloaded yet.
However, the city's map was completely drawn.
Casually browsing, that Private Agricultural Research Institute was prominently listed.
Not far from Zihua Garden, it would take at most half an hour to get there by speedboat.
Indeed, if it were too far, Huayu's family wouldn't live here, and his dad wouldn't have an easy time commuting. Seeing this, Shui Li could sleep even less. Looking at the clock, it was still not even 10 o'clock, so what was there to wait for? Since she couldn't sleep anyway, she might as well just go.
Quickly getting dressed. That homemade raincoat was finally retired.
Not because it was stained with blood and feared getting dirty, but because she didn't know when the man she fought tonight had slashed a big cut on her back with a knife.
By the time she went home, the back of her clothes was already soaked. If the seeds had been repaired before, they could still be worn, but now Shui Li had more and even several sets of raincoats and pants, so she didn't cherish them as much. However, she would not casually throw them away, it was good to keep them in storage as a memento. They didn't take up much space. Gently opening the door, the outside was eerily quiet. Sneaking downstairs. To avoid making noise, she paddled her rubber boat, and once out of the community, switched to a motorboat. It was late, and over the past 2 days, Huayu, the little guy, had also been quite tired, so she didn't believe he still had the energy to look out the window. Moreover, even if he wanted to look, outside was all dark, without turning on the lights or the engine, he wouldn't see anything. Smooth sailing ahead, with good equipment, in less than 15 minutes, the private agricultural research institute was right before her eyes. Breaking in through a window, she took out a strong flashlight to search carefully. At the building material city, she had picked up quite a bit, she didn't hesitate to use it anymore. Searching layer by layer, she took anything useful. Whatever seeds, nutrients, hydroponic devices, planting books, fertilizers, compound fertilizers. Basically, she took them all. Especially the various seeds, grain seeds, all kinds of vegetable seeds, and fruit seeds. Together they would weigh several 100 pounds. Besides planting herself, in the future, at a preferred shelter, exchanging with the officials would definitely bring her many benefits. There were some fertilizers and compound fertilizers, but not much. There were also a few small household agricultural machines, like tillers, rice milling machines, flour grinders, etc. She found 2 small household egg incubators. There was even a cold noodle machine. Shui Li had never seen this before, truly opening her eyes. In addition, she found several stainless steel stoves that were quite popular on a certain video app. She also collected the matching iron pots and steamers. Fortunately, the executives' offices were all upstairs. She collected all the computers from the executives' offices, there should be a lot of important documents inside. Who knows how much hard work from countless researchers had gathered there, leaving it behind would be a pity, even if it wouldn't get soaked, exposure to extreme cold and heat alternating would cause damage. If she couldn't use it, these could be given to a preferred shelter. Yes, it must be a preferred one. The shelter in the city where she was in her previous life wasn't great, although there were official personnel guarding it, the upper levels were controlled by some bigshot, basically belonging to a private base. In this life, Shui Li didn't intend to settle there, but she still wanted to go. Not for any other reason, just to find that person and see if he was still there this time. They had first met there. If he wasn't there, it would prove that many things had changed in this life. There were basically no antiques or jade artifacts, but she found an incredibly small jade ring in the director's office. This made the storage space expand a tiny bit. These researchers were indeed poor, just look at how Huayu's family of 3 still lived in a 2-bedroom apartment. After collecting everything, it took 2 hours. Following the same procedure as before, she returned home without anyone knowing, just past 1 o'clock. Satisfied, she threw herself onto the bed, this time, she could finally enjoy a good sleep. In the morning, after Shui Li got up, she realized a problem. Based on her previous life's experience, logically speaking, even if there was no call today, there should at least be a message online, but now there was not a single message. This point was the same as what Su Xiaomao experienced, could it be that this was Su Xiaomao's previous life? It's still too early to make a decision, let's wait and see, if there's still no internet, then we can basically confirm it. In that case, many things will have to be planned again. Just thinking about this, my stomach growled. For breakfast, I'll have beef flat noodles, spicy and good for getting rid of dampness. I'll also add a donkey meat pie, although not authentic, it's still delicious. After breakfast, I took out a bag of quicklime and an old bedsheet, preparing to sew a few small bags to divide up the quicklime. Shin was right, the room was too damp, I needed this stuff to get rid of it. Sewing the bags was simple, with a small sewing machine, I could get it done quickly. This small sewing machine was taken from a delivery package and was even rechargeable. The large sewing machine also belonged to Shui Li, obtained from that clothing design company. I kept 2 because of the small space, but it was enough. I packed over 20 bags and placed them in various corners of the bedroom, in the wardrobe and the blankets. After finishing this, Shui Li checked the time, it was still early, and another idea popped into my head. First, I drained the water from the tank into all the empty plastic buckets I received these days. I emptied the tank to collect more water. After draining, there was still some time until lunch. I put on my raincoat and didn't greet Shin and the others, I was used to being alone, they should know. I rode the rubber boat straight to Zihue Garden Phase 2. The 2 communities are next to each other, not far apart, using a speedboat would waste too much fuel. Zihue Garden Phase 2 wasn't fully built yet, several buildings still had scaffolding outside that hadn't been taken down. Some windows were not installed on time, making them hardly even shell houses. Shui Li chose to stop at the highest building. This building was relatively completed. Moreover, this building was the farthest from Phase 1 and the tallest, with 30 floors, placing all the water tanks on top wouldn't make them easy to see.
Climbing to the rooftop in one go was a piece of cake for Shui Li now, just a little out of breath. I placed all the empty water tanks in the center, arranged 30 large water tanks around, and it would be so convenient to come back for them in a few days.
After sorting out the water problem, I went to the 30th floor.
On the way up, I noticed the doors of this building's residence weren't installed yet, and the interior decoration hadn't been done.
I casually walked into one to take a look. Oh dear! What a surprise! In the living room, there were several bags of cement and some sand piled up. In the kitchen, there were also stacked red bricks. It wasn't just one unit, every unit had them. It seemed the workers were preparing to build countertops for the kitchens. Usually, houses don't come with these during handover, even if there are many residents renovating, they often remove them. But this was a resettlement house, those displaced residents waiting for their turn didn't care whether their homes would need renovations in the future, they just wanted to get more benefits from the developer. Because of this, Shui Li was lucky to see red bricks and cement. Just yesterday, I lamented that the construction materials market didn't have these, today I discovered them, could this be called fate? I'm still like the favored niece of the heavens. After being happy enough, I didn't rush to collect these. I came here today for other purposes. One was to collect water, and the other was to make fertilizer. Yes, just as you thought, with so many flower pots and seeds, homemade fertilizer had to be arranged. Although I picked some chemical fertilizer last night, Shui Li still decided to make some homemade fertilizer for use. I first placed 20 flower pots and poured the soil onto the living room floor. I casually grabbed a nearby iron shovel to spread the soil out, raising the surrounding areas higher. Next, it got a bit intense. I put on a mask and poured all my soft gold into the middle of the soil. And those kitchen scraps I didn't want to throw away, rotten vegetable leaves, just a thin layer of soil covered them. This is how to make fertilizer. Flip it once in the middle and wait about a month, and it should be good. After doing all this, I collected a lot of cement. Red bricks enter space. Chapter 69. Western dining sand was also collected, but not much. In the future, during the sandstorm season, this stuff will be in abundance. Red bricks are hard to collect, the old method still works, using the big bedsheet of the wicked boss to cover them, and the entire batch of bricks comes into space. Sand is the same, first packed into snakeskin bags before collection, and I gathered more than 10 shovels from beside the wall too. Going downstairs, I noticed that many of the scaffolding outside were made of bamboo, and my eyes lit up. There is basically no bamboo in the north, and these bamboo scaffolds look very sturdy, they will be perfect for making bamboo arrows to take back. I collected a large batch into space, planning to carve and try when I have time. After finishing collecting, I returned home just in time for lunch. I wasn't too hungry, so lunch was simple, a bowl of century egg and lean meat congee and 2 meat pies. After eating, I took a short nap and woke up at 3 in the afternoon. Unable to fall back asleep, I practiced arrow making. I practiced for an hour and began to carve bamboo arrows after setting up the scaffolding. At first, I was a bit clumsy and almost cut my fingers, but gradually I got the hang of the force, and the arrows became better and better. By the time I finished the 10th arrow, Chin and the others were knocking on the door. I glanced at the time, it was already 5 o'clock. I quickly tidied up the workspace and opened the door to let Chin and Feng Yuan in. Today it was Tianjinjin's turn to watch the house, which was perfect for her to relax at home. At 5:20, the 3 of us boarded the speedboat on time. Huayu already knew he wouldn't be taken along and obediently stayed with Tianjinjin. Today, we planned to go to the Western restaurant at the Cultural Palace. With the offline map, even though it was getting dark, it was no big deal. Before setting out, Shui Li had put a raincoat on the tablet for this very moment. I heard it was a Michelin 3-star restaurant, famous nationwide. When we arrived, there wasn't a single person outside. Actually, we should have come out in the evening, this is the safest way for a group of girls. Led by Chin, we headed straight for the Western restaurant. The decor here should be quite luxurious, but in the pitch dark, there was no mood to appreciate it. Fortunately, the restaurant hadn't been visited by anyone recently. In the kitchen, we only found some seasonings, ketchup, salad dressing, black and white pepper, yeast, and so on. We also found more than 200 gin of flour. The steaks, bacon, and pasta in the freezer were all inedible, just a whiff was unbearable. However, the quantity was very small. A big and upscale Western restaurant couldn't possibly have only this little bit of stuff. I heard their steaks were imported by air, and the air freight costs a lot, so there must be other places storing supplies. After searching carefully, I finally found a cold storage room at the back. But the door was locked. I searched around but couldn't find the key, it should have been taken away by the logistics staff. What are we waiting for? Various tools were brought out, and in the end, we were just a bit short of being able to open this door that was no less than Shui Li's home door. With no choice, Shui Li took out a folding electric saw, Chin and the others also had one, so it wasn't too eye-catching. After a loud, tearing noise, the cold storage finally opened.
A blast of cold air rushed out, making all three girls shiver significantly.
It turns out this cold storage even had an automatic power generation device. What does this imply? The supplies inside must be all fresh.
This was like a mouse falling into a rice jar, and the three of us nearly produced bubble nose boogers from excitement.
But it wasn't just excitement, mostly, we were freezing.
Fortunately, outside the cold storage, there were a few cotton coats, and even though they were a bit dirty, no one complained, and we quickly put them on before going in to search. Various boxes of steaks were neatly stacked. There were also bacon, pasta, caviar, truffles, chicken, turkey, sea fish, fish liver, lamb, shrimp, large field snails, big snails, mushroom sauce, whipped cream, butter. In any case, Shui Li saw a full room of ingredients, things she had never seen before. Qin and the other two were also dumbfounded, filled with excitement and nothing but excitement.
Then the two of them became worried again. With so many things, even if we take them all back, we won't be able to finish eating before they spoil.
Although we have a generator. You can use the refrigerator, but the diesel is limited, not to mention that the refrigerator can't hold much. It's such a pity to leave the things that can't be taken away to rot slowly.
Shui Li is calm and quiet.
What's there to pity? When you guys have taken enough, everything left will belong to me.
I'm not afraid of having too many good things. Who says grown-ups don't make choices?
Qin and her friends see all these good things and start picking out what they want, caught in choice paralysis. They can deal with their own choices. I will leave this problem to them and go to another warehouse.
The door here is just an ordinary wooden door and can be opened easily.
Wow, inside there are quite a few bags of rice, flour, and oil, along with many vegetables and fruits. The vegetables include only carrots, potatoes, and onions, which are still in decent condition. Tomatoes, broccoli, and cucumbers are still half edible. The greens would be limited to lettuce, but it's a bit wilted, putting it in water to revive should be fine.
The fruits are similar.
Those that are hard to store, like bananas, grapes, cherries, and strawberries, have spoiled nearly half. Shui Li takes some, leaving most of the storable ones outside. Taking the opportunity, she moves 1/3 of the rice, flour, and oil into her space, leaving enough for her three friends to eat for over half a year. It won't work to leave everything outside, even if distributed to them. Once the extreme heat hits, the food stored outside can easily get infested with bugs.
Saving food will be the biggest challenge then. Cannot just watch food go to waste.
The vegetables have been divided normally, though she doesn't have much, it's still better than what they have. In another compartment, there are all kinds of alcohol, along with a few oak barrels of red wine. She takes the barrels first and collects most of the other drinks like whiskey, dry red, white wine, cocktails, and various foreign liquors. There's still quite a bit left, and Qin and her friends can each get over 100 bottles. After tidying this place up, the two are still choosing. Ignoring them, she's fine just staying there in the cold.
Shui Li strolls into the dining hall.
When she came earlier, she seemed to see several oil paintings on the wall. How could she miss them? She must take a good look. As she walks around, she indeed finds 3 large oil paintings that meet her standards. At this moment, her space is happily feasting, but she doesn't care, returning to where Qin and her friends are. Finally, the two finish choosing.
5 boxes of steak, 5 boxes of pasta. They take chickens, turkeys, lamb, and sea fish, saying they can make cured meat when they return.
Shui Li has never made cured meat, very few northerners do that.
Not knowing if she could make cured meat in a humid climate, she refrains from commenting. Tianjin is from the south, so perhaps she will have a way.
Anyway, she has saved her share, so whether or not they make cured meat doesn't matter. Her friends select a portion, and combined, these supplies would fill a rubber dinghy. The remaining items nearly fill up a whole boat. She also finds 5 large gas cylinders. With a cold storage that can generate power, how could there be no diesel? Wow! There's quite a bit. Shui Li takes some, leaving enough for Qin and her friends to use for a long time. Seeing that there is still space on the boat, she searches for all the possible areas in the cultural palace. Gathering a mix of items, she collects quite a lot.
Chapter 70, Japanese Cuisine.
Shui Li focuses on upgrading her space. Since she stepped past the entrance hall in that white mist, she always feels that the space will give her an unexpected surprise. The cultural palace truly has culture. Not only does the dining hall have oil paintings, but there's also a gallery filled with them. Looking at the introduction at the door, this is an exhibition sponsored by many people. It includes famous paintings, classic old oil paintings, and more. After the exhibition, there should be an auction. However, just as the art exhibition was about to open, a typhoon came, leaving everything here.
Isn't this a bargain for Shui Li? Ha ha.
From the first painting onwards, she touches each one, taking the ones that shine into her space. As she proceeds, Water Pair harvested at least a dozen, casually glanced, and the space was still consuming. Simply ignoring it, she directly returned to the restaurant and collected all the ingredients from the cold storage that Chin and the others hadn't chosen.
After loading the ship, they traveled home safely. This trip was the smoothest one yet.
By the time all the supplies were carried upstairs, it was still not yet noon. Seeing so much well-preserved meat and vegetables, everyone was very excited.
Chin suggested going to a different place, just to the Japanese restaurant at the TV station.
The distance was neither too close nor too far, they could definitely return in 4 hours. Water Pair noticed that except for Huayu, everyone else was in good spirits, so they should have slept plenty during the day. Of course, she had no objections. She gave Huayu 2 pieces of steak, a lettuce, and a small bunch of grapes as a reward. That was how Water Pair was, she didn't like others to think about her things, nor did she like to owe others. She sent him home to sleep. A little kid, he was still growing, he needed his rest.
Fang Yuan took the opportunity to go back to the room and put something into her bag before they all set off again in the dark. After walking for more than half an hour, they reached the TV station. It was pitch black here again, and no one was in sight. Such departments might have some use when there's electricity, but with the apocalypse here, they might have lost their function. Seeing Chin lead the way easily, it seemed she had been to these fancy places quite often. Who knew what she was doing before the typhoon? If her economic conditions were good, why was she renting with Fang Yuan and the others? What a puzzling woman.
However, this time luck wasn't on their side. The Japanese restaurant had already been claimed by someone else, they found only half a bag of rice and some seasonings in the kitchen. There wasn't even a half barrel of gas. Japanese cuisine emphasizes raw food and the freshness of ingredients.
However, tuna is mostly imported anyway.
Even though they eat raw fish slices, a single fish still weighs at least 100 pounds. One meal wouldn't finish it, so it definitely needed to go into cold storage, so there should be a cold storage here too. Just didn't know if it had been cleaned out by the previous people.
Hoping is always necessary. Look, Water Pair found it.
There were signs of prying on the door.
Perhaps the predecessors didn't have handy tools like electric saws and couldn't open the heavy door of the cold storage, so they gave up. This door had an electronic lock, according to reason, since this cold storage had automatic power generation, the electronic lock should have electricity.
But the lock was completely dark, when she pressed a button, there was no response at all.
Could it be that the cold storage had lost power or was broken long ago? Would the food inside be inedible then?
Water Pair hesitated whether to use an electric saw for a violent break-in, and then saw Fang Yuan take out a power bank and something that looked like a radio with an antenna.
She saw Fang Yuan plug one end of the power bank's charging cable into a small hole under the electronic lock.
Instantly, all the number buttons on the electronic lock screen lit up. Then, using that radio-like thing, she fiddled with it on top. In just a few moments, there was a ding, and surprisingly, the cold storage door opened. Water Pair was amazed. She was still believing that brute force creates miracles, while Fang Yuan had already embraced high technology.
Was that a bit like rap?
Whatever the case, this was just incomparable. Earlier, Fang Yuan must have gone back to get this, she might have long anticipated that such a situation could arise. Water Pair deeply realized the meaning of the saying, knowledge is productivity.
What more was there to say?
Together with Chin, she gave Fang Yuan a thumbs up.
Awesome, too awesome. Truly an impressive person. Then she thought, could it mean that if she had the device Fang Yuan was holding, her Hummer could also be unlocked?
Water Pair was itching with curiosity, unable to wait to find supplies and ask questions.
With some admiration and a thirst for knowledge, she asked, Fang Yuan, what is this thing in your hand? Did you make it yourself? Fang Yuan felt a bit uneasy at the sight of Shui Li.
In the past, the three of them admired Shui Li greatly, and it was the first time she saw this expression on Shui Li's face. Pushing up her glasses, she answered with a red face.
This is called an electronic jammer, which I assembled myself.
It can open some electronic locks and normal car locks with remote control.
Wow!
This is so great, it's exactly the answer she wanted to hear. Shui Li's joy was overflowing.
Fang Yuan might have sensed Shui Li's desire for this thing and pushed her glasses again. If you like it, when we go back, I can make one for you.
Oh. That's what she was waiting for, what a thoughtful girl. No pretentiousness, Shui Li immediately nodded like pounding garlic, agreeing wholeheartedly. However, she wouldn't take it for free, she decided to trade it with those 3 life jackets she had. After agreeing on this, they worked together to push open the heavy cold storage door, walking in with a flashlight. Before entering, fearing that the door would close automatically, they shoved a chair against the doorframe. As soon as the door opened, a wave of cold air rushed over.
But it was clearly not as cold as the Western restaurant. They couldn't hear the sound of the engine either.
The cooler must be broken, or the large generator ran out of fuel. After checking the food, they looked outside and, sure enough, it was the generator that ran out of fuel.
However, that was a story for later. Right now, the scenery in front of them was stunning. So many fish. More precisely, so many big fish. Tuna, swordfish, and marlin, fish that were like torpedoes. There were also salmon, yellowtail, and bonito. The sight nearly blinded the three girls. Although they were a bit less fresh due to the power outage, they were definitely edible. Haven't you heard that saying? Rotten fish and shrimp are the enemies of those who deliver food. Fortunately, they arrived tonight. If they had come a day later, all these great ingredients would have been wasted. Still, Fang Yuan and Qin Qin were entangled again, debating on how much to take since there was too much. Shui Li, however, did not participate in the discussion and went directly to other places. After all, the remaining ones were all hers, they could do as they pleased. As usual, they headed straight to the top floor. Big boss, I'm here. Searching floor by floor, Shui Li had gathered from 2 floors already when the other 2 came up to find her. There were still over 20 floors above water. To save time, they would check the unlocked offices and break rooms. Being too slow wouldn't work, they had to return before 4:30 a.m. Otherwise, as dawn broke, they would be noticed. The 3 of them had clear divisions of labor, and their search was not slow. After 1 hour, they finished searching what they could find. Chapter 71, Upgrading. As for those fish, the 2 of them were more rational this time and chose 2 smaller tunas and some salmon. If they turned everything into cured meat, it would not only be hard to store, but also waste a lot of salt. Shui Li didn't mind at all. No matter what, she was getting the biggest share. Seeing that there was still plenty of space on the boat, Shui Li asked the 2 to bring back a few wooden pieces of furniture to cure the meat. Taking advantage of the opportunity, she made a clean sweep of the cold storage. Although there was a generator here, they found no diesel. The previous people had taken it all. As for the generators in tonight's 2 cold storages, Shui Li looked at them. They were too big, hard to dismantle, and also fuel-consuming. There were still 2 more machines in the space, plus 2 sets of solar panels that were enough for use. So she decisively gave up. And those unlocked office doors? She planned to come back again when she had time. Even Grasshopper's legs are meat, she couldn't let this treasure go to waste. At 4:50 a.m., they successfully transported the night's harvest to the 15th floor. At this point, everyone let out a long breath. This night had truly been exhausting, but the rewards were immense. Especially looking at so many fish and meat, all of them with red eyes from fatigue yet filled with excitement. Tianjinjin had caught a little sleep last night, and now she was much stronger than Shui Li and the others. She suggested they go back and rest while she salted the meat first to prevent spoilage. Shui Li wanted to take her portion back. Seeing her insist, Tianjinjin didn't push back. However, Shui Li wanted to see how they cured the meat when she had the time. Do it yourself as well. Take it out in the open to eat, so there's a clear source. Everyone quickly gathered their last bit of energy to finish distributing the supplies. By the time the goods were carried back home, it was exactly 6 in the morning. During the process of moving, Shui Li again stuck a piece of chewing gum on Pangda's door. The previous piece, I don't know when, had been discovered and removed. Shui Li's alarm bells rang loudly. This means he had opened the door, and might even be watching them. This discovery made Shui Li increase her vigilance toward room 1503 by another level. After sending off Tianjinjin and the others, Shui Li waved her little hand and put all the supplies away, not even taking a shower before going straight to bed to sleep. A whole night of non-stop work, the exhaustion was harder to bear than tiredness. As for anything else, her brain couldn't think anymore, nothing else mattered, she would deal with it after a good sleep. Shui Li woke up from hunger, glancing at the clock, it was already 1:30 in the afternoon. Well, this nap was thoroughly satisfying. She hurriedly got up to fill her stomach first. No brushing her teeth, no washing her face, she finished 2 bowls of rice plus 3 dishes before feeling full enough. She let out a big, satisfying burp and leisurely started to wash up. After cleaning up, Shui Li calmly stepped into the space. After a whole night of the space consuming so many oil paintings, now it was time to test the results. She was still in the hallway. However, 20 meters away from the space, there was now an additional door. The right side of the hallway was still engulfed in white mist. After seeing the state of the space, she immediately grabbed the handle of the second door. Her mood was a bit excited. What kind of scenery would be behind this newly appeared door? Would it be a spiritual spring space like those in farming novels? If so, that would be amazing. Just thinking about it made her excited. If not, would it be the same as the previous space? If the functions were the same, then there would be no need for the space to have 2 rooms, right? Various guesses were flying through her mind. Shui Li took a deep breath and finally slowly opened the new door in front of her. Ha! It was only about 10 square meters, still a small room. 4 walls, concrete floor. However, the lighting in this room seemed brighter than the previous one. What was going on?
Suddenly looking up, Shui Li froze in shock. She saw that the ceiling of this small room was no longer made of concrete. Instead, it was a real blue sky with white clouds. Though the sky was only about 10 square meters, Shui Li's eyes filled with tears. She couldn't even remember the last time she had seen such a clear sky. Just one glance was enough to deeply attract her, making her feel particularly peaceful and serene inside. After being stunned for a moment, she finally realized that it was time to try out the new features of this small space. It was clear to the naked eye that this house had no roof. So, does this mean the supplies can accumulate endlessly? Also, with the blue sky and white clouds, does that mean plants can grow in this small space? If so, wouldn't the preservation function be gone? Overthinking is useless, only practice will reveal the truth, and trying will make everything clear. She quickly took a pot of garlic sprouts from the space, measured its height with a ruler, and carefully recorded it. Then she took a cup of hot water, opened the lid, and set it aside. Now, it was time for herself. Looking at the clock, 5 minutes had passed since she entered. She brought over a small chair and a book from the neighboring space, then brewed a pot of jasmine tea. Bathing in the sky, leisurely enjoying it. So delightful. This book is really good, The Proud Prince and the Beautiful Widow. Just as the proud prince was about to chase after his wife to the fiery end, just at the exciting part, a sudden dizziness made her collapse onto the living room floor. An hour had passed, and Shui Li was once again gently invited out by the space. Helpless, she rubbed her almost broken buttocks. Little space, I love you so much, can you not be so violent every time? If the space could speak at this moment, it would definitely reply, you're such a pain. She had experimented and still could only stay for an hour. Next, it was time for the cup of hot water. She took it out and looked at it. Sure enough, the water had already cooled down. Shui Li's heart raced wildly, this new space had truly changed. But she didn't know if it could allow plants to grow normally. She used her mind to probe the small garlic sprouts, the time was too short to see any changes yet. However, she had to hold high hopes for it. After exploring the new space, it was time to get down to business. There were still 3 places on the map that she hadn't finished exploring. Once those were collected, the small group would have to disband. Looking at the time, it was a little past 3 in the afternoon, there was still some time before setting out. She continued practicing archery, trying out those bamboo arrows today. These things were lighter than iron arrows, making them even harder to control. Just as she was sweating from practice, her phone alarm went off. It was dinner time. She quickly splashed her face with water, then had a bowl of fried sauce noodles, filling her with energy. Not long after finishing her meal, Qin and Tianjinjin came to find her. What was there to wait for? She got ready and set off. The sky had completely darkened. Following the map's guidance, they first headed to the nearby Korean restaurant. According to Qin, below the 8th floor of this building were the Korean restaurant, a beauty salon, and a jewelry store. The upper 9 floors were all office buildings. What Qin longed for the most were the various cosmetics in that beauty salon. But when Shui Li heard about the jewelry store, her ears perked up immediately. Qin genuinely didn't know this. This offline map simply showed this building was called Jinyuan Building, with no introduction about what institutions were inside. Upon looking closely, it was evident. This map was awful. She heard the jewelry store was on the 1st floor, but was diving still a matter for Shui Li now? With the diving suit prepared by Su Xiaomao, couldn't her newly acquired small space thrive? What is this called? This is called wanting something and getting it. Chapter 72, the security guard suppressed his excitement, his face calm and composed. After parking the speedboat, the 3 of them headed straight for the 8th floor Korean restaurant. As soon as they entered the dining area, they suddenly heard a loud shout, laced with obvious panic. Who are you? Shui Li's heart tightened. She was careless. How could there be anyone here? Qin and Tianjinjin were also drenched in cold sweat. The 3 of them instantly stopped in their tracks, flashing their flashlights towards the direction of the sound. 2 men in security uniforms, looking disheveled, appeared in the light. They seemed young, probably in their 20s. Shui Li understood, these 2 must be the building's security guards. The authorities had notified all units and schools in the city to stop working in classes before the typhoon to take shelter. The northern inland areas had never experienced a typhoon, generations had never encountered one. With the official loudspeaker announcement, who wouldn't be afraid? So 99% of people followed the rules. But still, some bosses did not take it seriously. Just like the unscrupulous agency Shui Li worked for, at the financial building there. Unexpectedly, she encountered another situation today. The 2 men were blinded by the light, raising their hands to shield their eyes. Shui Li slightly adjusted her flashlight, not answering but asking back. What are you doing here? As the security guards recognized Shui Li and her friends, realizing they were 3 beautiful girls, their anxiety lessened. Among them, the older one didn't speak but tugged at his clothes, puffing out his chest. It was the younger security guard who replied. "We're the security guards here, of course, we have to be here."
"But who are you? What are you doing here? You're not here to rob materials, are you?"
As he said this, the younger security guard seemed to think of something and suddenly became serious, earnestly speaking to Shui Li and her friends.
"Young ladies, why are you not learning good things? With us two guarding here, you won't take even a grain of rice."
The older guard seemed to feel that the younger guard was being a bit too harsh, trying to keep calm and taking over the conversation.
"My brother is right, you shouldn't be here. We'll give you a chance. While it's not too late, hurry back home." Shui Li was almost amused by their words. These two took everyone else for fools. They appeared here. Isn't it the same goal as ours? Otherwise, how did they survive for so many days in this typhoon and rain?
They are relying on the supplies here. However, considering they have no ill intentions, Shui Li has no intention of making things difficult for them. Before Shui Li could speak, Qin couldn't hold back and spoke first.
He. Are you serious with what you just said? Acting like you're so innocent. Didn't you also eat food from this restaurant?
As she spoke, she shone the flashlight on the unwashed bowls, chopsticks, and plates on the nearby dining table.
Then, she continued. What do you call this? Isn't this called guarding the vault while stealing from it? What right do you have to speak about us?
After Qin finished speaking, although the room was dim, it was still possible to see the guilt and embarrassment on the faces of the two security guards. The younger guard still wanted to force calmness, but the older one sighed and patted his shoulder. Feeling a bit dejected, he said to Shui Li and the others. "You are right, we have violated company regulations, and we don't deserve to wear this security uniform.
We have no right to say anything to you. Take whatever you want.
There's plenty of food here, just leave half for me and my brother.
But you can't go above the 9th floor. There are only offices up there, not much food, so don't destroy anything."
He has some principles, even at such a time, he still remembers to protect the company's property.
But is this a compromise?
The three of them were quite surprised.
Especially Shui Li. What kind of situation is this? How can there still be such good people? Are they truly kind or simply foolish? Or something else?
Shui Li kept an eye on them and scrutinized the two closely. This look revealed a problem indeed.
The younger guard was fine.
It was just that the older guard had been adjusting his clothes all along. At first, she thought he was trying to impress the three pretty females. But now she realized his clothes were clearly ill-fitting, the buttons on his top were about to burst off his slightly bulky frame. It was all because the room was too dark. If it were daytime, she would have spotted this right away. Just then, Tianjin and the others looked at her, waiting for her decision. Shui Li signaled them to look carefully again.
Qin was rather thick-skinned and didn't notice anything.
Tianjin, being the clever girl she was, soon discovered something was off after a slight hint. Without making a sound, she pulled up the still bewildered Qin, pretending to search the kitchen for supplies.
The electric baton in her hand had already tightened its grip.
Seeing them leave, Shui Li heightened her vigilance and walked last. She deliberately left her back to them, watching to see when these two would reveal their true nature. Sure enough, just after Shui Li walked a couple of steps, the two security guards exchanged a glance, and their previously honest demeanor vanished. All of their fierce natures bared. The younger guard suddenly drew a bone knife from his waist and swiftly lunged it toward Shui Li. Almost simultaneously, the other guard brandished a kitchen knife and attacked Tianjin and the others.
Shui Li had long been prepared and easily dodged the attack.
With a quick move, her dagger was already in hand. As the saying goes, the longer the weapon, the stronger. With a dagger against a bone knife, combined with Shui Li's 2 lifetimes of combat experience, she easily sent the young security guard's life to the King of Hell as performance. As for Tianjin and the others, their side was also fraught with danger at that moment.
Fortunately, the next moment, Tianjin's electric baton struck him.
However, this knife had been somewhat anticipated by Tianjin, but her experience was too lacking, and her dodging was still a bit slow. Her arm received a cut that wasn't too big. For someone without life and death experience to get this far was already impressive. Her face was not as panicked as when she killed someone last time, having grown many times stronger. As for Qin, after her scream, she completely froze in fear, her mouth agape and dumbfounded as she stood still. In fact, Shui Li could have easily killed these two at the moment she sensed something was wrong.
But she chose not to do so. The apocalypse is the apocalypse for all humanity. Everyone has to face it alone and deeply experience it.
She is not anyone's guardian angel, nor is she an executor of personal heroism. What she can do is only to give everyone a warning when danger arises, allowing others to prepare in advance, that's all.
If Tianjin and the other person lost their lives due to today's danger, they can only blame their bad luck. Shui Li will kill that murderer to avenge them. Perhaps she will feel a bit sad too. After all, it's not easy to meet a few people with whom you have a good relationship. In the last life, she also teamed up with many people. As an ordinary single girl trying to survive in the apocalypse, it's inevitable to team up and huddle for warmth. She has seen too much of this. One moment, they are together laughing and chatting, and the next moment, those beside her can turn into cold corpses. Some even leave no corpse behind, they become a delicious meal in the eyes of the enemy. Did she not also die at the hands of those flesh-eating demons? Although her flesh was not cut and eaten while she was alive, her body after death probably wouldn't fare much better. Thus, facing other people's life and death, Shui Li has long since become numb. Chapter 73, continuing to ignore the frightened Qin Qin and the injured Tianjinjin. With the knife in hand, she approached the twitching victim, said not a word, and gave him a quick end. No need to ask, these two are certainly not the security guards here. The Real security guard is probably in a dire situation now. As for the corpses, with so much rain outside, how many could be washed away? Who knows how many people these two tricked into going out to look for supplies because of their disguise? And how many have paid with their lives for it? She is not a detective, there is no need to probe deeply. In the apocalypse, all kinds of monsters and demons have come out to cause trouble. Some are fierce on the outside but weak on the inside, some show their true intentions, and others attack without a word like before. Even today, there are those who disguise themselves and wait for the right moment to strike. In all shapes and forms, it is hard to tell human from ghost. She has to live every day in blood and violence. If one does not keep their eyes sharp and remain vigilant, even a cat with 9 lives wouldn't last long. After dealing with these two, she took a look at Tianjinjin's arm wound. Fortunately, it's just a flesh wound and not serious. However, in such humid weather, if not properly cared for, it can easily lead to infection. Seeing Tianjinjin's injury, although Qin Qin is still shaking in fear, she forces herself to calm down. Everyone hurriedly didn't search the restaurant, they went straight to the office upstairs. There should be a first aid kit there. Shui Li didn't take it directly from her space, otherwise, it would seem too deliberate. There is no need to worry about other people here, if there were, they would have rushed in together to attack them already. Soon, Qin Qin found a first aid kit. Besides alcohol, iodine, and gauze, there was also a box of cephalosporin. Tianjinjin is very strong, even though the alcohol stings so much that she sweats profusely while disinfecting, she doesn't complain. Instead, Qin Qin is crying like a child, sobbing beside her. Whether it's out of pity for Tianjinjin or fright from what just happened is unknown. After bandaging the wound, Tianjinjin suggested they dispose of the two corpses. Later, they still need to look for supplies there, and seeing those bloody things will be quite scary. Since Tianjinjin is injured, this task can only be handled by Shui Li and Qin Qin. Throwing them in the water is the simplest, but in extreme heat, plague arises from rotting corpses and mosquito bites. If conditions permit, it's better not to do it that way. After thinking, she finally decided to lock them in a private room. By the time the extreme cold hits, they should have decomposed enough. Although Qin Qin is trembling with fear, she grits her teeth and insists on going through with it. Who knows how many good things these two have eaten, they really fit the saying, heavy as death. Before locking the door, Shui Li searched each dead body's pockets thoroughly. Only 2.5 packs of cigarettes and 2 lighters were found. After burying them, everyone took a breath and began the real work of the day. In the kitchen, about 300 pounds of rice and flour were found, along with oil, salt, spices, dried vegetables, and some gas canisters. There was also a big bucket of the most famous Korean spicy cabbage and several boxes of vacuum-packed rice cakes. Qin Qin said that the stir-fried rice cakes from her family's restaurant were the most famous, and many people asked to pack some to take home after eating. The owner cleverly developed a vacuum packaging method that allows for long-term storage, catering to customers who couldn't come to the restaurant. One has to praise that the owner really has business acumen. More importantly, they are thoughtful. Otherwise, where will they go to eat rice cakes in the future? After tidying up the restaurant, Qin Qin went to her long-awaited beauty salon. Tianjinjin went with her. Although her arm was injured and she couldn't do heavy work, she could still look for small items. Mainly, she wanted to keep Qin Qin company. Seeing her clearly terrified yet trying to act strong made her heart ache. Shui Li naturally went to find the offices of the major bosses. She found them, but aside from some common office supplies, there were no snacks, tea, or even cigarettes and alcohol, let alone cash or antiques. Moreover, all the offices on the 9th floor had been pried open. This doesn't make sense. If she guessed correctly, the items here should have been collected by those two first. Since they are stationed here, the things should still be around. Thinking of this, Shui Li stopped searching upstairs and rushed back to the restaurant. Indeed, she found these items in the most luxurious private room. Those two were quite capable. They had somehow moved in a big bed and decorated the place to look like a bedroom. Finding it was good enough, it saved her time in searching. After looking carefully, she discovered various valuable gold, silver, jade items, and antique paintings stuffed into a backpack in the bed box. It was well hidden. Without a word, Shui Li placed them into her space. Her small space was in need of a big boost, and there couldn't be too much of it. In addition, there was cash, the most she had seen since starting her search, a full 100,000. With so much money, those two must have found it in some finance office. Let's just divide these properly. No need to take advantage of Tianjinjin and the others. Snacks, alcohol, and cigarettes would also be divided. Really not bad. These two fake security guards are like nature's porters, fitting a certain Mountain Springs advertising slogan. Chin and the others were also done collecting. Tonight, the supplies weren't much, a single inflatable boat could hold them all. They also moved quite a bit of furniture to fill 2 rubber boats. The remaining wooden furniture that couldn't be taken naturally went into Shui Li's embrace. Preparations complete, everyone returned fully loaded. Although Tianjinjin was injured, it was fortunate that there were no serious dangers. Chin also accepted the reality, such things would likely become the norm in the future. They got home around 9 o'clock. Tianjinjin's injury caused the spirits of the 3 girls to be somewhat low. It seemed they weren't planning to go out anymore. Shui Li didn't say much, it was getting more chaotic outside, and even at night, it wasn't absolutely safe. After distributing her supplies, she went home. Before going home, she gave Huayu a bag of rice cakes and some spicy cabbage. Since Tianjinjin was hurt, the little guy had helped a lot today. Besides, he was at an age where he was growing, so his appetite would surely be large. Haven't you heard that saying? Teenage boys can eat their fathers out of house and home. Watching Huayu turn back 3 times as he walked home, Shui Li then closed the door and locked it. After washing up, she crawled straight into bed. Tonight, Shui Li also didn't plan on going out, wanting to restore her spirit to check out that underwater jewelry store tomorrow. During the day, the light underwater should be much better than at night. Otherwise, swimming underwater at night and encountering something would be quite disgusting. She checked her space with her mind and found that the new small room had grown nearly 40 square meters after containing the ancient porcelain and paintings. Today's time had run out, she couldn't even check if the sky was still blue or cloudy. The remaining unabsorbed gold, platinum, and other antiques were placed directly into the large space next door. Inside, there was a sandalwood box specifically for these precious items. The more I wanted to rest early, the less I could sleep. It seems the biological clock is indeed quite magical. So I started to scatter the furniture using my mind again. After several exercises, I could now easily scatter more than 10 large pieces of furniture at once. If only I could scatter smaller furniture like chairs and benches more and faster. When my head began to feel a slight prickling sensation, drowsiness suddenly struck, and in just a few seconds, I fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 70. For the next day in the building, Shui Li was awakened by a series of curses and banging on the door. Even through the thick security door, Shui Li could feel a buzzing in her ears, showing how powerful the person cursing was. At first, she thought someone was blocking the door and cursing at her, so she angrily rushed to the peephole to take a look and laughed. It turned out to be her old acquaintance, Wang Feng, and her son. At that moment, they were banging loudly on 1503, which was the door of the fat man, Pangda, while loudly cursing. Things like little slut, promiscuous fox, and so on. In any case, they were saying all sorts of unpleasant things. Shui Li listened for nearly 10 minutes and didn't hear a single curse about a pair of pants from Wang Feng. What a talent! However, she understood the situation now. It turned out that Bai Wei, as expected, did not go to the shelter with the first batch of disaster victims. Instead, she chose to continue living in Wang Feng's home. If she wanted to live there, that was fine. But as a result, last night, the rain flooded the 6th floor and Wang Feng and her son panicked. Bai Wei had apparently hooked up with Pangda at some point and directly moved into 1503, leaving Wang Feng and her son behind. The most despicable thing was that, taking advantage of their unpreparedness, she stole a bag of food from the Wang family. Now, Wang Feng and her son realized what had happened and were here to seek revenge. It really is true that people flock together in groups. Bai Wei and Pangda, could they be the so-called mutual admiration? Although watching the drama in the morning without leaving home was quite interesting, Wang Feng's curses were absolutely unbearable, making it hard to listen to. Just as she was feeling disgusted by the duo in 1503, they huddled together right across from her door, which was a bit nauseating. Since it was right in front of her, she might as well find a way to resolve it. Right now, she couldn't do anything, although she couldn't see much through the peephole. There were definitely many people outside watching. So, she decided to wait until the evening, letting them live a few more days. As for Wang Feng and her son, if they continued to jump around, there would still be spots in the second batch. Just as Shui Li was plotting, Wang Jiwei appeared with a crowbar, preparing to pry open the door of 1503. After prying a few times, the door finally opened. Pangda's pudgy body showed up at the door, but Bai Wei was still nowhere to be seen. His face looked dark and gloomy. It seemed that prying the door was Pangda's Achilles heel. It worked better than any curse.
Last time, when Qin and the others helped Grandma Yuan and her husband, they also threatened him with this method, and only then he opened the door. It was about to turn into a dog-eat-dog situation. Such a big scene was rarely seen. As things were heating up, Shui Li felt that viewing it through the peephole wasn't satisfying enough, so she quickly changed out of her nightgown into casual wear and opened the door to go out and watch the show. As soon as she opened the door, Wang Feng and her son were stunned. Wang Feng immediately shut her mouth and stopped cursing, although her eyes still looked unkindly at Shui Li. It was much better than before. Not bad, they seemed to know how to act according to the situation. Pang De also looked at her with a flicker of his gaze, full of meaning. Seeing her come out, the crowd of onlookers also went quiet, stopping their chatter. Shui Li felt she was now at a loss. She just wanted to peacefully enjoy the show from the front row, but how did she end up scaring everyone? Honestly asking herself, Shui Li wasn't that influential, was she? It was quite boring to just stare at each other all the time, so Shui Li made a gesture inviting them to continue. Turning to Wang Feng, she said, "You all continue, I just want to watch." Her attitude was very clear, this time you all understand, right? The more she acted this way, the less Wang Jiwei understood, so he quickly pulled Wang Feng back. Walking back, did they disappear? Huh? Why have they left? I haven't seen enough yet. Shui Pin truly wanted to call them back. You two mother and daughter leave, where are you going to eat your melon? Isn't this a shame for the special outfit I changed into? Sigh. In the apocalypse, wanting to eat a melon is really not easy. The onlookers saw the main characters leave and lost their interest in watching. They all shook their heads and left one after another. Shui Pin felt very lost, and just as she wanted to go back inside, she was unexpectedly called out. It was actually Pang De. A smile blossomed on his chubby face, exactly like the smile he had when facing the old couple of the Yuan family. Hello? My name is Pang De. I didn't know anyone lived across the street. I never greeted you before. Thank you for coming out to help me today. What? Shui Pin was a bit confused. How did he see that she came out to help him? Did others think the same? Otherwise, why would they all shake their heads when leaving? Cursing herself for being meddlesome. How could she be so foolish? Isn't it better to sneak a look behind the peephole? Why come out to see? Pang De was still standing there, regretting in his heart but unable to show it on his face. Ignoring him, she shot him a cold glance and went straight back inside. For someone about to die, there was no need for small talk. Besides, Shui Pin didn't believe that Pang De hadn't noticed the chewing gum stuck to the peephole of his house. How pretentious and disgusting. If it weren't for the melon friends still outside, just now would have been the best time aside from him and by way. After shutting the door, she immediately looked through the peephole at Pang De. Indeed, his chubby face was filled with evident malice. Shui Pin smirked, realizing she hadn't read him wrong. This Pang De was fundamentally not a good person. Since that's the case, she had no more hesitation. The melon couldn't be eaten, but meals still needed to be had. For breakfast, she would have 8 treasure porridge in chive boxes. Although it tastes strong after eating, she didn't need to kiss anyone, and besides, gum is worth a try. After eating and drinking enough, she set off for the jewelry store. When she went downstairs, someone had moved in the hallway. All were residents from the 6th floor. However, they seemed much quieter compared to the first batch of residents living in the hallway. They must know that in a few days, relief supplies would be distributed, and rescue workers would come, so they weren't so anxious anymore. Fortunately, the elevator had broken last time, otherwise, after the young couple left, there would have been other people moving in. Just didn't see Wang Feng and her son, she didn't know where the two of them had gone. After setting out on the speedboat, she waited until far enough to look around and immediately switched to the jet ski. She didn't forget to wear a mask, it was still better not to be too flashy. Although it was easy to get wet from rain, a breeze would quickly dry it off, and breathing was not affected at all. This thing was really useful, not only could robbers not catch up, but it also shortened an hour's trip to just over 20 minutes. After packing away the jet ski, she didn't rush to enter the water but first took a look at the building from last night. Confirming it was safe and empty, she changed into a wetsuit in a beauty salon on the 7th floor. Following the instructions, she opened the oxygen tank to test it out. Finally, she dove into the water. The continuous rain had made the underwater scene quite rich. Various trash bags and billboards would drift past her from time to time. Fortunately, she didn't encounter any corpses. The roller shutter of the jewelry store was exceptionally sturdy. Shui Pin took over 10 minutes to break the lock. Using all her strength, she pushed it up half her height, just enough to expose the chain lock on the glass door. To prevent the hard-won roller shutter from suddenly dropping back down, she put a red wooden chair to prop the door. The rest of the job was much easier, handled with a pair of pliers. Once inside, Shui Pin was stunned. The entire jewelry store was empty, there was nothing in the counters or the back office.
Could it be that the jewelry store owner took everything away in advance? Did I come here for nothing? Instantly a bit dejected.
Everything else can be talked about, but it hurts to think about the oxygen tank on my back and the fuel for the jet ski.
This is the first time I've done a losing deal.
No, I can't just give up like this isn't my style. I searched again carefully.
When I reached an office, my left hand accidentally touched a silk peony painting on the wall. My heart trembled. This feeling is wrong, to be precise, the texture is wrong. The wall is smooth, but behind this painting it's uneven and a bit uncomfortable.
I immediately yanked off the painting, and a row of embedded safes suddenly appeared in front of me.
Oh my! What is this? Is my luck good or bad?
I found the stuff, but how do I deal with them when they're stuck in the wall? I can't just take them directly, that's impossible.
No choice, no matter how difficult, I have to get them back.
I took out a crowbar and poured all my strength into prying at a safe from every angle. Finally, with one last push, this cute iron lump fell into the water. I studied it carefully. It turned out there were 2 small holes in the safe, with screws sticking out that were directly nailed to the wall. The reason it was so hard was that just now the gap between the safe and wall was too small for the crowbar to get a proper grip.
Now with one safe removed, what about the rest?
After a short break in this space, I casually looked at the pot of garlic sprouts. A day has passed, and without measuring, I could tell it has grown quite a bit.
Not reassured, I measured it anyway. It indeed grew 1.5 centimeters.
I pressed down my heart that was about to leap out, almost soaring up in excitement.
This space is simply amazing, wonderful, and so thoughtful.
I was at a loss for how to express my admiration with beautiful words.
With it, can't I grow whatever I want?
If I had this space in my past life, I could have lived better and longer.
I wouldn't be dizzy and become someone else's prey due to hunger. Although there is no soil here, it doesn't matter at all. Once my sister is done these 2 days, I will go out and collect more. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. I am so happy I could go crazy. However, the unfinished work still needs to be completed.
It's all for the little space, and even more for my beautiful future. In an instant, I felt energized and made a series of operations in the space. Just as the oxygen tank was about to run out of air, I finally returned to the surface, satisfied. I went to that beauty room again, changed out of my wetsuit, took a sip of white wine to warm myself, and then had a cup of hot tea to warm up. Though I was dead tired and freezing, my mood was still wonderful. I had rested enough, and it was time to leave. There was nothing left to search for in the beauty salon. Last night, Xin and the others had cleaned it out, and they collected more than 200 new towels. With what was given to me and what I already had, I could stretch it to last for decades. Luxury creams, massage creams, body lotions, face masks. Xin said they were all big brands, very expensive. Anyway, I don't understand, so I just collected them. As for today's haul, 6 safes, and now the little space still isn't done eating. Hee hee. However, thanks to the diving gear, if I had used the space to dive like before, just talking about the water pressure, I wouldn't have enough time. Also, back then, I didn't have so many handy tools. Thanks again to our exclusive sponsoring unit, Su Mao. I drove the jet ski towards the TV station building. That day I didn't have time for a detailed search, today I need to go back and plow through it carefully. With the jet ski, I can move around effortlessly. I dare say, I am the most eye-catching one on this street. Those with malice can only eat my dust. Half an hour later, I arrived at the TV station. Unfortunately, there were already people searching inside. I could only painfully give up. The situation is becoming increasingly severe. If I'm a moment late, countless people will come out looking for supplies. There are still 2 places on their map that they haven't been to. Should I go look for them first? If someone else gets there first, it would be too frustrating. Besides, if I wait for Tianjin and the others, it will take at least 2 more days. People are living in the hallway again, which is really inconvenient. Thinking about it, I just went ahead and did it. There's no need to hesitate. At worst, I can share some of the supplies I bring back with them. I won't be betraying them. The jet ski made a turn and headed straight for one of the pharmaceutical companies. The importance of medicine needs no further explanation, everyone knows that. Especially in the apocalypse. Without sufficient medicine, it is like going out in the open with no clothes on. After another half an hour, Shui Li arrived under the building. Looking at the OOXX building on the route map, if Xin and the others hadn't mentioned it, no one would know there was a pharmaceutical company inside. Fortunately, this place is remote, almost reaching Nanshan, so no one comes here. He broke the window and entered. After 2 hours, Shui Li had collected 2/3 of the floors. Not only did he find more than 20 boxes of various medicines and injections, but he also found quite a lot of Russian chocolate, imported snacks, and other candies. There was a small company on one floor that specialized in purchasing on behalf of customers, and these items were all stored in a small warehouse. What was even more exciting was that I found 2 boxes of instant noodles containing express parcels. When opened, they were full of mushroom mycelium bags. There was even a manual on how to grow them. Then there was the space. From the jewelry store to here, it fed quite a lot. It kept eating, not knowing when it would finish. Anyway, Shui Li wasn't in a hurry, he could wait until it was completely finished. Speaking of eating, Shui Li was hungry too. Right on time for lunch. He came to an office with a desk by the window, just in time to eat while observing the movements outside. Today he used a lot of energy, especially in the water. He needed to eat something good to replenish. What to eat? After soaking in water for so long today, even though he had a wetsuit, he still felt a bit cold. It was best to eat something spicy. Speaking of spicy, what could be better than a bright red-hot pot? He took out a charcoal-burning copper pot he found at the building materials market. Hot pot time. During the meal, it was hot and lively, driving away all the chills. After eating and resting enough, he continued working. After another hour, he finally finished searching this building. With a new space and an about 50 square meter hallway, it was super convenient to store things. Looking at all the useful items collected, I even left space for the water tower, not using the new space at all. Leaving the OXX building, he headed towards the last treasure point on the map, the XXOO building. By the time he arrived here, it was already dark. The main purpose of coming here was to collect charcoal from the top floor company. Chin said this company especially liked to hold barbecue parties on the rooftop. However, Shui Li still arrived late. This place had already been visited. A starving camel is bigger than a horse. Since the people before had left, it was still reasonable to go in and take a look. After finishing searching this building, it was already 6 o'clock in the evening. He only found a small amount of charcoal and some miscellaneous items. Chapter 76, Trivial Matters. As for the antique calligraphy and paintings, not even a single hair was seen. After hurrying through a quick dinner, dragging his exhausted body, he rushed towards Jiwei Garden under the cover of night. By the time he got home, it was already past 7. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Chin immediately came out to find Shui Li. It looked like she had been waiting for him to return. Just as she was about to speak, Shui Li signaled her to come inside to talk. Once they entered the house and closed the door, Chin immediately began talking in a rapid-fire manner. Today, since you weren't home, several neighbors came to borrow food door to door. We didn't open the door, and after knocking for a while, they cursed and left. Do you think someone has found out we have food? Shui Li thought she was going to mention that they weren't going out tonight. He didn't expect it to be this. It's not surprising, even if they hide well among the crowd, someone will notice. Finding out or not, it doesn't matter. When soldier comes, soldier blocks, when river comes, earth covers. Besides, these borrowers had knocked on every door, after all. Comforted Chin and started talking about other topics. You guys should go and get that door you've looked at in the building materials city in these few days, it's safer that way. Chin nodded, then hesitated to mention another thing. Well, today Niu Xianhua came to borrow a rubber boat from us. We saw she seemed sincere, so we lent it to her. Oh? Shui Li raised an eyebrow. So much has happened today while I wasn't home? The rubber boat she gave them, they can lend it if they choose to, everyone has their own reasons. It's their own affair, they decide, no need to tell Shui Li. She wouldn't intervene. Although they formed a temporary team, it was required that they must listen to her while they were out. Matters at home, she had no right to interfere. If it were Shui Li, she wouldn't lend it. But Fang Yuan is simple, Chin acts on impulse, and Tianjinjin should understand the pros and cons. Since she also agreed to lend it, there must be sufficient reasons. Maybe Niu Xianhua is not bad, recognized by them. Otherwise, having seen the world's cruelty and still being naive would be too foolish. Shui Li just lightly responded with there was nothing more to say about this matter. Seeing Shui Li not unhappy, Chin was delighted. In fact, she didn't really need to worry so much. Before leaving, Shui Li went out with her to check on Tianjinjin's injuries. Chin had already changed her medication, and it was said there was no inflammation or swelling. That couldn't be better. Also, Shui Li took the initiative to bring up that they won't go out together to collect supplies anymore. They all agreed, thinking about those people in the hallway. Shui Li was just about to tell them that she had already finished running to the other 2 places and had hidden the supplies. But before she could say it, they heard someone knock on the door. Chin went to open the door, and it turned out Niu Xianhua came to return the rubber boat. She lived on the 12th floor, it was easy for her to come up. Seeing Shui Li also there, she expressed many words of gratitude before leaving. Looking at her neat clothing, she seemed to have encountered no danger. It seems Tianjinjin and the others had good judgment, they didn't trust the wrong person. More friends mean more paths.
But everything has two sides. Today Niu Xianhua borrowed, tomorrow Li Xianhua comes to borrow, would they lend? Shui Li shook her head in her heart, feeling it was still too rash. Maybe she had just a dark mindset.
In 2 lifetimes combined, she had experienced too much, turning different from normal people. After sending Niu Xianhua off, Qin excitedly led Shui Li to tour the fruits of their labor from today. It was those marinated cured fish and cured meat. In a secondary bedroom, the entire room was filled with various hung meats. The room was a bit dark, just lit with 2 candles, suddenly seeing it felt like entering the kitchen of the new Dragon Gate Inn. One piece of meat hanging after another, it indeed felt eerie. Shui Li was taken aback, while Qin kept laughing foolishly. Whether their courage was truly small or fake small, it was hard to tell. Having seen this made Shui Li feel a bit uncomfortable. She didn't have time to talk further and wanted to go home. Just then, Fang Yuan was going to the rooftop to fetch water, and Shui Li went out with her. Shui Li thought for a moment and also went home to get a bucket to accompany her to the rooftop. Some surface matters still needed to be done. While fetching water, Fang Yuan looked at the various buckets and water tanks on the rooftop and suddenly expressed her feelings. Fortunately, they're all buckets and small tanks. If they were all large water towers like ours, the floor wouldn't be able to bear such weight. Shui Li instantly had an epiphany. Right. Why didn't I think of this sooner? An empty water tower and a full water tower weigh worlds apart. Just yesterday, she had placed all the large water towers on one building. Wasn't that a disaster waiting to happen? Fortunately, it wasn't for long. Had she waited until the water was nearly filled before causing the building to collapse, it would have been a joke. The building isn't important. What's important is the farmhouse fertilizer she had worked hard to find along with the water tower and in the room downstairs. The speaker is careless, but the listener is attentive. A casual word from Fang Yuan can awaken water pair greatly. It seems that having a person who understands physics by one's side is extremely important in the apocalypse. This matter must be prioritized. I'm too tired today, really too lazy to fuss around. Tomorrow morning, I definitely have to go and reorganize things. After all, it's just one night, nothing much will happen. I feel immensely grateful to Fang Yuan in my heart, but I have to keep my face calm. After filling the water, the two of them went downstairs together. Once I washed up and finally lay in bed, water pair felt a terrible soreness all over. It was another tiring day. I have to say, Qin's method really works. Ever since using quicklime, the blankets have really felt less damp. Dry and smooth against my skin, it's just too comfortable. If only I could dry all the washed clothes. Should I use quicklime to dry them? Thinking of this, a bold idea suddenly sprang into my mind. The new little space has blue skies and white clouds, allowing plants to grow, proving it has normal air, so can I dry clothes there? Let's see, the space has finished upgrading. Now it's at least over 300 square meters. Wow, I wonder what treasures are inside those safes at the jewelry store? How did my space upgrade so much? I must go in for a look, and by the way, take those freshly washed clothes in to dry. Thinking about it, I got up from bed in a roll, and first went to the balcony to grab the wet clothes. Seeing those plants, I also took some into the space. I couldn't leave anything outside, otherwise, Qin and the others would see and I wouldn't be able to explain. It's just right, the plants growing outside and in the space can make a nice comparison. Once water pair entered the space, a sense of disbelief washed over her. She was left stunned and speechless. How could this be? It turns out the space is just like the outside, divided into day and night. The starry sky, the brilliant Milky Way, made water pair feel like she was in a dream. When her mind started working again, she thought, if there is day and night here, then is there spring, summer, autumn, and winter? Will it be windy, rainy, or snowy? I know nothing about this place, all the questions are a mystery, and I can only explore little by little in the future. Time will give me answers. I took a floor-length clothes rack from next door and hung the wet clothes on it. Chapter 77, This perverse space is truly inhumane. Outside, I can casually take anything from the space. But inside the space, if I want something, I must personally go and get it. Originally, I could only stay in the space for 1 hour a day, and it couldn't be accumulated. This is very frustrating. Although, I don't have eggs. But it still hurts. I exited the space and lay back down to sleep. Again, there was no internet today. It seems this really isn't my previous life. As I thought, sleepiness struck, and I fell asleep in a daze. At 5:30 in the morning, water pair woke up. Today I have to do a big task, I must finish it first. Hurrying to get up. I didn't even eat breakfast. At 6 o'clock, water pair set off in a rubber boat to ZY Garden Phase 2. When I went downstairs, I still didn't see Wang Feng and her child. It seems these two have some skills. Have they been taken in, or did they go to another building? It's best if they have left, out of sight, out of mind. It's best never to see these bothersome people again. In no time, I arrived at my destination.
After quickly pulling up the rubber boat, I shot up the stairs. Fortunately, everything was normal on the rooftop.
I immediately gathered most of the water tanks, leaving only 4, and placed them at each corner. Last night, I roughly asked Fang Yuan about the load-bearing capacity of the roof. Such a large rooftop could easily hold this weight. The central water heating tanks have already been filled to the brim.
I took those down.
These will be stored away and not used. If I want water, I'll just go to my rooftop water tower.
Next, I needed to find new places to set up the other water tanks. Phase 2 has dozens of buildings, so placing 26 water tanks is still quite manageable.
When I went downstairs, I intentionally took a look at the fattening water, and there was no change yet.
This takes a lot of time, it can only be waited for. Try to place the water tower at a building far from the first phase.
After more than an hour, the water pair was placed.
Now, my mind is at ease, all I have to do is wait for the water to be collected.
I released those 6 safes again, and the electric saw was turned on, pressing one to open.
Only 2 of them contained various kinds of gold and platinum jewelry. The other 4 were completely empty.
It seems they were originally filled with either jade or silver jewelry.
I went home to eat. Just as I reached the 9th floor, I was stopped by someone.
It was that woman from the other day who wanted to steal the relief food, and the several men who were handcuffed to the boat railing with her. There were 4 of them in total, and their eyes were full of possessiveness toward the water pair.
Or perhaps, toward the rubber boat on her back. Water pair understood.
It was a robbery right at her doorstep. The woman in charge proudly raised her round face, using her chin to point at the water pair.
Little girl, lend us the rubber boat on your back. Wow. She's quite direct. There's not even any fake politeness. Does this woman have some misunderstanding about herself? Does she think that because she didn't bring a 40-meter-long machete today, she doesn't know her power? Or does she think that being in a group makes her strong? Water pair didn't respond, she tried to squeeze past them to keep walking.
But she was blocked by a man with a sharp face and monkey-like features raising his hand. What he said seemed particularly reasonable as he loudly accused her.
How can you be so rude? Didn't you hear Sister Li Feng's words to you? Oh my gosh.
After Wang Feng, now there's Li Feng coming out. It's just like playing a game of whack-a-mole. Do people named Feng like to block roads and rob others, and they're all so arrogant? But, water pair thought they shouldn't be called Feng, they should be called Bi, they all buzz around and are so annoying.
Since 2 people have spoken, she might as well answer them. Get lost. There, now I've been polite. I answered them.
The 4 of them looked at water pair's attitude and were instantly filled with anger. Especially Li Feng, who immediately put one hand on her waist and pointed at water pair's nose with the other.
You dare to curse? You little bitch, ah.
Before she could finish cursing, the finger that was pointing at water pair's nose was already being played within water pair's hand. The tip of the bone knife in her other hand was still dripping blood.
Li Feng screamed like a slaughtered pig, attracting many neighbors out. The other 3 men didn't make any further moves, their eyes filled with fear.
No one expected that water pair would draw a knife without a word. They were careless. They see this girl go out every day, and she always carries a long knife on her back. Finally, today, she wasn't carrying it, and Li Feng thought it was a good time to intercept her. Everyone agreed to come out and rob her. They didn't expect this girl's temper to be so explosive. Last time they saw her fight with the 3 from room 601, she wasn't this ruthless. She only kicked Wang Feng once and used a knife to scare Wang Jiwei.
How did it turn into blood this time?
The 3 men didn't move, but a man hurriedly ran down from upstairs. He immediately grabbed Li Feng's injured hand. Then, he angrily shouted at water pair.
How can you be so vicious at such a young age? You came up and cut off one of my wife's fingers.
You have to compensate us for the rubber boat and take my wife to the hospital. Also, you must compensate us for all the food in your house.
Otherwise, this matter will not be over. We will definitely make a scene at the police station.
Li Feng was sweating from the pain, but still didn't forget to add.
Husband, it's not enough.
Not only do we want the rubber boat, but also her assault boat. She also has an assault boat.
Hee hee. Water pair really laughed in anger. Are these 2 here to make jokes?
One comes out first like a mad dog, and the other comes out blaming you for hitting their dog.
Speaking of which, this man is even worse than his wife. Everything is his wife taking the lead. He picked up the leftovers behind.
That food robbery last time was just like this, and now he was trying it on her again. Too bad, still didn't work. With a faint smile, Shui Li held back her disgust, fighting the urge to throw away the dirty thing in her hand. She touched that carrot-like finger with one hand, while saying the coldest words in the most careless tone.
That look, it was exactly like a twisted killer. Want compensation? Fine. Anyone with guts can come and take it themselves. Just right, one finger is too little, not even enough to stick between my teeth. Haven't had meat in days. If you offer more, I bet it'll taste amazing. As she spoke, she brought that finger close to her nose and sniffed it deeply like smelling a flower. Then she clicked her tongue with delight. TSK TSK TSK. This finger must be super crunchy, just like chicken feet. Just thinking about the texture makes my mouth water. Hee. Her voice was airy, like it would make people lose their breath. Her acting was so good even Shui Li wanted to write a huge respect for herself. The reason she acted so exaggerated was because she remembered a person. That person in her last life was a real freak, loved acting like this. And many people really got scared off by him. Today she was in a good mood, playing around was no big deal. A perfect time to practice a new skill. Shui Li was just practicing, but the others didn't know that. That look, that posture, that tone, just one glance made people's skin crawl, one word made their whole body tremble. Chapter 78, even if they're hungry, they're not about to eat human flesh. She acted so obvious, it really looked like she enjoyed eating human meat. No wonder this girl could run in and out during the typhoon so many times and never seemed to bring back much food, yet still looked totally fine. Turns out she had some super tonic stuff. Who could handle that? The onlookers quickly stepped back. A few cowardly ones even screamed and ran home. Even Li Feng and her husband stopped shouting, both of their eyes wide open, full of fear. As for the three men who were with Li Feng at the start, they had already backed off far when her man came down. Now they had already blended into the crowd, all the way at the back row. Shui Li still thought it wasn't exciting enough, so she hooked her red lips into the sweetest smile. But the cruel look in her eyes could be used to shoot a horror movie. You guys don't know if you haven't tasted it, besides fingers, braised tongue is also the best. After speaking, she stared longingly at the couple's mouths, while still rubbing that broken finger in her hand. It was almost polished from her touch. Li Feng's man, Shui Jun, was still okay, just shaking harder and harder. But Li Feng let out a scream from pain and fear and fainted completely. Shui Jun quickly caught her, shouting in panic. Shui Li rushed up with a fake look of concern. Why faint so suddenly? It's all my fault for not holding back my greedy habit. When I saw your big sister's finger reaching over, I just sliced it off. Otherwise, like you said, let's take my boat to the hospital. Don't worry, this time I'll drive you there myself. I promise big sister will be fine, what do you say? Oh? Everyone suddenly understood. Especially those three men who were with Li Feng. No wonder that finger was sliced off so clean, they hadn't even seen clearly, and in just one blink, it was already in the cannibal's hand. So she was used to slicing. How many fingers had she cut to get such skill? The more they thought, the more scared they felt, truly terrifying when you think deeply. The three of them hurried to step further back, almost pressing into the wall. A few more timid ones shivered and ran away quickly. Shui Jun was so scared he kept shaking his head. And no need you. Then he mumbled softly. Letting you take us? What if you kill us halfway and eat us? He thought Shui Li didn't hear him, but little did he know, ever since these past days Shui Li had been using her mental power to scan everything around. Her vision and hearing had improved a lot. These words were clearly heard by Waterpair. Waterpair immediately put on a look of disbelief and surprise, saying to Shui Jun. What did you say? You said I would kill you halfway and eat you? What a joke, I only like to eat parts from living people, but I have never killed anyone. You absolutely cannot wrong me. Oh my goodness. Is this even human speech? A few howls scared off several more people. Among them were the three men from the beginning, and surprisingly, Li Feng's man Shui Jun was also one of them. Even Li Feng, who had fainted on the ground, was ignored. Ha ha. Why marry a man like this? Just a few words scared them away, it's really boring. However, although this operation was quite disgusting, the effect was not bad. It was easiest to kill these few people, but it was too public and would make everyone hate her even more. She was just an ordinary person and still needed to live among humans. Making people feel a bit of fear towards her was just right. Waterpair preferred to kill when there were no outsiders around. After looking around, the people who had stopped her were all gone, leaving only Li Feng still unconscious. Nothing to linger on, she quickly threw that disgusting finger outside the window while no one was watching. Suppressing the urge to wash her hands, she returned to the 15th floor looking leisurely. Upon arriving home, she immediately washed her hands 3 times with hand soap and sulfur soap. She almost rubbed her skin raw before stopping. She wondered if that person from years ago, holding that dirty tongue, also held back their disgust like she did. Shaking her head, she didn't want to think about those irrelevant things anymore. She was originally quite hungry, but after this incident, she lost all appetite. Just a bowl of congee will do.
Actually, she should have gone out today to collect some soil or find a jewelry store, but having Bai Wei living across the hall made her uneasy. Just as she hesitated whether to go out, Qin and the others knocked on the door. It turned out they wanted to go out together and asked Waterpair to help watch the house. Just like that, she didn't have to struggle anymore, and Waterpair readily agreed. They didn't take anything else, just the door, so the level of danger was still quite low. Hungry eagles need to grow alone, there's not much to say. Before leaving, Fong Yuan took out an electronic jammer and gave it to her. Waterpair was overjoyed. She didn't expect Fong Yuan to finish it so quickly. With it, any car could be opened, and it could even be started. Feeling grateful, she reminded them to pay attention to safety and watched them downstairs before closing the door. As for collecting soil, she would wait until Qin and the others returned to discuss it. She wouldn't go out today. After a simple breakfast, she soaked some yellow beans and green beans to grow bean sprouts. Then she began to examine the space again. The room for storing supplies looked messy every time she saw it. Taking advantage of the free time, she decided to tidy it up. It was just right to practice her mental strength. First, she transferred the gasoline from the messy containers into a covered plastic bucket she had found from the dorm. With this arrangement, that corner where the gasoline was kept looked much more organized. The empty foam boxes and suitcases still couldn't be thrown away. There was still oil on them, and one day they might be useful when she needed to start a fire outdoors. She stacked them by size, trying not to take up too much space. While doing this, Waterpair sat on a stool by the door. Although her home's main door was soundproof, with her current hearing, she could hear any movement outside. Just as she finished, she heard the door across the hall open. Waterpair quickly got up to look outside. It turned out Pang De had gone out. What was happening? It was the first time she saw Pang De go downstairs. About half an hour later, Pang De returned, and he was followed by a man. Instead of rushing to open the door, the two began to whisper at the entrance. No matter how good Waterpair's hearing was, she couldn't hear what they were saying through the heavy security door. After a while, the two seemed to have reached an agreement. The other man pulled out 2 packets of instant noodles from his pocket before entering and handed them to Pound, who then let him in. Oh. This is getting interesting. Why did this man give Pound such precious food? Could it be that Pound's home has something even more valuable? What could he possibly have? Suddenly, Shui Li thought of something and shivered involuntarily. Oh my! What could he possibly have? Isn't it just another Bai Wei? Strange man, Bai Wei. What else is there for Shui Li to not understand? Pound intends to turn 1503 into a red light district. Thinking of this, Shui Li felt a wave of nausea. Then she thought again about Bai Wei. Is finding Pound really better than sticking with Wang Jiwei? I wonder if she is regretting it now or still regretting it. Chapter 79. I don't know if my brain is playing tricks on me, but isn't it better to go to the relief station? Why must it come to this? However, if they do this kind of dirty business right under my nose, I won't make it easy for them. No need to wait a couple of days, let's send them on their way tonight. After a brief thought, she had a plan in mind and stopped paying attention to the door across. She moved around some furniture, stopping when her head started to ache slightly. During this time, she moved quite a bit of furniture, freeing up a large area of space. Taking a break, having a sip of water, she accidentally glanced at the new space. Shui Li was instantly shocked and sprayed water everywhere. What's going on? The new space is actually raining. So her guess came true. Does the space really have all 4 seasons? The rain was not light, quickly soaking the cement floor. Shui Li observed it for about half an hour before the rain finally stopped. There was a layer of water pooled on the ground, not too deep or too shallow. With this discovery, Shui Li's brain started racing. If the new space can actually bring rain, does that mean the plants in the space won't need watering or only need minimal watering? After extreme cold, water resources will become scarcer. By the space's capacity, the water she stored would only last for 10 years, even if she used it sparingly, it wouldn't last much longer. If she also had to account for the water used for planting, it would be even less than enough. Now that the new space can rain, this is a major breakthrough. Shui Li's breath became heavy with excitement. Only when she calmed down did she remember her clothes were still hanging inside. She hurried to check them. Great, they got wet again after being dry, so she twisted them out and carefully put them back into the space. No need to wash them again, whether she washed them or not, it would all be the same by using the rainwater collected outside. Just remember to take them in at night. This wave of surprise made Shui Li feel parched, so she took out a watermelon to cool off, but when she cut it open, it was completely spoiled inside. What is going on? Why is it spoiled? It can't be that the old space doesn't keep things fresh. Upon closer inspection, she noticed water droplets on the watermelon rind. Shui Li suddenly understood. This watermelon was one of those pulled out from the water. It turns out that after soaking for a long time, watermelons can rot from the inside. In her past in this life, she had never been well off and had no experience of letting watermelons spoil. Hurrying to pull out all the waterlogged watermelons, she cut each one open to check. In total, there were more than 30, and thankfully, only 5 were spoiled. However, Shui Li didn't throw them away directly. Instead, she dug out all the mature seeds and kept them safe. She also cut up all the edible rind into portions. The completely inedible parts would be left for composting. Just as she was busy, the door across opened again. Shui Li climbed back up to the peephole to observe. She saw the previously entered strange man coming out, looking very satisfied. Pound was sending him off, grinning from ear to ear. Shui Li felt like she was going to throw up. She didn't expect that this Pound could really play the part of a pimp so convincingly. When the man left, Pang De seemed to notice that Shui Li was peeking at him, deliberately glancing at Shui Li's door before closing it. Seeing no movement, a moment of fierce light flashed in his eyes, then he returned to his room and shut the door. From start to finish, Bai Wei's figure was nowhere to be seen. Shui Li sneered inwardly, with that dead fat man's glare, he must be eliminated. This is a ticking time bomb, and with Bai Wei added, if they really make trouble, that power might be comparable to a mushroom cloud. Feeling more certain, she continued with her own tasks. After washing her hands and kneading some dough, it was already noon, and Tianjinjin and the others hadn't returned yet. After eating, Shui Li didn't take a nap. She continued to set up a stall at the door to prepare to make dumplings and wontons. Halfway through, Pang De came back with another man. The newcomer was someone Shui Li recognized. It was Shui Jun, who had cared for his wife that morning. At this moment, Li Feng must still be at home in so much pain, and her man had come here looking for fun. He was quite generous, giving a full 5 blocks of compressed biscuits. Ha ha! It seems their food stock is quite abundant. Last time when the relief food was given, Li Feng made a scene just to take more advantage. However, truly feeling sorry for Li Feng. She handles everything at home, her husband just picks up the ready-made stuff and even betrays her when she is hurt. No matter how bad Li Feng is, she is still thinking of her own family. She shouldn't be treated like this. Suddenly, Shui Li felt a strange sympathy for Li Feng. Sympathy was just for a moment, her hands kept doing what they should do. She wouldn't tell Li Feng, it's better to wait for her to discover it on her own. More than 20 minutes later, Shui Jun walked out, his face wearing a satisfied expression almost identical to that of the man from the morning. Oh. It seems Bai Wei's skills are quite good. The customers are very satisfied. But, wasn't Shui Jun a bit too quick? Though I've never eaten pork, I've seen the pigs run. Shui Li continued to eat popcorn while skillfully rolling dough and making dumplings. Today's fillings were made with 3 kinds, pork and cabbage, pork and chives, and pork and celery. Other flavors of fillings would be made later. By nearly 4 o'clock, over 500 dumplings and more than 300 wontons had been wrapped. During this time, no customers came to the opposite door. With the dough used up, Shui Li didn't plan to make more. After tidying up the area, she laid out the black-hearted boss's mattress and started doing a few simple yoga moves. Having been wrapping dumplings, her waist felt a bit sore. It was just right to move around and relax her back and waist muscles. After half an hour, someone came to knock on the door. From the sound, Shui Li knew it was Qin Qin and the others returning. Shui Li opened the door and first checked to see if the 3 of them were injured. All 3 had smiles on their faces, looking not too bad. Shui Li's slightly tense heart finally relaxed. The anti-theft door had been brought back, still 2 pieces. There was also a lot of tempered glass. Hearing Fong Yuan say tempered glass can be cut with a good glass cutter, but bulletproof glass cannot be cut without professional tools at all. With this skilled person around, Shui Li learned a lot. Thankfully, she had also saved some tempered glass. Not having time for small talk, she immediately helped them out. The door they chose was thinner than her own. Tianjinjin said that if they replaced it with the same model as Shui Li's home, they'd have to take down the original door before installing it. This would create quite a workload. It would be easier to install another one outside. Shui Li didn't voice her opinion. It was fine as long as they made up their minds. As for that extra door, once they finished installing their own, she would get it installed for Huayu as well. One cannot deny they thought it through very well. If young Huayu really faced any danger, Shui Li couldn't remain indifferent. Humans are emotional creatures. After a few days of getting along, Shui Li cared less about the boy Huayu. Fong Yuan entered the room and started the generator, and together they all worked to install the door. After finishing, she went to help Huayu install it again. Huayu was deeply moved, and the tears that had never fallen finally couldn't be held back and dropped. Chapter 80, at night, she kept saying thank you, dear sister, good sister, to Shui Li. Seeing that he only thanked Shui Li, Tianjinjin and the others were okay, but Qin Qin immediately turned her face dark. She couldn't even deal with Shui Li properly. She explained several times that the door had nothing to do with her, and it was entirely the other 3 sisters who thought of his contribution.
Huayu felt a little embarrassed and sincerely thanked Qin and the others. Only then did Qin's expression change from cloudy to clear. Not forgetting to tap Huayu's little head, she scolded him, "You ungrateful little thing, your eyes are really good, you know which big leg is thick." It's unclear if she wanted to scold him or praise him. This left Shui Li speechless with a mix of laughter and tears. They finished the work amidst their laughter. By the time everything was done, it was already completely dark outside. While installing the door, someone came over to watch the fun and saw Qin and the others with a generator, immediately asking to borrow it. Shui Li just looked at that person's finger and smiled sweetly. That person shivered, quickly shoved their hands in their pockets, and rushed home. Shui Li was very satisfied. The trick she used this morning still worked well, no wonder some people liked playing the weirdo. After bidding farewell to Huayu, everyone went back to Shui Li's house together. Qin spoke first. "When we were going downstairs today, we happened to run into Niu Xianhua. She heard we were moving the door and insisted on coming with us. She said it was to repay the favor of us lending her the rubber boat. She was quite sincere, so we agreed. It's a good thing she came with us, or we wouldn't have been able to move the door back so smoothly. It seems like there are more robbers outside now, and many people are also violently storming supermarkets. The soldiers shot and killed several before it settled down. But still, many people succeeded. Things are getting more and more chaotic outside. Your suggestion to change the door was really wise." Tianjinjin and Fang Yuan also had worried expressions on their faces. After hearing her, Shui Li's heart stirred. In her past life, perhaps something similar had happened at this time, but the soldiers only fired warning shots, and when that didn't work, they used rubber bullets to injure several in the crowd. However, no one was actually killed. This life really isn't like her past life. Su Xiaomao's letter only mentioned things she personally went through, and if Qin hadn't said it, Shui Li wouldn't have known. Before Shui Li could think deeply, Qin suddenly excitedly grabbed Shui Li's arm, instantly turning into a little fangirl. "We heard from Niu Xianhua about what happened with you fighting Li Feng this morning. How did you do it? You can think of any good method. You're so cool." Even someone as fierce as Niu Xianhua, when she talked about it, she seemed to change color. "She said you look like such a pretty little girl, but you like to eat human flesh. I don't know if that's true, but if it is, that's really scary. She even said that when you held Li Feng's severed finger, you looked so twisted. She warned us to stay away from you, in case we accidentally offended you one day and became your appetizer." At the time, we all had to hold back our laughter, almost failing to keep it in. After saying this, Tianjinjin and the others laughed out loud. Shui Li was embarrassed. Wasn't it just her mood at that time? Can't people be playful sometimes? Besides, no matter whether it's a black cat or a white cat, the good cat is the one that catches the mouse. As long as the result is achieved, it's fine. Tianjinjin continued. But later, she said if it was fake, then you're really too clever. The world is bad, and for a single girl to think of such a scary method, that's really smart. Shui Li wasn't surprised by the last thing Niu Xianhua said. She was a smart person. In fact, anyone with a little brain wouldn't really believe Shui Li actually eats human flesh. It was just to scare people. But being twisted was certainly true. Otherwise, what kind of good little girl would casually cut off someone's finger without blinking? Still holding on to playing. After that, the three talked about how Niu Xianhua bravely scared off the robbers, showing incredible courage. Overall, this trip was quite smooth. Thinking of Niu Xianhua, Shui Li couldn't help but remember Li Feng. These two were similar in that they both charged ahead while their men followed behind to reap the rewards. This thought led Shui Li to share with the three about what happened today in room 1503. Sure enough, upon hearing it, all three girls' faces turned bright red with anger. In a perfectly good living environment, who would want it messed up by some people? Qin was the first to burst out, springing up from the sofa with a whoosh, angrily speaking. "I say that when we came back just now, a man on the 11th floor came up and asked us how much food each person needed. We were so confused and didn't know what he meant. Turns out it was like this. Those damned Pang Day and Bai Wei, with them around, others will definitely think that all the girls on the 15th floor are just like Bai Wei." Fang Yuan was so angry that she couldn't speak, panting heavily on the side. Tianjinjin furrowed her brows tightly, then looked at Shui Li. "Do you have a plan? Talking to a smart person is indeed effortless." Shui Li did not hide it, lowering her voice to explain her plan to the three. The three exchanged glances, feeling a bit anxious, but still agreed unanimously. After setting a time to act, everyone dispersed. Those who needed to eat did so, and those who needed rest did as well. After dinner, Shui Li partnered with Fang Yuan to go to the rooftop to get water. She found that every time she was with Fang Yuan, she learned a lot. Shui Li was growing fonder of Fang Yuan. Compared to others, Fang Yuan lived more sincerely and purely. She truly is a great seed for scientific research. I hope she can survive well in the apocalypse. Only with more professionals around can those who survive the apocalypse live a better life. After returning home with the water, Shui Li went straight to bed. She set her alarm for midnight, as there was a tough battle to be fought then. Shui Li almost fell asleep in seconds. This was a skill she had in her past life. Whenever there was something significant to do, needing rest ahead of time to regain energy, she could achieve that. As the alarm rang its first sound, Shui Li immediately opened her eyes, feeling clear-headed, without a trace of just waking up. She got up, changed into a black tracksuit, and took out a gas mask. She found the inner pot of the rice cooker used for burning wood, putting in some cut foam soaked in gasoline. There were also a few pieces of wood that she had intentionally gotten wet when fetching water on the rooftop earlier. Besides, the big knife of 40 meters would be the main character tonight. It certainly couldn't be missing. Prepared and ready, she quietly opened the door to go out. Chin and the others were already waiting outside. Not long after, everyone suddenly heard the sounds of a girl calling for help in their dreams. Everyone was startled awake, with some good Samaritans running towards the source of the voice on the 15th floor. Before they even got close, they saw thick white smoke billowing out from the 15th floor. The three girls from room 1501 were terrified, occupying the stairway, shouting loudly for help. People on the lower floors thought nothing of it and directly went home. They believed that even if there was a fire, with the rain so heavy outside, it wouldn't reach their home. Only a few people above might want to help extinguish the fire. They were not kind-hearted, they were just worried that fires spread upwards, and with a slight mistake, they could also be affected, putting their own homes at risk. Chapter 81, Release. But all three girls, scared, could not move, blocking the already narrow stairway completely. Those wanting to save the fire couldn't squeeze through at all. Everyone also heard amidst the thick smoke, a girl was knocking on a door, seemingly calling for the people inside to come out and escape the fire. After a sound of someone opening the door, it was immediately followed by a man's scream, then silence. The scream was particularly chilling. He must have been burned by the fire and sounded severely injured. Not long after, there was another muffled groan from a woman following the previous scream. There were no more cries for help. Then came the sound of glass shattering, and the next moment, two loud splashes of heavy objects falling into the water followed one after another. Then, through the thick smoke, a girl appeared, coughing as she sprayed an extinguisher non-stop. When the smoke cleared a little, everyone finally realized that the one putting out the fire was actually the perverted cannibal from earlier, the one who liked to eat human fingers. At this moment, her originally fair little face was blackened from the smoke. This girl was quite brave at a critical moment. With such a large fire and smoke, she dared to put out the fire all by herself. This act was much stronger than the three girls from 1501, didn't you see? Those three only managed to move after the fire was extinguished, to get out of the way to see the scene of the fire. Everyone followed their gaze. It turned out that 1503, the Panga family, had caught fire, and the whole house was now filled with white foam from the fire extinguisher. It seemed that the house owner had probably been asleep in a daze. Even though people had come to rescue them, they were so frightened that they broke the glass of the window and jumped out. With such deep water, it seemed that they could escape the fire, but not the flooding. Sigh. Everyone could only sigh and say, this is fate. Once the fire was out, everyone didn't have the time to feel sad. As long as their own home was safe, who still cared what happened to others? Even a few sharp-witted people, seeing that the owner was gone, immediately started searching the house for food. Shui Li didn't stop them. Whoever wanted to take it could take it, and soon, the place was emptied out, and no one cared about 1503 anymore. Chin and the others didn't stop them either. They were thinking about the Panga family's food supply, and the more they thought about it, the more uncomfortable they felt inside. Let them find it. The four girls exchanged glances, each of them smiling. Finally, there was no more worry about the future. Let the others rummage through things here, they should go home and sleep. They quickly left without a trace. However, when Shui Li left, she took the key to 1503 with her. She took a bath at home, put on a face mask, and after rearranging some furniture, she went back to sleep. The next day, before 8 a.m., she woke up feeling refreshed. Without some bothersome people around, even the gloomy weather seemed much friendlier. The clothes in the space were all dry, and she took them out and smelled them. Ha! There was actually a scent of sunshine. This is unbelievable. Although the new space had blue skies and white clouds, she hadn't seen the sun yet. It was so magical. What a treasure. Immediately, she hung the quilt inside to air it out. Tonight, she would sleep with a warm, fragrant quilt that smelled like sunshine. Her mood got better and better. After washing up, she had wontons for breakfast. With a beautiful mood and delicious food, Shui Li felt like she hadn't been this relaxed in a long time. She followed the instructions and prepared the mushroom mycelium bag, but didn't use it all up, saving some for Chin and the others. It could be considered part of the information fee. She also checked the bean sprouts she had grown, but there hadn't been much change yet. Today, she needed to go out and collect more soil. This powerful space shouldn't be left unused. She thought about it and decided to tell Qin and the others. And also let them know she had finished exploring all the remaining places on the map. However, whether the people distributing the relief food would take those living in the corridor away or not would determine what she gave to them. When she went out, she saw that the door of 1503 was wide open, which reminded her of another thing. Panda and Bai Wei were gone, but what if someone else got interested in the place? For example, those people in the corridor, if a room became available and they hadn't come last night, they would definitely move in tonight. One night of stay wouldn't be a problem, but if they moved in and didn't leave, it would be troublesome. Don't let the tiger come through the front door, only for the wolf to come in through the back. Her good mood instantly vanished. It seems the best solution is to bring the original owners, the elderly couple from the Yuan family, back to stay here. Although these two old people were somewhat unclear-headed, for now, they seemed better than those strangers. Moreover, after the incident with Pang Di and the couple in the elevator, those two old people should have learned their lesson. Today, the place I need to go happens to be near Kerry Hotel, and I can bring them back on the way. That's how the decision was made. I knocked on the door of 1501, and after entering, I told them that I wanted to pick up Grandma Yuan and her husband. I also informed them about the supplies. Upon learning that Shui Li had hidden the supplies in advance, the three of them were very happy, not expecting such a surprise. They felt even more grateful toward Shui Li. But they flatly refused to take the supplies that Shui Li had retrieved herself. If they don't want it, they don't want it. However, Shui Li knew in her heart that after a couple of days, she would give them some. As for Huai Yu's share, just consider it a fee for the information from his agricultural institute. In regards to Grandma Yuan's situation, they also fully supported it, saying that Shui Li was very thoughtful, and promised that they would keep the house safe before Shui Li returned, not letting anyone stay in 1503. Shui Li casually handed them the key to 1503. Tianjinjin even said that they would go clean up 1503 later. Shui Li recalled the bloodstains from before. When she went to check just now, some of them had already become visible since the bubble was gone. It was indeed necessary to clean up a bit before the old couple returned, otherwise, it would be hard to explain. I have to admit, Tianjinjin is still so meticulous. After arranging everything at home, Shui Li set out again on her own. The place she needed to go today was far different from Nanshan, commonly known as Beishan. However, the official name is Songshan. This mountain is much shorter than Nanshan and is named because there are many pine trees on it. But the most famous aspect is that there are many cemeteries on this mountain, which are the final resting places for most of the people in this city. Wherever grave plots can be dug, there must be plenty of soil. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to dig graves. The jet ski raced quickly. From seeing Songshan as a small hill in the distance to it towering before me, it only took a little over an hour. After parking the jet ski in a deserted area, I walked up the mountain path leisurely. Before I reached the cemetery, I saw a grassy open space. Shui Li observed that there was no one around and immediately took out her shovel to start working. First, she removed the sod and then took out a plastic basin. After filling that basin with soil, she switched to the next empty basin to continue. In the school dormitory, she had stored away hundreds of plastic basins. They were all used by others, and she couldn't think of any other use for them at the moment. Now they were perfect for holding soil. This work went on for nearly 2 hours. Until she filled all the empty plastic basins with soil, Shui Li finally took a break. Of course, this excluded the basin she regularly used. After resting for a bit, she first put the comforter that had been aired out in the old space, then used her mind to pour all the soil from the basins onto the new space's ground. Chapter 82, The Temple. Following that, she started a new round of filling soil again. By the time she finished the second round, noon was almost over. After continuous physical labor, Shui Li was too tired to stand up straight. Her stomach was also growling with hunger. She needed to find a dry place to have lunch. Looking around, she discovered that there was actually a temple not far away. Shui Li immediately decided to stop by there. As she approached, she saw that the temple was not large. The bright red main door, although somewhat worn and peeling, was clean and showed no signs of decay. Surprisingly, the main door was not closed, just a small gap left open. There should be someone inside, but Shui Li did not dare to just walk in. She gently knocked a few times, and seeing no response, she called out a few times. After waiting for a while, there was still no answer. Could it be that no one heard? Shui Li decided to push the door open and take a look. Following the stone path, she first entered the large Desheng Bao Dian in the center. Although there was a faint scent of sandalwood lingering in the room, strangely, there were no monks inside, and even the incense, which should be continuously burning, had gone out. This was quite unusual. This was not an abandoned rundown temple. There should definitely be someone here. Suddenly, Shui Li seemed to smell a different scent mixed in with the sandalwood fragrance. She sniffed again, her eyes widening in shock. It was the smell of blood. Shui Li immediately became fully alert, gently drawing out her knife and stealthily approaching the room with the bright yellow curtain. The smell of blood grew stronger, and her heart raced faster. When she lifted the curtain, she finally saw the situation inside. 5 or 6 gray-robed monks were sprawled in a pool of blood, their gray-white faces clearly indicating they had been dead for a long time. Shui Li's eyes turned slightly red. These monks were the most peaceful beings in the end times. In her previous life, an old monk had once helped her. Later, this old monk starved to death because he often gave away his food. Many people he had helped said he was foolish, that he shouldn't have given food to others while he was starving himself. But Shui Li understood him deeply because these people were different from others. They understood something called faith. She still remembered a phrase the old monk often said. All beings suffer, if I do not enter hell, who will? But how long had it been since the natural disasters began? There were already insane people attacking the monks, which was truly unexpected. No need to think, the murderers must have set their sights on the resources in the temple. Usually, monks couldn't go down the mountain to buy supplies often, so they would stockpile food and oil. This had brought them to their current fate. If it weren't for this, Shui Li couldn't think of any other reason why someone would want to harm these people. She took a glance at the kitchen and the dining hall, and as expected, there was not a single grain left. Shui Li felt a deep bitterness in her heart. Even if those people took the food, these monks wouldn't do anything, they had no need to kill anyone. With complicated feelings, she dug a big pit in the backyard and carefully laid all the corpses inside to bury them properly. Let them rest in peace, this could be seen as a repayment to that old monk from her past life. The Buddhist teachings stress the importance of karma. The old monk was the cause from her previous life, and giving these monks a proper burial was the effect in this life. Once she finished, it was almost 3 o'clock, and she was starving. She had originally wanted to find a place to eat and rest, but never expected to have such an encounter. She casually found a chair in the dining hall, took out a big flatbread and filled it with shredded potatoes. In the holy place of Buddhism, it was better to eat something light. Shui Li had not believed in such things before, but her and Su Xiaomao's rebirth made her think more about it. After eating, she washed her hands and returned to the main hall. She lit incense for the gods and Buddhas high above. She didn't wish for anything, because she knew it would be useless. Natural disasters and apocalyptic times were destined. No matter how many deities she prayed to, the disasters she needed to face would still come. After praying, she saw that there were still many incense candles and paper money in the adjacent room. After thinking for a moment, she took some into her space. After doing this, she went to the back Zen room to search. There was nothing disrespectful about this, since there was no one left, leaving things behind was a waste. Buddhism emphasizes compassion, and the Buddha wouldn't blame her for this. She did not take anything else, she only took some vegetable seeds, a set of old woodworking tools, and an old almanac. Leaving the temple, she walked up the main road. She noticed some wildflowers blooming beautifully by the roadside and gathered a handful. Before long, she arrived at the entrance of a large cemetery. Songshan Cemetery. This was the place. At the gatekeeper's house, there wasn't a single person. She didn't know if they had gone home or had been killed by those murderers too. She climbed up the steps, passing row after row of tombstones. Finally, Shui Li found the one she was looking for. Looking at the tombstone, she saw the photo of a sweet-smiling, slightly plump girl. Putting down the flowers, Water Pear greeted. "Hi. Su Xiaomao. Are you okay here? I came to see you. I'm sorry it took so long to visit." After saying that, she opened a large umbrella and lit the incense and paper money. She also took out 2 apples and a plate of pastries and placed them in front of the grave. Then, she respectfully bowed 3 times to Su Xiaomao and formally expressed her thanks. I don't know if she had a good time in ancient times. Was it a palace fight or farming? Coming here to pay respects to her was just Water Pear's psychological comfort for herself. After finishing the worship, Water Pear did not linger and walked away quickly. Although she was very frugal, she didn't take away the offerings after the worship. Such a little thing was not worth mentioning compared to the help Su Xiaomao gave her. Leaving the cemetery, she found another place to dig for a while, noticing it was getting late and prepared to head down the mountain. She still had to go to the hotel to pick up the old couple from the Yuan family. It wouldn't do to be late. First, she used a jet ski, then switched to a speedboat as she got close. Around 5 o'clock, Water Pear arrived at Kerry Hotel. Looking at the tall building, Water Pear's emotions rolled. This place held many memories for her, both good and bad. No time for too much sadness, Water Pear parked the speedboat. Here, she didn't need to worry about anyone robbing her, the officials were not to be trifled with. Upon entering, she saw many disaster victims in the hallway, either sitting or lying down. The only slightly spacious elevator entrance was also crowded with people. Each person looked worn out, and the timid ones would be scared just by looking. Water Pear was once one of these people but felt nothing much this time. She didn't have time to care about the complex gazes from the disaster victims. According to her memories from her past life,
she easily found the administrator in charge of registration. With a pack of shrimp chips, she exchanged for the specific location of Grandma Yuan and her husband. Not bad, the elderly were placed on the 9th floor since they had trouble walking. If they were placed on the 48th floor, she'd have to climb all that way. Hurrying through the crowd, she soon found that hotel room. The state of the old couple went without saying, they were not in good shape. Chapter 83 The Hotel. When the old couple from the Yuan family saw Water Pair walking toward them, they were stunned. Without waiting for them to say anything, Water Pair spoke first. "Dear elderly couple, I am here at the request of the 3 girls from 1501 to take you home." Then, she recounted how Pangda died jumping into the water during last night's fire. The 2 elders took a while to process what she said before they understood the situation. They sighed emotionally, especially Grandma Yuan, who repeatedly thanked Water Pair. Water Pair accepted the thanks without feeling guilty. The elderly couple hurriedly packed their things to leave with Water Pair. After all, who wants to stay in a hotel with over a dozen people crammed together when they have their own home? As their things were ready, 3 old women surrounded them. One of the old women, with droopy eyes, grabbed Grandma Yuan's hand and spoke hoarsely. "Old sister, are you leaving? Having family come to pick you up is truly enviable. It's much better than being lonely like us. Can you take us back too? We've been together for such a long time, we've built feelings, right? You can't just leave." Hearing these words, the Yuan couple obviously felt some sympathy. Water Pair remained silent and quietly listened. After all that had happened, if the 2 elders still couldn't be clear-headed, she would just leave them behind. Even if they were scared of the unknown person in room 1503, Water Pair wouldn't indulge them, they could think of another way. Fortunately, these 2 elders had learned a lesson. Despite a moment of weakness, they firmly refused and followed Water Pair out. Seeing that their pleas for pity didn't work, the 3 old women immediately began to curse behind them. They shouted about not helping in times of need and called them old coffins. Grandma Yuan and her husband trembled with anger and wanted to fight back at these old crones. At that moment, Water Pair stepped in. With a single finger pointing while pulling out the machete, those old women immediately fell silent. Never make noise when it's time to act. However, Shui Li wouldn't really kill anyone. Under the watchful eyes of the authorities, no one would come out unscathed if they did. Seeing them quiet, Shui Li finally led the elderly couple away. At the exit, she spoke briefly to the registrar, then helped the 2 elderly onto the assault boat. An hour later, they successfully returned to building number 2. After only climbing a few steps, loud noises from upstairs reached their ears. The further they walked, the clearer the sounds became. When they reached the 15th floor, it turned out that the 2 families from the 6th floor were arguing with Qin and the others, wanting to move into 1503. As soon as Grandma Yuan and Grandpa Yuan appeared, Tianjinjin and Fong Yuan both breathed a sigh of relief. Qin's eyes lit up as she ran to Grandma Yuan, saying proudly to those people, "See, we weren't lying. Grandma Yuan and Grandpa Yuan are back, right?" The 2 families from the 6th floor were dumbfounded. How could this be? How are these 2 old folks back again? One family, seeing the real owners back, had nothing more to say and sensibly shut their mouths, heading downstairs. Anyway, the relief food would be distributed tomorrow, and they'd only have to stay in the hallway for a couple more nights before they'd have a place to live. The remaining family, relying on the fact that they were old neighbors with Grandma Yuan and Grandpa Yuan, started playing the sympathy card, begging the elderly couple to take them in. Like Shui Li, Qin and the others didn't speak right away. They wanted to see if Grandma Yuan and Grandpa Yuan had learned their lesson. Having just experienced what happened at the hotel, Grandma Yuan was completely free from any unnecessary sympathy. Without hesitation, she firmly rejected them. Qin and the others finally relaxed, and Shui Li remained expressionless, not surprised at all. In such a cannibalistic end of the world, even the softest-hearted ordinary person, after being hurt over and over again, learns to protect themselves. Naturally, the elderly couple was cursed at again. But after a few harsh words, they were scared off once more by Shui Li's 40-meter machete. The elderly couple kept thanking the 4 girls, their gratitude sincere beyond words. The reason for taking them back was simply to have a family that wouldn't be bothersome occupy the 1503 apartment. It wouldn't take long, just until the extreme cold in over 2 months. When the extreme cold came, many people would freeze to death. At that time, there would definitely be many empty apartments in the building, and no one would be fighting for them anymore. Moreover, when something happened on the 15th floor in the future, with this favor, Shui Li believed that, based on the character of the elderly couple, they would stand by her and Qin. Shui Li casually responded and then went home first. Once home, she didn't rush to eat but first took a hot bath. She had worked in the rain all day, and while she wore rain gear, it didn't help much. A good hot bath was the best way to warm up and take care of her health. After dinner, she climbed into bed, covered by a blanket that smelled of sunlight, and fell asleep feeling deeply content. The next day, it was the day to distribute the relief food.
In the morning, Shui Li didn't plan to go out, and immediately stayed at home waiting for her food ration again. This time, it was even less than last time, everything halved. There were only 5 packs of compressed biscuits, 1 pack of instant noodles, 1 bottle of water, 3 sausages, but no canned meat. The first people to get their supplies immediately started shouting, accusing the rescue workers of cutting the rations. After a huge uproar, the police stepped in to calm things down. But soon, everyone heard some good news. From tomorrow on, 4 large supermarkets across the city would open in 4 regions, north, south, east, and west. People could use cash or gold jewelry to buy food. But there would be purchase limits, which they'd find out tomorrow. It was also considered that some families didn't have boats, so those with boats could help bring back food for others using their IDs. As soon as this news broke, the crowd murmured in excitement. The power was no less than that of a nuclear bomb, and the crowd exploded at once. Some were happy, and those who were usually happy were the older people. This group typically does not like online banking and has some cash at home, more or less. Of course, the unhappy ones were the young people, especially most of the tenants. They lived a fast-paced life, loved to shop online, and where would they find cash? So, there was another round of harsh noise. Shui Ping saw there was no new news, so she did not stay downstairs any longer. Tianjinjin looked at Qin Xin, who started to smile foolishly upon hearing that cash could be used, and was speechless. Was she afraid others didn't know they had money in their hands? She quickly pulled her, calling Huayu and Fang Yuan, and went upstairs with Shui Ping. They all went to 1501 together. Tianjinjin looked at Shui Ping to speak first. When we go to the supermarket tomorrow, do we go together or leave someone to watch the house? Hearing her say this, others didn't mind, but only Huayu's little friend looked at Shui Ping with eager eyes. The meaning in his eyes was obvious, he really wanted to go with everyone. After all, a child couldn't help but yearn for the outside world after being stuck in the building for so long, could he? Shui Ping thought for a moment before answering her. We still need to leave someone at home, otherwise, I can stay and go after you come back. Before anyone could say anything, they heard someone knocking on the door. Chapter 84, The pine trees were the old couple, Granny Yuan and her husband, standing outside the door, feeling particularly embarrassed to request to take their ID and money with them tomorrow to help them buy grains. Everyone suddenly remembered that the old couple did need to buy, didn't they? The food in their home was all divided up last night, relying on the little relief food distributed today would not last until the next distribution. Shui Ping didn't hesitate much and agreed, having more food was a good thing. It would be a pity if one day they starved because of lack of grain, and 1503 was taken over again, making her efforts to bring them back in vain. After seeing off the old couple, everyone reorganized again. Finally, it was decided that Tianjinjin would watch the house, her wound had some setbacks from going to carry things yesterday, so it was just right to rest at home. The others all went, including little Huayu. The little guy grinned, bouncing 3 feet high with excitement. Huayu had his own money, which he had said was saved for a long time as his New Year's money. After discussing, everyone dispersed. Just after lunch, there was a noisy commotion in the hallway. Upon listening carefully, it was several tenants downstairs borrowing a boat from someone with a rubber dinghy, or discussing going to the supermarket together tomorrow. Someone also went to knock on Qin Xin's door, but they didn't answer. However, not a single person came to knock on their door, which was rather strange. It seemed they were genuinely frightened by their bizarre behavior. It's better if they don't come, saving trouble. The afternoon happened to be free, so Shui Ping simply continued to dig soil. If she wanted to plant in the new space, she still needed a lot of soil. Sometimes, Shui Ping didn't understand why, since heaven gave her space to plant, it didn't directly give her land either. Why did she have to dig soil bit by bit? Was there some mystery in this? However, Shui Ping just thought about it and didn't dare to complain, it was already quite good. As long as the space could be used for planting, being a little tired was nothing. Once again, she arrived at Beishan, found a secluded place, and threw herself wholeheartedly into digging soil. When she got tired and took a break, she looked up at those thick pine trees and felt a bit regretful that it wasn't the right time to pick pine nuts. After this heavy rainfall, by the time autumn came for the pine nuts to ripen, it would be extremely cold. At that time, she still didn't know if they could normally ripen. However, the pine trees were treasures all over. Shui Ping's eyes lit up. Without pine nuts, collecting some pine resin to take back to make oil lamps would also be great. Although she had collected some candles, the quantity wasn't much. In terms of lighting, it was still Shui Ping's weakness. Thinking about it, she did it. She no longer dug soil. Cut a piece of the sunny pine tree bark, and shiny pine resin immediately oozed out. This stuff can not only be used for lighting but is also a good medicine for treating scabies and other skin diseases. Don't rush to collect it. First, find a trash bag and fix it to the tree trunk, covering the cut to prevent rainwater from falling into the pine resin. Then dig a small groove below the cut, nail a peg, tie a string to an empty drink bottle that you didn't want to throw away, and hang it up. You could see the honey-colored pine resin steadily dripping into the bottle. The method worked, and Shui Li felt a surge of confidence. Following the same procedure, he cut bark from more than a dozen pine trees and hung dozens of bottles here and there. Letting the tree oil flow by itself would take a few days to fill the bottles, so he could only wait a few days to come back and collect it. Shui Li took out a rake to gather some leaf litter and pine needles from the ground. Leaf litter is incredibly beneficial for plants. Dried pine needles make good fire-finding materials too. He decided not to chop down the pine trees for now, waiting until the extreme cold, just in case there were pine nuts. As he was raking, he found a beehive that had fallen to the ground nearby, knocked down by the wind and rain. What a surprise! Joy is truly everywhere. He picked it up and saw that it was actually undamaged and happily collected this unexpected harvest. Nearby, he also discovered a few pepper trees. The peppers on them were ripe, but the wind and rain had done their damage, leaving very few. Shui Li didn't mind the few, he picked all that he could. He also dug up a few small saplings and some wild vegetables. Additionally, he found several honeysuckle plants and some rose vines and nightshades, collecting them all together. After finishing these, he continued to dig the earth. It wasn't early when he set out, and soon it was getting dark. He tidied up and quickly headed down the mountain. He needed to go to the supermarket the next day and couldn't miss the opportunity. At home, he washed up, rested, but that's not what we'll talk about. The next morning, Shui Li felt refreshed as he met up with Qin and the others, carrying a large empty backpack. On the way down, he encountered Niu Xianhua and others from the building, bringing their number to more than 20. They were quite capable, somehow acquiring 5 rubber boats. Having boats was better than anything else, saving them from relying on others. Since they were all going the same way, they decided to walk together. With so many people, anyone thinking of making trouble would hesitate. Shui Li and the others blended in, shutting off their engines and paddling along with everyone else, since the distance wasn't far anyway. Sitting in the inflatable boat, little Huayu was the most excited. Her smile never faded until she saw some robbers ambushing people in a secluded area. Not only did they steal things but also murdered, making her face turn pale in fear, unable to smile anymore. Shui Li found it somewhat funny. Now let's see if this little one still wants to tag along. Soon, they arrived at the supermarket. There was a long line at the entrance, with military police guarding the side. It was a bit chaotic, yet no one dared to cause trouble. Shui Li and her group patiently queued at the back of the crowd. This line lasted over an hour. When it finally became their turn, everyone orderly filed in. Upon entering, they found that only the top floor was open for business. Not only that, but the supermarket products that used to be freely accessible were now enclosed in circular counters, preventing people from touching them without permission. Divided into major categories like food, daily necessities, clothing, and electronics, several counter circles took shape. Suddenly seeing this felt reminiscent of an old supply and marketing cooperative, creating a sense of time travel back to the 1960s or 70s. At this moment, the food area was the busiest, with not only sales clerks but also several armed military police guarding it. It was evident they were fearful of sudden theft incidents happening, hoping to suppress it at once. The sales clerks had changed from their usual friendly demeanor to one filled with class struggle. As soon as one customer finished, they quickly urged the next. Water Pair and her friends carefully observed for a while, and they understood everyone's shares and prices. Goodness, you won't believe your eyes, it's shocking when you see it. That price, if you are not mentally prepared, could probably scare someone to death. Ordinary rice and flour are 500 yuan per pound, with each person limited to 5 pounds each. Salt, originally 2 yuan a pack, is now 100 yuan a pack, with a maximum of 2 packs per person. Sugar is the same, whether white or brown, each is 100 yuan per pound, with each person allowed to buy 1 pound. Next are various seasonings and cooking oil. Still limited, each can only buy 1 bottle. No matter the brand or quality, they are bundled together for sale. Whatever you end up with is just luck, you can only buy what they give you. Chapter 85, in the supermarket, a 5L cooking oil bucket, a bottle of soy sauce, a bottle of vinegar, and a bottle of oyster sauce. This set is priced at 500 yuan, fair and square, no bargaining. Rice, flour, salt, sugar, oil, and seasonings add up to 5,900 yuan for each person. As for the colorful instant noodles, snacks, dried noodles, and candies that used to be everywhere in the supermarket, they were simply gone. Perhaps these days they were collected by the authorities for the victims. Water Pair and her 5 friends were shocked, but even as people nearby shouted and cursed, nobody said anything. Quietly, they lined up to buy according to the limits, and even bought 2 portions for Grandma Yuan and her husband. Fortunately, the old couple had enough money, otherwise, they wouldn't be able to buy much. Little Huayu had some money too, but only 4,000 yuan, not enough, so the 4 girls helped him out. Anyway, it's free money, if they don't spend it now, such opportunities won't come again. In fact, the authorities probably realized the unusual nature of this disaster long ago, otherwise, they wouldn't have set up shelters so quickly. Water Pair was sure that if they didn't spend the money this time, there wouldn't be any chance later. It won't be long before the currency will definitely be cancelled. The reason they still collect money now is just to give people a bit of hope. But many people don't understand the good intentions of the authorities and just keep shouting that prices are too high. Waterpair understands the various states of life. No matter how rich you were before, now money is clearly losing its value, and no one can remain calm. This wealth may have accumulated over many years or be the savings of generations of families. When money becomes less valuable than toilet paper, that's when the real tragedy begins. Understanding is one thing, but remaining unfazed is another. It was already within her expectations, the key was to spend all the money. Yesterday, the authorities said that today, aside from the person themselves, they could also use someone else's ID to buy. So before coming to the supermarket, Waterpair made preparations to buy several portions. However, aside from her own share, Waterpair only took out 3 extra ID cards to buy 3 more portions. Even though spending this money left her with over 20,000 cash and many pieces of jewelry, she didn't take all of it to buy grain. Taking out that many people's ID cards would be eye-catching, not to mention transportation would be troublesome, you can't use space in front of others. Besides, her reserve grain was still sufficient, and since they hardly ever go to the supermarket, it's good to buy some other things too. Xin and her friends also collected 4 ID cards in these days. Their cash was just enough, with 6,000 left after splitting the 100,000 yuan they got from the 2 security guards. Thus, they also bought 4 extra portions. After leaving the grain selling area, everyone went to the living area and clothing section. They all decided to spend all the cash in hand today. First, candles, which are also limited, 50 yuan each, with a purchase limit of 1 pack, and 1 pack contains 10. So that's 500 yuan. Still the old routine, along with the 3 extra ID cards, Waterpair spent another 2,000 yuan. Next up were alcohol stoves and alcohol blocks, also limited, 1 set for 500 yuan. Spent another 2,000. Other items like sanitary napkins and disposable panties also increased in price significantly. Waterly spent 5,000 on these 2 things. If it weren't for the purchase limit, she would have wanted to buy more. Next came the ordinary underwear and autumn clothes. Fortunately, these items didn't rise much in price, with a purchase limit of 10 sets per person. Of course, Waterly bought her full share, spending another 10,000. By now, Waterly didn't have much money left. However, she still had plenty of gold jewelry. But the jewelry exchange counter was even louder. Those with gold were fine, they quickly exchanged it. Those without gold and trying to exchange other types of jewelry were ruthlessly rejected. It was this noisy crowd. But why did the officials refuse to accept items made of materials other than gold? After ensuring her exchanges were done, Waterly bought the limited quantity of mosquito coils, insecticides, cockroach medicine, cool mats, and 2 mosquito nets. She also got sun protection clothing, sunscreen, goggles, hand warmers, and more. The supermarket had no purchase limits on books and appliances. As for appliances, Waterly and the others had already picked up most of what they needed at the building materials store, so books needed careful selection. Thus, Waterly picked up various cookbooks, recipe books, and various reference books, as well as maps. This included world maps, national maps, maps of provinces and cities, etc. It perfectly made up for the regret of not downloading offline maps completely. Additionally, she bought a modern version of Compendium of Materia Medica and The Exploitation of the Works of Nature. As for various clothes and cotton jackets to wear outside, Waterly didn't buy a single piece. With so many new and old clothes in her space, she could wear them until she was 80. Moreover, old clothes were better. In an apocalypse, wearing new clothes all the time would just invite trouble. Having bought all this, there were quite a few items, and any more would be impossible to carry. Fortunately, Waterly managed to buy everything she wanted. Xin and the others also bought according to Waterly's preparations. After using up their cash, they exchanged it for gold jewelry. They also bought a set for Xiao Huayu. Yuan Granny and the others provided enough money, so they certainly didn't fall short on these items. Under Tianjin's lead, they bought quite a few cotton jackets and cotton shoes, preparing for potential hardships. After discussing with Waterly, the 4 of them united to buy 2 especially thick cotton jackets for Xiao Huayu. Huayu's eyes were always red, looking like he was on the verge of tears. Noticing his anxiousness, Waterly said to him with a straight face, "If you feel uneasy, why don't you take on the water-fetching job for our 2 families on the rooftop from now on?" Upon hearing this, Huayu finally relaxed, nodding heavily in agreement. The corners of his mouth secretly lifted again. Thus, from today onwards, the water-fetching duty would be taken care of by Huayu. Of course, that was a matter for later. At this point, the supermarket shopping was successfully concluded. As everyone came out of the supermarket with big and small bags, they found Niu Xianhua and some other residents from nearby buildings waiting for them outside. Most of the others probably finished shopping and left first. Niu Xianhua and others clearly stayed behind, worried that Waterly and her few girls along with a child would encounter danger on the way back. That's why they waited for them. Though these few people treated Qin and the others normally, their faces were somewhat awkward when seeing Waterly. They might have done this for Qin's sake, but Waterly felt a warm feeling in her heart. After all, no one was excluding her, right? Waterly appreciated their kindness. She had brought an extra rubber boat, just right for carrying the newly bought supplies. Niu Xianhua and the others also had 2 rubber boats, filled with many items as well. They were probably carrying things for others. On the way home, aside from Qin and her group, none of the others, including Niu Xianhua, actively spoke to Waterly. She wasn't chatty by nature, so Waterly was just fine with that. Chapter 86, Business Opportunities. On the way, seeing the abundant supplies on their boat. Even though there were about 10 people transporting, most inside were women. Don't say there is still a little child. Therefore, someone immediately had ideas about them. Shui Ping took the lead, shooting bamboo arrows one by one, none of them missing. In an instant, those with ill intentions were frightened away. At this moment, there were still people in Niu Xianhua's group who had objections to Shui Ping walking together. All of them were secretly glad to have listened to Niu Xianhua's words. With this girl around, it really makes people feel much more at ease. After safely getting home, Shui Ping hurriedly had lunch and returned to the supermarket entrance again. To avoid raising official suspicion, this time she did not use the jet ski, but instead used the speedboat she had initially found at the gym. This speedboat is more fuel efficient, and Shui Ping always tries to save whenever she can. The line of people at the supermarket entrance showed no signs of diminishing. After observing carefully for a while, she stopped at the supermarket exit. There were also armed police present here, mainly to prevent someone from robbing those who bought supplies. When they saw Shui Ping, even though she was just a little girl, there was still an obvious warning in their eyes. Left with no choice, Shui Ping could only wait in the outdoor docking area in the rain. The armed police saw that she was just sitting in her speedboat and had no improper behavior, so they quietly shifted their attention away from her. The reason for waiting here was that Shui Ping discovered a new business opportunity. That is to exchange gold for various things needed to upgrade space. Through her morning discovery at the gold exchange office, many people without gold jewelry, although they had other ornaments, still could not exchange for any supplies. And there was plenty of gold in her space. If she could exchange jade, silverware, and other items from those people, wouldn't both sides benefit? A trade both sides are willing to make, even under the officials' nose. Shui Ping was not worried at all. Such matters would not be interfered with by the officials, in fact, they would welcome it. After all, those who exchanged for gold would take it to the supermarket, inadvertently providing the officials with the required gold. With armed police present, conducting transactions here actually felt safer. In the morning, Shui Ping had seen a man trying to exchange a very good jade bracelet but was ruthlessly rejected. At that moment, when she saw the green bracelet, her heart raced continuously. Although she didn't understand jade, she could still tell that the jade bracelet was quite valuable. But she didn't know if that man had left. Lost in thought, Shui Ping finally met her first customer of the day. It was a middle-aged uncle with a gloomy face. Seeing him come out of the supermarket empty-handed, she knew he definitely had no cash or gold and hadn't exchanged for any supplies. When the uncle got on his rubber boat, Shui Ping took the initiative to approach. Seeing Shui Ping approach him, still covered, the uncle instinctively moved back a bit, his guard up. Shui Ping didn't waste words and spoke in a lowered voice. "Do you want to exchange for gold?" The uncle's eyes clearly brightened at her words, but quickly dulled again. If he had anything of equal value to gold, he wouldn't have been able to buy anything just now. It seemed he would disappoint this young lady. Shui Ping seemed to know his thoughts and immediately followed up. Silverware, jade, antique porcelain, old paintings, and vintage oil paintings can all be exchanged. Do you have any? Really? Almost as soon as Shui Ping finished speaking, the uncle couldn't wait to excitedly ask. The uncle thought, if that's true, then it would be great. The things this girl mentioned are not even accepted by the officials, originally worth millions, now they couldn't even buy salt. Now there's an opportunity right in front of him, how could he not be thrilled? Shui Ping nodded without hesitation. Seeing him like this, he must have those things in hand. It seemed the first deal of the day was secured. However, she still needed to see what he had. Although the space needed an upgrade. But one cannot be a fool. The principle of becoming a shrewd merchant is to exchange the least amount of goods for the greatest value. So, Water Pear signaled the uncle to take out what he wanted to exchange. The uncle thought for a moment, fiddled around in his pocket, and then pulled out 2 silver bracelets. Of course, he had more than just these 2 items, it was merely a test since they were meeting for the first time. As long as he could exchange for gold to buy food, it didn't matter to him what this girl could do with these unwanted items. Water Pear could see what he was thinking, from the way he was fiddling around earlier, she knew he had more than just these 2. Calmly, she took the silver bracelets and weighed them in her hand, then shook her head. Seeing the uncle looking confused, he got anxious, thinking the silver bracelets couldn't be exchanged. He immediately asked, "Is it not possible? Didn't you just say that silverware could be exchanged?" Seeing him in a bit of a hurry, Waterpear's goal was achieved, so she slowly started to explain. "No, it's not that we can't exchange. It's just that the quality of these silver bracelets is too ordinary, they can only be exchanged for this." Saying this, she casually felt around in her bag, pulled out the smallest gold ring, which was only a little over 1 gram. She held it out in front of the uncle. "If you're willing, we can exchange, if not, then forget it. You decide." The uncle wanted to negotiate, but he found that Waterpear was already eyeing others wanting to leave the market, seeming not to care about his business at all. Finally gritting his teeth, he could only nod in agreement. Waterpear delightfully accepted the silver bracelets, eagerly tossing them into her space. Fortunately, with the mask on, otherwise her smirking mouth would definitely give her away. Since the transaction was complete, normally Waterpear should look for the next target. Though she knew the uncle had good stuff in hand, she wasn't going to rush the trade. So she pretended to be about to leave. But at that moment, the uncle still looked gloomy. This small gold ring, according to official calculations, could only buy 1 pound of grain. With a wife and kids at home, how could this little bit be enough to eat? Since this trade was feasible, he decided not to hesitate anymore and simply exchange everything that could be traded. He hurriedly called to Waterpear, who was pretending to leave, his voice a bit timid. Miss, please don't rush to leave yet. I still have things to exchange." Waterpear had been waiting for this line. But she seemed a bit impatient. "If you have things to exchange, why didn't you say so earlier? Isn't this wasting my time?" Seeing her impatience, the uncle hurriedly kept apologizing, fearing she wouldn't want to trade with him anymore. Then, he took out everything he had in his pocket and presented it to Waterpear. "Look at how much gold these can exchange for." Waterpear looked and was pleasantly surprised. There were indeed quite a few good items. There were 2 jade bracelets, a jade guanine, and a jade Buddha. Though their quality wasn't top-notch, their size was decent. As for other platinum jewelry, Waterpear didn't even look at them, only picked out the few items she needed and held them up to discuss with the uncle. "These can be exchanged for a gold necklace, the other items won't work." Chapter 87 Trade. Speaking, she took out a gold necklace of moderate thickness to hand to the uncle. From the first transaction just now, the uncle already understood Waterpear's temperament. If he tried to ask for more, he'd surely be rejected. If he wasn't careful, he might not even get this necklace. Forget it, with this necklace, he could at least buy 12 pounds of food, so it wasn't too much of a loss. In these times, food is more precious than anything. Thus, this transaction with the uncle was considered perfectly executed. Just as Waterpear was preparing to target the next victim, the uncle called her again. "Miss, are you coming back here tomorrow?" "What do you mean? Why do you ask that? Why ask whether she would come back? Did he see she had gold and was trying to find more people for a black market deal?" Waterpear immediately became alert. Seeing her silent, though the uncle couldn't see her face, he still felt Waterpear's wariness. Hastily explained. "Don't misunderstand. It's like this, I have a few antique porcelain pieces at home, and I want to bring them tomorrow for another exchange with you, that's why I asked." "Oh? So there are more at home, that's really great." Though hearing this good news, Shui Li did not show the slightest emotion on her face. Her voice was cold and indifferent. "No one can say for sure what will happen tomorrow. If you want to exchange, then bring it tomorrow. If I am here, and your items are real, we can trade. But, you still need to come find me yourself tomorrow, and don't bring too many people." Without giving him a clear answer, who knows if the uncle was telling the truth? "We'll see how it goes tomorrow." The uncle nodded repeatedly in assurance, then happily went back to the supermarket to buy more supplies with the exchanged gold. After the uncle left, the aunt came, followed by an older man and a couple. In short, this afternoon, Shui Li's gains were abundant. Xiao Jian kept eating, and Shui Li was so delighted that she wanted to break into a dance in the square. Fortunately, the man who brought the perfect jade bracelet really didn't leave the supermarket immediately, and Shui Li waited for him. Just his jade bracelet was worth at least 50 square meters more for Xiao Jian. Shui Li was not stingy and directly exchanged it for the heaviest gold bracelet in the space. Though the man was reluctant, he realized that such a heavy gold bracelet could buy a lot of food, so he let go of his hesitation. During this time, some who lived nearby purposefully went home to get antique porcelain, silverware, calligraphy, and oil paintings to trade with Shui Li for gold. Of course, Shui Li accepted everyone. It seemed that tomorrow's trade with the first uncle could be something to look forward to. There were quite a few people thinking this way, and even after the supermarket closed, there were still people who didn't bring items and promised Shui Li they would trade tomorrow. When she returned home, Shui Li finished her dinner, and Xiao Jian finally completed its upgrade. This trip in the afternoon was simply too cost-effective. It saved her countless efforts compared to struggling to break into the jewelry store's anti-theft door. It really was both effortless and profitable. No wonder so many people love to do business. Now, Xiao Jian could no longer be called Xiao Jian. Afraid she couldn't measure properly, she specifically went into the space to take a ruler. Wow! It had actually reached 510 square meters. That's even larger than the first old space. Could it be that the new space just keeps growing as long as it continuously upgrades? This was only Shui Li's guess. In her previous life, there was no such new space, so there was nothing to compare it to. Anyway, as long as the space continues to upgrade, she could keep feeding it. Shui Li had considered going to a museum or something to try her luck. But with the official presence, these national-level important department supplies were surely transferred in advance. Even if they hadn't been transferred, a chainsaw couldn't be used underwater. Relying on her thin arms and legs, wanting to use simple tools to break through the world's top security was akin to dreaming. She'd probably wear herself out before even getting the museum's big door open. Didn't she use an entire canister of oxygen just for a small jewelry store? So, while the supermarket was still open, it was wise to focus on making as many trades as possible. Besides, with military and police around, safety wasn't a concern. The more she thought about it, the better it seemed. However, the supermarket likely wouldn't be open for too long. Based on her and Su Xiaomao's memories, there wasn't much about the supermarket being open all the time. It was like a fleeting moment, and she must seize this opportunity. Today was the day she used the least effort but gained the most. She still had a lot of energy to burn. Apart from scattering some more furniture, she also made a lot of bamboo arrows. She had used several earlier in the morning, and her reserves couldn't run low. Exhausted, she finally went to bed to sleep. The next day, Shui Li got up early, hastily ate a quick breakfast, and headed straight for the supermarket. When she arrived, there were indeed several people waiting for her. Among them was the uncle from yesterday. After everyone completed their trades, the uncle shyly approached Shui Li and spoke. "Hey, Mississippi. My brother-in-law also wants to exchange. You told me yesterday not to bring too many people, so he didn't come directly. If you can still make a swap here, I'll call him over right away." Unexpectedly, this uncle was quite faithful to his word. Shui Ping naturally agreed. What a joke, she wouldn't mind having too many good things and only feared that what she exchanged for wouldn't be enough. Seeing Shui Ping agree, the uncle quickly waved to a man not far away. When this man came over, the transaction began. But among the two antique porcelain vases the man brought, one was a fake, and Shui Ping naturally couldn't accept it. The man's temper was clearly not good. Not only could he not lift his head because of his brother-in-law's mockery, but he also wanted to argue with Shui Ping. Shui Ping sneered, if he was going to throw a tantrum, she'd never indulge him. If it weren't for that harmonious society with military police present, she would definitely have dealt with him. Fortunately, although her brother-in-law was cowardly, he was reasonable and quickly pulled the man away. Throughout the morning, such things happened several times. Some brought fakes without realizing it, while others intentionally brought fakes to test the waters. There were even some people who brought antique inkstones and ancient coins to exchange. The items were genuine, but since her space didn't absorb them, accepting them was useless. Faced with these people, Shui Ping rejected them all. By the time it was close to noon, compared to yesterday afternoon, she had hardly received much. It seemed that the residents near the supermarket could only come up with so much stuff. She didn't have much time to wait idly here for what wasn't brought out. This time, there was not just this one supermarket, but 3 more. She didn't need to hang from one tree. Driving the speedboat, she traveled a bit before switching to a jet ski. Just before reaching the next supermarket, she switched back. In this way, over 3 days, Shui Ping went through all the open supermarkets. In addition to exchanging antiques, she also seized the opportunity of unequal information among supermarkets to buy some things she wanted. Until the afternoon of the 3rd day, a sudden riot broke out at a supermarket in the east of the city. Shui Ping happened to be outside trading and was almost caught in the crossfire. Seeing bullets flying everywhere, she could care about nothing else, quickly maneuvering the speedboat to escape this dangerous place. As for the thought of taking advantage of the chaos to fish in troubled waters at the supermarket, Shui Ping might have had that intention before. Now she had no desire to take that risk. Chapter 88, Retreating while dodging, she returned home in a thrilling state, still feeling a lingering fear. Just now, near the supermarket closest to home, a stray bullet almost hit her. If it weren't for the fact that she had been scattering furniture recently, greatly improving her mental acuity, and was able to duck just in time before danger approached, she would definitely have been done for this time. However, from what she saw and heard on the road, it seemed the 4 major supermarkets had riots at the same time. The ability of the behind-the-scenes person who could organize so many people was truly not to be underestimated. Now the authorities were going to have their hands full, the supermarkets would definitely not reopen. Her guess came true, in the future, obtaining cash or gold to buy things would be nearly impossible. Such a good business opportunity would not come again.
Looking at the clock, it was just past 10 in the morning, but Shui Li didn't plan to go out today. Not just today, with such a large-scale riot, the outside would surely be under strict scrutiny for several days. She might have to stay hidden for a while longer before going out again. Even though she couldn't go out for now, seeing her space made Shui Li's heart leap with joy. With nearly 1,000 square meters of planting space, one couldn't help but marvel at the harvest of these few days. One mustn't be too greedy in life. With these recent gains, Shui Li felt very content. What to do next? First, she took out a box of commonly used medicine and some charcoal, and also brought out 5 packs of mushroom mycelium bags she wanted to give to Tianjinjin and the others. Besides that, she prepared some snacks. Medicines, mycelium bags, and snacks were also prepared for Huayu. Not much, just a little. A shopping bag would do. Charcoal was also given a bag to Huayu. Separately delivering to the two families perfectly resolved this worry. Setting aside the sincere thanks received, Shui Li returned home to see the piles of soil in the space, already resembling little hills, and immediately used her mind to flatten the soil. Shui Li kept an eye on the thickness of the earth, maintaining it at about 1 meter deep. Such thick soil is enough to provide nutrients for ordinary crops and vegetables. However, according to this standard, the soil currently collected could only cover about 200 square meters. Let alone thinking about planting saplings, which would require even more soil. In Shui Li's view, the soil for planting saplings needed to be at least 3 or 4 meters deep, requiring even more soil. Not to mention that the space definitely needed upgrading, this workload would only increase. Therefore, in terms of collecting soil, there is still a long way to go. Not wanting to think too much, she decided to focus on getting the current tasks done. The soil was flattened, and she sprinkled some fertilizer and leaf mold to mix together. Then, she planted the pre-nurtured sweet potato seedlings. As the sweet potato sprouts grew larger, she could use cuttings to plant more. The 4 grapevines that had already sprouted but were a bit yellow due to insufficient light were planted off to the side. Once they grew larger, she would transplant them to deeper soil. Next were the garlic sprouts and chives in pots. These two were likewise transplanted halfway into the space. As for the potatoes, she left 2 pots outside as decor, while planting the rest inside. The same method applied to the scallions and ginger. Of course, she wouldn't overlook various wild vegetables, and those with roots that hadn't been planted were also put in. Shui Li only planned to plant this many wild vegetables, just enough to eat. After all, with planting space and so many types of seeds, vegetables would naturally not be lacking in the future, just enough to change flavors when she felt like it. Seeing there was still space, she planted the watermelon and pumpkin seeds that had been soaked and sprouted in advance. She also sprinkled a small handful of cilantro seeds along the edge. As for saplings and other types of seeds, they could only wait until there was more soil to plant. After this round of hustle, the 200 square meters of land was fully planted. This also left Shui Li in a sweat. Consistently using her mental power was really exhausting. However, there was still one good thing that must be mentioned. Through these days of observation, Shui Li discovered that it rained in the space every 3 days. Moreover, each time the rainfall was the same, coming down for about half an hour around 9 in the morning. With this rainwater, the plants in the space would surely thrive. Tomorrow would be another rainy day. But Shui Li still took out a large watering can she had found, filled it with water, and lightly watered all the plants. In case tomorrow's rain didn't come, these plants wouldn't die of thirst. After finishing this, it was already noon. For the past few days, she had been busy rushing against time, making do with meals outside. Today, having rare free time, it was just right to improve her meal. She wanted to eat something different. What should she eat? Taking out the various recipes she had just bought, she flipped through them and got an idea. With so many good ingredients at hand, today she would try making a Western meal. Looking in the kitchen, the bean sprouts she had cultivated a few days ago were ready, just in time to be harvested. After about an hour of busy preparation, a table full of delicious and colorful Western dishes was set on the dining table. The sirloin steak drizzled with black pepper, beautifully colored pasta, flavorful fruit and vegetable salad, along with a serving of caviar and creamy mushroom soup. Shui Li tasted each dish, feeling her cooking skills were not bad. Although she had never eaten Western food before, she had seen it performed on TV many times. Therefore, she quickly mastered the use of the knife and fork for Western meals. With such good food, how could red wine be missing? Casually grabbing a bottle to look at. It should be a good brand, found from a big boss's office. I heard that red wine needs to breathe for half an hour. Shui Li doesn't have such elegant tastes and pours herself a glass straight away. Surprisingly, it tastes good, but it feels not sweet enough. She opened a bottle of Sprite and mixed some in. This time the taste is much better, let's enjoy it. After eating and drinking to her heart's content, Shui Li directly finished half a bottle of red wine. Her head is slightly dizzy, this tipsy feeling is not bad at all. She collapses onto the bed and falls into a deep sleep. Awakening from a beautiful nap, she feels all the fatigue from the past few days has vanished.
Feeling refreshed, she can't just sit around. So let's cook more food then.
Today's Western meal was quite successful. With the recipe, she can make more.
Next comes Japanese food.
I heard that sashimi is also very delicious, and luckily there's a Japanese recipe as well. It's pretty easy to make some simple dishes step by step. After cutting, she adds some sauces, especially with mustard. Shui Li takes a bite. The strong, tangy flavor hits her nose. If someone with a cold had it, they'd break into a sweat in no time. Then there's sushi. Not only is it tasty when made, but it can also be grabbed for a quick filling snack when hungry outside. By the time she finished making these, it was dark outside. With Shui Li constantly tasting the dishes she just made, she finished dinner feeling full. She brewed a pot of oolong tea and took a rest before continuing to make Chinese food. Having collected so many big fish at the Japanese restaurant, she can't use them all for sashimi. Taking advantage of the night, she cut off the head of one tuna and one swordfish and stewed them in a pressure cooker. Once they were about 80% cooked, she transferred them to the biggest iron pot. The reason for this is to save gas. Chapter 89, Antique pots. Add some vermicelli, potatoes, bean sprouts, and continue to simmer. By the deep of night, Shui Li's fish head and pancake dish was also ready. For the next 2 days, Shui Li didn't go out, spending all her time at home making various delicacies. However, she still occasionally heard gunshots nearby, sometimes distant, sometimes close, sometimes dense, sometimes scattered. Shui Li was entirely focused on her cooking, ignoring the outside world completely. The most she made were various kinds of noodles. Like mackerel and chive dumplings, chive and egg dumplings, cornmeal wild vegetable buns, eggplant and tomato steamed dumplings, soup-filled buns, and pan-fried dumplings, among others. She also made many fish balls. She wanted to eat stinky tofu. So she made some tofu and had a few jars of stinky tofu ferment. Using chopsticks, she picked out a few pieces and crushed them in a large bowl with a lid, adding some cooled boiled water to it, then placed the cut tofu slices inside. After letting it sit for 24 hours, she then took out the tofu and deep-fried it until golden. Next, she boiled the stinky sauce from soaking the tofu with starch water, and then poured it over the fried tofu. After adding various seasonings, the fragrant and stinky tofu was ready. Whenever she wanted to eat, she could directly take a bowl. Only those who tasted know the flavor. In these 2 days before going to bed, she also scattered all the furniture used for burning fire in the space. Arranging them tidily by size with her thoughts immediately made the old space feel much more spacious. The rain in the planting space also arrived as expected. All the planted plants were thriving. However, she also kept an eye on the noise outside. The next afternoon, she could only hear a few scattered gunshots. By the 3rd day, there were no more gunshots at all. This indicated that the chaos of these 2 days had improved, and Shui Li was ready to go out. First, she went to the second phase of Jiwei Garden to collect those water towers back. When she went downstairs, she found water had flooded to the 7th floor. People had moved into the corridor again. Once it reached the 8th floor, it would no longer flood further up. Her and Su Xiaomiao's memories about this part are the same. After the 8th floor flooded, even though it kept raining, the rain at that time was just a light drizzle, and it wouldn't rise again. Stepping outside, she saw the rain had indeed lessened, now only a drizzle. She paddled her rubber boat to the second phase. In just a few days, let these 30 large water towers be filled with water. Water is the source of life, and having them makes water pair's heart much more at ease. Moreover, these water towers come with a filtration function, so when she wants to use it, she can just connect directly, bringing much convenience to future life. Water pair also took advantage of the rain in her space to collect some rainwater, boiling it before drinking, and there was no strange taste at all. Her body also showed no bad changes. This proves that the rainwater in her space is drinkable. Although the quantity is not large, water pair feels incredibly happy. With her own water source in her space, water pair is no longer afraid even if she goes to the desert. After securing the water towers, she began her underwater salvage business again. Today, she planned to go to the antique street. Through her last salvage at the jewelry store, Water Pair realized that she worked extremely hard to succeed in her task. As a result, she used up an entire oxygen tank. She has a total of 20 oxygen tanks, but there is no oxygen generating machine to refill them. This thing needs to be used sparingly. Besides salvaging, there may be various disasters in the future that will also require using oxygen tanks. Therefore, Water Pair planned to use only 10 tanks for salvaging. As for the upgrade of the space, although her space is not large, it is enough for her at the moment. If she can't continue salvaging, she'll think of other ways. Water Pair had never been to Antique Street and didn't know if the shops there would be easier to handle than the jewelry store. While thinking, she drove the speedboat and kept an eye on the various activities on the street. After the supermarket riot, she didn't encounter a single person robbing outside. Only the patrol boats that can be seen after some time. It seems that the official crackdown this time is indeed very strong. An hour later, she arrived at her destination.
If it weren't for the continuous patrol by officials, the time would certainly be shorter if she had taken a jet ski. Antique Street is geographically more remote, and as she neared, the patrol personnel gradually decreased. This is also another important reason why Waterpair chose this place today. Although she found no one, adhering to the principle that one should always be cautious, she took out her binoculars to observe the surroundings. Seeing that no one noticed her, she quickly strapped on her oxygen tank. The diving suit was already worn before she set out, she only needed to take off the raincoat covering it. Once in the water, she stowed away the speedboat. Underwater, Waterpair could truly call herself a dragon entering the sea, and could swim freely and joyfully. The underwater Antique Street has particularly poor lighting, and each shop has a different range of antiques. Before coming, Waterpair made some preparations. There are shops specializing in porcelain and paintings, shops for coins and stamps, and more that deal with ink stones. In the city near where Waterpair is, many counties produce ink stones, which is one of the local specialties. Though ink stones are nice, they aren't Waterpair's taste. She planned to look for shops that meet her criteria directly. She was busy all morning. Not only was Waterpair exhausted, but she also used up 2 oxygen tanks. With all her might, she opened only 4 antique shops, and the harvest was decent, but not as good as she had hoped. The biggest gain was finding a box of Yuan Shirkai coins in a shop that dealt in ancient coins. In addition, she found about 10 pieces of antique porcelain. She discovered 3 pieces of antique paintings, and although they soaked in water, they were still preserved in a box that could absorb moisture. Other paintings turned into a pile of mush, crumbling at the slightest touch, completely unrecognized by the space. However, the few shops she visited didn't have many items, likely for 2 reasons. One is that the good items were taken away by the shop owners in advance. The other is that most of these shops are just a front for selling fakes. After all, it has been so many years since the founding of the nation, true antiques probably don't. How many real things can still be found? Some fakes being displayed in the shop is normal too. For lunch, Shui Li sat on the rubber boat holding an umbrella, eating casually. After lunch, she rested for half an hour and then went back into the water. In the afternoon, she visited 2 more shops, and used up another oxygen tank. By this time, Shui Li was really too tired to dive again. She had basically been soaking underwater all day. Never mind the cold, the water pressure was something she couldn't bear anymore. Now her chest hurt badly, and there was a stuffy, breathless feeling. Suddenly she coughed hard and even spat out some blood. This made Shui Li a little scared. Luckily, the harvest was still decent. Even though the space hadn't fully upgraded yet, she could clearly see the planting area had increased by almost 500 square meters. Shivering, she took a few sips of white liquor to drive away the cold from her body. Once she felt a bit better, Shui Li had to temporarily give up this treasure place and drove the rubber boat home. When she got home, it wasn't too late yet. Shui Li took a hot bath, handled a simple dinner, and then fell asleep on the bed. Chapter 90. After resting for half the night, Shui Li felt her body getting worse. Especially her belly, twisting and aching as if it was sinking down. When she opened her eyes, her whole body was soaked in sweat. Feeling the sticky wetness beneath her, Shui Li knew what was happening. Enduring the pain, she quickly held her belly and got up to the bathroom to clean herself up. She drank a cup of strong ginger tea before feeling a bit better. But it still hurt so bad, and her lower belly was cold to the touch. She pulled out a warming patch and stuck it on, only getting a little relief. This can't go on. In her last life, even though conditions were hard and she had menstrual pain, it was never this painful. It must be because she kept going into the water since her rebirth and caught cold. About menstrual pain, people said it's like frostbite, once it starts, it comes back easily. Shui Li didn't have time to think more, her belly started hurting again, and even worse this time. She quickly scanned through the medicine in her space. She remembered finding pain relief powders and tablets for menstrual pain in several companies. Luckily, Shui Li found them quickly. She took the medicine right away, and once it started working, she slowly fell asleep. But the sleep wasn't good. She stayed in light sleep all night. The next day, Shui Li still felt very unwell, had no energy, and stayed in bed almost all day. Even all 3 meals were eaten in bed. Touching her cold little belly, Shui Li really missed the warm brick bed back home. If she had that heated bed, she could just lie on it and quickly drive out the cold. Looking around the room, Shui Li suddenly got a new idea. There's no heated bed here, but she could build one. No one said you can't build a heated bed in an apartment. With the extreme cold coming in the next half year, having a heated bed would not only help during her period but also be useful every day. Once she finished gathering soil and arranged her space, the next step would be building the bed. Just like that, she happily made the decision. Suddenly she thought, right now she could still warm up, didn't she have an electric blanket and solar power boxes? Blame it on last night's belly pain for making her brain stop working, or she would have used the cozy electric blanket already.
A few days ago, after moving most of the balcony plants into the space, Shui Li placed both solar panels on the balcony. Now, the battery box that stayed outside was fully charged, and the other one only needed 2 more bars to be full too. The charging speed wasn't fast, but it used no other energy, so Shui Li didn't mind at all. Once the electric blanket started warming up from under her, Shui Li finally felt a bit alive again. This period pain was really like having a serious illness, it wore her down so badly. Also, her chest, which had been dull and aching, was forgotten because of the belly pain.
Now that my stomach feels better, it has become apparent that something else isn't right here.
It seems that I should try to avoid going into the water or reduce the number of times I do so in the future. The new space is now almost 1,500 square feet, which equals more than 2 acres, it's basically enough. Still, it's better not to push myself so hard. I do all of this just to make life a bit better, there's no need to risk my life for it. The antique shops and jewelry stores that are submerged in water, I won't go back to search for them until the water level goes down. With my decision made, my thoughts became clearer. I first took an anti-inflammatory pill according to the dosage, then lay down and drifted off to sleep. This situation lasted for another 2 days, and only then did Shui Li fully recover. During these 2 days, aside from Qin and the others coming to sit once, the only one who visited every day was little Huayu. Since the day we bought things from the supermarket, the little one has been bringing a bucket of water to Shui Li from the rooftop every day. He would drop it off and leave, never saying a word or looking around. Shui Li's impression of him improved even more. That evening, Shui Li was thinking about going back to Song Mountain to dig the earth tomorrow, and it was already 10 p.m. but she still couldn't fall asleep. Suddenly, she heard a few thud-thud sounds from her ceiling. Thinking she had misheard, she listened carefully, but it seemed to stop. Just as Shui Li turned over, groggily thinking of going back to sleep, the thudding sound came again. And this time, the knocking was especially urgent. Shui Li instantly became alert. This sound was strange. Her upstairs was Huayu's home. Although the little one was sly like a fox, he always knew when to be cautious and had never made a noise in the middle of the night to disturb anyone's sleep. Something must have happened for him to use this method to ask for help. Shui Li immediately got up, dressed, grabbed her machete, and rushed to the 16th floor. She quietly crept up the stairs and slowly approached Huayu's door. The hallway was pitch dark, but with Shui Li's sharp eyesight, she could still see that 3 people were prying open Huayu's door. At this point, they had already destroyed and opened the first door that everyone had installed for Huayu. No wonder Huayu was asking for help. There was no need for discussion, these 3 people were prying open doors in her building. Even if it wasn't Huayu's home, she couldn't let them go. Shui Li walked softly behind the 3 people. The 3 of them were all focused on the remaining door and didn't notice anyone behind them. This was perfect. This time, Shui Li didn't use the machete but took a hand bone-picking knife that was exceptionally sharp. Without hesitation, she plunged it into the backs of the 2 people. Having killed many people, Shui Li was still very accurate at finding people's hearts. The 2 men let out a muffled groan before smoothly collapsing to the floor. The one still prying at the door clearly didn't expect this, and was stunned. Just as he was about to shout, Shui Li quickly struck again with her knife. In total, Shui Li took only about 5 seconds to handle all 3 people. She turned on her flashlight to check who these 3 were. They looked somewhat familiar, they seemed to be tenants from the 8th floor, 3 young men who were also renting together like Qin and the others. Tonight, the water had already flooded the 8th floor, and they didn't want to stay in the hallway, so they targeted Huayu's home. He was just a lonely child, wasn't he? Why not just threaten him until he obeys? If he didn't obey, just kill him, and they could take over his house and his supplies. Who would have thought that this decision would cost them their lives? After confirming who they were, Shui Li gently knocked on Huayu's door. The little one was very clever. When the prying sounds outside stopped, he knew someone had come to rescue him. And that person had to be Sister Shui Li. She must have heard all the tapping sounds and come to save him. However, to be cautious, he first looked through the peephole. Shui Li also feared that Huayu might misunderstand, so she didn't turn off her flashlight, letting him see clearly that it was her. When Huayu saw it was indeed Sister Shui Li, he immediately opened the door. The little one was clearly frightened. His body was still trembling a bit, but there were no tears in his eyes, which surprised Shui Li quite a bit. Afraid he would be scared by seeing the dead, Shui Li used her body to block his sight before speaking up. You did well tonight, and you knew to ask for help when there was danger. As she said this, she gently stroked Huayu's fluffy little head for the first time. To be honest, it felt really nice. No wonder so many people love pets. Chapter 91. Huayu felt warm in Shui Li's embrace from this affectionate gesture. Although he hadn't cried earlier, tears filled his 2 beautiful big eyes now. His voice was a bit choked. Thank you, sister, for coming to save me. Did you drive away those bad people? Shui Li raised her eyebrows. She could have hidden the 3 corpses in her space after killing them.
But she didn't do that. Not to scare Huayu, but simply to let him see the cruel world. However, seeing the little guy looking all teary-eyed now made her feel a bit regretful. Was it really okay for him to witness such a bloody scene? So, after a moment of pause, Shui Li lowered her voice to speak. I didn't drive them away, I killed them all. The bodies are outside. Do you want to see? Whether to face the harsh truth was left for Huayu to decide. Huayu's little brows furrowed tightly, clearly troubled. Just when Shui Li was about to let him give up, Huayu suddenly asked a question. Sister, were you scared the first time you saw a dead person? Shui Li was caught off guard by the question. When was the first time she saw a dead person? She had long forgotten. After recalling for a moment, she still couldn't remember. After thinking for a while, she answered him. I don't remember. I guess I was scared. If you are scared, then go inside, and I will handle it myself. I'm really scared. Before Shui Li could finish, Huayu interrupted her with a trembling voice. Taking a deep breath, he continued. I'm very scared, but I want to face it with you. You killed them to save me, and I want to do the rest with you. Since that was the case, Shui Li had nothing more to say. From the determination shining in Huayu's little eyes, Shui Li already knew his resolve. After they lifted the 3 bodies and tossed them out the window, Huayu was trembling all over. This was the end of the world. To survive, both adults and children sooner or later had to face such scenes. Shui Li felt helpless. Just when she was about to leave, Huayu called her back. Sister Shui Li. Shui Li thought he wanted her to stay with him, and if that was the case, she couldn't let him rely on her. Fear must be faced alone. So, feeling a bit impatient, her tone grew a bit cold. What is it? Huayu sensed her impatience and hesitated for a moment before suddenly making a request that surprised Shui Li. Sister, can you hug me, just like my mom used to hug me? With a pitiful tone and a lonely figure, Huayu made Shui Li's hardened heart soften instantly. A mother's embrace should be the warmest place in the world. Both she and Huayu had no mothers, and that was what touched her the most about him. Seeing her hesitate to move, Huayu thought Shui Li was refusing and felt a bit disappointed, about to apologize. Suddenly, Shui Li stepped forward and hugged him willingly. In an instant, the young boy's tears flowed like a fountain, soaking Shui Li's shoulder. Shui Li felt really uncomfortable inside. The reason she impulsively agreed to Huayu's request was probably because the illness from the past few days had made her weak. Or maybe, she needed a hug more than Huayu did. Who could say for sure? After saying goodbye to Huayu, seeing the bloodstains in the hallway, she was about to clean up when Huayu refused. He said he could clean it up by himself and that Shui Li didn't need to worry. Since he was willing to do it, Shui Li was naturally happy to let him. It seemed the little guy wasn't scared to the point of losing his mind, at such a young age. Having such courage is truly not easy. As long as he can live on smoothly, he will surely achieve something great. The next day, Shui Li got up early and went next door to inform Qin Qin and the others, telling them she wouldn't return tonight. She urged them not to worry about her. Yes, Shui Li planned to stay on Songshan for 2 or 3 days, directly filling the space with the soil needed at the moment. This way, she wouldn't have to make several trips to Songshan, which would waste both time and fuel. Last night, Shui Li also told them about the situation at Huayu's home. Hearing that his door was damaged, the 3 girls kindly brought a new set of locks from home to visit Huayu. They could help him change the lock too. Shui Li didn't go with them and asked them to tell Huayu that there was no need to deliver water for the next few days, he could just go downstairs and leave. The rain outside had lessened to a drizzle, bringing a bit of hope to people's restless hearts. The number of people on the street gradually increased again. Buildings that weren't under official control, such as office towers and hotels, still had people searching inside. As long as there were no robberies or murders, the official patrol boats wouldn't stop them if they were seen. Shui Li even saw the shadows of some residents from building number 2 inside. She truly felt thankful that she and Fong Yuan had acted early. Otherwise, if they only came out now to look for supplies, they wouldn't find much at all. Songshan remained unchanged, looking at the lush greenery from afar. Such beauty made her wonder how many more times she would get to see it. After securing the motorboat, Shui Li carefully looked around to ensure no one was nearby before heading to the pine trees. The bottles she had hung that day were already full, and Shui Li collected them one by one, pouring the pine oil into an old plastic bucket. Then, she hung them back up again. Combined, the pine oil wasn't enough to fill a bucket. So, she found several dozen pine trees to cut the bark and gather more pine oil. It wasn't until she had used up several hundred empty bottles that Shui Li finally stopped. Now, she continued her grand task of digging for soil. However, she didn't exhaust herself to the point of not being able to stand like before to take a break. Whenever she felt a bit tired, she would rest for a while. Her body was just right, and she couldn't afford to overwork herself. And so, Shui Li spent 3 days on Songshan to collect all the soil needed for her planting space. At night, she rested in the empty temple. These days were the most peaceful days Shui Li had experienced, with nothing else happening. Of course, she wasn't foolish enough to dig in just one spot, otherwise, she might end up carving out a corner of Songsan. On the fourth morning, after having breakfast, Shui Li wanted to dig some more soil in preparation for future upgrades. After digging for more than half an hour, she suddenly saw a large group of people marching from the mountain down towards the temple. Since it wasn't too far, and combined with Shui Li's significantly improved eyesight, she could see the newcomers very clearly. There were both men and women in this group, with more men than women. Each man carried quite a bit of gear, and some were in pairs, lifting a few rubber boats and a speedboat. Perhaps because it was too troublesome to inflate and deflate, they decided to carry them. Among the women, some had expressionless faces, while others were crying. If anyone lagged behind, they would be pushed forward by the men behind them. It was clear that these women were being forced to follow. Such things were common in the apocalypse, better to avoid trouble than to get involved, so Shui Li didn't want to interfere and definitely didn't want to cross paths with this group. This group looked strange and evidently was not good people. With all that baggage, they must have planned to stay at the temple long term. Chapter 92, discovering that although Songsan was not as tall as Nanshan, it was still not small, and there was more than one way down from the mountain besides the temple's front entrance, she could simply leave from the back mountain. Having made up her mind, Shui Li didn't linger. Take all the turpentine back. Just about enough has been collected. Then, following the mountain path, I quickened my pace towards the back mountain. As I walked farther and farther, I discovered many wild vegetables and herbs. I dug up all the soil I recognized. Perhaps because it hadn't rained much in the past few days, many pine mushrooms had grown under some pine trees. I didn't know many wild mushrooms, but pine mushrooms were exactly what I recognized, so I wouldn't miss them. In some places, the mushrooms were still small, and I thought they would grow well in my planting space, so I dug them up with the soil, truly digging down to 3 feet. I also found several pieces of dead wood with a lot of wood ears, so I just put the dead wood into my space, planning to pick the wood ears when I had time later. Moreover, these things would continue to grow as long as I maintained the temperature and humidity, adding new varieties to my planting space. So I kept digging and walking, and by the time I reached a place in the north where I could go down the mountain, 2 hours had already passed. I could have safely descended, and I should have left this place quickly. But I was stunned by the sight before me. What are those red and black little creatures with big pincers? At this moment, they crawled layer upon layer, blocking the path at the foot of the mountain. If someone with a phobia of clusters saw this, they would definitely panic. But who is Water Pear? What scenes have I not seen? At this moment, I just wanted to laugh out loud. So, I really laughed out loud. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. When luck comes, it really can't be stopped. What are these if not little lobsters? It seems there should be a lobster breeding base at the foot of the northern mountain, otherwise, there wouldn't be so many. As a result, when the typhoon arrived, and the water level rose, these little creatures treated Pine Mountain as their new home. I always climbed the mountain from the south and never came to the north, otherwise, I would have discovered this long ago. There's no time to wait, since the heavens have given me such a big surprise, I must express my gratitude. Once again, I took out my biggest black-hearted boss's bedsheet and covered the most densely populated area with it. As soon as my little hand touched it, the adorable little lobsters quickly entered the space. Whether the space can store living things was completely out of the consideration. In my previous life, I had tried it. Except for myself, any animal could be entered into the space and was not limited by time. It's just that these living things were in a stationary state in the space, but if taken out, they would be lively and jumping. I couldn't understand what principle the space was based on, and why I, as the master of the space, spent less time in the space than the animals. Of course, I never tested this with other living humans other than myself, nor did I dare to. What if the living human I wanted to protect was not like the animals, and when they came out, they were still alive but turned into a corpse? That would be a big problem. I definitely wouldn't dare to test it on enemies. If there were few, I would definitely kill them immediately. If there were many, it would be inconvenient to put them into the space. However, if I am confident, I could. There are still a few stragglers, scattered and wedged into the crevices of the rocks. Since they were few and hard to collect, Shui Li had no choice but to let them go. However, this harvest was simply too valuable. Roughly estimating, these little lobsters must weigh several thousand pounds. In the future, spicy and garlic-flavored lobsters can all be arranged. Life was getting better and better, and Shui Li's heart was becoming more and more at peace. After a busy morning, she was already so hungry that her head was spinning. She couldn't wait to find a place to shelter from the rain and have lunch. She held up an umbrella and took out a large meat bun with one hand and started eating. After finishing one, she took out another. In this way, she wolfed down 4 big buns before Shui Li finally let out a satisfied burp. After sipping a cup of hot water, she leisurely set off home on her speedboat. Taking the route home from the mountains in the north was a bit longer and wasted fuel, but with such a bountiful harvest today, she, now wealthy, could accept this little waste. The rain at this point could only be considered a light drizzle. It seemed her and Su Xiaomiao's memories were correct. After the flood submerged the 8th floor, it would not rise any further. Shui Li also noticed that after so many days, the gray sky had finally shown a hint of sunlight. Although barely visible, just a hazy outline was enough to lift Shui Li's spirits. After walking for about 10 minutes, Shui Li suddenly spotted what seemed to be a fishing net in the water, and it looked like there was something inside. Could it be fish? Was today's luck bestowed upon her by the heavens not yet exhausted? It's no wonder Shui Li thought this way. Today's harvest was abundant, and who knew what other surprises could be waiting. Even if there weren't any fish, retrieving a fishing net would still be quite nice. Excited, she parked the speedboat next to the fishing net and tugged at it with all her strength, but it didn't budge. Ouch! It was pretty heavy. She decided to store it directly in her space, wanting to see what was inside the net. However, her heart plummeted as she realized what it contained. The net tangled around a cold corpse. And the person was wearing a full firefighter uniform. Upon seeing the person's face, Shui Li's body began to shake uncontrollably. It was none other than the little firefighter who had given her the life jacket. Although they had only met once, she had already etched his features into her mind. Moreover, seeing his body still intact, without signs of water swelling, she deduced that he shouldn't have been dead long. Without thinking about anything else, she immediately returned to her space with the speedboat. With red eyes and trembling hands, she slowly began to untangle the fishing net from the little firefighter. When she saw the white, waterlogged wound on his neck, Shui Li's anger nearly tore her apart. She almost bit down on her silver teeth. Who was it? Who was so heartless to harm such a good person? A firefighter, with such a kind heart, what could he possibly have that others coveted? Suddenly, something flashed through Shui Li's mind, and she connected many dots in an instant. Chapter 93, Burial. Looking at this little firefighter whose name she didn't even know, Shui Li felt an overwhelming pain. The reason he was cruelly murdered should be tied to his speedboat. Earlier, when she saw Fong Yuan's patched rubber boat, it struck her as familiar. Now, she finally recalled where she had seen it before. That was on the speedboat the little firefighter was operating during their first meeting. It had a similar patch. And today, she had seen that rubber boat. That's right, it was the only one those men carried into the temple. It had a patch on it. Connecting all these things, Shui Li was now certain that those men were the culprits who had killed the little firefighter. Seeing them swaggering into the temple without a care, they must have already known that there was no one inside. It was almost certain that those monks had also been killed by this group of people. These scoundrels deserve to die. Shui Li clenched her fists, her dark starry eyes filled with bloodshot anger. It was because of these people that most of the kind-hearted souls perished at the start of the apocalypse. And those who survived in the later stages of the apocalypse might still be kind-hearted, but they can no longer be called pure good people. This has turned the later stages of the apocalypse into a place full of deceit and betrayal. It has laid bare the ugliest and basest behaviors of humanity for all to see. Watching such a wonderful person, a vibrant life, fade away right before her eyes, Shui Li felt not only heartache but also an overwhelming sense of unwillingness. She wanted to avenge the little firefighter and also take revenge for the monks. In fact, she could have brought back the news of the little firefighter's death. The official administrative building always had people on duty, military, police, and firefighters all work there. She could have let the officials take care of these evildoers. But Shui Li couldn't wait, and she feared the officials would act according to the law. If these 23 men were handed over to the officials, surely not all of them would be executed. If that happened, Shui Li's deep-seated hatred would be hard to quell. She wanted these scoundrels to not even think about surviving until tomorrow. Anger aside, if she wanted to do something, she needed to plan carefully. Especially since this was the first time in her life she was about to kill so many people, it was something she had never done before. Never mind, tonight she would risk her own life, and Shui Li would have no regrets. At worst, she would just join the little firefighter and Su Xiaomao in companionship. She carefully recalled in her mind. Among the group on the mountain just now, there were 23 men and 4 women. Those men were her primary targets for revenge. However, it was clearly impossible for her alone to kill all of these men. A head-on confrontation would be futile. Even using cunning, the difficulty would still be considerable. But Shui Li couldn't tolerate those evildoers living for even another second. Determined, she stopped hesitating. Once back on the surface, she retraced her path, sneaking back from the back mountain. Though her chest was filled with hatred, she didn't forget to stay vigilant. She walked cautiously all the way to the cemetery, without spotting any signs of those men. It seems these people weren't prepared to come to the back mountain. After all, apart from the graves, it was just trees. There was nothing they needed here. Even the most wicked villains wouldn't want to stroll through a cemetery without reason.
It was just perfect for Shui Li to quietly bury the little firefighter here. Shui Li picked a nice spot facing south with a good feng shui vibe. She grabbed a shovel and dug a spacious pit deeply. She had done this work many times over the past few days, she was very proficient at it. In fact, there were plenty of idle grave spaces in the cemetery, but all those required cremation before burial.
Shui Li didn't have those conditions and could only do it this way.
After placing the little firefighter in the pit, she found his ID in the inner pocket of his clothes. Holding that ID, Shui Li was at a loss for words for a long time. She opened her mouth several times, managing to control her emotions, and slowly spoke up.
Li Wei, so your name is Li Wei. It's a nice name, sounds powerful and majestic.
I hope in your next life, you get a good start, truly able to be a bit more majestic. At this point, Shui Li found it hard to continue, she felt as if the rain had intensified again.
How else could her vision become increasingly blurry?
Taking a deep breath several times, she continued speaking.
Looking at your date of birth, you're a few months younger than me.
Oh, right, I haven't introduced myself yet.
I'm Shui Li.
Water from the river, pear from the duck pear.
You might not remember me.
I'm the girl who you saved a life jacket for that day near the hospital.
That was our first and last meeting. At this point, Shui Li truly couldn't go on.
Tears from the corners of her eyes flowed out uncontrollably like a broken dam. What needed to be said was almost said. Swinging the shovel, she covered Li Wei with shovelfuls of moist soil. Then she discovered a shed in the corner with many uncarved tombstones, moving one to stand before the brand new grave. She intended to carve Li Wei's name on the stone tablet, but after thinking for a moment, she gave up.
Let him be an unnamed hero.
There should be many unnamed heroes like him, not to mention how many people like him are buried without even the chance to be recognized. As long as she keeps him in her heart, that would be enough. Today she buried Li Wei, and she wondered when the day came that someone would bury her. After finishing this, she offered sacrifices to Li Wei according to Su Xiaomao's specifications, and burned incense, candles, and paper money. Once the incense burned out, Shui Li prepared to find a place to rest and scout the situation at the temple. The task for tonight was significant, and without enough physical strength, it would be impossible. Thus, Shui Li went to the caretaker's house to rest for a while. As it grew dark, she arrived at the highest spot nearest to the temple. She had a night vision binocular and, with better than average eyesight, clearly saw everything happening in the temple. These people were quite orderly. There were people guarding the temple gate and others patrolling back and forth in the courtyard. 2 were on guard, while the others were patrolling in pairs, making 3 groups in total in the courtyard.
That made it 8 people.
The remaining 15 men included 5 playing cards together in the main hall, and Shui Li could see it very clearly. Additionally, 10 others should be resting in the Zen room at the backyard. She was sure those people were resting because of her superhuman hearing. Although the distance was not particularly close, she could still hear the sounds of women begging for mercy and some strange noises coming from the backyard. There should only be 2 women inside since 2 more were cooking in the dining hall. Fortunately, this temple wasn't large, allowing Shui Li to understand everything at a glance. After seeing all this, Shui Li felt more confident. But she was also puzzled, these people had high vigilance, and their arrangements didn't seem typical of ordinary bandits. Who were they?
Chapter 94, Revenge, whomever.
Tonight, even the King of Heaven could not stop Shui Li's decision. When it was fully dark, Shui Li hastily ate a few sushi and began to act. The first thing to solve was those patrolling people. These 6 men changed shifts every 2 hours, and through observation, Shui Li had discovered their patrolling pattern. Just as they finished their shift, Shui Li took out climbing claws and climbed up the wall. Taking advantage of the patrol's gap, she stealthily made her way to the courtyard using a large tree in the temple. Fortunately, this rainy night had no moon or stars, apart from the flashlights held by the patrollers and the flickering lights from the gatehouse, main hall, and Zen room, everything else was pitch black. This was extremely advantageous for Shui Li. The 6 patrolling people were in pairs, making a full round approximately every 10 minutes. So Shui Li needed to resolve one group within 10 minutes at the minimum. The more she thought about revenge, the more calm she had to be while doing things. Soon, Shui Li saw 2 of the patrollers under a large tree smoking and relieving themselves. The other 2 patrol groups wouldn't reach here for a little while longer. It was just a dozen steps away from Shui Li. She waited for this moment. Holding her breath, she quietly approached. By the time Shui Li was ready to stab her 2 knives into their bodies, the 2 men hadn't noticed at all. With excellent skills, this time she put them to death with 1 strike each. The 2 men didn't even have time to cry out before Shui Li stored them along with their flashlights into her space. There were still 4 left. A group of men who looked extremely tired were selected, and they followed them for a while. It was precisely this following that made Shui Li realize that she hadn't killed the wrong person. She heard one of the taller men say to the shorter man next to him, "I don't know what the boss is thinking.
There are so many tall buildings in the city. Why pick one place to live when you could choose any? Why come to this broken temple to stay? There's no one around, not to mention that we're guarding such a large graveyard. Tonight, it feels eerie, like cold air is seeping through my bones. Saying this, he hugged himself with his arms and rubbed his arms hard. The short man scoffed and then replied to him. You, just like this, grew so tall for nothing. What's there to be afraid of? Didn't you kill the monk here without hesitation? Besides, the boss's decision is definitely the wisest. If it weren't for this typhoon and our wise boss, could we have escaped from that place? How many of us have been wanted nationwide? Don't you understand? Our faces are just as famous as those celebrities. And today we killed a firefighter. If we stay in the city, who knows when we might get caught? It'd be like walking straight into the barrel of a gun. After the short man spoke, the tall man immediately had a moment of clarity. But he still looked somewhat scared and followed closely behind the short man. These words made Shui Li's anger rise even more. Her suspicion had been correct, the monks and Li Wei were all killed by these people. What was unexpected was that these people were still fugitives. Before the apocalypse, they were extremely evil individuals. When the apocalypse came, it became a breeding ground for crimes, making these people even more reckless. But tonight, Shui Li knew she had to be even more careful in her actions. She had been following them for some time now, and she knew everything she needed to know. Just as the two men, the tall and the short one, were about to meet up with the two people they had just killed, Shui Li took action again. This time, it went smoothly once again, and two more bodies entered the space. However, the last two men on patrol in the opposite direction were getting close. Shui Li quickly hid in the space to avoid them, and there was one more advantage of the space she had to mention. If Shui Li wanted to see what was happening outside the space, a square mirror-like object appeared within the space. Surrounding the mirror was a circle of something resembling clouds, allowing Shui Li to see everything clearly outside. So, once they passed the place where Shui Li had been, she quickly appeared behind the two men. Perhaps due to the speed, one of the men seemed to sense that something was off behind him. Just as he turned around, he was struck with a vicious knife. It was because of this blow that there was a slight mistake this time. The other man was completely finished, but this one was stabbed slightly off-center and didn't hit the heart. This man tried to scream out in pain but was quickly knocked unconscious by Shui Li, who pulled him and the other body into the space. Shui Li had done this with great courage. She decided to use this man as an experiment for her earlier guess. Once they returned to the space, this man did not become motionless like the other living things. At that moment, he wasn't even thinking about the pain anymore. His eyes were wide open in terror, staring at Shui Li and the surroundings, possibly thinking he had seen a ghost. Otherwise, why would he be in such a place at this hour, surrounded by dirt, with a starry sky and a galaxy overhead? Before the man could ask any questions, Shui Li knocked him unconscious. She then tied him up securely with a rope and stuffed a rag in his mouth. There was no need to ask any questions, everything she needed to know had already been discovered. The reason she didn't kill him immediately was that she still wanted to use him for further experiments. That was, when she went outside later, Shui Li wanted to see if this man would go outside with her. It wasn't until the hour of today was up that he would be thrown out by the space. Talking about these things sounds slow, but it actually only took a minute. At that time outside, because Shui Li had hurriedly brought this person over, he forgot to drop him outside along with the flashlight. As a result, it attracted a guard who was filled with confusion as he picked up the flashlight on the ground, looking for someone. Afraid that he might shout and attract others, Shui Li seized the opportunity to appear behind him and directly threw a tombstone, smashing his head and leaving it in pieces. The tombstones were collected from the shed in the cemetery where they placed tombstones in the afternoon, and they were all semi-finished products, totaling over 100. Perfect for smashing someone. Although this was very disgusting, the effect was good, the death rate was high, and it wouldn't make a sound. Only the sound of heavy objects hitting the ground, even if someone heard it, at night in the wild mountains, would only make them think it was some rolling stone that accidentally fell. When dealing with the 6 patrolling people earlier, 2 of them almost shouted, making Shui Li feel that this was safer. After taking care of this person, Shui Li realized that the living person in the space did not come out with him. Could it be that besides himself, other living people could really stay in the space for a full hour before being thrown out? Just as he was putting away the guard whose head was smashed like a broken watermelon along with the bloody tombstone, the person who was tightly bound was thrown out of the space. This gave Shui Li a shock. Looking at the clock, other living people would actually be thrown out within 2 minutes after he left the space. Chapter 95, Killing Restraints. This experiment made Shui Li very satisfied. She went in and out of the space once more without any pressure. Now she felt relieved. The man who was still dizzy was no longer useful, so she gave him a quick end. Not in a hurry to untie the ropes on him, she put the body away to be dealt with later. There was still one guard left outside that hadn't been dealt with, and she couldn't afford to be careless now. This one would also be easy to handle.
The last guard, seeing that his companions had not returned for a long time, thought they might be smoking and chatting with other patrolling people. These people's boss might be a figure, but the group under him were all just a rabble, and up to now, Shui Li hadn't found a truly vigilant person. Sure enough, this guard was deeply tired and wanted to ask someone for a cigarette to smoke. He stopped guarding and walked straight toward Shui Li. Of course, he also ended up like a smashed watermelon, successfully meeting the other 7 people. After taking care of these 8, one could say it was done without anyone noticing, only the scattered red and white mess was left on the ground. There was no need for cleaning, although the rain had lessened. By tomorrow morning, these traces would still be washed away clean. Next was the remaining 15 men and 4 women. As long as the women didn't act recklessly, Shui Li didn't plan to touch them. She only wanted the men here to die completely. She observed carefully for a while longer. She found that after those few women had been treated in various ways, they were all locked in a single room. The remaining men were housed in 4 main rooms. There was also one man with a pleasant smile, looking scholarly, yet his gaze was exceptionally fierce, sleeping alone in the grand hall. She didn't know what kind of hobby this was. Maybe with so many killings, he felt a Buddha nearby could bring him inner peace. Without a doubt, this free man was definitely the boss they spoke of. Shui Li waited a little longer, confirming that all these people were asleep before heading to the courtyard with more people. She locked all the doors. Having collected a lot of various locks from the building materials market, using them was very convenient. Except for the room where the women stayed, she locked all the doors and windows of the main rooms.